A dockside murder silenced a key witness. The investigator, kneeling over the body, hid a secret. She wasn't entirely human. And the man standing behind her, his presence awakened something she'd fought to suppress for years. What happens when the truth you've buried threatens to destroy everything you've built? Sent to the Tribunal, a web novel, werewolf, shifter romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The fog came off the Dunavar River in sheets, cold enough to crystallize breath and turn the dock lamps into blurred wounds of light. Zivka knelt beside the body and let herself see it all at once, the way she always did. Let the details land before interpretation could soften them. Male, mid-40s, wolf shifter, obviously, even without the scent stencil. Broad shoulders, hands that had known hard work. Throat opened in a single clean cut, deep enough to sever voice and windpipe together. The blood had stopped moving. It pooled dark under the neck, already tacky in the cold. But the throat was not the message. The message was in the chest. A circular incision had been cut over the heart, precise as a compass line. The skin had been lifted away in a disc, removed and placed beside the body on the wet planks. The heart beneath was untouched, still whole, still there. But the gesture was unmistakable. Someone wanted the tribunal to know they could reach the witnesses, could mark them, could take exactly what the council had sworn to protect. Ritual precision. Pack signature violence, but too clean for rage. This was performance. Zivka pulled on fresh gloves, the latex snapping against her wrists. She barely felt the cold anymore. 14 years in Dunavar winters had numbed that particular nerve. She leaned closer, tracking the secondary details. No defensive wounds on the hands or forearms, no ligature marks on the wrists. The victim had known his killer, had led him close enough to touch his chest, or been compelled by dominance she could not see. The thought sat cold in her ribs. Solt. The voice came from behind her, low and unfamiliar, cut with a register that should have meant nothing. Her suppressant chose that moment to flicker. It was not a collapse. Not yet, just a seam opening in the alchemical seal she had carried for 14 years. A gap, thin as a blade, but through it poured something that was not cold and not fog, and not the sterile reek of blood on wood. Scent. Not the river, not the body. The man behind her. Warm and sharp and dark, like clove smoke punched through with something mineral, something electric. It hit the back of her throat and dropped straight into her chest, and the wolf she had buried since 19 answered before her mind could catch up. Recognition. Not of a face, not of a name. Deeper. Older. A word her body knew and her conscious self had never learned. Her claws budged against the insides of her fingertips. Zivka locked her jaw and forced her hands, still on her knees. The latex gloves hid nothing. If she let the shift push through even a centimeter, the nails would tear through and the whole dock would see what she was. She breathed through her mouth, counted, forced the seam closed by will and habit and the terror of exposure that had kept her safe for half her life. The fog swirled, the body bled, the man behind her waited. She turned. He stood 3 paces back, just outside the pool of lamp glow, as if he knew exactly where the light reached and had chosen the edge of it deliberately. Tall, broad-shouldered in a dark coat that fit like it had been made for motion, not display. His face was all hard lines and cold composure, the kind of stillness that did not come from peace, but from years of holding something heavy in check. Gray eyes, not pale like Osvan's would be, later when she met him. Darker, stone and storm. Watching her with an intensity that made the fog feel thin. Goran Vekk. She had read his file that morning. Former pack leadership, newly appointed director of the Interspecies Crimes Unit. Her new superior. The name had been a bureaucratic abstraction when she saw it on paper. It was not an abstraction now. "Director," she said, and her voice came out level. "Good." The wolf had retreated to a tight crouch behind her ribs, waiting. He stepped forward. 1 pace. The scent hit her again, stronger this time, and she felt the seam in the suppressant widen a thread more. "Report." Short, no warmth, professional. She gave him the same. "Male, wolf shifter, late 40s, throat cut first, clean and fatal. The chest incision was post-mortem. Ritual. Someone wanted to send a message to the tribunal before the witnesses could testify." Goran's gaze dropped to the body, then to the disc of skin on the planks. His expression did not change. "You are certain it was post-mortem?" "No arterial spray from the chest wound, no bleeding into the tissue around the incision. Cut was made after the heart stopped." She had said it without thinking, the way she always did when evidence took over. Forensic detail was safe. Detail had no scent. Goran looked at her again, and something in his eyes sharpened. Not suspicion, recognition of competence. But there was an edge beneath it, a question he did not ask. "The victim was scheduled to testify in 48 hours, he said. "Sealed location, sealed transport. Only the tribunal stewards and unit command knew his identity." "Then the leak is inside the system?" "Yes," he said it flatly, as if he had already made that calculation before arriving, as if he had come to the dock expecting confirmation, not discovery. Zivka looked back at the body, the precise circle over the heart, the disc of skin laid out like a calling card. "Who found him?" "Patrol boat. Reported an unlit skiff drifting against the pier. They thought it was cargo." She stood, her knees ached from the cold planks. She let nothing show on her face. "I need the full forensic team, and a review of every sealed document the victim accessed in the last 3 weeks. If someone inside the system sold his location, there will be a trace. Schedule checks, transport queries. Someone asked the wrong question at the wrong time." "Already arranged." She blinked. He had been on scene for less than 5 minutes. The order should have taken longer. Goran met her stare without explanation. "You will work this case with me directly. Joint command, no layers." Joint command meant shared access, shared late hours, shared proximity. The wolf stirred again. Zivka pressed her palm flat against her thigh and focused on the ache of cold through the fabric, on the weight of her badge on its breakaway lanyard, on the body at her feet, and the 14 years she had survived by staying in control. "Understood, Director." He held her gaze for a beat longer than necessary. Then he turned toward the water, where the fog was beginning to thin in the first gray wash of false dawn. "The victim's name was Devrin Neman," he said. "He was supposed to testify about an unsolved disappearance near Treaty Bridge. 3 witnesses scheduled before him, 2 others after. And now he is dead. Now he is dead." Goran looked back at her over his shoulder. "Which means the killers know the schedule, they know the system, and they are not finished." The words sat in the cold air between them. Zivka felt the seam in her suppressant pulse once, a warning she could not afford to ignore. She ignored it anyway. "Then we finish first." She said it like a fact, like she had never doubted it. Goran turned fully to face her, and for half a second something passed across his expression that was not command, not suspicion, something raw, barely leashed. Then it was gone, and he was only the director again. "The team assembles in 30 minutes, he said. "Do not be late, investigator." He walked into the fog without waiting for her answer. Zivka stood alone with the body and the river and the fading burn of his scent in her lungs, and she let herself feel, for exactly 3 seconds, what it meant. The suppressant was failing. She had no idea how long she had left, and the one man who could shatter her cover was the same man she now had to trust with the case. Chapter 2. The unit headquarters sat 3 blocks from the river, a concrete block of a building with fluorescent lights that hummed at a frequency Zivka had learned to ignore. She had not learned to ignore the way her skin remembered Goran Vekk's scent. She walked through the doors with her badge visible and her spine straight, the cold from the docks still clinging to her coat. The lobby was already awake. Clerks moved between desks. A pack liaison in treaty insignia stood by the front counter, waiting for someone. Zivka did not stop. The stairs took her to the third floor, where the investigation wing opened into a bullpen of gray metal desks and pinned caseboards. Taran Illik was already at his station, forensic kit open, reading something on his tablet with the focused stillness of a man who did not like to be interrupted. He looked up as she passed. "You look like you slept in the river." "I was at the river." "That tracks." He set the tablet down. "Body's en route. I'll have preliminary wound analysis in 2 hours, but the incision work was clean. Someone knew what they were doing with a blade." "Pack trained." "Probably." He studied her face a moment longer than necessary. "You all right?" She was not all right. Her suppressant was fraying at the edges. Her wolf had woken after 14 years of drugged sleep and was pressing against the inside of her ribs like a thing starved for air. "Fine," she said. "I need the sealed tribunal schedule for Dever in Nemen. Every access log from the last 3 weeks. Transport manifest, location history." "Already pulled." She turned. Goran stood in the doorway of the corner office, the one that had belonged to the previous director until 3 days ago. He held a tablet in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, and he looked at her with the same flat, assessing gaze he had used on the dock. "The files are in the conference room," he said. "I had them moved before the scene was cleared." Taran raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Zivka crossed the bullpen toward the conference room, aware of Goran falling into step beside her. The corridor was narrow. Their shoulders almost touched. She felt the seam in the suppressant whisper open. His scent hit her again. Wood smoke. Steel. Something deep and warm that her wolf recognized as safety before her mind could reject the idea. She stopped at the conference room door and put her hand on the frame, steadying herself. "You moved files before the body was identified?" "The victim was conferred by patrol boat identification. I made a judgment." "That fast?" "Good judgment does not need extra time." She turned to face him. He was close, too close. Close enough that she could see the faint lines at the corners of his gray eyes, the set of his jaw, the way his stillness was not calm, but containment. "You knew about the leak before you arrived at the dock," she said. "I suspected, and you did not share that with the team. I am sharing it now." She held his gaze. The wolf pressed harder, wanting something she could not name, wanting him closer, wanting him farther, wanting the walls she had built to hold. "Joint command means shared information," she said. "It does." "Then stop holding pieces back and expecting me to fit them together after the fact." Something flickered in his expression. Not anger, surprise maybe, or respect. He stepped past her into the conference room and set the tablet on the table. The room smelled of old paper and cleaning solvent. A caseboard had been set up with Neyman's photograph, a timeline, and a list of scheduled witnesses. Zivka counted them. 5 names, 3 already crossed out. "The first 3 witnesses were scheduled before Neyman," Goran said. "They are still alive. The 2 after him are also alive. He was the middle of the sequence. Which means the killers are working through the list in order. Or they started with the one who mattered most." She looked at the board. The names were sealed, redacted behind investigator access codes. She could see only the dates and locations. "Who are they?" "You do not need their names yet." "I need their names now." Goran turned to face her fully. The fluorescent light caught the hard lines of his face, and for a moment, he looked exactly like what he was. A man used to command, used to being the one who decided what others needed. "The tribunal schedule is sealed under interspecies council authority," he said. "I have access because of my mandate. You have access because I assigned you to joint command. But if the names spread further, the killers will track them the same way they tracked Neyman. I am not going to spread the names." "I know," he said it simply, no hesitation, as if he had already decided she was trustworthy. Zivka did not know what to do with that. She looked at the board instead, at the 3 crossed-out names. At Neyman's photograph, a still from a security camera showing a man in a dark coat walking through a tribunal corridor. "The access logs," she said. "Who queried Neyman's file in the last 3 weeks?" Goran tapped the tablet. The screen lit with a list of timestamps and user codes. 6 queries, 3 from tribunal stewards, 2 from the Witness Protection Office, one from Treaty Oversight. Zivka leaned over the tablet, scanning the codes. The Treaty Oversight query was dated 4 days ago. The user code was not one she recognized. "Who is this?" "I am waiting for confirmation," Goran said. "The code belongs to a liaison assigned to the tribunal yesterday. Name is pending." "Pending? It takes time to verify treaty personnel across jurisdictions." She looked up at him. "We do not have time." "I am aware." The words were clipped, precise. But under them she heard the same pressure she felt in her own chest. The conference room door opened. Terran stepped in with a tablet of his own, his expression sharper than before. "Wound analysis is preliminary but clean," he said. "Single blade, curved edge. The type of knife used in pack execution rituals before the treaty standardized enforcement." "A message," Zivka said. "A very specific one." Terran set the tablet on the table. "Whoever killed Neiman wanted the tribunal to know they could reach a sealed witness inside the system. The incision over the heart is old pack symbolism, means the witness's testimony was cut out before it could be spoken." Goran's jaw tightened. "Then we are not just solving a murder," Zivka said. "We are proving the system can still protect the remaining witnesses. If we fail, the next body will be another schedule name." She felt the words land like cold water. Terran looked between them. "I will cross-reference the blade type against known pack enforcers in the city. If the knife has been used before, I will find it." He left. The door clicked shut. Zivka stood across the table from Goran, the board between them, the scent of his presence filling the room despite every effort she made to block it. "The leak is inside the system," she said, "and the system is sealed." "Not completely sealed. Whoever killed Neiman had access to the schedule. That means they have access to the witness list, to transport routes, to safe-house locations." Goran set his coffee down and folded his arms. The gesture pulled his coat tight across his shoulders, and she saw the shape of the holster beneath it. "Which is why I assigned you to Joint Command," he said. "You know the unit. You know the city. You read scenes the way others read reports." "And you?" "I read people." She felt the weight of the words, the way he looked at her when he said them. "What do you read in me, Director?" He did not answer immediately. The silence stretched, filled with the hum of the lights and the distant sound of voices from the bullpen. "You are holding something back," he said finally. "Something that affects how you work. I do not know what it is, and I will not ask. But if it compromises the case, I will know." The threat was soft, delivered without heat. But Zivka heard the steel beneath it. She held his gaze, let nothing show on her face. "I do not compromise cases." "Good." He picked up the tablet again and moved toward the door. "The team assembles in 15 minutes. I want a full timeline of Neiman's last week. Every contact, every movement, every person who knew he was in the city." He stopped at the threshold and looked back at her. "And Investigator." "Director, you were shaking on the dock." Her blood went cold. "I was cold." It was not the cold. He held her gaze for a beat longer, then stepped into the corridor and was gone. Zivka stood alone in the conference room with the caseboard and the hum of the lights and the fading burn of his scent in her lungs. The seam in her suppressant pulsed. She pressed her palm flat against the table and counted to 10 before she trusted herself to move. When she looked at the board again, her eyes caught on the third crossed-out name. Neiman had been the middle of the sequence, which meant the killers had started somewhere in the middle, which meant they were not following a linear pattern. They were choosing targets for impact. And the next body would be another name the system had sworn to protect. Chapter 3. The team assembled at 9. Maris Kodo had claimed the head of the table, her prosecutor's tablet stacked with witness statements and tribunal procedures. Besa Runic stood by the window, arms crossed, wolf alert behind her patrol captain's calm. Terran had pinned fresh images to the board, wound close-ups beside a map of Neiman's last known movements. Goran ran the room without running it. He stood at the corner of the table, hands flat on the surface, voice steady as he laid out the next steps. Witness transport security, safe house rotation, a request for treaty oversight to release the full access logs from the past 30 days. Zivka listened from her seat, the coffee bitter on her tongue, the scent of him a constant pressure behind her sternum. She had pulled her hair tighter than usual, pinned it so hard the strain pulled at her scalp. The door opened before Goran finished. A man stepped through with a folder in one hand and an easy posture that did not match the tension in the room. He was lean, rangy, dressed in a dark coat open over a collarless shirt. His hair was neat and side-parted, black against skin that looked like he had spent time in weather. Pale gray eyes swept the room and landed on Zivka. Investigator Solt. His voice was calm, lower than she expected. He crossed to the table and set the folder down. Osvan Merrik, Treaty Oversight Liaison. I was told you needed access logs. Maris straightened. We requested those an hour ago. I know. Osvan opened the folder. I pulled them before the request reached my desk. The user code that queried Devrin Nemen's file belongs to a clerk in the Oversight Records Division. Name is still being verified, but the query originated from a terminal in the Treaty Annex, not from the Tribunal building. Goran's eyes tracked him. How quickly can you confirm the clerk's identity? By end of day. Osvan slid a single sheet across the table toward Zivka. I also flagged the other 4 names on the witness schedule. No one queried them from Oversight in the past 2 weeks. The leak may be narrower than we thought. Zivka picked up the sheet. The access log was clean, columns of timestamps and terminal IDs, one entry highlighted in yellow. 4 days ago. Nemen's file. She looked up at Osvan. He was already watching her. Not staring, just present in a way that did not demand attention but accepted whatever she gave him. Thank you, she said. It is my job. Most liaisons wait to be asked. A ghost of a smile crossed his mouth. I do not like waiting. Taryn took the sheet and scanned it. This is cleaner than what we usually get from Oversight. You flagged the discrepancies before you printed it. I noticed the formatting irregularities when the query first appeared. The terminal 499 does not match the clerk's usual workstation. Someone either borrowed credentials or accessed the file from a secondary location. Maris leaned forward. Can you confirm which? Not yet, but I can narrow the search to 3 terminals in the Treaty Annex. If you give me access to the security watch logs for that wing, I can cross-reference entry times against the query timestamp. Goran was still watching him. The silence stretched half a beat. You are well prepared, Goran said. I read the case summary on my way over. Osvan met his gaze without flinching. 3 witnesses dead, a ritual incision, a leak inside the system. I assumed you would need speed over procedure. Something flickered in Goran's expression. Not approval, not suspicion, something in between. Then we will use you. Osvan nodded once. He pulled a chair back from the table and sat at the edge of the group, not at the head, not at the foot, close enough to participate without claiming space. Besa turned from the window. You have access to the Treaty Annex security logs? I have access to most treaty records. It is the nature of my position. And your position is? Senior Liaison for Witness Coordination. He said it without emphasis. I was assigned to the tribunal yesterday morning. By the time I arrived, Nemen was already dead. Zivka watched him as he spoke. The way his hands rested flat on the table, the way his eyes moved across the room, reading the board, the images, the people, before settling anywhere. He was careful, deliberate, the kind of careful that came from experience, not nerves. You said the query came from a secondary location, she said. How can you be sure the file was accessed from inside the Treaty Annex and not from outside the system? Osvan turned toward her. His pale eyes held hers without pressure. Because the access protocol requires a physical key cylinder in the terminal slot to initiate a sealed file query. That key cylinder cannot be duplicated or used remotely. Whoever queried Nemen's file was standing inside the Treaty Annex when they did it. Maris exhaled. So the leak is not just inside the system. It is inside the building. Inside a specific wing of the building. Osvan's voice stayed level. Which narrows the search to oversight personnel with after-hours access and knowledge of the witness protection protocols. Goran straightened. How many people fit that description? On paper, 6. In practice, fewer. The witness protection protocols are restricted to senior coordinators and the deputy director's office. And you? Osvan did not flinch. And me. But I was assigned yesterday. I could not have queried the file 4 days ago. It was the right answer. Precise, Verifiable. Zivka filed it away. Terran was already writing notes on the edge of the access log. I can run the cross-reference against the terminal IDs. If the physical key cylinder left a trace in the lock mechanism, forensics might be able to match it to a specific key holder. Do it, Goran said. The room shifted into motion. Terran pulled up a fresh screen. Maris began drafting a request for the Treaty Annex security watch logs. Besa moved to coordinate with patrol units on witness transport rerouting. Zivka stayed seated. Osvan had not moved either. He reached for the folder and pulled out a second sheet, holding it toward her across the table. I also brought the original signatory list for the witness protection protocols. The names were redacted in the version sent to the unit. She took it. 4 names, 2 senior coordinators, 1 deputy director, 1 liaison. The liaison was Osvan Merrik. You are listed as having access from today's date forward, she said. Correct. But you knew the protocol well enough to pull the access logs before we requested them. He tilted his head slightly. I read the case file on my way over. That included the initial request your director submitted to oversight this morning. I assumed you would need the logs faster than standard procedure allowed, so I retrieved them en route. She held his gaze. He did not look away, did not fill the silence with more words. Zivka set the sheet down. You assume a great deal. I find it saves time. Time is what we do not have. Then we agree. He stood, smooth and unhurried, and collected the folder. I will be in the treaty annex for the rest of the afternoon. If you need additional records, send a message. I will respond faster than the official chain. He nodded to Goran, to Maris, to Terran and Besa. Then his pale eyes found Zivka again. Investigator, Liaison. He turned and walked out. The door clicked shut behind him. Goran's voice cut through the silence. He is too prepared. Maris looked up. He is a liaison. That is his job. He arrived with answers before we asked the questions. That is not a crime, Director. No. Goran's gaze stayed on the door. It is not a crime. Zivka listened to the exchange and said nothing, but she felt the shape of Osvan's presence still in the room, the ghost of his calm attention, the way he had handed her the sheet and waited for nothing in return. It was the first time in days someone had made her feel like she was being seen without making her feel exposed. She did not know whether that was comfort or a trap. The seam in her suppressant was quiet. She pressed her palm against the edge of the table and held it there. Goran was still watching the door, his shoulders rigid, his jaw tight. He was reading something she could not see. Chapter 4. The message came 11 minutes after Osvan left. Terran read it first, his face going still in that particular way he had when the news was bad enough to deserve silence before speech. Boarding house on Corvin Lane, he said. Patrol unit found a body 20 minutes ago. Male wolf shifter. Throat cut. Maris was on her feet before he finished. Who? No identification yet. But the boarding house is on a rerouted transport line. The room went cold. Goran crossed to Terran's screen and read over his shoulder. Which line? The secondary safe house corridor. The one Besa approved this morning as an alternative route for witness transfer. Besa had risen from the window, her face tight. That corridor was not finalized until 7:30. I filed the route change myself. Then someone read the change within hours of its filing. Goran's voice was flat, controlled, the kind of control that cost something, and moved ahead of us. Zivka was already reaching for her coat. Corvin Lane is 15 minutes from here. If the body is fresh, the scene is still intact. Goran turned. You and I, Terran on forensic pickup. Besa, seal the corridor and trace every copy of the route change. Maris, stay here and keep the witness schedule off any networked system until I confirm the board is clean. He did not wait for acknowledgement. He was already moving. Zivka followed. The car was cold when she slid into the passenger seat. Goran took the wheel without speaking, pulled away from the curb with a precision that told her he was holding rage at a deliberate distance. The streets of Dunavar passed in gray streaks. River mist clung to the lower districts, smearing the outlines of warehouse roofs and tenement windows. Corvin Lane was a narrow cup between 2 taller buildings, the kind of street that collected shadows and held them. The boarding house was 3 stories of stained brick with a faded sign above the door. 2 patrol units were already on scene, their lights washing the wet cobblestones in blue. Zivka was out of the car before Goran killed the engine. The patrol captain met them at the door, a woman with steel gray hair and the flat eyes of someone who had seen too many bodies in cheap rooms. 3rd floor back room, male shifter 40s, throat opened from ear to ear, no witnesses. Landlord says the victim checked in under a false name 4 hours ago. False name on the register, Zivka said, but you already know who he is. The captain held up a sealed evidence bag. Inside was a tribunal summons, folded and creased, the ink still legible. The name on the summons was Lieutenant Miran. Maris's voice crackled over the radio a moment later. Lieutenant Miran was the second of the 5 scheduled witnesses. He was supposed to testify about document forgery inside the Pack Council's trade office. Was he in protective custody? Goran asked. He refused it, said he had his own arrangements. Zivka climbed the stairs. The 3rd floor hallway smelled of boiled cabbage, old wool, and the shop copper tang of fresh blood. The door at the end stood open. 2 techs were already working the room, their movements careful and unhurried. She stopped in the doorway and let herself see. Lieutenant Miran lay on his back beside the bed, one arm thrown out, the other pinned beneath his body. His throat had been cut with the same clean precision as Daver and Niman. Same blade, same angle, same lack of defensive wounds. But there was something different. Zivka stepped closer. The chest was intact, no circular incision, no skin disc removed. Terran appeared beside her, pulling on fresh gloves. Different signature from the dock kill, less ritual. More hurry. Or different message. Zivka crouched, careful not to disturb the floor. The man was a statement. This is efficiency. Goran stood in the doorway, filling the frame. They knew where he was. They knew when he arrived. They moved within hours of the route change. Because they are inside the system. Zivka rose. A false registration takes preparation. They did not find Miran by accident. They rerouted him here. Terran was already examining the bedside table. Landlord says Miran paid in cash. No records, no forwarding address. Which means someone arranged this location for him. Or told him it was safe. Zivka turned in a slow circle, scanning the room. The bed was made, a single glass on the windowsill, a bag on the chair, unpacked. He had not been settled. He had been waiting. Goran stepped into the room, careful to stay on the clear path the techs had marked. He stopped beside her, close enough that the seam in her suppressant flickered in warning. She held still. The transport order that brought him here, he said, low enough that only she could hear. It was forged. She turned her head. How do you know? Because I checked the original routing before we left the office. The safe house corridor was approved for a single witness transfer tomorrow morning. Miran was not on it. Then who authorized the reroute? Goran's gray eyes met hers. The signature on the forged order matches a senior coordinator from Treaty Oversight. The same office Osvan Merrik walked out of an hour ago. The timing pressed against her ribs. She thought of Osvan handing her the signatory list. The calm way he had produced the access logs before anyone asked. The way his presence had made the seam in her suppressant quiet. You think he is connected? I think he is too prepared. Goran's voice did not waver. And I think a forged transport order from his office arrived at the exact moment his liaison began working with us. Zivka held his gaze. The seam pulsed once, hot, then stilled. She did not look away. Then we find out who signed that order before the trail goes cold. Goran nodded once. She turned back to the body. Litek Miran stared at the ceiling with open eyes, his throat a dark wound, his testimony dead on his tongue. 2 witnesses down, 2 to go, and someone inside the system was holding the knife. Chapter 5. She left Goran at the seam. The excuse came easy. She needed air, needed to walk the perimeter, needed to think through the forged order without the pressure of his gray eyes tracking her every move. He let her go without argument, which meant he was already following his own thread. She took the service alley behind Corvin Lane and walked until the boarding house lights vanished behind the ravine. The seam in her suppressant burned. Not the familiar flicker she had learned to ignore over 14 years. Something sharper. A pulse that spread from the center of her chest outward, radiating through her ribs like heat through thin metal. She pressed her palm against the spot and kept walking. Yula Drevich lived in the old district, 3 blocks off the river, about a shop that sold tinctures and sealed glass jars to customers who never asked questions. The stairs at the back entrance creaked in the same places they had creaked since Zivka was 19, climbing them for the first time with shaking hands and a terror she had refused to name. She knocked twice. The door opened. Yula looked at her once, then stepped aside. The apartment smelled of dried herbs, beeswax, and the faint metallic tang of alchemical compounds. Glass bottles lined the shelves in neat rows. A kettle sat on the stove, half warm. "You look worse than last time," Yula said. Zivka closed the door behind her. "I need a stronger dose." Yula turned from the stove. She was small and wiry, with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a tight knot and hands that had not stopped working in 40 years. Her eyes moved over Zivka with the precision of someone who had learned to read bodies before symptoms. "Sit down." "I do not have time to sit." "Then you do not have time to argue either." Yula pointed at the chair. "Sit." Zivka sat. Yula pulled the bracelet off her wrist before she could protest. The alchemical suppressant, a thin leather band set with a dark resin core, worn against the pulse point, went dark the moment Yula held it up to the light. "How long has it been flickering?" "Since yesterday." "Yesterday." Yula set the bracelet on the table. "And you came now because you ran out of other options." "I came because the case is accelerating and the seam keeps opening when I am near." She stopped. Yula waited. "When I am near the new director." Yula picked up the bracelet again, held it closer to the window. The winter light caught the resin core, showing hairline cracks Zivka had not noticed before. "This was supposed to last another 3 months." "I know. The resonance is accelerating the degradation." Yula set the bracelet down. "Every time your bond recognizes him, the suppressant compensates. It burns through the compound faster than I can stabilize it." Zivka's throat tightened. "Then make it stronger." "I cannot." "You have other formulas. You told me once there were backup batches." "There are." Yula's voice did not rise. "But stronger does not mean safer. If I increase the dosage, the alchemical load stays in your system longer. It builds up in the tissue. After enough accumulation..." She stopped. "What?" "Catastrophic failure." Yula said the words flatly, without dramatic weight. "Your wolf would force through all at once. Not a flicker, not a seam, a full break, and there would be no way to predict when or where it would happen." Zivka stared at the cracked resin core. "How long do I have on the current dose?" "At this rate of exposure?" Yula's jaw tightened. "Days. Maybe less if you keep standing close enough to breathe his air." The room felt smaller. Zivka pressed her palm against the table, steadying herself against a wave of sensation that was not entirely physical. The memory of Goran's voice at the dock, the way his presence cut through the river fog like a blade, the heat in her chest every time their eyes met. "Then give me the stronger dose." Yula did not move. "You heard what I said." "I heard you. I also heard that the second witness just died with his throat cut because someone inside the system is feeding the killers the schedule. I have 2 witnesses left. I have a traitor I cannot name, and I have a fated mate whose proximity I cannot avoid without abandoning the case." She met Yula's gaze. "If the suppressant fails, it fails. But it will not fail while I am hiding in a safe house pretending the problem does not exist." Yula held her eyes for a long moment. Then she turned and opened a locked cabinet above the stove. The second bracelet looked identical to the first. Same leather band, same resin core, but the resin was darker, almost black, and the smell of it reached Zivka across the room. Sharp, chemical, carrying something that made her wolf stir even in its suppressed state. "This will hold longer," Yula said, fastening it around Zivka's wrist. "But the bond will fight it. Every time he is close, the compound will saturate faster. You will feel heavier, slower, like moving through deep water." "I can work through that." You will also dream. Zivka looked up. Yula's hand lingered on the bracelet. The bond does not stop because you suppress the wolf. It moves deeper, into sleep, into the spaces between thought. You will dream of him, and in those dreams, the suppressant will not reach. I will manage. You always say that. Yula stepped back. One day it will not be true. Zivka stood. The new bracelet sat warm against her wrist, settling into her skin like a second pulse. Already she felt the difference, a denser weight behind her ribs, a muffling of the constant low hum that had been buzzing since the docks. There is something else, Yula said. Zivka paused at the door. The second victim, Lutik Miran. Yula's voice dropped. I knew someone who worked with him, years ago, before the disgrace. Zivka turned. He stayed in touch with the council clerk. Young man, nervous, good with records. Yula's eyes met hers. Name of Ivan Sarka. The name landed like a stone in still water. Miran was his contact inside the council. Was he feeding him information? Yula shook her head. I do not know what they exchanged. But if Miran trusted anyone enough to let them arrange his hiding place, it would have been someone who understood the system well enough to use it without leaving traces. Zivka's hand found the door handle. Thank you. Yula said nothing. Zivka stepped into the stairwell, the new suppressant pressing against her bones, the name Ivan Sarka already becoming a thread she needed to pull. Behind her, the door closed with a soft click. She walked down the stairs and into the cold evening air, and the bracelet burned against her pulse like a warning she had chosen to ignore. Chapter 6. The archive room smelled of old paper, metal filing cabinets, and the chemical tang of preserve spray used on tribunal documents that predated the treaty. Zivka stood at the center table with Taryn on her left, Maris across from her, Besa near the door, and the evidence spread between them like a wound that had been picked open. She had been working for 3 hours. The new suppressant pressed against her ribs with every breath. Heavier, slower, exactly what Yula had promised. But her mind still cut clean through the columns of dates, signatures, and routing stamps spread across the table. Here, she said, tapping a transport manifest from 3 days before Noman's death. Taryn leaned in. What am I looking at? The routing stamp. Zivka traced the mark with her fingertip. It's standard issue, but the ink density is wrong for that date stamp machine. This was stamped separately, then added to the log. Maris picked up the document, holding it to the light. Someone inserted it after the fact. To create a paper trail that justified Niman being moved to a secondary location, Zivka said. The kind of location where a killer would know exactly when and where to find him. Besa stepped closer, arms crossed. How many of these? I'm still counting. Taryn was already pulling the next folder from the stack, his movements methodical. He laid out 3 more manifests side by side, each one tied to a different witness transfer window. The pattern emerged slowly, the way a bruise surfaces over hours. Each document carried a tiny revision, a signature that did not quite match the clerk's usual loop, a timestamp that overlapped with another entry by 14 minutes, a routing stamp applied at an angle that did not align with the office's standard press alignment. Someone is laundering witness locations through administrative noise, Maris said, her voice flat with recognition, varying the real routes under layers of corrections and reissues. And the revisions all come from the same source. Zivka flipped to the authorization page of the 3rd manifest. The signature block was filled, but the name had been partially smudged, blurred by a careless thumb or deliberate pressure. Taryn pulled a magnifier from his kit. The smudge is fresh, within the last 2 weeks. Whoever signed this did not want their name legible if anyone looked closely. Besa made a low sound in her throat. You said 5 clerks have access to the transport authorization system? 5 clerks and 2 senior coordinators, Maris confirmed. But the senior coordinators delegate most of the routing work to the junior staff. The signatures are pre-approved batches. Then someone copied a signature block from an existing document and applied it to a forged order. Zivka straightened. The movement sent a pulse through the new suppressant, a heaviness that settled behind her eyes. She blinked it back. Trin, Can you match the smudged signature to any of the 7 authorized staff? Depends on the original document they copied from. If I can find the donor signature, I can narrow the pool. Then that is the priority. She turned back to the table, but the room shifted slightly, the edges of her vision softening. She caught herself with both hands flat on the surface. Miras's eyes flicked to her. Zivka? Fine. Long night. It was not a lie, but it was not the truth either, and the gap between them felt wider than it should have. Terran cleared his throat. I need to pull the original authorization logs from the annex. That means a formal request through treaty oversight. To Osvan Merrik, Besa said. The name landed without ceremony. Zivka kept her face still. Then we request it. He already offered faster responses. You trust that? I trust evidence. If his office cooperates, we get the logs faster. If they obstruct, that tells us something too. Miras nodded slowly. I will draft the request. Keep it procedural. Zivka reached for the next folder, but her hand stopped halfway. The scent hit her first. Terror. Sharp. Acrid. Undercut by something chemical. The smell of sweat on a body that had been running on panic for days. She turned toward the door. A figure stood in the corridor beyond the archive's glass panel. Young, thin, clutching a leather satchel to his chest like a shield. His eyes were wide, fixed on the group inside the room, and the moment Zivka's gaze met his, he moved, not walking, running. Besa was already moving, shoving through the door before Zivka finished saying his name. Terran dropped the folder and followed. Miras hit the comms unit on her collar, but Zivka was the one who caught the scent fully as the door swung open and the corridor air rushed in. It was not just fear. It was the specific smell of someone who knew exactly why the witnesses were dying, who knew his own name was next on someone's list, who had been waiting for the moment the investigators would find him. She ran. The new suppressant dragged at her limbs, made each stride feel like pushing through deep water. But her wolf was awake behind the weight, tracking through the chemical haze, following the trail of panic that led down the corridor and into the main hall. Even was fast. He knew the building, cut through a side passage that led toward the loading dock. His satchel banged against his ribs as he ran. Even! Zivka's voice cut through the hall. Stop! We are not here to hurt you! He did not stop. She rounded the corner and saw him hit the loading dock door. He shoved it open and disappeared into the gray afternoon light. Besa was 30 feet behind her. Terran was farther. Zivka pushed harder. The suppressant burned. The bond throbbed somewhere beneath the chemical weight. Goran's presence a distant pulse she could not afford to feel now. She forced it down. She hit the door and emerged onto the loading dock. Even was at the far end, halfway to the street. He knows something, she breathed. Besa caught up, her wolf in her eyes. We are not losing him. But Zivka was already moving again, the cold air hitting her face, the name Even Sarka pounding through her skull like a bell that would not stop ringing. He knew why they were dying. And if he got away, the last 2 witnesses would follow the others into the ground. Chapter 7. The loading dock doors swung empty. Even Sarka had vanished into the street traffic, swallowed by the gray afternoon like a stone dropped into deep water. Besa pulled up at the edge of the concrete, her wolf still visible in her eyes. He knew the route, cut through the alley behind the tannery. He knew we would chase him, Zivka said. The words came out flat. The suppressant weighed in her chest, made each breath feel like she was drinking through cloth. She pressed a palm against the door frame and forced her lungs to expand. Miras joined them a moment later, her comms unit crackling. I have patrols watching the river gates and the bridge crossings. If he surfaces, we will know. He will not surface. Zivka turned back toward the building. Not until he decides we are safe to approach. Right now he thinks we are the threat. We are the ones chasing him, Terran said from the doorway. Exactly. She walked past him into the corridor. The heaviness in her limbs had not faded. It sat beneath her skin like cold sediment, and she knew without checking that the new bracelet was already leaching something she could not afford to lose. The conference room waited at the end of the hall. Through the glass panel, she could see Goran standing at the far end of the table, his back to the door, a sheaf of papers spread in front of him. He had not been at the loading dock. He had not seen Eve run. He had not seen her try to run and fail. She pushed the door open. Goran turned at the sound. His gray eyes swept over her once, twice, and she felt the weight of that gaze like a physical pressure against the suppressant seam. "You lost him." It was not a question. "He knew the building," she said. "He had the escape route mapped before he arrived. That is not random fear. That is preparation." Goran held her look for a beat too long. Then he nodded and gestured at the table. "Then we work with what we have." The others filed in behind her. Maris took the seat nearest the window. Besa leaned against the wall. Terran settled at the far end with his magnifier and a fresh set of notes. Zivka moved to the table. The map was spread across its surface. The river district, the tribunal building, the treaty offices, the network of safe-house corridors and transport routes that connected them. Someone had marked the locations of both murders with red pins. 2 pins, 2 dead witnesses, 2 empty spaces on the schedule that should have been filled with testimony. The request for original authorization logs went to treaty oversight an hour ago, Maris said. "Standard procedural language. We should have a response by morning." "That gives us tonight," Goran said. "What do we have that does not require their approval?" Terran pulled a folder from his stack, the smudged signature. "I can narrow the field if I can match the ink composition against the samples in the Annex archive. But I need physical access to the original documents, which requires Merrik." "Yes." Goran's jaw tightened. He did not say what he was thinking, but Zivka saw it in the set of his shoulders, the way his fingers pressed flat against the table edge. She stepped closer to the map. The bond pulsed. It came without warning, a low thrum beneath the suppressant that spread through her ribs like heat through frozen glass. She felt him beside her before she saw him move, the shift of air as he came around the table to stand at her shoulder. His scent cut through the chemical haze. Smoke. Stern. The cold edge of river wind. It hit the seam in the bracelet and tore through it like a blade through wet paper. Zivka's hand shot out and caught the table edge. The room tilted. The map blurred. She felt her wolf rise behind her eyes, felt the first curl of something that was not quite control slipping through the cracks. "Zivka," his voice, low, careful, close enough that she felt the vibration of it in her chest. She did not turn. She could not turn. If she turned, he would see her eyes. He would see the shift that was already trying to surface. "I am fine." "You are holding the table like it is the only thing keeping you upright." She heard the others shift. Terran's chair scraped. Maris said something she did not catch. Goran moved. He did not touch her, but he stepped sideways, positioning himself between her and the rest of the room, blocking their line of sight. His body created a screen, a wall of stillness and shadow that gave her one breath, two, to pull the seam closed. "The cold air helps," he said, his voice carrying easily to the others. "Open the windows. We need ventilation in here." Terran crossed to the window without question. The latch clicked, and cold air pushed into the room, carrying the smell of the river and the distant tannery. Zivka drew it in. The wolf settled. The seam pulled tight. She lifted her head and met Goran's eyes. He was watching her with something she could not name. Not accusation, not suspicion, something quieter and more dangerous. Recognition of a shape he had seen before. "Better?" he asked. "Yes." He held her gaze for a count of 3. Then he turned back to the table as if nothing had happened. Maris cleared her throat. "The remaining 2 witnesses, we need to bring them into protective custody before the killers find them first." "Agreed," Goran said. "Besa, you handle the transport routing. No digital records, handwritten manifests only. You and Maris coordinate the safe house location." "And Ivan Zarka?" Besa asked. "We find him before the killers do. He is a witness now, whether he wants to be or not." The room moved into motion. Chairs scraped, voices overlapped. Terran gathered his notes. Maris pulled out her comms unit. Zivka stayed at the table. The cold air was working, but the bond was still singing beneath her skin, a low frequency that vibrated in time with Goran's presence. She could feel him on the other side of the room, feel the weight of his attention even when he was not looking at her. She did not know if he had covered for her out of instinct or strategy. She did not know which possibility frightened her more. The room began to empty. Maris and Besa left together, their voices fading down the corridor. Taryn paused at the door, glanced back at Zivka, then nodded and followed. The door clicked shut. She was alone with Goran. He did not move from his position at the far end of the table. His hands were flat on the map, his head bowed, his shoulders a hard line beneath his coat. "You asked if I was fit to continue," she said. He looked up. His eyes were dark, stone and storm. The same gray she had seen on the dock, the same cold appraisal that had measured her from the first moment. "I did not ask. You were about to." He was silent for a long moment. Then he straightened, and the weight of his full attention settled on her like a hand pressed against her spine. "You are running on something that is not going to last." The words landed without accusation, without judgment, just observation, clean and sharp as a blade. "Everyone in this room is running on something," she said. "Yes, but most of them are not hiding what it costs them." She felt the suppressant pulse against her wrist, felt the bond tremor beneath the chemical weight, felt his eyes on her face, reading the lines she could not smooth away. "I can do the job," she said. "I know you can." "Then why are you asking?" He held her gaze for a beat longer. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a sealed envelope. Because the request for original authorization logs did not go through Merrik's office. He set the envelope on the table between them. "I submitted a separate request through the Annex security desk, direct to Archive, no liaison oversight." She stared at the envelope. "You bypassed treaty oversight." "I bypassed the man who was too prepared." The room felt smaller now. The cold air from the window could not reach the space between them. "If that comes back with a name that matches Osvan Merrik's records," Goran said quietly, "then we have our leak. And if it does not, then we have a different problem." He did not say what that problem might be. He did not have to. She reached for the envelope. Her fingers brushed the edge of the paper, and the bond flared again, heat climbing her arm like a current she could not ground. Goran's hand moved. He did not touch her, but his fingers landed on the envelope an inch from hers, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating off his skin. "If you are not fit," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "tell me now, before the next witness dies, before I have to watch you fall apart in front of the people who need you whole." She met his eyes. The suppressant hummed, the wolf stirred, the map between them marked 2 red pins, 2 dead men, 2 empty spaces that would stay empty unless someone told the truth. "I am not going to fall apart," she said, but the words tasted like ash in her mouth, because she could already feel the cracks spreading beneath the black resin bracelet, and the man standing across from her was the reason they were widening. Chapter 8. The envelope sat on the table between them, unopened. Zivka pulled her hand back. The paper edge still tingled against her fingertips, the bond thrumming through the contact point like a plucked string. "When does the archive response come in?" she asked. "Tomorrow morning, earliest. And until then?" Goran picked up the envelope, slid it into his coat pocket. "Until then, we work the paper trail we already have." He crossed to the door, held it open. The gesture was neutral, professional, the same clipped courtesy he had shown her since the dock. She walked past him into the corridor. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The building was quiet now, most of the day staff gone, only the night rotation moving through the lower floors. Her footsteps echoed against the tile. Goran's followed, measured and even, staying 3 paces behind. She did not look back. The archive room was colder than the corridor. Zivka spread the manifests across the table, aligning them by date stamp. The mismatched signatures jumped out now that she knew where to look. Wrong pressure on the pen strokes, ink density that did not match the surrounding entries. Tiny inconsistencies that would have passed a quick scan but crumbled under forensic attention. She needed the originals to confirm the smudge pattern. She needed Osvan Merrik's office to release them. The thought sat in her chest like a stone. Working late. She turned. Osvan stood in the doorway. dark coat open over a collarless shirt, a paper bag in one hand. His pale gray eyes moved across the table, taking in the spread of documents, then settled on her face. "I heard the request came through," he said. "Authorization logs from the annex." "It did. I pulled them an hour ago." She went still. He stepped into the room, set the bag on the edge of the table. The smell of hot bread and roasted meat curled through the cold air. "The chain you are looking for," he said, unpinning the top of the bag. "It is not in the main ledger. It is in the overflow signatures. The batch approvals that senior coordinators sign without reading because there are too many to check individually." He reached into his coat and pulled out a thin folder. "I found a run of 3 transport authorizations stamped with the same coordinator code, all within the same 48-hour window, all approving transfers to locations that did not exist on the official routing map." He placed the folder beside the bag. Her throat tightened. "You found this tonight?" "I found it the morning after Naman's body came in, but I needed to confirm the pattern before I brought it forward." She stared at the folder, then at his face. His expression was open, tired, genuine. "Why did not you bring it to the briefing?" "Because I did not know who in the room I could trust." The words landed cleanly. No accusation, no drama. Just a man who had done his job and waited until the moment was right. She opened the folder. 3 transport authorizations. Same coordinator code, same forged signature weight, same deliberate smudge on each authorization line. "The coordinator is a woman named Lyra Tasik," Osvan said. "She has been with treaty oversight for 12 years. Clean record. No disciplinary history." "She is the leak?" "She is the name on the stamp. Whether she is the one using it is a different question." He pulled out the chair across from her and sat without asking permission. The gesture felt natural, companionable. "Eat," he said, nodding at the bag. "You have not stopped since the dock yesterday, and the body burns fuel whether you want it to or not." She hesitated. Then she reached for the bag. The bread was still warm. The meat was spiced with something she could not identify, rich and savory, and the first bite hit her stomach like a shock. She had not realized how hungry she was. Osvan did not watch her eat. He pulled the manifests toward himself and began sorting them, aligning edges, checking date stamps against the folder contents. His hands moved efficiently, without flourish. "You do not have to do this," she said. "I know. You are a liaison. Your job is access, not evidence review. My job is whatever keeps the tribunal from collapsing. If that means sorting paper at midnight, I sort paper at midnight." He said it without self-pity, without expectation. Just a fact, stated flatly, and then he went back to the documents. She ate. The archive room felt smaller now, but not in the way the conference room had felt smaller with Goran. This was warmth. Not static, not danger. Just a man working beside her, asking nothing. An hour passed, maybe 2. She lost track of time in the rhythm of cross-referencing. Osvan's folder gave her a thread and she followed it through the manifests, tracing the forged authorizations back to a single source. The same coordinator code, the same smudge pattern, the same window of time bracketed around each witness' death. "They are not random," she said, straightening. "Whoever is forging these is using batch approvals because a single authorization would draw attention. They slip one fake order into a stack of legitimate ones, and the coordinator stamps them all without reading. Which means the coordinator is either compromised or negligent," Osvan said. "Or dead." He looked up. "Lyra Tasik is alive, I checked." "Then she is the entry point. Someone is using her stamp without her knowledge, or she is part of the chain and hiding it well." Osvan nodded slowly. "We need her testimony. If she confirms the batch was stamped without review, the leak shifts to whoever prepared the stack. And whoever prepared the stack has access to sealed schedules. Which brings us back to the same short list." He reached for his coffee cup, found it empty, set it down with a faint grimace. "I will request a formal interview with Tasik tomorrow. Off the record. No paper trail until we know what she knows." She watched him. The offer was clean, practical. He was not trying to impress her. He was solving the next problem, because that was what the case needed. The suppressant pulsed against her wrist. Quiet. Stable. She had nearly forgotten the feeling. "Thank you," she said. He tilted his head. "For what?" "For the food, for the folder, for not making it a performance." A faint smile crossed his mouth, brief, almost surprised. "I do not perform, Solt. I work." He stood, gathered the empty cups, and carried them to the door. "I will walk you to your car. It is late, and the river district gets strange after midnight." She should refuse. She should stay, keep working, follow the thread until it led somewhere concrete. But the warmth of the bread was still in her stomach, and the folder sat open on the table, and the man at the door was not waiting for her to decide. He was just standing there, holding the door, patient. She gathered the manifests. The parking lot was empty except for her sedan and Osvan's black coupe. The river fog had rolled in again, thick and cold, muffling the streetlights into pale halos. Her breath misted as she unlocked the driver's door. Osvan stopped a few paces away, hands in his pockets, coat collar turned up against the damp. "The route change," he said, "for the remaining witnesses. Besa filed handwritten manifests, correct?" "Yes. Make sure the drivers know the secondary lane, the one behind the old packing warehouses. It is faster and harder to monitor." She turned, cold settled in her chest. "I did not tell you about that lane." Osvan's expression did not change. His pale gray eyes held hers, steady and warm. "No," he said. "You did not." The fog curled between them. The suppressant pulsed once, hard, then went quiet. "I will see you in the morning, Solt." He walked to his coupe, opened the door, and slid inside. The engine turned over, low and smooth, and he pulled out of the lot without looking back. She stood beside her sedan, the manifests pressed against her chest, and watched his taillights disappear into the fog. The lane behind the packing warehouses. She had not mentioned it to anyone. Not Maris, not Besa, not even Terran. So how did he know? Chapter 9. The archive room clock reads 6:47 when she walked in. She had not slept. The fog had followed her home, curling through the windows. She checked twice before locking, and the question had pinned her to the kitchen table until dawn. The lane behind the packing warehouses. She had not told anyone. Not Maris, not Besa, not Terran. So how did he know? The question had no clean answer, only angles, surveillance, leaked files, a tracking device on her car. Osvan Merrik had access to treaty systems, witness schedules, transport logs, and now a route she had never written down, never spoken aloud, had only driven twice in the middle of the night when she needed to think without being followed. She dropped her bag beside the evidence table and pulled the manifests from the folder. Work. Work was the only thing that made the question bearable. The building woke slowly. Terran arrived first, coffee in hand, and gave her a look that said you never left without needing words. Maris came in at 7:30, her coat still damp from the river fog, and asked about the handwritten manifests without looking at Zivka's face, the gap between them. Zivka pushed the thought aside and answered. Goran came in at 8:12. She heard him before she saw him. The weight of his footsteps in the corridor, the way the air pressure shifted when he passed the door. Her wrist pulsed. The black resin bracelet warmed against her skin, a warning she could not silence. She kept her eyes on the manifest. He did not stop. At 9:30, she carried a stack of cross-referenced documents to the evidence room. The room was small, concrete walls, a single table bolted to the floor. Shelves of sealed bags and tagged exhibits arranged by case number. The light was fluorescent and harsh, and the air smelled of paper, metal, and the chemical tang of preservation fluid. She locked the door behind her. A habit, nothing more. She worked through the stack methodically. The forged authorizations bracketed each witness' death. The same coordinator code, the same smudge pattern, the same window of time. She traced the thread backward, looking for the origin point, the moment when a legitimate batch of approvals had been corrupted by a single false order. The pattern was clean, too clean. Whoever designed it knew the system well enough to hide inside its rhythms, knew the batch schedules, knew which coordinators stamped without review, knew exactly where to insert the lie so it looked like routine. She set down her pen. Osvan Merrik knew the lane. Osvan Merrik also knew the system, knew the schedules, knew the coordinators. But he had brought her bread. He had brought her evidence. He had stood in the parking lot with his hands in his pockets and his pale gray eyes steady and warm, and he had named a route she had never told anyone. The warmth had been real, hadn't it? The door clicked open behind her. She turned. Goran stood in the doorway, a file folder in his hand, his dark coat still holding the cold from outside. His gray eyes met hers, and the suppressant pulsed. Hard. Curated said you were in here since before shift started. I could not sleep. Neither could I. He stepped inside. The door swung shut behind him but did not latch completely. A sliver of hallway light cut across the concrete floor. He held out the folder. The archive response came through 20 minutes ago. She took it. Her fingers brushed his. The suppressant tore open. It happened without warning. 1 second she was steady, focused, the thread of the case winding through her mind. The next, the seam ripped wide, and scent flooded her senses like a wave of hot water. His scent. Smoke and stone, cold air and something deeper, something her wolf recognized before her mind could name it. The bond pulled taut between them, a line of heat in her chest, and her hands began to shake. No. She dropped the folder. Her nails hit the table and she saw them lengthen, curved, darkening at the tips. The wolf surged. Every instinct she had buried for 14 years rose at once. The need to run, the need to fight, the need to press her face into the curve of his throat and breathe him in until she could not tell where he ended, and she began. Her vision split. She saw the evidence room in layers, the fluorescent light as a haze, the shelves as shadows, the man in front of her as heat and pulse and the shape of safety she had never let herself want. Her nails scraped the table. Blood, the chemical tang of preservatives, the dust in the vents, the wool of his coat, the salt of his skin. Too much. She could not hold it closed. Zivka, his voice. Low, steady, not sharp. She tried to answer, could not. Look at me. She raised her eyes. He was standing still. His hands were at his sides, open palms, no threat, no movement. His gray eyes held hers, and there was no shock in them, no fear, only recognition. The door, she managed, her voice scraped. Lock. He moved. 1 step backward. His hand found the door, pushed it shut, turned the bolt. The click echoed in the small room. He did not step closer. I am not going to touch you, he said. Not until you tell me I can. She pressed her palms flat against the table. The nails had grown. She could see the curve of them, darker and sharper, against the white paper. I need you to breathe with me. His voice was still low, still steady. He was not commanding. He was asking, Can you do that? She nodded. The motion felt wrong, too fast, too human. In, hold, out. She followed the rhythm. His voice guided her through it. The scent did not fade. The bond did not loosen, but the panic eased enough for her to think past the surge. Her nails began to recede. Not fast, not completely, but the edge stopped advancing. She kept her palms on the table and her eyes on his face. He had not moved, had not stepped closer, had not reached for her. He was waiting. He knows. The thought landed like a blade. He knows what I am. Time passed. She could not say how much. Her breathing steadied. The wolf settled back beneath her skin, sullen and watchful, coiling around the bond like a cat in warm light. Her nails were human again, but her hands still shook. She looked at the folder on the floor. The archive response, she said. Her voice was raw. Does it name the leak? Goran did not look at the folder. It names a terminal, he said, not a person. The terminal in the treaty annex. Yes. Then we are still blind. No. She looked up. He was watching her with an expression she could not name. Not cold, not calculating. Something raw. Something that looked like the same thread pulling through her own chest. Whoever logged that query knew the key cylinder schedule, he said. Knew which hours the annex was empty. Knew which terminal would not be flagged for after-hours use. You already tracked the access logs? Last night. while you were working with Merrik." The name landed between them like a stone. "Did he tell you what he found?" She hesitated, the memory of the parking lot pressed against the back of her throat. "He found forged authorizations tied to Lyra Tasic. Same coordinator code, same smudge pattern, bracketed around each death. And the lane behind the packing warehouses." Her blood went cold. "He told you about the lane." "He did not have to tell me," Goran said. "I knew about it because it was in Besa's handwritten manifest, field before the transfer. The only people who saw it were Besa, Maris, Terran, and myself." "Then how—" "He has access to Besa's files. He is a liaison. Nothing is sealed from the oversight office." She stared at him. The answer was simple, clean, practical. He is a liaison. Nothing is sealed from the oversight office. It was plausible. It was exactly the kind of bureaucratic overlap that made sense, but the cold in her chest did not go away. Goran bent and picked up the fallen folder. He placed it on the table between them. His hand hovered over the cover for a moment, then retreated. "You should read it before the briefing." "Goran." He stopped. "What just happened?" "I know what I saw." The words were flat, deliberate. They did not accuse, they did not demand. He looked at her. "You are not the first person to hide something in this building. You will not be the last." Her throat tightened. "A suppressant. I assumed it was something like that." A suppressant. He knew about suppressants. How did he know about suppressants? The question was still forming when he stepped forward. Close. Not close enough to touch, close enough that the bond pulled taut between them, a wire vibrating in the air. "I am not going to expose you," he said, "but I need to know if you can finish this case." She held his gaze. "Yes." "Without falling apart." The word was a blade. She took it. "Yes." He studied her for a long moment. Then he stepped back. "Then we work." He turned, unbolted the door, and held it open. The hallway light spilled in, cold and fluorescent. She picked up the folder. In the corridor, she stopped. He was already walking away, broad-shouldered and dark, his footsteps steady on the tile. "Goran." He paused. "The lane, the one Besa filed in the handwritten manifest." "Yes." "How did Merrik access Besa's files without leaving a record?" He turned. For a moment, something flickered in his gray eyes. Not surprise, not suspicion. Fear. "He should not be able to," he said, "unless he has a shadow credential embedded in the treaty system. A second identity." "Yes." The word hung between them in the fluorescent light. A second identity. She looked down at the folder in her hands, the archive response, the terminal in the treaty annex, the forged authorizations, the lane she had never mentioned. "He has a shadow credential. He is a liaison. He brought me bread. He knows too much. He is the shaped thread." Chapter 10. The conference room smelled of stale coffee and the ozone tang of old documents. Zivka sat at the table with the archive folder closed in front of her. She had read it twice in the corridor. The terminal was confirmed. The access window was 3 hours before Nauman's file query. No signature matched any active oversight staff. Goran stood at the window, his back to the room. Maris had not arrived yet. Terran was pinning new images to the board. Besa leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, watching the silence like it might bite. No one spoke. Zivka's hand moved beneath the table. She pressed her thumb into the opposite palm until the pressure sharpened into something she could hold. The black resin bracelet sat cool and inert against her wrist. Stable. For now. The door opened. Maris walked in with a tablet and a look that made Terran stop mid-motion. "We have a problem." She set the tablet on the table and turned it toward them. The screen showed a news feed. Tribunal Coverage Channel. The banner read, "Third witness feared dead in custody dispute." "That went live 7 minutes ago," Maris said. "Someone leaked the Corvin Lane crime scene images." Besa straightened. "Who? Unknown, but the coverage is already framing it as a failing of municipal enforcement. The implication is that PAC witnesses cannot be protected inside human-run systems." Goran turned from the window. His face was unreadable, but his voice was quiet and precise. "Who authorized the release?" "No one," Maris said. "The images were not part of the official record. They were taken at the scene before our team arrived. The room went still. Zivka's mind moved through the timeline. Corvin Lane, boarding house, Litek Miron's body. She's been there within 40 minutes of the Merka call. Terran had sealed the perimeter. Besa had locked down the corridor. Someone had been faster. "The leak is inside the dispatch chain," she said. Someone knew Miron was dead before the murder call went out. Goran met her eyes. The understanding passed between them without words. Merrik, the shadow credential, the lane. "We find Ivan Saka before the coverage turns him into a narrative," Goran said. "That is the priority. If he testifies, the tribunal has a living witness. If he dies on the street, the narrative writes itself." "The coverage already names him as a person of interest," Mara said, citing sources close to the investigation. Terran made a sound low in his throat. "Sources. They mean whoever fed them the images." "The same person," Zivka said. She pulled the archive folder toward her and opened it. The terminal logs were printed on oversight letterhead, gray, bureaucratic, damning in their emptiness. No name, no face, just a machine. "If Merrik has a shadow credential, it will not appear on these logs," she said. "He would have a second access profile routed through a different authorization chain." Goran moved to the table. "Terran, how fast can you cross-reference the Annex terminal history against all active oversight personnel?" "If I have physical access to the archive servers, 4 hours. You have 6. Bessie will drive you to the Annex. Use my authorization code, not Maris's, and not Osvan Merrik's." Terran nodded once and left. The door clicked shut. Besa pushed off the wall. "I am going to seal every incoming lane into the old district. If Ivan is hiding with someone he trusts, he will move at nightfall." "Do not block the routes," Goran said. "Watch them. If he sees a blockade, he runs deeper. If he sees open road, he might surface." "Acknowledged." Besa left. The room shrank to 3. Maris stood at the table, her hands braced on the edge, her shoulders tight. "Zivka." She looked up. "I need you to tell me something." The words hung between them, the gap, wider than it should have been. "I am not going to ask what is happening with you," Maris said. "I have watched you burn through this investigation without sleep, without food, without acknowledging that you are running on something that cannot last." Zivka said nothing. Maris's jaw tightened. "But if the next witness falls, the tribunal loses its spine. The council will not convene for a 4th death. They will fold the case into closed session and bury the evidence. Everything we have done, every body, every forged manifest, every terrified clerk who ran, it will vanish into a sealed record that no one ever opens." "I know." "Then tell me you can hold this together." Zivka looked at her. "I have been using an illegal suppressant for 14 years. It is failing because my fated mate is standing 3 feet away. The liaison we trusted is probably the architect of the killings, and I just shifted in front of our director." She held Maris's gaze. "I can hold it together." Maris searched her face. Then she nodded once and walked out. The door swung closed. Zivka sat alone with the archive folder and the silence. She did not look up when she heard the footsteps stop beside her. "Maris is right," Goran said. "I know." "Then tell me something I do not know." She lifted her head. He was standing close enough that the bond pulled at the base of her skull. A low, constant pressure, the wolf stirring beneath the resin. "The suppressant will not hold." The admission came out flat, clinical, as if she were describing evidence. "I do not know how much time I have." "Hours, days. It could fail in the middle of a witness transfer. It could fail while I am standing in front of the tribunal." "And if it fails?" She met his eyes. "Then you will have to decide whether to protect the case or protect me." The words landed. He did not look away. "Those are not separate things," he said. The bond pulled tighter. Then the lights went out. The room went black. Zivka was on her feet before the flicker finished, her hand on the knife clipped to her belt. The emergency lights did not come on. "Goran, here." Footsteps, not running, controlled. "What floor is the backup generator?" "Basement. Besa is securing the perimeter. Terran is at the Annex." That is not a coincidence. The darkness pressed against her skin. Her wolf stirred, restless, scenting the air through cracked seams. She heard the door open. A figure stood in the hallway, backlit by weak emergency strips that should have been on. The figure raised something. The glint was familiar. Curved. Silver. The blade. Goran moved. She moved with him. The hallway lights died, and the dark swallowed everything. Chapter 11. The night market swallowed them the moment they stepped past the arch. Lanterns strung on rusted wire cast pools of amber light across canvas stalls. The smell of grilled meat, river salt, and something chemical Zivka could not name layered over everything. Crowds moved in currents, bodies pressing together, voices rising and falling in a dozen languages. Besa walked beside her with the ease of someone who had crossed this ground 100 times. Her hand rested on her belt, not reaching for the weapon there, but ready. "The exchange points shift every 3 days, Besa said, low enough that the noise swallowed her words. "The vendors know the runners. They do not talk to outsiders." "I am not an outsider," Besa glanced at her. "You are human on paper. That makes you an outsider here." The words landed without malice, just fact. Zivka let them sit. They moved deeper into the market, past a stall selling cured leather, past a woman braiding silver wire into charm chains. The scents layered: wood smoke, damp wool, the animal musk of shifters who did not bother to mask what they were. Her wolf stirred beneath the resin bracelet. Not a surge, just awareness. This is where I should have belonged. She killed the thought before it could root. "There." Besa's voice pulled her back. A man stood at a food stall near the fountain. Young, thin. His coat was too heavy for the weather, and his hands stayed in his pockets, waiting. "Runner," Besa said. "He is not eating, he is holding position." They circled wide, keeping the fountain between themselves and the stall. Zivka watched the runner's eyes track the crowd. He was looking for someone. A woman approached from the opposite side, dark headscarf, carrying a basket covered in cloth. She stopped at the stall, ordered something, and placed her basket on the counter while she paid. The runner moved. He passed close enough to brush her elbow. His hand dipped into the basket, withdrew something flat and folded, and disappeared into his coat. "Clean," Besa murmured. "He is good. Follow the woman." They split. Besa tracked the runner. Zivka moved after the woman, keeping 3 bodies between them, using the crowd as cover. The woman walked with purpose. She did not look back. She turned left at a lantern post, then right into a narrow gap between stalls where the light thinned. Zivka followed. The alley opened into a small courtyard filled with stacked crates and the smell of spoiled fish. The woman was gone. But something lay on an overturned crate, a folded piece of paper, weighted with a river stone. Zivka picked it up. The paper was thin, cheap, the kind used for packing slips. She unfolded it, a single line of text, written in a tight hand. "The ledger has moved. 3rd safe house, east wall. Destroy before moonrise." No signature, no date. She read it twice. 3rd safe house. That was not a reference the public would understand. There were only 2 official safe houses in the witness protection rotation. A 3rd meant someone had established an unofficial location. East wall, a hiding place. Destroy before moonrise. Someone was coming. She folded the paper and tucked it into her inner pocket. Footsteps. She turned. Besa appeared at the mouth of the alley, breathing steady. "The runner made a drop," she said. "To a vendor 3 stalls down. I have the vendor's face, but I could not grab him without causing a seam." "It does not matter. I have the message." She pulled the paper out and handed it to Besa. Besa read it. Her jaw tightened. "This cannot exist." "It does. A 3rd safe house. That means someone inside the protection chain is running their own operation. Or someone inside the chain built a kill box and called it a safe house." The words hung in the cold air. Besa handed the paper back. "We need to verify the location before moonrise. If the ledger is there, it names every witness who has passed through the system. Then we move now." They turned toward the alley entrance and stopped. Osvan Merrik stood at the mouth of the courtyard, his coat collar turned up against the cold, his pale gray eyes fixed on them. "Zivka." His voice was calm, too calm. "Besa." Besa did not move. Her hand stayed near her belt. "Merrik." He smiled. "Thin, Unreadable. I thought you might be here. The market draws everyone eventually. Zivka's wolf stirred. He is too prepared. Again. We are following a lead, she said. I assumed. He stepped into the courtyard, hands open at his sides. The messenger you were tracking. Young man, heavy coat. He works for a broker who supplies the warehouses near the old canal. He runs notes between vendors, nothing political. Then why are you here? Because I heard the same rumor you did. A third safe house. Unofficial. Off the books. He stopped a few feet away. I came to warn you away from it. Besa's voice was flat. Warn us? It is a trap. The ledger does not exist to hide witnesses. It exists to lure investigators into a location where the killers are waiting. The words landed. Zivka held his gaze. Almost too convenient. How do you know that? He met her eyes. Because I am the one who planted the rumor. Chapter 12. The cold in the courtyard thickened. Besa's hand stayed near her belt. You planted the rumor. You admit that. To draw the traitor into the open. Osvan did not flinch. The ledger exists. The safe house exists. But the note was meant to reach someone inside the leak chain, not the investigating team. If I had told you through official channels, the information would have passed through too many hands. Zivka's wolf circled beneath her ribs. He is always one step ahead, always positioned. You used us as bait. No, I used the rumor as a filter. If the killers converge on the east wall safe house before moonrise, we confirm the leak is still active inside the protection rotation. If they do not, we know they have already pulled back. Besa shook her head. That is not your call to make. I made it because no one else inside treaty oversight is willing to. His voice did both. Every clerk, every coordinator, every stamped authorization crosses a desk belonging to someone who might be feeding the killers. The only people I trust in this building are standing in this courtyard. The words landed on Zivka's skin like something measured. He knows how to sound like he is choosing you. We will discuss this with Goran, she said. And with Maris. You do not run separate operations on our case. Agreed. Too easy. He agreed too easily. She turned toward the alley entrance. Zivka? She stopped. Osvan had not moved. His hands were still open at his sides. Let me walk you to your car. The market paths shift after midnight. You will lose time navigating them alone. Besa's jaw tightened. She is not alone. I know. He held Zivka's gaze. But I would like to speak with you, away from the case, just for a few minutes. The request was simple, reasonable. He had not touched her, had not stepped closer, had not used any of the leverage a fated bond would have given a different man. That was what made it dangerous. She looked at Besa. I will meet you at the north gate. Besa hesitated. Her eyes moved between them, reading something Zivka could not name. 15 minutes? Then she was gone, her boots fading into the market noise. The courtyard felt smaller. Osvan gestured toward the alley. After you. They walked in silence through the narrow gap between stalls. The market sound swelled around them, vendors calling prices, oil hissing in cooking pans, the rumble of cartwheels on wet stone. Oskan kept pace beside her, not crowding, not lagging. At the fountain he spoke. You are wondering why I did not tell you about the rumor before Besa saw the note. I am wondering a lot of things. Fair. He adjusted his collar. The answer is timing. If I had warned you before the market, you would have second-guessed every movement. The runner needed to complete the handoff. The woman needed to place the note. If either of them sensed surveillance, the chain would have collapsed. And if the killers had been waiting at the safe house instead of the note, then you would have walked into a kill box with no preparation. The honesty landed like a blade. She stopped walking. Say that again. He turned to face her. The market light caught the thin scar under his jaw. You would have walked into a kill box with no preparation. He held her gaze. That is why I planted the rumor from a direction I could track. The note did not name a specific team, it named a target. The killers would have to move toward the safe house blind. We would have seen them before they saw us. We? Yes. He stepped closer, not into her space, but near enough that she caught the clean scent of soap and paper. I am not your enemy, Zivka. I know it looks that way tonight, but I have been tracking this leak longer than the unit has. I made choices you would not have approved of because I could not afford to ask permission. She read his face. Calm, open, no tell. Then tell me now, everything you have not put in a report. He exhaled. The forged transport orders did not start with Nemen's death. They started 3 months ago, during a routine witness transfer for a trade testimony case. The transfer was almost hijacked. I caught it because I was watching the authorization logs for anomalies. You did not report it. To whom? The same office that cleared the forged orders? He shook his head. I traced the stamp code to Lyra Tossic's terminal, but the access patterns did not match her working hours. Someone is using her credentials after she leaves. That means they have physical access to her desk, her key cylinder, or both. Then she is either negligent or compromised, or she is being framed by someone who knows exactly how to make her look guilty. The argument coiled through her chest. He is not wrong, but he is not telling the whole truth either. What about the lane behind the packing warehouses? Something flickered in his eyes, almost admiration. I told you, I have been watching this case longer than the unit. Coincidence? No. He held her gaze. Thoroughness. When I was assigned as liaison, I pulled every route that touched the witness protection grid. The lane is not on official maps, but it appears in 3 old shipping records from before the treaty expansion. I noted it because it is defensible. Good cover, hard to trap. He had an answer for everything. That was what made her stomach tighten. They reached the parking lot. Her car sat alone under a flickering lantern, the engine still warm. She turned to face him. Was there anything else you wanted to say? Or was the walk purely strategic? A pause. Then Osvan smiled. Not the thin, controlled smile he used in briefings. Something softer, almost uncertain. I wanted to ask if you would have coffee with me. She blinked. Not tonight, he added. Not while the case is active and every hour costs us ground. But when this is over, if it ever is, I would like to know you outside these walls. The offer landed the way he had designed it. Clean, simple, no weight of fate behind it, no bond clawing at her ribs. Just a man asking a woman if she wanted to spend time together. It felt human. It felt chosen. And that was exactly why she could not trust it. But she heard herself speak anyway. After the Tribune. His smile deepened. I will hold you to that. He stepped back, giving her room to open the car door. She took it. The drive back to headquarters passed in a blur of wet streets and dimmed lights. The city was settling into its late-night rhythm, warehouses shuttered, bridges empty, the river a black current sliding beneath the fog. She pulled into the unit lot and killed the engine. The building was dark except for the 3rd floor. Goran's office. She looked up through the windshield. He was standing at the window. His silhouette was still against the glass, arms at his sides, watching the lot, watching her car. She could not tell how long he had been there. He had seen her arrive. He had seen Osvan walk her to the door, and he was not looking away. Chapter 13. She killed the engine and sat in the dark car, watching him watch her. The 3rd floor window framed him like a held breath. He did not move, did not step back. Just stood there, arms still at his sides, the dim emergency light from the hallway catching the hard lines of his face. She could have waited him out, let him wonder, but the night had already stripped too many walls away. She grabbed her bag and walked inside. The building hummed with the hollow quiet of a structure running on backup loops. The corridors smelled of metal and stale air, the emergency strips casting everything in thin amber. His door was open. She stopped in the frame. He stood where she had seen him, turned now toward the hallway, his face unreadable. The envelope from the archive sat on his desk, unopened since the morning. The market was productive, she said. Was it? Merrik planted the safehouse rumor, claims he was trying to flush the leak. Goran's jaw tightened, a fraction. He told you this. He admitted it in the courtyard, and you believed him. She stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind her. I believed that he believes it. Whether it is true is another question. Goran held her gaze for a long moment. Then he moved to the desk and sat, not in the command chair but on the corner, arms crossed. The posture was deliberate, not director, not alpha, just a man waiting for the rest of the story. She gave it to him. The runner, the handoff, the woman in the scarf. The note about the ledger and the third safe house and the moonrise deadline, Merrick's appearance at the courtyard entrance, his admission, his explanation. Goran listened without interrupting. When she finished, he did not speak for several breaths. He asked you for coffee. The words landed flat, but the weight behind them was not. He asked. She agreed. I said after the tribunal. And if the tribunal never happens? She felt the question like a hand on her collar. Then the answer is never. Goran stood. The motion was fluid, controlled, but she caught the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers brushed his thigh before stilling. The forged orders started 3 months ago, she continued. Merrik says someone is using Lyra Tassik's credentials after hours, physical access to her desk and her key cylinder. And you trust that information? I trust that it is verifiable. She met his eyes. I will verify it before I decide. A beat. Then Goran walked to the window and looked down at the empty lot. He knew the lane behind the packing warehouses. He had a file on it, old shipping records. He had an answer for everything. She said nothing. Goran turned. His eyes were dark in the dim light, stone and storm, and something in them had shifted. Not softer, sharper. Even Sarka surfaced, every muscle in her body locked. Where? Besa picked him up 40 minutes ago on Riverend Lane. He was trying to flag down a cargo barge. She brought him to the secondary detention room at the annex. No records, no booking. He asked for you. Zivka was already moving. Who else knows? No one. Terran is at the annex terminal. Maris is drafting the tribunal brief. The building saw Besa come and go, but she used the maintenance entrance. She hit the stairwell at a run, Goran close behind, their footsteps hammering the metal risers in rhythm. The annex was a 5-minute drive through empty streets. The secondary detention room sat at the back of the ground floor, a converted storage space with a reinforced door and no windows. Besa stood outside, arms crossed, her wolf close to the surface. He is shaking, she said as Zivka approached. Has not stopped since we brought him in. Keeps asking if the windows are locked. Zivka nodded. Anyone follow you? I double-backed 3 times. Clean. Good. Stay outside. No one comes in until I say. Besa stepped aside. The door opened on a room of pale concrete and a single metal table bolted to the floor. Even Sarka sat in the chair at the far end, his thin frame folded forward, hands flat on the table as if bracing against a fall. He looked younger than she remembered. The terror had stripped years off him. She sat across from him. Goran stayed by the door. Even. His head snapped up. His eyes were red-rimmed, his skin the color of old paper. You came. You asked for me. I did not know if you would. His voice cracked. I did not know if anyone would. She leaned forward, keeping her hands visible on the table. I am here. Tell me why you ran. He swallowed. The sound was dry, painful. Because I knew what was coming. I saw the pattern. The first witness died, then the second, and every time the information came from inside. Not the killer. The path. Someone was clearing the route. Who? I do not have a name. His fingers twitched against the metal. But I have the method. The sealed schedules are not being copied, they are being altered at the approval stage. Someone with layered authorization is adding phantom transfers, fake safehouse assignments, and routing the real witnesses into dead ground. Layered authorization, Goran said from the door. That requires multiple access tiers. Ivana nodded. Or a single credential with override privileges. The oversight system has 3. The treaty architect, the deputy director, and the senior coordinator for witness protection. Lyra Tassik. She has the credential, but she does not use it after hours. The logs show activity from her terminal at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. She leaves at 6, always. Zivka's pulse pressed against her throat. Can you prove it? Ivan's hand moved to his coat pocket, slow, careful. I copied the override timestamps, 14 nights. They are on a ledger chip. He placed it on the table. The chip was small, no larger than her thumbnail, wrapped in wax paper. The chip is encrypted, he said, but I wrote the key sequence in my notebook, the one I carry everywhere. Where is the notebook now? He looked at her. and something in his face changed. I left it with someone I trusted. The silence stretched. Who? He opened his mouth. The window exploded. Glass sprayed across the room in a white cascade. The crossbow bolt punched through the wall opposite, embedding deep in the concrete with a sound like a hammer striking meat. Zivka was already moving, shoving Ivan out of his chair, throwing them both to the floor as a second bolt ripped through the space where his head had been. Goran was at the window before the glass stopped falling, weapon drawn, scanning the dark. No third shot came, only the wind, cold and sharp, carrying the smell of the river and something else. A trace of scent. Familiar. Wrong. Zivka pulled Ivan behind the table, her hand pressed to the back of his head, her heart hammering against her ribs. Stay down. He was shaking beneath her palm. The chip lay on the floor, still wrapped in wax paper, glittering in the shattered glass. And the window was a black mouth open to the night. Chapter 14. The room held its breath. Glass still settled in the corners, catching what little light bled through the broken frame. The cold air poured in, carrying the river and that other scent, the one Zivka's wolf had already flagged before her human mind caught up. She stayed low, one hand pressed to Ivan's shoulder, the other bracing against the table leg. Besa? She did not raise her voice. Report. The door swung open. Besa's silhouette filled the frame, her sidearm already drawn. 3 blocks east. Roof lines. He is gone. One shooter? Confirmed. Single position. One window. Maybe 2 minutes of good sight before the angle went dead. Besa's eyes swept the room. He knew you had the chip. Zivka turned to Ivan. Who knew you were here? No one. His voice was sandpaper. I did not tell anyone. I came straight from the river. Then he followed you. Or he followed Besa. He did not follow me. Besa's jaw tightened. I would have felt it. Goran holstered his weapon and crossed to the window. He did not touch the frame. His eyes tracked along the broken glass, the angle of the bolt's entry, the spray pattern on the wall opposite. Zivka. She rose, crossing to stand beside him. Look at the bolt head, he said. Not the shaft, the tip. She leaned closer. The second bolt had lodged deep in the concrete, but the first had glanced off the window frame before embedding in the wall. The tip carried a dark residue, not rust, something organic. Moss, she said quietly. River growth, silt base. That bolt was stored in a damp environment for at least a week. You can read that from the residue. I grew up on pack inspection crews on the waterfront. You learn which moss grows where. He straightened, and for a moment his gray eyes caught the light. That bolt came from a warehouse district. 3 sectors east of here, where the old cargo piers meet the contracted river smuggler routes. She did not ask how he knew that. She did not need to. The silence between them was not empty. Goran turned back to the room. Besa, get Ivanan into the secure transport. No windows, no stops, direct to the district holding unit. I want 2 patrol cars bracketing you the entire route. And you? I am staying here with Zivka. We are going to find that warehouse. Besa's gaze moved between them, reading something Zivka could not name. Then she nodded and crossed to Ivan, pulling him upright with a firm hand under his arm. Come on, Clerk. You have a safe bed waiting. Ivan looked back at Zivka as Besa guided him past. His eyes held something that was not quite trust. Relief, maybe, or the dazed recognition of someone who had expected to die and had not. The door closed behind them. The room shrank. Thimaka turned back to the bolt, letting her fingers hover near the residue without touching it. You knew that Moss signature instantly. You knew the district, the routes. Because I spent 18 months working those piers before I took this posting. He had not moved from the window. The cold air stirred the collar of his coat. The river smuggler contracts run through 3 family operations. One of them has a foreman who owes me a debt. You are planning to call it in? If the bolt came from their district, they know whose stock it was. Or they know who paid for it. She looked at him then, letting herself hold his gaze longer than she should have. The window behind him was a black frame, and the wind moved around him like a second shape. You are not just a director. I never said I was. That is the problem. She stepped closer. You keep telling me enough to trust you, but not enough to understand you. I will tell you everything." His voice dropped. "When the case allows, when we are not standing in a room where someone just tried to kill a witness through a window. And if I need to know now." He held her stare, then asked me in the car, "We have a long night ahead." The words landed in her chest with a weight that had nothing to do with the case. She pulled the wax paper-wrapped chip from her pocket, still intact. The glass had not touched it. "Joint operation," she said. "I lead the evidence chain, you lead the approach. Conditional. Name it." He stepped forward, and the space between them became something that demanded to be crossed. "After tonight, you stop asking me questions and start asking yourself why you keep pushing everyone who sees you." His voice was quiet, but it cut, "including yourself." She felt the words hit bone. "You do not know me," she said. "I know the woman who covered a dying man with her own body while crossbow bolts flew past her head." He held her gaze. "I know the investigator who lied to Maris because she did not want to be a burden. I know the shifter who trusted me with a secret that could destroy her career, her freedom, and Yula Drivich's life." She could not breathe past the name. "You remember her name?" she said. "I remember everything you tell me." His voice was rough now, the professional surface cracking. "I remember the tremor in your voice when you said it. I remember the shape of your throat when you swallowed after. I remember every single thing you have ever trusted me with." The air between them went thick. She stood at the edge of a decision, the ledger chip cold in her palm, the broken window bleeding river wind into the room. "What happens tonight?" she said, "when we are in that car all night? When the suppressant fails again?" "Then it fails." He did not flinch. "And I catch you." Her hand tightened around the chip. "Let us go find a warehouse." The words hit like a door slamming shut. She saw it flicker across his face before he masked it, a flash of something raw and unguarded, the surprise of a man who had braced for a door to stay closed and watched it swing open instead. She did not give him time to examine it. "The district holding unit is 6 blocks from here," she said, crossing to the door. "Besa will have Ivan logged and secured in 10 minutes. That gives us the city dark before moonrise." He moved past her into the corridor, falling into stride beside her without a word about what had just passed between them. Professional again, ready. But she noticed he stayed closer than the corridor required. The annex stairwell swallowed their footsteps. The cold air from the broken window did not follow them, but the pressure of what she had agreed to pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. They reached the ground floor. The security desk was empty, the duty officer likely drawn by the noise from the detention room. Goran signed them out on the log without hesitation, initialing the timestamp with a precise hand. "Which sector?" she asked. "Warehouse District C, northern edge where the old cargo piers meet the contracted smuggling routes." He held the door for her, and the night air hit her face, sharp with river damp and diesel. "The foreman I know works the Estron family operation. They run the western docks." "And you trust him?" "I trust his debt, not his loyalty." She filed that distinction and let it sit. The car was cold when they climbed in. Goran started the engine without looking at her, and the heater rattled to life, pushing warm air against her ankles. She did not need the warmth. The suppressant had been keeping her running hot for days, but she let it settle against her skin anyway. The city moved past the window in amber streaks, streetlights, shuttered market stalls, the occasional figure hunched against the cold, hands in pockets, heads down. "Tell me about the suppressant." She did not answer immediately. "I know you take it," he said, eyes on the road. "I know it is failing. I know Yula Drevich is the only person who supplies it. What I do not know is how close you are to the edge." "Close? How close?" She turned her head. His profile in the dashboard light was all hard lines and shadow. "Days," she said. "Maybe hours. I do not have a precise measurement because Yula has never had a patient on it this long. The bond accelerates the degradation every time I am near you." His hands tightened all wheel. "You should have told me sooner." "You were a stranger. Then you were my superior. Then you were a man who knew my secret and still had not told me yours." She kept her voice even. "When was I supposed to trust you with my life?" He was silent for a long stretch of road. The warehouse district rose ahead, dark shapes against a darker sky. Then he spoke. and his voice had changed. "When I told you that protecting you and protecting the case were not separate things," he glanced at her. "That was not operational. That was not professional. That was me telling you that I would burn this whole investigation before I let you break alone." She did not look away. "You have a strange way of showing it." "I know." He pulled the car to a stop in the shadow of a derelict loading bay. "I am working on it." The engine idled. The warehouse loomed. And Zivka realized, with a clarity that cut through the cold and the fear and the weight of everything she was carrying, that she did not want to get out of this car. Not because she was afraid of what was inside the warehouse, but because she was not ready to stop being seen. She opened the door anyway. The night swallowed her. Goran stepped out beside her, and the warehouse door was 20 feet away, and somewhere in the dark, a light flicked on and off twice in a rhythm that was not random. A signal. He had been expected. Chapter 15. The warehouse district settled into its midnight rhythm around them. Rats scrabbling through stacked pallets, the distant groan of a cargo crane shifting in the wind, cold that crept through coat seams and settled against bone. Goran had found them a position in the shadow of a collapsed loading bay, the car parked nose out for quick extraction, engine killed to avoid drawing attention. They sat in silence, breath fogging the windshield, watching the Esteron warehouse where the light had signaled. No one had come to meet them. 20 minutes bled into 40. Zivka's fingers had gone numb despite the gloves. She did not flex them because she did not want him to notice she was cold. The suppressant had been keeping her hot, but the warmth was leaching out now, leaving her flat and shivering and acutely aware of how much space his body occupied in the driver's seat. "Your foreman is not coming," she said. "Not yet. You said the debt was good." "It is." He did not turn. Debts do not move faster than caution. He will check the perimeter first, make sure we are alone. And if we are not alone, then he will not come at all. She watched the warehouse. The light that had signaled them was dark now, just another grime-streaked window in a row of grime-streaked windows. The whole district had the feel of a held breath. "We should rotate," she said. 4 hours rest, 4 hours watch. Otherwise we will be useless when he finally shows. Goran considered it. She could see him weighing the tactical sense against something else, something he did not say. "You first," he said. "I will wake you at the shift change." She wanted to argue. The words were already forming, the automatic refusal that had carried her through 14 years of never admitting she needed rest. But the cold was in her knees now, and the suppressant felt thin and wrong beneath her skin, and the bond was a low hum that would not stop. She climbed into the back seat instead of arguing. The van's rear compartment was a narrow metal box with a bench seat that folded flat if you knew the trick. She knew the trick. She had spent too many nights in vehicles like this waiting for a suspect to move, waiting for a witness to surface, waiting for something to break. She stretched out on her side, coat bunched under her head, and tried not to look at the shape of his shoulders in the driver's seat. Sleep did not come. The hum was too loud. His scent was everywhere in the confined space, that clean edge of frost and something darker underneath, something that made her mouth water and her pulse beat in her throat. She closed her eyes and breathed through her mouth and tried to think about case files. It did not work. "You are not sleeping." His voice came low from the front seat. She opened her eyes. He had turned slightly, enough to see her in the rear view. "Neither are you." "I am watching." "Then watch. I am resting." A silence stretched between them. The car ticked as the metal cooled. Somewhere in the district, a dog barked once and stopped. Zivka, the way he said her name, like it cost him something. "What?" "When you told me you were close to the edge." "How close is close?" She stared at the dark ceiling of the van. The chip was warm against her ribs where she had tucked it into an inner pocket. The ledger chip that Even had died for. The notebook key sequence that someone else held. "Close enough that I do not know if I will be human when it breaks." "Then we need to move faster." "Moving faster is how we get killed. You know that." He did not answer. She heard him shift in the driver's seat, the leather creaking under his weight. "I know that the signal was meant for me," he said. "I know that whoever sent it was expecting someone I used to be, not someone I am now. And I know I should not have brought you into this district without understanding what was waiting." "Did you have a choice?" "No. Then stop apologizing. Silence again, thicker this time. She sat up. The decision came from somewhere below thought, somewhere the wolf lived, somewhere that had stopped listening to the voice that told her to be careful. I am coming up front. You should rest. I cannot rest with you in front of me. She climbed over the seat before he could argue. The movement brought her close enough to catch the full force of his scent, and she did not pull away. She settled into the passenger seat and turned to face him, her knee brushing the side of his thigh in the narrow space. There, she said. Now we are both uncomfortable. His laugh was low and surprised, a sound she had never heard from him before. You are not uncomfortable. No, but I wanted you to be. He turned to look at her fully. The streetlight from the alley caught his face in hard angles and hollows, and his gray eyes were dark and warm and something she did not have a name for. You kissed me first. The words hit like a door slamming open. She had not planned them. They came from the same place the kiss had come from, that place below thought where instinct lived. The vision is still vague, but in other timelines you kiss me on the riverbank and accept the bond. His gaze sharpened. Then in other timelines, I have better timing. Better timing? She laughed, and it came out raw. Go on, what is this? I do not know what it is. I know what I want it to be. And what is that? He reached out, one hand lifting to her face. His palm settled against her jaw with a gentleness that made her chest ache. Something you choose, not something the bond forces on you, not something the case makes convenient, something you look at in the light and decide you still want. Her throat closed. The bond was a pressure in her ribs, a hunger that wanted to swallow them both. But his hand on her face was steady. His gaze was steady. He was not rushing, not pushing, not taking what the bond was offering. He was waiting. She leaned forward and kissed him. It was not gentle. It was not tentative. It was the thing that had been building since the docks, since the evidence room, since he had locked the door and breathed with her through the surge. It was 14 years of hiding and 2 weeks of being seen and the terror and relief of finally touching something real. His hand slid into her hair. The kiss deepened, and the bond roared through her like a current, and she felt him feel it too. Felt the way his body tightened, and his breath caught, and his mouth became hungrier against hers. The back seat was not comfortable. The metal bench dug into her knees, and his weight pinned her coat in ways that would leave bruises. She did not care. His hands found the hem of her shirt. Her fingers traced the line of his jaw, the hard curve of his shoulder, the heat of his skin under the layers. Zivka. His voice was rough. We do not have to. Shut up. She kissed him again, and he stopped arguing. The bond was not a command. It was a resonance, a frequency that made every touch feel like a question and every answer feel like coming home. When he moved over her, the bench creaking under them, the cold forgotten, the watch forgotten, the whole district holding its breath outside the fogged windows, she felt something crack open inside her chest. Not the suppressant, something else. Something that had been locked away so long she had forgotten it existed. His mouth found the scar under her jaw, the one she never talked about, and he kissed it like it was something precious. She pulled him closer. The car shook. Somewhere in the dark, a light flicked on and off 3 times. Goran went still above her. The foreman, he said. She did not let him go. Let him wait. It is not. He turned his head, listening. That is not the signal. Her training cut through the haze. She pushed up, reaching for her weapon. What is it? Goran was already moving, zipping his coat, his face hard and focused. That is the retreat signal. The light flicked again, 3 deliberate flashes, and from inside the warehouse, a single gunshot. Chapter 16. The gunshot cracked through the warehouse and echoed off the empty piers. Zivka was already reaching for her door handle when Goran's hand closed around her wrist. Wait, the foreman is either dead or bait. His voice was flat, controlled, the command tone he used when the world was burning and he needed her to stay inside the car. If we both go in, we both get shot. I clear the entry, you cover the back lane. She wanted to argue. The bond wanted her to stay close, to pull him back into the seat and keep him where she could see him. But the gunshot had already died into the warehouse silence, and the retreat signal meant someone was watching. She nodded. They moved in unison. Doors opened and closed with soft clicks. The cold hit her face like a slap, sharp and sobering. She drew her weapon and circled right, following the wall toward the loading dock while Goran took the main entrance. The warehouse loomed above her, corrugated iron and black windows. No lights, no movement. The side door stood ajar, and the smell hit her before she reached it. Blood, fresh and warm. Copper and iron under the diesel stink of the district. She pressed against the wall, listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, no scrape of cloth against metal. She pushed the door open. The foreman lay on the concrete floor, face down in a spreading pool of dark blood. One shot. Base of the skull. Clean, professional, no hesitation. Goran appeared at the far end of the aisle, weapon low, his face unreadable in the dim light. "He is dead," Zivka said. "I see him." She knelt beside the body, checked for a pulse she knew she would not find. The skin was still warm. The shot had been fired less than a minute before they entered. Single round, execution style. She looked up at Goran. Whoever did this knew we were coming. Goran holstered his weapon and crouched beside her. He did not touch the body. He studied it the way he studied everything, with a stillness that made her feel like she was the one being read. "The foreman owed me a debt," he said. "He was the one who signaled. Someone else sent the retreat signal. Someone else knew I would come here tonight." The weight of it settled between them. The investigation was compromised. The leak reached deeper than a forged authorization or a stolen credential. Someone was tracking Goran's movements, his contacts, his private channels. Goran stood and offered her his hand. She hesitated. His palm was open, waiting, the same hand that had cradled her face in the back seat 10 minutes ago. The tenderness was still there, beneath the surface, but now the case had pulled them back into the cold. She took his hand. He pulled her to her feet and did not let go. "We need to secure the scene," she said. "We need to leave. Goran, whoever killed him is watching. If we stay, we are targets. If we call it in, we spend the night explaining why we were here without a warrant." His grip tightened. "We secure the scene after we are not standing in the middle of it." He was right. She hated that he was right. They moved back toward the car, staying low, weapons drawn until they reached the cover of the truck line. The air was cold and still. No footsteps followed. No lights flickered. When they reached the car, Goran slid into the driver's seat without asking. "You are shaking," he said. "I am not." He looked at her. The streetlight caught the hard lines of his face, but his eyes were not hard. They were the same eyes that had watched her from the back seat, patient and waiting. "Get in." She got in. He drove without speaking, taking a winding route through the warehouse district, watching the mirrors, checking every corner. The silence was not heavy. It was careful, like he was giving her space to breathe. She did not want space. She wanted to climb back into the back seat and let the bond swallow them both. She wanted to pretend the gunshot had not happened, that the foreman was still alive, that the case was not bleeding through every hole in their cover. But the case was real. The dead witness was real, and Goran was still holding something back. "The foreman," she said. "What was the debt?" "A life." She waited. Goran's jaw tightened. He was a runner for the Esterons. Pack enforcement caught him running sealed shipments across the river. They were going to execute him. I vouched for him, said he was working for me. Was he? No, but the lie kept him alive. And he has been giving you information ever since. For 18 months, quietly, nothing that would draw attention. Goran's hands tightened on the wheel. Until tonight. She watched his profile in the dim light of the dashboard, the hard line of his mouth, the tension in his shoulders. He was grieving. Not openly, not in a way that demanded comfort, but she could feel it through the bond, the dull ache of a loss he would not name. "The shooter knew about him," she said, "which means someone on the inside knows about your contact network." "Yes, which means someone has been watching you longer than this case." Goran did not answer. They drove through the empty streets. The city was quiet, the river dark, the bridges arching overhead like the bones of something ancient and forgotten. She should call it in. She should report the foreman's death, the retreat signal, the confirmation that the conspiracy reached deeper than the witness schedule. She should do her job. Instead, she watched the streetlights slide across Goran's face and felt the bond hum beneath her skin, warm and insistent and terrifying. "Pull over," she said. He looked at her. "Pull over, Goran!" He found a narrow alley between two warehouses and killed the engine. The silence rushed in, thick and private. She turned to face him. "Tell me what you are not saying." His gaze held hers. The gray of his eyes was dark, almost black, and she could see the weight in them, the things he carried that he never let anyone else touch. "I am not saying that I knew this would happen," he said. "I am not saying that I hoped the foreman would have answers, but I knew he might be dead before I got there. I am not saying that I have been lying to you since the moment we met." "About what?" He reached out and touched her face. His palm was warm against her cold skin. "About how long I have known what you are." The words hit like a second gunshot. She went still. "The evidence room," she said. "The partial shift. You acted surprised." "I was surprised it happened then. I was not surprised it could." Her chest tightened. The bond pulsed, reading his truth, confirming the statement's weight. "How long?" "The first time I saw you. The dock. The moment you went still beside the body." His thumb traced her jaw, feather light. "I knew what you were, because I am what you are." She stared at him. The word hung between them, unspoken but absolute. Wolf. Goran Vekk, former pack leader in all but title, director of the Interspecies Crimes Unit, the man who smelled like home and danger at once, was a wolf shifter, and he had known all along. "You let me lie to you," she said. "I let you protect yourself." She pulled back. Her shoulder hit the passenger door, and the distance between them felt like a chasm. "You let me think I was hiding." "I let you tell me when you were ready. And if I had never been ready?" He watched her with that unbearable stillness. "Then I would have waited." The bond thrummed between them, desperate and hungry, urging her closer. But her mind was spinning, cataloging every moment, every glance, every time he had covered for her without explanation. "Why?" she asked. "Why wait? Why not confront me? Why not report me?" "Because the woman who uses a suppressant is not the woman who would betray the investigation." His voice was steady, certain. "And because the woman I kissed in the back seat deserves to choose when she is seen." Her throat closed. She wanted to be angry. She wanted to yell, to demand why he had kept this from her, why he had let her carry the weight of her secret alone when he could have shared his own. But the bond was warm against her anger, softening it, and his hand was still on her face, and he had not stopped looking at her like she was something precious. "How many others know?" she asked. "None. My mandate is covert. The Pack Council installed me to investigate internal compromise, but my presence is not public." "Your mandate?" "Yes." She closed her eyes. The pieces clicked into place, the parallel requests, the separate investigation, the way he had tracked the annex logs himself. "You are not just the director." "No." "Then what are you?" He was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was low, careful, like he was giving her a weapon and hoping she would not use it. "I am the Pack Council's blade inside the treaty system. I am the one they sent when they suspected the leak was not outside the apparatus but inside it. I came to find the rot, cut it out, and burn whatever needed burning to keep the treaty from collapsing." Her heart hammered. "And now?" "Now I do not know what I am." He leaned closer, his forehead nearly touching hers. "Because I did not expect to find you. I did not expect the bond, and I did not expect to want something beyond the mission." She could feel his breath on her lips. The bond was a roar in her blood, pulling her toward him, demanding she close the distance. But the case was still bleeding through every hole. The foreman was dead, the shooter was watching, and Goran had been sent by the Pack Council to investigate the leak, which meant he answered to powers she did not trust. "Tell me one thing," she said. "Anything. Is the investigation your priority, or am I?" His hand slid to the back of her neck, gentle and anchoring. I cannot separate them anymore. She kissed him. It was sharp and desperate, a collision of fear and need and the terrible relief of being known. He kissed her back, his hands pulling her closer, the bond roaring between them like a living thing. When they broke apart, her hands were shaking. "I need to call it in," she said. "I know. I need to report the foreman. I need to tell Maris and Besa what we found." "I know." She looked at him. The bond hummed beneath her skin, warm and terrified. "After the report, I need to decide if I trust you." He met her gaze. "I understand." She opened the door. The cold hit her face, sharp and sobering. She did not look back. Chapter 17. The night air smelled like river rot and burned oil. Zivka stood at the edge of the patrol bay, her report still burning in her throat. The foreman's body, the retreat signal, the gunshot that came too late. She had told Maris everything except the truth about Goran, the bond, the Pack Council mandate, the fact that he had known what she was before she ever opened her mouth. She had told Maris just enough to file, and Maris had looked at her with something between concern and suspicion before nodding and walking toward the comms desk. Now the bay hummed with preparation. Besa was checking a patrol car's tire pressure. 2 uniformed officers stood by the east gate, maps spread across the hood. And Maris was on the radio, her voice clipped and efficient. "The lane route is compromised. We go secondary, through the river gate, pick up the witness at the holding unit, then straight to the tribunal safe house." Zidika's stomach tightened. Secondary route meant the riverside lane, the one with the old packing warehouses on one side and the black water of the canal on the other. Defensible, Osvan had called it. Hard to trap. She had not told Maris that Osvan used that exact word. "Zivka." She turned. Osvan stood a few feet away, his dark coat open over a collarless shirt, his pale gray eyes scanning her face. "You look like you have not slept." "I slept fine." He did not argue. He simply stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The transfer is going through the river gate. I checked the route myself. 3 patrol cars, staggered spacing, comms silent until the witness is secure." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you should know who ordered the reroute." He held her gaze. "I did. Maris approved it, but I flagged the lane as a viable alternative when she asked." The bond twitched beneath Zivka's skin, a warning she could not name. "You recommended the riverside lane. It is the only route that cannot be watched from more than 2 angles. The warehouses block satellite sightlines. The canal blocks approach from the south." He said it like a teacher explaining geometry. "I studied the maps last night. If we move fast, we get the witness through before anyone can adjust." She wanted to argue. She wanted to find a reason to say no. But Maris was already calling the team to formation, and Besa was sliding into the lead car, and the 2 uniformed officers were checking their weapons with the practiced efficiency of people who had done this 100 times. "Fine," Zivka said. Osvan nodded once and walked toward the second car. The convoy moved out at 11:47 p.m. Zivka sat in the middle vehicle, Osvan beside her, a driver and a uniformed officer in the front. The headlights cut through the fog in pale yellow beams, illuminating wet cobblestones and the skeletal shapes of loading cranes. The river gate slid open without resistance. The lane narrowed as they entered the warehouse district. Old brick walls rose on both sides, spotted with rusted iron hooks and faded shipping marks. The canal glimmered on the left, black and sluggish, its surface broken by floating debris. Zivka's hand moved to her weapon. "Too quiet," she said. Osvan looked at her. "It is a dead zone. No residential buildings, no night traffic. That is why it is secure." "Or why it is a trap." He did not answer. The lead car reached the midpoint of the lane. Zivka saw its brake lights flare red, then die. The driver cursed. "What?" Zivka started. The first shot took out the lead car's front tire. The second shot shattered the driver's window. Then the world became noise and motion, and the scream of metal as the second patrol car swerved and slammed into a loading dock. Zivka's vehicle jerked to a stop, the uniformed officer shouting something she could not hear over the crack of gunfire. Figures moved in the shadows between warehouses, fast, coordinated. They knew the spacing, they knew the timing, they knew the route. Out, Osvan said, his hand on her arm. Now. She threw the door open and rolled into the gap between the car and the canal wall. Bullets sparked off the cobblestones beside her. She heard Osvan land behind her, his breath fast but controlled. The lead car was burning. The second car was disabled, its driver slumped over the wheel. And somewhere ahead, Besa was returning fire from behind an overturned dumpster. Zivka raised her weapon and sighted on a figure emerging from a warehouse door. She fired. The figure dropped. 3 or more, Osvan said, pressed against the wall beside her. East, moving toward the witness vehicle. The witness. The entire transfer was built around getting one person to the safe house. Cover me, she said. Zivka, cover me. She pushed off the wall and ran. Bullets followed her, chipping brick and concrete, but she kept moving, low and fast, her boots finding purchase on the wet stones. The witness vehicle was 30 feet ahead, its driver dead, its passenger door hanging open. She reached it. The witness was inside, a middle-aged wolf shifter with terror in his eyes, his hands cuffed to the seat bracket. Stay down, she said. He did not argue. A blade flashed in her peripheral vision. She turned, raising her arm, but the attacker was already inside her guard, and the curved silver knife was already descending. Then Osvan hit her from the side. He did not push her out of the way. He stepped into the path of the blade, his body between hers and the strike, and the knife caught him across the ribs instead of her throat. He grunted. His hand clamped over the wound. Blood welled between his fingers, dark and immediate. The attacker paused, a fraction of a second of confusion, as if the outcome had not matched the plan. Then Osvan's other hand came up, his service weapon leveled, and he fired. The attacker went down. The remaining gunfire stopped. Silence settled over the lane, thick with smoke and the smell of blood. Zivka caught Osvan as his knees buckled. Medic, she shouted, her voice raw. I need a medic. Osvan looked at her, his pale gray eyes hazy with pain but still focused. Defensible, he said, barely a whisper. Hard to trap. He smiled, then his eyes closed. She lowered him to the ground, her hands pressing against the wound, the warmth of his blood soaking through her gloves. The bond was silent. But something else was ringing in her chest. A note she could not name, a question she was afraid to answer. The attackers had known the route. They had known the timing, and Osvan had just taken a blade meant for her throat. Chapter 18. They closed Osvan on the table with 37 stitches and a terse prognosis. 4 weeks restricted duty, no physical engagement, wound packing changed daily. The surgeon said it aloud so Zivka could hear from the corridor. She heard it. She did not move. The recovery room was small and white, 2 chairs pushed against the wall, a monitor beeping in steady rhythm. Osvan lay on the narrow bed, his chest bandaged, his arm hooked to a drip. His skin had the gray pallor of blood loss, but his eyes were open when she walked in. He smiled. It cost him something. The smile faltered. You look worse than I do. I was not stabbed. Semantics. He shifted, winced, settled back. Is the witness secure? Besa took him to a district holding cell. New route, no digital trace. She changed vehicles 3 times. Good. Osvan, I know. He closed his eyes, then opened them. You need to ask me if I planned it. I felt you asking in the lane. I feel you asking now. So ask. I did ask. No. His voice was quieter. You asked if I knew they would be there. That is not the same question. Ask me if I planned it. She did not speak for a long moment. The monitor filled the silence. Did you plan it? No. He held her gaze. But I knew it was possible. I knew the route was a gamble. I called it defensible because I believed I could read the pattern of movement well enough to predict where the gap would be. I was wrong about the size of the gap. I was not wrong about being there. Then why did you step in front of the blade? He looked at the ceiling. The drip above his head counted slow seconds. Because I have spent weeks watching you decide that being useful is the same as being trusted. And I have never once tried to become dangerous to you. That is not a confession, Zivka. The blade was real. The wound is real. I am bleeding for you because that is what the moment demanded, not because I engineered the moment. She felt something shift in her chest. Not trust, not suspicion, something in the space between them. The door opened behind her. Goran's voice carried no warmth. The surgeon wants you out of bed in 30 minutes, Merrik. Check the wound for silver contamination. The blade was curved and old. If trace silver leached into the tissue, the wound will not close properly. Osvan looked past Zivka to where Goran stood in the doorway. Thank you for the clinical update. It was not a courtesy. Zivka turned. Goran met her eyes. His face was unreadable, his stance still, his hands at his sides. He had not come closer. Can you step outside? She asked. Your vehicle is waiting. The witness needs a debrief before morning. I said, step outside. He held her gaze for 3 beats. Then he turned and walked into the corridor. She looked back at Osvan. His eyes had closed. His breathing had steadied into the even rhythm of a man falling toward sleep. I will come back tomorrow, she said. He did not answer. She found Goran at the end of the corridor, standing beneath a flickering fluorescent panel, his hands in his coat pockets, his shoulders set in a line she had learned to read as something held tight rather than relaxed. The attackers knew his position, she said. I know. Tattern is tracing the pattern. If Osvan was part of the ambush, the forensic chain will show it. I know. Until then, I do not know who to trust. Goran turned to face her. His gray eyes held hers, dark and steady. You know who to trust, he said. You are just afraid to admit it. He walked past her, down the corridor toward the exit. She stood beneath the flickering light, the bond humming in her blood, and watched him go. Chapter 19. She stood in the corridor until the flickering fluorescent panel steadied. Then she walked back to the recovery room. Osvan was not asleep. His eyes tracked her the moment she pushed the door open, and something in his face shifted. Not surprise, but recognition, like he had been waiting for her to return and had not been certain she would. I forgot something, she said. You forgot to ask the question that matters. She closed the door behind her. The monitor beeped. The room smelled of antiseptic and blood, the thin sharpness of wound closure, and the heavier weight of healing. I am asking it now. He waited. If you know who is behind the killings, tell me. If you have been running an operation I do not see, tell me that too. I am tired of being informed after the fact. Osvan shifted against the pillows. The movement pulled at his stitches. She saw the wince pass through his jaw before he controlled it. I do not know who is behind the killings. He paused. I know some of the channels. I know the access points. I know the system they are using because I have spent 5 years tracing the same pattern. But I do not have a name. If I did, I would have given it to you before the blade came. She watched him. The monitor counted seconds between beats. Then why do you know so much about me? The question hung between them. She had not meant to ask it, but it was in the air now, and she did not take it back. Osvan held her gaze. His pale gray eyes did not flicker. I read the Solt file when you were assigned to the Deverin Neyman case. I read every file on every investigator in the unit. That is what I do. I read people before I trust them. Old pack records. Yes. They say the Solt line was disgraced for collusion with treaty violators, that we sold pack secrets to human merchants, that my father died in custody rather than face the council's judgment. I know what they say. Then you know I should not be standing here with a badge. Osvan smiled. It was thin, tired, and surprisingly gentle. I know what the records say. I also know that your mother refused to testify against him, that she took the stigma of the disgrace into exile rather than let the council use her to make the case look cleaner. And I know that you were 19 when you left the pack, not 14, which means you stayed with her until she died. The air left her lungs. She had not told him any of that. She had not told anyone. How do you know about my mother? Old witness testimony. A pack medic who treated her before the exile. The file was buried deep, but not destroyed. Nothing in the treaty system is ever truly destroyed, just moved. She felt her hands go still at her sides. The bond hummed in her blood, low and steady, but she pressed it down. You have been reading about me for 5 years. About everyone who matters. He said it simply, without apology. I did not judge you by your bloodline. I never have. I judged you by the work, and the work is clean." She did not know what to do with that. The words sat inside her chest, warm and dangerous. The door opened. A nurse stepped in, a white-coated figure carrying a tablet. Her eyes flicked to Osvan, then to Zivka, and she held up a folded slip of paper. "Message for Investigator Solt. Came through the front desk, marked urgent." Zivka took the paper. The nurse left without another word. She unfolded it. 3 lines, handwritten, no signature. "Yula Dravich's building has a watcher. Night shift. Dark coat, east side entrance. Does not smoke. He has been there since midnight." The bond surged, cold, sharp, a warning. She looked at Osvan. His eyes had moved to her face, reading the shift in her expression. "What is it?" She folded the note and pressed it into her coat pocket. "Nothing. I need to go." "Zivka." She was already at the door. "Tell me who to trust," she said, without turning around. "I told you." His voice was quiet, barely carrying across the room. "You know. You are just afraid to admit it." She stepped into the corridor and let the door swing shut behind her. The bond pulled east, toward the old district, toward Yula. She broke into a run. Chapter 20. The bond pulled east, sharp and insistent, dragging her through the dark streets of the old district. Her boots struck wet cobblestones. Her breath came hard and visible in the cold air. She cut through an alley behind the closed fish market, vaulted a rusted railing, and landed hard on the other side. The note burned in her coat pocket. Dark coat, east side entrance there since midnight. Who sent it? Who knew Yula's name? Who knew Zivka would come? She rounded the corner onto Weaver's Lane and slowed. The street stretched ahead, narrow, lined with 3-story brick walk-ups. Yula's building sat third from the corner, a faded green door beneath a broken porch light. No one stood at the east side entrance. She stopped, pressed her back to a wall, forced her breathing to quiet, and listened. The street hummed with nothing. A cat moved along a second-floor windowsill. She crossed the street fast and low, keeping to shadow, and reached the green door without seeing movement anywhere. The lock was intact. She used her key. Inside, the stairwell smelled of boiled cabbage and old plaster. She took the stairs 2 at a time, her hand hovering near the weapon at her hip. 3rd floor. Yula's door. She knocked, soft, then hard. No answer. She pressed her ear to the wood and heard nothing. The bond screamed, raw, close. She drew her weapon and used the override code. The lock clicked. She pushed the door open. Yula's apartment was dim. A single lamp burned in the sitting room, and Yula stood in the center of the floor, alive, her silver-streaked hair loose, her hands wrapped around a ceramic mug that shook against her knuckles. "Zivka?" The word cracked the tension. Zivka lowered the weapon. "I got a note. Watcher. East side entrance, are you?" "They are gone." Yula's voice was steady, but her hands would not stop shaking. "He left when I called the super. Pretended he was waiting for someone, but he was not waiting. He was marking time." Zivka crossed the room. She stopped in front of Yula and searched her face. Pale, tired, not afraid the way she should be, not panicked, resigned. "Show me." Yula set the mug down and led her through the apartment. The kitchen was undisturbed. The bathroom was undisturbed. But the back room, the small second bedroom Yula used as her workspace, had been opened. The drawer beneath the work table was pulled out. The contents had been rifled, not stolen. Vials shifted, papers rearranged, the small ceramic mortar moved from its usual place. "They were looking for formulas," Yula said. "Not money, not jewelry. They wanted to know what I make." Zivka's throat tightened. "Did they find anything?" "No. I moved the ledgers last year, after the first murder." Zivka looked at the floorboard, then back at Yula. "You kept ledgers. Every batch, every adjustment, every supplier I used for the past 14 years. Yula met her gaze. "I kept them because I thought they might save you if something went wrong. A record of what is in your blood, so someone could reverse it." Zivka felt the words land like a blow to the chest. "Who knows you keep records?" "No one." I never told a soul. Then why would they come here looking for formulas? Yula's hand stilled on the edge of the work table. Her face went very quiet. Because someone knows what I am making, and if they know that, they know who is taking it. The air in the room changed. Zivka felt the bond pulse beneath her skin, a warning that had nothing to do with the room and everything to do with the city beyond. Yula, who else could know you make suppressants? Yula was silent for a long moment. Then she shook her head. I do not know. But Zivka, listen to me now. She stepped forward and took Zivka's face between her hands, the way she had done when Zivka was 19 and bleeding on her floor. The suppressant is going to fail. Not soon. Now. You have days, maybe hours before the wolf breaks through completely. And when it does, you cannot control it if you are still fighting it. Yula, he will never choke just ancients this free and breathe. You need to stop taking it. Tonight, let the bond take hold. Let the wolf surface on its own terms, not through a chemical collapse that will fracture your mind. Zivka pulled back. The bond roared in her veins, and for a second she thought she would shift right there, fur splitting through skin, control shattering in front of the woman who had saved her. She pressed her palm flat against the wall and breathed through the wave. I can't stop. The case will end you if you reach the finish line with nothing left of yourself to hold together. Zivka turned and looked at the loose floorboard, at the ledgers hidden beneath it. Evidence that could destroy both of them if it fell into the wrong hands. Burn them, she said. Yula stared at her. Zivka, burn the ledgers, tonight, before anyone else comes looking. And then what? You walk out of here with nothing? No record of what is in your blood? I walk out of here knowing they cannot use you to get to me. Yula's face crumpled, just for a second, before she controlled it. Someone is hunting the witnesses, Zivka said. Someone is hunting the people who helped Shifters survive, and I need to know who. If they came for your formulas, they are already closer than I thought. Yula reached for her hand. Her fingers were cold. Zivka, promise me something. What? When the wolf breaks, do not run from it. Do not try to push it back. It is not your enemy. It never was. Zivka looked at the floorboard, at the secrets beneath it, at the woman who had carried the weight of her survival for 14 years. I will try. She pulled her hand free and walked to the door. Where are you going now? She stopped. The answer formed in her chest before her mind caught up. To find the person who sent the warning, and ask them why they know your name. She stepped into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind her. The bond hummed east toward Yula's building, but also west toward the unit, toward Goran, toward the choice she had been running from all night. Chapter 21. Zivka reached the corner of Weaver's Lane before her hand found the phone in her pocket. The bond pulled west, toward the unit, toward Goran. But the code from the night market was still burning in her chest. The 3 flash signal that meant retreat, meant danger, meant someone inside knew their movements before they made them. She called Terran. He answered on the first ring. Tell me you are sleeping. I need you to run something. You need to sleep. Terran. A pause, then the sound of a chair creaking, a keyboard being pulled closer. What am I running? She leaned against the brick wall of a shuttered tailor shop and let the cold seep through her coat. The night market code. The 3 flash signal from the warehouse. Cross-reference it with every District C patrol log from the past 6 months. I want to know who signs off on the routes that run past the old cargo piers. That is a lot of paper. Then start with the Esteron manifest records. Goran said the foreman worked the western docks. Someone in that chain is feeding information to the killers. You want me to cross-reference patrol logs against Esteron shipments. I want you to find the intersection, the place where the leak touches the route. Terran was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its dry edge. Zivka, you are chasing shadows on 3 hours of sleep and whatever coffee you poured down your throat at midnight. Come back to the office. Let me run the numbers. You can look at the results when your hand stops shaking. She looked down at her free hand. It was trembling against her thigh. The suppressant, the cold, the bond. I am fine. You are not, but I will run the numbers anyway. Give me an hour. I will meet you at the annex. The annex is locked until 6, security rotation. You know this. She did. She had written half the protocols herself. Then I will meet you at the door at 6. Zivka, 1 hour. She hung up before he could argue. The bond pulled west again, sharper now. She could feel Goran somewhere in that direction, awake, moving, his own pulse threading through the frequencies she had tried to ignore for 14 years. She started walking. The streets between Yula's building and the unit were empty at this hour. The river fog had rolled in from the canal, muffling the streetlights and turning the cobblestones slick. Her footsteps echoed off shuttered storefronts and locked gates. The city felt held in suspension, waiting for something to break. She thought about Yula's face when she told her to burn the ledgers, the way her hands had tightened around the mug, the way she had not argued, which meant she was already planning to keep them. Yula was not going to burn the ledgers. Zivka knew that with the same certainty she knew her own heartbeat. Yula had spent 14 years keeping a record of what was in Zivka's blood because she believed it might one day save her life. She would not destroy that record because someone searched her workspace. She would hide it better. The thought should have made Zivka angry. Instead, it made her feel something closer to grief. She turned onto Garrick Street and stopped. The unit building was 3 blocks ahead, its windows dark except for the nightlight rotation. But the bond was not pulling toward the entrance. It was pulling toward the side alley, where the maintenance door opened onto the old archive annex. She followed it. The alley was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass. A single bulb burned above the maintenance door, casting a weak circle of light onto the wet stones. The door was closed. The lock was intact, but the bond was humming directly through the steel. She pressed her palm flat against the metal and felt the vibration beneath her skin. Not the building's machinery. Something else. Someone else. "I would have called you," she said, "but you already knew I was coming." The silence stretched. Then the lock clicked from the inside. The door swung open. Goran stood in the narrow corridor beyond, his face half lit by the bulb above her. He was still wearing the same coat from the warehouse. His eyes were dark and unreadable. "I felt you," he said. "About a block out." She stepped inside without answering. The door closed behind her with a soft thud. The archive annex was a warren of narrow corridors and metal shelving, built when the treaty was young and the city expected more interspecies cases than it ever got. The shelves held decades of case files, transport manifests, and testimony records, all sorted by year and jurisdiction. The air smelled of old paper, dust, and the faint kenkable tang of preservation fluid. Goran led her past 3 rows of shelving to a small reading desk positioned beneath a single overhead light. A file was open on the desk. A second file lay beside it, its pages marked with handwritten notes. "The override timestamps from Evan's ledger chip," he said, gesturing to the open file. "Terran sent me the decrypted version an hour ago." She looked at the pages. 14 nights of timestamps, each one bracketed by a transport order that had been altered at the approval stage. "You should have called me." "You were with Yula." The words were flat, no accusation, no warmth, just a statement of fact. "Terran told you." "I asked him where you were. He told me you were running a lead he did not have clearance for." She picked up the first page. The timestamps were arranged in columns, each one showing the system entry time, the alteration time, and the name of the credential used to approve the change. Every single entry bore Lyra Tasik's code. "She is being framed," Zivka said. "Probably, but we cannot prove it until we find the person who accessed her terminal after hours." "Which brings us back to the leak." Goran nodded. He pulled the folded piece of paper from his coat pocket and laid it on the desk beside the timestamp records. It was a map of the warehouse district, hand-annotated with small red circles marking specific buildings. "The code from the night market. Terran decoded it while you were walking here." She looked at the map. 3 buildings were circled in red, each one connected by a dotted line that traced a route through the alleyways behind the old cargo piers. "These are safe houses," she said. "Unofficial ones, used to rotate witnesses between official locations. According to the ledgers I've copied, yes. The witnesses were moved through these buildings before transport orders were even filed. The system never knew they existed." She traced the dotted line with her finger. The route ended at a narrow building wedged between 2 larger warehouses, marked with a question mark in Terran's handwriting. "What is this building?" No name, no official record, but the timestamps show a data upload from that location 3 nights before Noman's murder. She looked up. Someone uploaded witness schedules from an unofficial location. That means someone brought a terminal into that building and synced it to the treaty system, which means somewhere inside there is a record of who accessed the system and when, not just the credential code, the actual machine signature. She felt the pieces click into place. A terminal that did not exist in any official inventory. A machine signature that could not be traced to any authorized user. If they recovered that terminal, they could prove the leak came from inside treaty oversight without needing Lyratosic's confession. How do we get in without drawing attention? Goran held her gaze. We do not draw attention. We go now, before whoever uploaded those files comes back to wipe the machine. She looked at the map again. The building was in the middle of District C, surrounded by warehouses that had been locked since the trade route shift. The nearest patrol route ran 6 blocks east. If they moved fast, they could be in and out before anyone noticed. What about backup? You and me. She met his eyes. The bond pulsed between them, a low thrum that had nothing to do with the case and everything to do with the choice she had been avoiding since the warehouse. I need to know, she said, that you are not running a separate operation, that this is not another layer of the mission you were sent to complete. His jaw tightened. The mission was to find the leak and stop the killings. That is what I am doing. And what happens after? A beat of silence. The bond flared, and she felt the weight of his attention like a hand pressed against her chest. After, he said slowly, I stop pretending there is anything in this city more important than you. She held his gaze. The words landed somewhere deep, in the space where the suppressant had been fraying for weeks, in the hollow where she had stored every fear about being known and then discarded. Then let us go find a machine. They moved through the archive annex in silence, taking the maintenance tunnel that connected the unit building to the old freight line. The tunnel was cold and damp, the concrete floor slick with condensation. Warren led, his footsteps measured and deliberate. She followed 3 paces behind, her hand resting on the grip of her service weapon. The tunnel opened onto a service alley behind a row of shuttered warehouses. The fog had thickened, cutting visibility to barely 20 feet. The bond hummed low and steady in her chest, a compass point that had nothing to do with direction. They crossed the alley and entered the warehouse district through a gap in the chain-link fence that had been cut months ago, the edges rusted smooth by repeated use. The building was exactly where Terran's map had placed it. A narrow 3-story structure wedged between 2 larger cargo warehouses, its facade blank and windowless except for a single steel door at ground level. No sign, no number, nothing to indicate it was anything more than a storage closet. Goran approached the door and ran his fingers along the frame. Magnetic lock. Secret source. Someone wanted this place hard to find. Can you disable it? He pulled a small device from his coat pocket, a flat black rectangle she recognized as a field scrambler. We have about 30 seconds once the lock releases before the system registers the power drop. She stepped beside him, her back to the door, scanning the fog-shrouded alley. Then let us make it count. He pressed the scrambler against the lock mechanism. The device hummed for a fraction of a second, then the lock clicked open with a soft thud. They were inside before the echo faded. The interior was dark, lit only by the weak glow of a single emergency strip running along the baseboard. The air was stale and cold. The room was small, maybe 12 feet across, with a narrow staircase leading up and a second door at the back. The floor was bare concrete. The walls were unpainted, but the table in the center of the room was covered in documents. Zivka crossed to it and picked up the first page. A witness schedule. Handwritten, not printed. The names were listed in code, but the dates matched the transport orders that had been altered before each murder. There are more, Goran said. He had moved to a filing cabinet against the back wall. The drawers were open, stuffed with folders and loose papers. They worked in silence, scanning documents, stacking what mattered. Witness transfer logs, safe house rotation records, handwritten notes about patrol schedules and checkpoint locations. Everything the killers needed to find their targets before the tribunal could protect them. This is the archive, she said. The entire operation. Someone kept copies of every altered order, every rerouted witness, every safe house location. insurance. Goran held up a folder marked with a single symbol, the triangular mark of treaty oversight. Whoever ran this kept copies to make sure no one could cut them loose. She looked at the folder, at the symbol, at the proof that the leak came from inside the system she had trusted enough to build her life around. Footsteps on the roof. She went still. Goran went still. The bond snapped tight between them, a wire pulled to breaking. They both looked up. The ceiling above them was old, pressed tin, rusted and stained. But the footsteps were clear now. Not one person. 3, maybe 4, moving in a careful pattern that meant they knew exactly where the roof access led. Goran moved first. He crossed to the back door, pressed his ear against the metal, and listened. Back alley is clear, for now. They know we are here. They knew we were coming. She thought of the light signal at the warehouse, the foreman's body still worn on the concrete. The way every move they made seemed to meet a readiness that should not have existed. Someone in the unit is feeding information to whoever is running this. Goran met her eyes. I know. The footsteps stopped directly above them. The bond roared in her chest, a wildfire of warning, and she felt the suppressant flicker beneath her skin, a seam splitting open at the worst possible moment. Chapter 22. The ceiling groaned above them, a sound like old bones shifting. Zivka's hand closed around the treaty oversight folder. The footsteps had stopped, but the silence was worse than movement. It meant the attackers were positioned, waiting, coordinating. Goran crossed to the back door in 3 strides, pressed the flat of his hand against the metal. They will come through the roof access and the front entrance simultaneously. That gives us a window of maybe 40 seconds before they are on both floors. 40 seconds to evacuate an entire archive? 38 now. She looked at the table, at the filing cabinets, at the papers spilling across every surface, years of evidence, years of names and roots and betrayals that the tribunal needed to survive. She grabbed the folder. That was all she could carry. That, and the knowledge of what the rest contained. Goran pulled the field scrambler from his pocket, crossed to the back wall and pressed it against the base of an old iron pipe. Cover your ears. She turned her face away, one arm over her head, just as the device discharged. The crack was sharp and surgical, splitting the pipe at its joint with a burst of steam and rusted water. The pipe bent. A gap opened behind it, just wide enough for a body to slip through. Service tunnel, he said. Runs parallel to the canal maintenance shafts. Comes up near the north pier. She was already moving toward him when the front door exploded inward. The blast threw her sideways, sent her shoulder into the filing cabinet edge, drove the breath from her chest in a single hard punch. The folder slipped from her fingers, pages scattering across the concrete. Smoke poured through the doorway. Not fire smoke. Something chemical, acrid, designed to blind and choke. Goran was at her side before she could push herself upright, his hand catching her elbow, hauling her to her feet. His face was close to hers, his voice a blade through the chaos. Move! Now! She did not argue. She lunged for the scattered pages, grabbed what she could, shoved them into her coat without looking. The folder corner dug into her ribs as she turned and followed him through the gap in the wall. The service tunnel was black and narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to stand shoulder to shoulder. Water slicked the floor, cold and ankle-deep. The air smelled of rust, sediment, and something older, the mineral weight of underground stone. Goran pulled a small light from his pocket and clicked it on, a narrow beam that cut through the dark without reflecting back. They moved. Behind them, the safe-house door crashed open again. Voices this time, sharp and controlled. Orders, then the crackling sound of accelerant hitting paper. They are burning the archive, she said. That is the point. We were never meant to leave with anything. She gripped the folder tighter. The pages inside were already damp against her ribs. The tunnel curved left, then right, splitting at a junction where the water deepened. A grate blocked the far passage, rusted and bolted to the stone. Goran tested it once, then drove his shoulder against the frame. The metal groaned, but held. Alternate route, he said. Back the way we came. We cannot go back. We are not going back. There is a maintenance ladder 50 feet behind the junction. It comes up through a storm grate near the north pier. She followed without question. The bond was a taut wire in her chest, pulling her toward him even as the suppressant flickered, pulsed, frayed at the edges like a thread held too close to flame. The smoke was reaching them now. It seeped through the gaps in the wall, coiled along the ceiling of the tunnel, acrid and chemical and dense. Her eyes burned, her throat closed, and beneath the burn, beneath the fear, something else stirred. The wolf. It pressed against the inside of her ribs, a heat that had nothing to do with the fire behind them. The suppressant was failing. Not flickering, not straining, failing. She could feel it coming apart inside her body like a seam splitting along its weakest thread. Not here, not now. Goran reached the maintenance ladder first, grabbed the bottom rung and pulled. The ladder groaned but held. He looked up, scanning the shaft, then looked back at her. "We go up. Single file. Do not stop until you hit the grate." She nodded. Her voice would not hold. He went first. She followed, one hand on the folder, one hand on the cold metal of the rungs, climbing through the dark with the bond humming beneath her skin like a second heartbeat. The suppressant tore. It happened at the midpoint of the shaft, between the smoke and the grate, with her body suspended in darkness and her hands slick on rusted iron. A sharp electrical rip behind her navel, then a flood of heat that spread through her chest, her throat, her jaw. Her grip spasmed. She nearly fell. Goran stopped above her. She felt him stop, felt the shift in his weight on the ladder, the tension in his body as he turned. "Zivka!" She could not answer. Her teeth were clenched, too tight. Her nails had begun to lengthen, darkening at the tips, curving into something that was not human. The wolf wanted out. The wolf had been waiting 14 years. She forced her eyes open, forced her hand to close around the rung, forced her body to climb, one rung at a time, while the heat and the smoke and the scent of him pressed against every sense she had spent a lifetime suppressing. They reached the grate. Goran pushed it open with his shoulder, cold night air flooding the shaft, cutting through the smoke, through the heat, through the chemical burn in her lungs. She climbed out after him onto wet pavement. The north pier. Empty. Fog rolling off the river. The safe house was 3 blocks east, but she could already see the glow against the low clouds, orange and hungry. He turned to face her. The light caught his eyes, gray and dark, and watching her with a stillness she had never seen in anyone else. "Your suppressant," he said. "It is gone." It was not a question. She opened her mouth to lie, to deflect, to protect the last piece of armor she had left, but the wolf was already rising, and the truth was already written across her face, across her hands, across every inch of skin that no longer felt like a cage. Yes. The word hung between them, raw and final. And then the bond flared, not in warning, not in hunger, but in recognition. He saw her. Not the controlled investigator, not the mask she had worn for 14 years. Her. And he did not look away. Chapter 23. The fog curled around the pier, cold and wet against her skin, and Zivkin stood in the open, with her hands half changed, and her heart slamming against the cage of her ribs. Goran had not moved. He stood 3 feet away, gray eyes fixed on her face, on her hands, on the way her jaw had shifted beneath the skin. He looked at every part of her that was no longer human, and he did not flinch. She had expected calculation, the cold scan of a man weighing risk against operational value. She had prepared herself for the pause that meant he was deciding whether she was still useful. What she got instead was stillness. Not the stillness of shock, the stillness of someone who had already made every decision and was waiting only for her to catch up. "Breathe," he said. The word was quiet. Not a command, not a coax, just a fact, offered like a hand in the dark. She tried. The air hit her lungs wrong, too sharp, too full of scent. The river, the damp stone, the chemical smoke still drifting from the east, and beneath all of it, him. Musk and clean sweat and the low hum of something that made her wolf want to press closer instead of run. Her hands shook. The nails had lengthened half an inch, dark and curved, catching the distant glow of the fire. The crescent scar beneath her jaw pulled tight as the muscles of her face tried to settle back into human angles and failed. "I cannot." Her voice broke. She tried again. "I cannot stop it." "Then do not stop it." The words landed like a hand on her spine. She stared at him. "You do not understand what you are. I understand exactly what you are." His voice stayed low, even, carrying none of the sharp authority he used in briefings. "I have known since the dock. Did you think I would be surprised?" The dock, the first meeting, the body in the river fog. The moment his scent had hit her like a wall, and she had forced herself not to react. He had known. All of it. Every hour she had spent terrified he would see through her. Every night she had lain awake calculating how long she could keep the mask in place, and he had known from the very first breath. The heat behind her eyes was not the fire. "Why?" she managed. "Did you not say anything?" "Because it was not my truth to take from you." The wolf surged at the sound of his voice, at the weight of the words, and Zivka felt her knees give. She went down hard on the wet pavement, palms flat, head bowed, the shift tearing through her in waves she could no longer control. Her spine arched, her ribs rearranged themselves beneath the skin. The sound that came out of her throat was not a scream and not a growl, but something caught between, raw and animal, and 14 years old. Goran moved, not away, not to the side. He dropped to one knee in front of her, close enough that his heat cut through the cold, and he did not touch her. He waited. The shift crested. For a long, terrible moment, she was neither woman nor wolf, but something caught in the space between, her consciousness splintering across two bodies that could not decide which one was home. And then it settled. She felt her bones lock into new alignment, felt the fur rise along her shoulders, her spine, the length of her arms, felt her vision sharpen until the fog became 1,000 separate particles of light and cold and motion. She was wolf. 14 years since the last time. 14 years of chemical suppression, of denying every instinct, of treating her own nature like a wound that needed to be bound. She lifted her head. Goran was still on one knee, still watching her with those gray eyes. His hand hung at his side, palm open, fingers relaxed. "Good," he said. The word cracked something in her chest. She pressed her forehead against his knee. It was not something she chose. It was not something she could have stopped. Her body moved before her mind caught up, seeking warmth, seeking anchor, seeking the one point of stability in a world that had just become terrifyingly wide. He did not pull away. His hand came down on the back of her neck, heavy and warm, and he held her there while the fire burned 3 blocks east and the sirens began to wind through the distant streets. "I have you," he said. "I have you." She stayed. The wolf did not want to leave the shelter of his hand. The woman did not want to leave the shelter of his voice. For one stretched, impossible moment, they existed in the same body, wanting the same thing. He waited until her breathing evened, until the tremors stopped rippling through her fur. Then he spoke again, soft and direct. "We need to move. The fire will draw patrols, and we are not the only ones who know this pier." She understood. The killers had burned the archive. The mole was still inside the unit. The evidence she had saved was still pressed against her ribs, damp and fragile, and none of it meant anything if they did not survive the night. She pulled back. The shift flowed through her like water reversing course, her bones rearranging, her skin smoothing, her hands returning to human shape with a ripple of heat that left her breathless. She was herself again, barefoot, soaked, shivering in the cold air with her hair loose around her face and her badge still clipped to her belt. She looked up at him. "Help me up." He offered his hand. She took it. His fingers closed around hers, warm and solid, and he pulled her to her feet without a word. She stood close enough to feel his breath, close enough to see the pulse beating in his throat, close enough to know that he was not as calm as he looked. "You have questions," he said. "I have hundreds. They will have to wait." He released her hand, but his eyes stayed on hers. "We need to find somewhere safe to talk, somewhere they are not watching." "The old medics building," she said. "Eulisms." If she burned the ledgers, there is nothing there to find. And I have a key. He nodded once. Lead. She turned toward the east, toward the darkened streets of the old district, toward the one person in the world who had known her secret from the beginning. The bond hummed behind her ribs, steady and warm, no longer a threat. She started walking. Goran followed at her back, close enough that she could feel his presence without turning around, and for the first time in 14 years, she did not feel like she was hiding. Chapter 24. They walked east through streets that had not yet learned to burn. The fog swallowed sound the way the river swallowed light, and the buildings on either side of them stood dark and patient, their windows blank as sealed eyes. Zivka's feet had gone numb somewhere between the pier and the first cross street. She felt the cold as a distant fact, not a threat. The part of her that had been wolf for those long minutes still hummed beneath her skin, and everything else felt like static. Goran stayed 3 steps behind her, close enough to cover, far enough to give her space to breathe. She did not know if the distance was tactical or deliberate. She did not know if she wanted it closed or widened. The bond told her he was watching her spine, the tilt of her shoulders, the way her wet hair clung to the back of her neck. They told her he was cataloging every sign of shock she thought she was hiding, and that he was not going to push. That restraint made her angrier than any question would have. She reached Weaver's Lane without remembering the route. The building stood where it always had, 5 stories of old brick and cracked mortar, the east entrance dark and empty. No watcher, no dark coat, just the single bulb burning over the door and the smell of damp stone. She used her key on the outer lock, climbed the stairs because the lift had been broken for 8 years, heard Goran's boots on the treads behind her, steady and unhurried, and wanted to tell him to stop following her like she was something that needed guarding. She did not say it. Yula's door was locked. She knocked twice, paused, knocked once more. The chain slid back. The door opened. Yula stood in the gap, silver-streaked hair loose around her shoulders, face pale in the dim light from the hallway. She looked at Zivka's bare feet, at the wet clothes, at the woman who had walked out of her apartment hours ago as a controlled investigator and returned as something else entirely. She did not ask. She stepped aside. Zivka walked past her into the small kitchen where the kettle still sat warm on the stove. She heard Goran step through the doorway behind her, heard Yula close the door, heard the chain slide back into place. The silence stretched. Zivka turned. Goran stood in the narrow space between the kitchen counter and the wall, his dark coat still damp from the tunnel air, his face unreadable. He was watching her the way he had watched her on the pier. Not clinical, not cold, just present, in a way that made the room feel smaller. "You said you had hundreds of questions," he said. "I do." "Then ask." She wanted to. She wanted to ask how long he had known. She wanted to ask what he had seen when she fell apart on that pier. She wanted to ask if the bond meant he had no choice, if every look and every touch was just instinct wearing a mask called devotion. But the question that came out was not any of those. "What is your real name?" He went still. Not the stillness of a man caught off guard, the stillness of a man deciding how much truth the moment could hold. "Goran Vekk is the name on my file," he said. "It is the name I answer to in the unit. It is the name the tribunal will see on every report I sign. And the one that is not on your file?" He held her gaze. "In the pack records I am registered as Goran Vekk Nemenjikish. The Nemenjikish line runs through the Eastern Territory Councils. My grandmother was archive keeper for 3 treaty cycles. My uncle was killed in the same purge that took your father." The air left her lungs. "You knew. I knew your name before I met you. I knew the Solt line had been scattered. I knew the medic who treated your mother was still alive and still working in the old district." His voice did not waver. "I did not know you were running suppressants until I smelled the chemical seam at the dock. After that, I had weeks to confirm what my instincts told me." "Weeks?" The word came out flat. "You have known for weeks." "Yes, and you said nothing." "I said nothing because exposing you would have ended your career, collapsed the investigation before we had enough evidence to move, and given the real leak time to bury every trace of their operation." He paused. "And because it was not my truth to take from you." She heard the echo of his words on the pier, felt them land in the same hollow space where her fury and her relief were still tangled together. "You let me lie to you," she said, "every day. You let me walk into briefings and file reports and sit across from you at that conference table knowing exactly what I was hiding. I let you protect yourself the way you had learned to protect yourself." His voice dropped. "I did not trust you with my own truth until tonight. I do not get to judge you for the same silence." The kitchen was too small. The walls were too close. She could smell the damp wool of his coat and the old stone of Yula's building and the faint chemical trace of smoke still clinging to his skin. "Why now?" she asked. "Because you chose to let me see you. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." He stepped forward, half a step, close enough that she could see the tension in his jaw. "I was sent to find the leak. I was not sent to find you. The mission gave me a reason to keep distance. The bond gave me a reason to close it. I spent weeks trying to decide which one I was following, and every time I thought I had chosen, you did something that made me realize I was lying to myself. And now? Now I am not lying." He held her gaze. "I am telling you what I am, what I was sent to do, how long I have known. If you want to walk away from this, from me, from whatever the bond means, I will not stop you, but I will not let you make that choice without the truth." She stood in the small kitchen of the woman who had kept her secret for 14 years, barefoot and breathless, with the bond humming behind her ribs, and a man who had known her better than she wanted to admit, watching her decide. She did not know if she was going to hit him or kiss him. She did not know if there was a difference anymore. "My name." She heard her own voice, rough and low. "Zivka Solt, born to the Solt line. 19 years running from it. 14 years hiding what I am, I know." "Then you know I have nothing left to lose." "I know you have everything to lose." He said it like a fact, not a comfort. "And I know you are going to choose to lose it anyway, because that is who you are." The bond flared. Not a threat, not a warning. It rose between them like heat off wet pavement, and she felt him feel it, felt the answering pulse in his chest, the way his breath caught and held. "You do not get to use the bond as an excuse," she said. "You do not get to hide behind fate." "I am not hiding." He reached into his coat, slow, deliberate. His fingers closed around something flat and rectangular, and he pulled out a sealed envelope, creased and damp at the edges. "I pulled this from the archive before the fire took the rest of it." He held it out to her. "It is addressed to Lyra Tassik's office, marked with a treaty cipher that should not exist outside the council channels." She took it. The paper was warm from his body heat. "I am not asking you to trust me tonight," he said. "I am asking you to open that envelope and tell me if the names inside match the ones you have been chasing." She looked at the envelope, at the triangular seal, at the cipher mark that should not exist. She looked at him. The bond was steady. The truth was not. She broke the seal. Chapter 25. The envelope's seal cracked under her thumb, the old wax brittle from heat and damp. She pulled out 3 sheets, handwritten manifest logs, a single folded letter, and a name roster stamped with Treaty Oversight's triangular mark. The bond hummed behind her ribs as she read. The manifest logs matched the ones Even had described: altered safehouse rotations, rerouted witness transports, timestamps bracketed around every murder date. The letter was addressed to Lyra Tassik, unsigned, but the handwriting looped the same way as the forged transport orders from the archive. And the roster. 14 names, pack witnesses who had passed through the protection system in the last 18 months. 8 of them were dead. 2 were scheduled to testify at the tribunal. The remaining 4 had no status notation at all. Zivka's hand tightened on the paper. "This came from inside the treaty system," she said. "Not from a leak, from the center." Goran stood motionless by the kitchen counter. "The cipher on the envelope confirms it. Those seals are issued to Oversight's senior staff only." Then Lyra Tassik either signed these herself or someone stole her seal and her key cylinder and her terminal access, and no one noticed for 18 months. Or someone in her chain of command authorized it and buried the trail. Zivka looked at him. The bond pulsed, steady and warm, but she forced herself to hold distance. She had spent 14 years trusting only what she could prove. She was not going to stop now. "I need everything you withheld," she said. "Every name, every channel, every report you filed to the Pack Council that you did not share with this investigation." Goran's jaw tightened. "You are asking me to hand over operational intelligence that could compromise a covert mandate. I am asking you to decide which side you are on. I am on your side. Then prove it." The kitchen went silent. Yula had retreated to the back room, leaving them alone with the damp evidence and the bond crackling between them like a live wire. Goran reached into his coat again, slower this time. He pulled out a folded leather folio and held it out. "My contact reports for the last 6 months," he said, "including the names of every council officer who requested updates on the investigation, every pressure campaign tied to witness testimony, and every time Osvan Merrik's office submitted access requests that overlapped with my channels." Zivka took it. The leather was worn soft at the edges, the pages dense with cramped handwriting and coded reference numbers. "You have been tracking him," she said. "I have been tracking everyone. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." She heard the echo of his words from the pier, felt the same hollow space open behind her ribs. The bond wanted her to trust him. The bond wanted her to step forward, to close the distance, to let the warmth of his presence burn through the cold that had settled in her bones. She did not move. "I will review these tonight," she said, her voice flat. "Tomorrow morning we meet at headquarters, formal briefing, full disclosure of everything we recovered from the archive and everything in that folio. No omissions. And after the briefing? Then we decide who to arrest." She turned toward the back room, the evidence pressed against her chest, and felt him watch her walk away. Headquarters smelled like coffee and disinfectant and the chemical residue of evidence processing. Zivka arrived at dawn, the leather folio tucked under her arm and the damp archive pages spread across her desk. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the safehouse fire, felt the suppressant tearing apart beneath her skin, heard Goran's voice saying, "I knew from the first moment." She had reviewed every page of his contact reports. The pattern was undeniable. Osvan's office had filed access requests for sealed schedules, transport manifests, and safehouse coordinates on dates that bracketed every witness murder. The requests were technically within his liaison authority, but the frequency, the timing, and the specific files requested made coincidence impossible. Terran arrived first, coffee in hand, dark circles under his eyes. He stopped at her desk and looked at the spread of papers. "You look like you fought the fire yourself." "Close enough." He pulled up a chair and started reading without asking permission. 3 minutes later, he let out a low whistle. Mertrit's office logged access to the Corvin Lane manifest 12 hours before Nemen's body was found. "Keep reading." He did. His face went still as he worked through the timestamps, the overlapping channels, the cipher-marked envelope that should not exist. "This is not a leak," he said finally. "This is a directed operation." Directed by who? Whoever controls Treaty Oversight's senior channels. He tapped the roster. These 14 names were not chosen at random. They were selected, scheduled, fed into dead ground. Zivka looked at the roster again. The 2 surviving witnesses scheduled for the tribunal were at the bottom of the list, their names circled in a different hand. "Someone is trying to collapse the tribunal," she said. "Not by killing everyone, by killing enough to make the survivors too afraid to testify. The tribunal is in 6 days. I know." She heard footsteps in the corridor, heavy, deliberate, coming toward her office with the rhythm of someone who knew exactly where she was. The door opened. Osvan stood in the frame, one hand braced against the jamb, his face pale and tight with visible concern. His bandage was fresh, a clean white wrap visible above his collar, and his gray eyes found her immediately. "You are alive," he said. "I heard about the safe house. I am alive. I should have been there." "You were in recovery." "I should have been there." He stepped into the room, his gaze moving past Terran to the papers spread across her desk. "What did you recover?" She hesitated. The bond was silent. Osvan's presence did not trigger her wolf the way Goran's did not make her skin prickle with recognition or danger. He was just a man, standing in her office, bandaged and worried and asking the right questions. "Evidence," she said, enough to point toward oversight. "Who?" She looked at the roster, the cipher mark, at the name circled at the top of the page. "Lyra Tostic," she said, and watched his expression flicker. "Or someone using her credentials to operate inside the system." Osvan's hand tightened on the doorframe. "Tostic has been in oversight for 12 years. If she is compromised, the entire treaty apparatus is compromised. Then we need to know which side she is on." He moved closer, lowering his voice. "Let me help. I have contacts inside oversight who will talk to me. They will not talk to the unit." Zivka looked at him. His gray eyes held hers, steady and earnest, and for a moment she wanted to believe him, wanted to let someone else carry the weight of the decision. The bond did not react. No pull, no warding, just the quiet presence of a man who had bled for her, who was offering help without invoking destiny or rank. "All right," she said. "Let me brief you before you leave." She reached across her desk to pull the cipher-marked envelope from the stack of papers, the one piece of evidence she had not shared. The envelope was gone. Chapter 26. The cold in her chest had nothing to do with the safe-house fire. Zivka stood with her hand frozen over the empty space where the envelope should have been. The desk lay bare beneath the stack of manifest logs. She had placed it there. She had touched the wax seal, felt the weight of the paper, known exactly where it was. Now it was not. "Zivka?" Taryn's voice came from somewhere behind her, measured and careful. "What is missing?" She did not answer. Her mind was already running through the sequence. Who had been in the room? Who had passed the door? How long she had looked away while she told Osvan about Lyra Tostic. "Osvan." She turned. He stood 2 steps inside the doorway, gray eyes tracking her movement. His hand was still braced against the jamb, the fresh bandage visible above his collar, his face tight with concern. "You look like you lost something," he said. "The envelope I pulled from the archive. Treaty cipher. Handwriting matching the forged orders." His expression did not shift. No flicker of surprise, no narrowing of calculation. Just the same concerned stillness he had worn since entering. "I will check the corridor cameras." The corridor cameras went down for maintenance last night. Maris sent the notice 4 hours ago. Taryn's voice was flat. He had not looked up from the papers on her desk. Zivka watched Osvan's face. The bond remained silent. No pull, no warding. Just the quiet pressure of a man who should not have known about the cameras. "How did you know the cameras were down?" Osvan's hand dropped from the jam. "Maris mentioned it when I passed her office. Maris is in court this morning. She left before dawn." The silence stretched. Osvan held her gaze. His gray eyes did not waver, did not shift, did not offer the smallest crack for doubt to enter. He looked like a man who had made a simple error and was waiting for it to pass. "I heard it from dispatch," he said. "I must have misremembered." "You do not misremember things." He smiled, small, sad, almost fond. "No, I do not." He straightened, adjusting the collar where the bandage pressed against his neck. "You are right to be suspicious. If I were standing where you are, I would be suspicious too." "Where were you between midnight and dawn?" "Recovery bed. My surgeon can confirm." "He is your surgeon." "He is also a licensed practitioner who keeps written logs." Osvan stepped closer, slow and deliberate, stopping at the edge of her desk. "I am not your enemy, Zivka. I have never been your enemy. And if you keep treating me like one, you will miss the actual threat standing somewhere you are not looking." He reached into his coat. Taryn's hand moved toward his belt. Zivka's fingers tightened on the edge of the desk. Osvan pulled out a folded paper and placed it on the stack of manifest logs. His hand rested on it for a moment before stepping back. "Access records from my personal terminal. Every file I opened in the last 3 months. Every request I submitted. Every date and timestamp." Zivka looked at the paper, then at him. "Why now?" "Because you are right to doubt me, and the only way to answer doubt is transparency." He moved toward the door, pausing with his hand on the frame. "I have been reading your case for 5 years. I have been watching the people around you for almost as long. I never lied about wanting you, but I also never told you everything." He left. The door clicked shut behind him. Taryn exhaled slowly. That man is either the most patient ally in Dunavar or the most dangerous liar. I do not know which one scares me more. She reached for the paper. The access records were meticulous, time-stamped to the minute, cross-referenced with terminal locations and authorization codes. She scanned the first page, then the second. The pattern was there. Osvan had accessed sealed schedules on dates bracketing every witness murder. But the access requests carried a dual authorization code, a secondary clearance that bypassed standard oversight protocols. A secondary clearance issued to Treaty Oversight's senior coordinator, Lyra Tasik. Zivka looked up. The bond flickered at the edge of her awareness, not a warning, but a pull, steady and insistent, drawing her attention toward the door Goran had used the night before. She had not seen him since they parted at Yula's apartment, had not spoken to him since he handed over the leather folio and said, "I knew from the first moment." The pull sharpened. She stood, the access records still in her hand, and moved toward the corridor. Dara did not stop her. The main floor of headquarters was quiet. Night shift had gone home, day shift had not fully arrived, and the corridor lights were still dimmed to their pre-dawn setting. The maintenance door to the archive annex stood ajar. She pushed it open. Goran was inside, standing at the evidence table where they had spread the damp archive pages the night before. His back was to her, shoulders rigid beneath the dark coat, hands braced on the table edge as if he was holding himself upright. He did not turn. "I know about the secondary clearance," he said. "I should have told you before." "Before when?" "Before you walked into that building alone." He straightened, finally turning. His gray eyes were darker than she remembered, stone gray and storm-heavy, carrying a weight that had not been there on the pier. "Before you started trusting him." Osvan. He filed dual authorization requests using Tasik's clearance on every file he accessed. The clearance was granted 6 months before the first witness died. Tasik approved it personally. Zivka's hand tightened on the access records. "You knew this?" "I suspected. I did not confirm until I cross-referenced his requests against her approval logs last night, while I was reading your contact reports." "Yes." She should have been furious. Should have felt the old familiar burn of someone else deciding what she needed to know. Instead, she felt something colder, the recognition that he had chosen to tell her before she had to ask. "Why now?" Goran's jaw tightened. "Because I am tired of watching you decide whether to trust me while someone else feeds you the version of truth that serves his purpose." He reached into his coat and pulled out a second file, thinner than the contact folio. Worn at the edges, the binding cracked from repeated folding. "This is everything I have on the Nemanja connection to the Salt Purge. Names, records, the testimony my grandmother archived before she died." He placed it on the table between them. "And this is the last piece of information I will give you without being asked." Zivka looked at the file, then at his face. The bond hummed between them, steady and warm, no longer a threat but a presence that asked for nothing. "What changed?" "You." His voice rough. "You walked into a burning building and came out holding evidence against your ribs instead of running. You told me your name, your real name, and you are still standing in front of me demanding truth instead of running from it." He stepped closer, not reaching, not crowding, just close enough that she could smell the cold on his coat, the smoke that still clung to his skin. "But I will stop giving you reasons not to." The bond pulsed, soft, searching. Zivka looked down at the file, at the cracked binding, at the name written on the first page in faded ink. Nemanja Solt, Archive Extract, Cycle 47. She reached for it, and the lights went out. Chapter 27. The lights did not come back. Zivka stood in the dark of the archive annex, one hand still reaching for the file on the table, the other pressed flat against the wood. The bond flickered once, twice, then settled into a low hum that told her nothing except that Goran was still breathing 3 feet to her left. "Generator kick should have hit by now," he said, voice flat, controlled. the kind of calm that meant he was already calculating exits. She heard him move, a scrape of boot leather against the floor, then the soft click of his hand finding the table edge. "Stay still. I am not the one who needs to hear that." The bond pulsed, warm, almost amused. Then footsteps in the corridor, slow, measured. A single set, not running, not sneaking, walking with the unhurried confidence of someone who belonged in the dark. The footsteps stopped at the open doorway. "Power surge tripped the main breaker," Osvan Merrik said. His voice carried no sharpness, no alarm, only the mild irritation of a man explaining a minor inconvenience. "Maintenance is already flipping the switch back. 30 seconds. Zivka's hand dropped from the table. She could not see him, could not read his face, but the weight of his presence in the dark doorway felt different than it should have, wrong in a way that had nothing to do with the missing lights. The fluorescence buzzed, flickered, came back in stages, pale and humming, casting the archive annex into flat gray light. Osvan stood in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame, the bandage at his ribs visible beneath his open coat. His pale gray eyes found hers immediately, as if he had known exactly where she would be standing. "Impressive timing," Goran said. Osvan did not look at him. "I came to find you." He meant Zivka. The bond tightened, a warning she did not need. She picked up the Investigator Solt file from the table, tucked it under her arm, and walked past both of them into the corridor without saying a word. He caught her at the turn, not with his hands, with his voice, quiet, low, carrying nothing but the shape of her name. "Zivka." She stopped, did not turn around. "I have never lied to you about wanting you." The words landed exactly where he meant them to, against the ribs, against the part of her that had spent 14 years believing no one could want what she really was. She turned. Osvan stood in the middle of the corridor, the archive annex door still open behind him. Goran had not followed. He had stayed inside, giving her room, or giving her rope. She could no longer tell which. "The bond," Osvan said. "It does not ask for your consent. It does not wait until you are ready to be seen. It takes hold before you can breathe, and by the time you understand what is happening, you have already started mistaking intensity for trust." He stepped closer, not crowding, measuring. "I have watched you do that for weeks. You have watched me for 5 years. Yes." The admission landed clean, no flinch, no deflection. 5 years of reading your file, tracking your cases, learning how you think. He stopped 3 feet from her, close enough that she could see the pulse at his throat, steady and slow. "I know what that sounds like. I know you are trying to decide whether it makes me obsessed or devoted. Which one is it?" "Both." She should have walked, should have turned and left him standing in the corridor with the fluorescence humming overhead. She did not move. "I never approached you," he said. "I never put myself in your path. I read your reports because I needed to understand who was running the cases I was being asked to oversee. I learned your patterns, because patterns are my job." A pause. "But I did not stop reading after the first file." "Why?" "Because you were alone in a way that looked familiar." The corridor felt smaller, tighter. The bond pulled at the edge of her awareness, not toward Goran, not toward anything, just present, waiting for her to decide. Osvan's hand moved, not reaching for her, just opening at his side, palm up, an offer she could take or leave. "I am not asking you to trust the bond," he said. "I am asking you to trust the choice you make without it. You said yourself, the bond does not wait for consent." "Exactly." His voice dropped. "And that is why you should be afraid of what it takes from you before you have a chance to give it." The words hit exactly where he had aimed. She thought of the pier, of Goran's hand on the back of her neck, of the way her wolf had risen without asking permission, without waiting for her to decide if she was ready to be seen, of how good it had felt to stop fighting. "I am not asking you to choose tonight," Osvan said. "I am asking you to let me stand beside you through what comes next. Not because the bond marked me, because I want to be there." His hand stayed open, and she almost took it. Almost. Her fingers twitched at her side. The Investigator Solt file pressed against her ribs. The bond hummed, steady and warm, not pushing, not pulling, just waiting. She opened her mouth. Her pocket buzzed. She reached for the phone without looking, brought it to her ear. "Zivka." Terran's voice, flat, urgent, the kind of tone he used when he had found something that changed everything. "I need you to come downstairs, now." "What did you find?" "Not over the phone." The call ended. She looked at Osvan. His hand was still open. His pale gray eyes carried no impatience, no frustration, only the patient weight of a man who believed he could wait. "I have to go." "I know." She turned and walked toward the stairwell. Behind her, Osvan did not follow, and the bond stayed silent, carrying no warning, no pull, no sign of whether she had just walked away from the right man or straight into the arms of the wrong one. Chapter 28. The stairwell carried her down 3 flights before she realized she had not exhaled since the call ended. Terran stood at the bottom landing, arms crossed, tablet tucked against his chest. The corridor behind him was empty. No patrols, no clerks, just the hum of the overnight lights and the scatter of papers on his table. "Tell me," she said. He did not answer. He turned and walked toward the conference room, expecting her to follow. She did. The room smelled of old coffee and photocopier heat. The caseboard had been stripped clean, every photo, every route map, every witness timeline pulled down and replaced with something else. Terran had rearranged her work in her absence. Across the wall he had pinned witness locations in gray, breach points in red, and every known appearance of Osvan Merrik in black. The pattern hit before she reached the table. Black pins clustered at the edges of red, never inside the breach, never at the moment of violence. Always close enough to observe, always far enough to deny. "This is every verified interaction," Terran said. "Not what he told us. What the logs, the patrol reports, and the building access records confirm." She moved along the wall. Devrin Neman's murder on the docks. Osvan's terminal queried Neman's file 4 days before the body dropped. The query was logged at 3 a.m. from a treaty annex machine that required a physical key cylinder Osvan had signed out that evening. She stopped. "You confirmed the key cylinder." I pulled the signature log. Terran did not look up from his tablet. His name, his thumbprint, timestamp matches the query window. She kept moving. Lutek Miran's transport order. Osvan's office filed the approval chain that routed Miran through the lane where the killers found him. The order carried Lira Tassik's stamp, but the request originated from Osvan's terminal. The ambush on the Riverside Lane. Osvan personally recommended and inspected the reroute. He was on site the morning of the transfer, walked the route, signed the safety log. The attackers knew the exact gap between vehicles, the archive building. Osvan's access requests bracketed every entering Zivka had made into the safe house system. He knew the building existed before she told him. The murder of Goran's foreman. Osvan's travel records placed him in the warehouse district that night. No formal meeting, no inspection, just a transit log entry that put him within 4 blocks of the killing. She counted the black pins. 12. Every one of them at the edge of a red breach. Not inside, not responsible, present. "It does not prove guilt," Terran said. "It proves proximity." 12 times, yes. She turned from the wall. Terran had not moved from the table. His tablet lay face down beside a spread of printed logs, access records, and patrol timestamps. He looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. "There is more," he said. "Show me." He picked up a folder from the stack and handed it to her. She opened it. Inside was a photograph of a man she did not recognize. Late 40s, broad build, a scar pulling the corner of his left eye down. Standing beside a cargo truck in a lot she did not recognize. "Who is this?" "His name is Dresden McCule," Terran said. "He works for an independent haulage company based out of the eastern districts. No PAC affiliation, no criminal record. Clean enough that he never triggered a flag." "Until when?" "Until I cross-referenced the driver manifests for every witness transport in the last 18 months. She looked at the photograph again. He was on the crew for 2 of the reroutes that ended in witness deaths. Both times his name appeared on the personnel roster the morning of the transfer, added after the close of business deadline the night before. "Added by who?" Terran's jaw tightened. The roster amendment carries a treaty oversight authorization code, the same code that appears on every altered transport order. Lyra Tassik's code. Her code. He paused. But the amendment request was filed from a terminal in the oversight annex that uses a different login protocol, one that requires a physical key cylinder. She already knew the answer. She asked anyway. Who signed out that cylinder on the dates the amendments were filed? Terran held her gaze. Osvan Merrik. The room went quiet. The fluorescent hum pressed against her ears. She set the folder down, picked it up again, set it down a second time. Her hands did not seem to know what they wanted to do. You found this tonight. I found it 4 hours ago. I spent the time verifying it against 3 separate log sources before I called you. Why did you not tell me sooner? Because I wanted to be certain. He met her eyes without flinching, and because I wanted to make sure he would not have time to explain it away before you saw the full picture. She looked at the wall again. 12 black pins, 12 edges of the map. Osvan had been standing at every margin, watching, waiting, adjusting. Never guilty enough to hold, never absent enough to clear. The bond stayed silent, no pull, no warding, no instinct telling her whether the evidence in her hands was the truth she had been hunting or a carefully constructed misdirection designed to point exactly where someone wanted her to look. Where is Drazen Mikul now? She asked. That is the problem. Terran's voice dropped. The haulage company says he stopped reporting for shifts 3 days ago. No resignation, no forwarding address. They assumed he quit, or he disappeared, or he was disappeared. She stared at the photograph. A man she had never seen, a name she had never heard, a driver on the edge of a system that swallowed witnesses whole. And standing at every junction, arranging every piece, shaping every route, the same patient, pale-eyed man who had held his hand open to her less than 10 minutes ago. I need a location, she said. Last known address, any known contacts, anything that might tell us where Drazen Mikul went. Terran pulled a slip of paper from his pocket. I already pulled his file. Last known address is a rooming house in the Eastern Docks district. He listed a sister as emergency contact. I have her name in Cross Street. She took the paper. Do not share this with anyone, she said. Not Maris, not Besa, not Osvan. She did not confirm it aloud. She did not need to. Terran already knew. She folded the paper into her pocket beside the Namanjik file, feeling the weight of both against her hip. One more thing, Terran said. She looked up. He was not looking at the wall anymore. He was looking at her, directly, the way he had looked at her 100 times across evidence tables in crime scene tape, but never like this. If Osvan Merrik is the architect, he said, then the mole inside the unit is not feeding the killers. The mole is feeding him. But words landed cold in her chest, because she had been so focused on who was pulling the trigger that she had forgotten to ask who was drawing the map. I will be back before dawn, she said. Zivka. She stopped at the door. You have not told me where you are going. She looked back at him. Good, she said. That means I am learning. She stepped into the corridor. The lights flickered once, steadied, and held. Behind her, Terran began pulling the black pins from the wall, one by one, and she understood without asking that he was not destroying the evidence. He was packing it, because they were running out of time to show it to anyone who still had the power to use it. Her pocket buzzed. She pulled out the phone. A single message from a number she did not recognize. He knows you are looking for the driver. Do not go alone. She stopped in the middle of the corridor. The sender field was blank. No name, no identifier. Just the words, waiting exactly where someone had known she would find them. Chapter 29. She stood in the corridor with the phone still in her hand. The words burned against the dark glass. He knows you are looking for the driver. Do not go alone. She read them 3 times, once for content, once for subtext, once for the shape of the sender's voice hiding behind the letters. No name, no identifier, just the warning, delivered exactly when someone had known she would need it. She turned the phone over in her palm. The anonymous note from Yula's building had arrived the same way. No trail, no signature, just information that arrived too precisely to be coincidence. Someone inside the system was feeding her intelligence, and that someone knew about Drazen Mukul. She slid the phone into her pocket beside the folded paper with his last address. The Investigator Solt file pressed against her hip, the weight of evidence she had not yet opened. The corridor stretched ahead, empty, fluorescent, humming with the sound of a building that did not know it was already compromised. She could call Maris, could call Besa, could walk back into the conference room and ask Taryn to come with her. But Taryn was packing the caseboard. Taryn was the only person in the unit who still knew exactly where all the pins went. And she had spent the last hour learning that Osvan Merrik had been standing at every edge of the map, watching, adjusting, waiting. If he knew she was looking for the driver, he also knew she would not go alone, which meant the person she chose to bring mattered. She pulled out the phone and dialed before she let herself rethink it. Besa answered on the second ring. Her voice was rough, not from sleep, from the scrape of a shift that had not ended cleanly. "Where are you?" "Headquarters," Zivka said. "I need to talk, off the record, not about patrol rotations." Pause. The kind of pause that measured risk against curiosity. "I am at the North District Post. 20 minutes. Make it 15. She hung up before Besa could ask the question she was not ready to answer. The walk to the North District Post cut through streets she had traveled 1,000 times. Warehouse shadows, canal breath, the thin yellow glow of street lamps that never quite reached the pavement. She moved fast, kept her hands free, let the wolf beneath her skin stretch into her stride, testing the weight of limbs that had spent 14 years muted. The bond pulled east, steady and quiet. Goran was not following. He was letting her move, letting her choose. That trust sat strange in her chest, heavier than suspicion. Besa was waiting outside the post door, arms crossed, coat collar turned up against the river air. She watched Zivka approach with the flat attention of someone who had learned to read threats in posture before words. "You look like you have been running," Besa said. "I have been running." "Inside the building or outside?" Zivka stopped an arm's length away. The fog curled between them. "Both." Besa studied her for a long moment. Then she uncrossed her arms and tipped her head toward the side alley where the patrol cars were parked. "Not here. My truck." They sat in the cab with the engine off and the windows fogging from their breath. Besa did not start with questions. She waited. Let the silence press until Zivka was the one who had to break it. "What do you know about the Solt line?" Besa's hands stayed still on the steering wheel. Her jaw tightened once, then released. "I know it was disgraced before I was born. I know the name carries weight in pack memory that has nothing to do with what actually happened." "What actually happened?" Besa turned to look at her, direct, unblinking. "Your father was accused of feeding information to treaty violators. He died in custody before the council could prove it. Your mother refused to testify, took the stigma, and disappeared with you." She paused. "That is the official version. And the unofficial version." Besa's fingers tapped the wheel once, twice. "The unofficial version is that your father was a convenient sacrifice. The council needed someone to blame for a leak that came from much higher up. Assault was expendable. Assault had no political protection." The words landed like stones in her chest. She had heard versions of this before. Fragments, rumors, Osvan's careful reconstruction in the recovery room. But hearing it from Besa, who had no reason to comfort her, no reason to shape the story for effect, felt different. "Who benefits from preserving that story?" Zivka asked. Besa's eyes sharpened. "Anyone who wants the packs to believe the treaty system cannot be trusted. Anyone who wants the council to keep its power by controlling what gets remembered." She paused. "And anyone who needs a reason to discredit assault before they can speak." The cab felt smaller. "Osvan Merrik," Zivka said. It was not a question. Besa did not answer immediately. She looked through the windshield at the fog rolling past the headlights. "Osvan Merrik has contacts inside the Pack Council that do not run through official channels, factions that prize order over balance, packs that would rather consolidate power than share it." She turned back to Zivka. "I have been watching him longer than you think." "How long?" "Since he started asking questions about pack witnesses that had nothing to do with treaty oversight." Zivka's pulse ticked faster. "Why did you not tell me?" "Because I was not sure whose side you were on." Besa said it flatly, without apology. "You spent 9 years pretending to be human. You hid your bloodline, your wolf, your name. I could not know if the investigator I was watching was Solt by accident or Solt by strategy. The words stung, but they were true. I am Solt by birth, Zivka said, and by choice. I stopped running from that name tonight. Besa held her gaze for a long breath. Then she nodded once. Good, because you are going to need every piece of that name to survive what comes next. Zivka pulled the folded paper from her pocket, held it up. Dresden Mikkel, driver. He was added to witness transport rosters on 2 reroutes that ended in deaths. The amendments were filed using Osvan's key cylinder. Besa took the paper. Read it. Her face did not change. You have an address. Rooming house in the Eastern Docks district, and a sister's cross street. And you came to me instead of Maris or Terran. Toro knows. Maris does not. Neither does anyone else. Zivka met her eyes. Someone sent me an anonymous warning not to go alone. I am taking it seriously. Besa folded the paper into her own pocket. Then we go together. She turned the key. The engine caught, low and rough, vibrating through the cab. But we do it smart. We do not knock on the front door. We check the rooming house from the roof first, see who is watching, and we move after we know the ground. Zivka nodded. The truck pulled away from the curb, headlights cutting through the fog. The Bond tugged east, steady and patient, and she felt Goran's presence like a hand she was not reaching for yet. The streetlights blurred past, and in the passenger seat, Zivka watched the shadows between them and tried to remember what it felt like to move through a city that did not know her name. The rooming house appeared through the fog as a narrow shape wedged between a chandelier and a boarded-up fish market. 3 floors, dark windows, a single bulb burning over the entrance. Besa killed the engine half a block away and sat watching. Back door faces the canal, she said. Roof accesses through the fire escape on the east wall. If he is still alive, he is either in his room or he has been moved. If he is still alive. Besa looked at her. We find out together. They crossed the street in silence. The fog swallowed them, and the rooming house waited, dark and patient, keeping whatever secrets the missing driver had left behind. Chapter 30. The rooming house waited. Fog curled around the fire escape, thick and cold, carrying the brine of the canal and something sour from the Shungler's gutters. Zivka stood pressed against the east wall, Besa a shadow at her shoulder, both of them watching the dark windows. No movement, no sound. Then her phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. A single line of text from a number she did not recognize. No greeting, no signature. He is not in the building. Come south. I will meet you at the Iron Bridge. Besa read it over her shoulder. You are not going alone. I am not going at all until I know who is sending these. Zivka pocketed the phone. But they knew about Yula's watcher. They knew about Dresden, and they know I am standing here right now. A chill that was not from the fog moved through her. Someone is tracking my movements, she said, in real time. Or someone is close enough to see you. Besa's eyes swept the street. Eyes, not tech. The thought did not settle well. Zivka looked up at the dark windows one more time. If Dresden Mikkel had ever been there, he was gone now. Moved, hidden, or dead in a place no one would think to search. I need to follow this, she said, but I need to know who is leading me. Besa was quiet for a long breath. Then she nodded. Go. I will check the rooming house from the inside. If I find anything, you will know. And if you do not come out? Besa's mouth curved, thin and humorless. Then do not wait for me. Zivka crossed the street alone. The fog swallowed the rooming house behind her, and she walked south along the canal, the Bond pulling steady and patient ahead of her. Not toward the Iron Bridge, toward the warehouses. She stopped walking. The Bond was pointing at Goran. She tested it. The pull did not shift. Steady, patient. East, not south. The anonymous texter had told her to go south. Goran was east. She turned east. The warehouse district materialized out of the fog like a half-remembered dream. dark shutters, rusted loading docks, a single lamp burning at the far end of a narrow alley, and Goran, standing in the mouth of it, hands loose at his sides, watching her approach. He did not look surprised. "You got the message," he said. Zivka's step faltered. "You sent it. I had to get you alone, off every network, out of every sight line." He did not step closer. "You would not have come if I asked directly." She wanted to argue. She could not. "You could have told me it was you." "Would you have come?" The silence answered for her. Goran held her gaze. The fog moved between them, cold and wet, and the bond pulsed beneath her ribs like something alive and waiting. "I am not going to ask for trust you have not chosen," he said, "but I am going to answer every question you have. No omissions, no careful wording. You want to know when I recognized you, why I did not tell you, what my mission parameters actually were. I will tell you all of it." Zivka's throat tightened, starting with when you knew. The dock, exactly. Goran's jaw shifted. He did not look away. "The moment I stepped onto the pier. The wind carried your scent through the convoy before I saw your face. I knew before I knew your name." She had suspected it, hearing him say it still cut. "And you said nothing." "I could not." His voice dropped. "My mission was to find the leak. I was installed by the Pack Council under a mandate that did not exist on paper. If I had acknowledged the bond, exposed myself, the entire operation would have collapsed before it started." "So you watched me?" "Yes. And you let me believe I was hiding?" "Yes." The word landed between them like blade. Zivka's hands curled at her sides. "You let me shake on that dock. You let me lie to your face. You let me think I was still safe when you already knew every crack in my cover." "I did." Goran's voice was steady, but something moved behind his eyes. "And I would do it again, because the alternative was exposing you before I could protect you." "That is not your choice to make." "I know." He said it without defense. "I know," he repeated. "And I am not asking you to forgive it. I am telling you the truth so you can decide what to do with it." The bond pulsed, urgent, demanding. She ignored it. "What were your mission parameters?" "Find the leak. Secure the witnesses. Do not engage the Pack Council directly unless the evidence leaves no other path." "And Zivka Solt?" Goran's breath caught, almost invisible. "She was not in the parameters. She became the variable I could not anticipate." "When?" "The first night." His voice was low. "When you walked into the evidence room and I smelled the suppressant cracking, I knew what it meant. I knew what was happening to you, and I knew the bond was not going to let me walk away clean." Zivka's chest ached. "You could have outed me, claimed I compromised the investigation and had me removed." "Yes. Why did you not?" Goran looked at her for a long moment. The fog curled around his shoulders and the warehouse lamp cast his face in half shadow. "Because I saw you choose the case anyway." His voice was quiet. "You were shaking. Your suppressant was failing. You knew the bond was pulling you apart, and you still knelt beside that body and did your work. You did not run. You did not hide behind the badge. You met the threat head-on with nothing but your own control." He stepped closer. One step. Small. Measured. "I have watched a lot of people break under less pressure than you carried on that dock. You did not break. You bent. And you kept working." Zivka's throat burned. "That does not make the deception right." "No, it does not." He stopped an arm's length away. "But it is the truth, and I am giving it to you because you deserve to know exactly what kind of man the bond chose for you." The silence stretched. The bond hummed between them, raw and patient, asking for nothing. Zivka felt her hands uncurl. "You sent the messages?" "Yes." "The Yula building, the warning about Drazen, the Iron Bridge, all of it. You have been feeding me intelligence through anonymous channels because you knew I would not take it directly from you." Goran's mouth tightened. "Would you have?" He was not wrong. She hated that he was not wrong. "Where is Drazen Mikkel?" she asked. "Moved. Before you got to the rooming house." Goran's voice shifted. "Osvan got to him first." The name landed like a detonation. Zivka's pulse spiked. "How do you know?" "Because I have been watching Osvan's movements the same way he has been watching yours. He left headquarters 40 minutes before you reached Weaver's Lane. He is not in the city tonight." The fog pressed closer. "Where is he?" Zivka asked. Goran met her eyes. "He is moving the driver somewhere you will not find him before the tribunal, and he knows you are looking." The bond did not pulse. No warning, no pull. The bond stayed silent while the man Zivka had almost trusted was closing the last gap between them and the closing evidence. "Which means," she said slowly, "Osvan knows the evidence is about to close on him, and he is clearing the last pieces of the chain while he still can." Goran nodded. "He is all the way out of cover. The only question is whether Drazen Mikkel is still alive to confirm it." The canal wind keened through the alley, and the bond stayed silent. Chapter 31. The safe flat smelled like dust and old paper. Ivan Sarka sat on the edge of a narrow cot with his elbows on his knees and his fingers laced tight. His thin face looked paler than it had at the annex, and the shadows under his eyes had deepened to the color of bruised plums. He had not slept in 3 days. He had told Besa that twice. She had not argued. Besa stood by the window with her arms crossed, watching the street below through a crack in the curtain. A second officer, a wolf shifter named Daver with a jaw like a cinder block, leaned against the doorframe. Neither of them had spoken in the last hour. The flat was 3 rooms in a building that smelled of boiled cabbage and cheap disinfectant. The windows were sealed with tape that did not quite cover the draft. The only light came from a single bulb in the kitchenette, and it buzzed low, like something trapped. Ivan's hands twitched. "How much longer?" Besa did not turn. "Until we get the all clear." "You said that 4 hours ago." "Because it was true 4 hours ago." He pressed the heels of his palms against his eyes. "I cannot keep sitting here. I hear every footstep on the stairs. Every time the pipes knock, I think it is the door." Besa finally turned. Her face was not unkind, but it carried the weight of someone who had done this too many times before. "You want to be moved?" "Yes." "You understand moving you means a vehicle, open street, 3 transition points. More risk, not less." "I understand." Ivan's voice cracked. "I also understand that staying in one place long enough makes you predictable, and I have seen what happens to predictable weaknesses." Besa held his gaze for a long moment, then pulled out her phone. She made the call with her back to the room. Ivan watched her shoulders, the way they tensed when she spoke, the way she said yes twice and no once, and understood at the end with the flatness of someone who already knew the answer. She slipped the phone back into her pocket. 30 minutes, new location, East District, above a print shop. No record of it in any system. Ivan let out a breath he had been holding for hours. Davar shifted his weight. "Same extraction pattern?" "Modified. We go through the service basement, not the front. 2-block walk to the pickup point, then a van with blacked glass." Besa looked at Ivan. "You stay between us. You do not stop. You do not speak. You do not look at anyone." "I know the drill." "Say it anyway." Ivan straightened his spine. "I stay between. I do not stop. I do not speak. I do not look at anyone." Besa nodded once. They moved. The basement stairs were narrow and slick with something that glistened under Davil's flashlight. Ivan followed Besa's heels with his eyes fixed on her boots, counting steps to keep his breathing even. The air smelled of wet concrete and rodent droppings. A single bulb burned at the bottom of the stairwell, casting long shadows that stretched and shrank as they descended. The service door opened onto an alley between 2 tenement buildings. Fog had rolled in while they were inside, thick and gray, swallowing the streetlights at the far end. The pickup van was already there, engine running, exhaust curling into the mist. Besa opened the side door. Ivan climbed in without waiting for the order. The van pulled away before Dever had finished closing the door. Ivan sat on the bench with his back against the metal paneling, arms wrapped around his ribs. Besa sat across from him, phone in her hand, eyes scanning the street through the rear window. For 5 blocks, no one spoke. Then Ivan said, "I remembered something." Besa's attention snapped to him. "What?" "The authorization chain, the one that rerouted the transports." He licked his lips. "I told your investigator about the schedules, the forged stamps, but I did not tell her about the formatting." "What formatting?" "Treaty oversight documents have a standardized header, 6 fields, date, originating office, recipient, case code, clearance tier, approval stamp. Every clerk knows it. You see a deviation, you flag it." Besa leaned forward. "And you saw a deviation?" "Not at first." Ivan's fingers tightened around his own arms. "The chain I processed for the Nomen transport looked clean. Treaty header, correct fields, Lyra-Tassic's stamp in the right quadrant." He paused. But underneath the header layer, there was a second formatting sequence, a pack cipher, buried in the margin code. Besa's jaw tightened. "You saw this and did not report it?" "I did not see it until after the transport routed through the lane." His voice dropped. "I pulled the file again when I heard the witness was dead. That is when I noticed the second sequence. Someone had overlaid the pack cipher on top of the treaty formatting. The machine read the treaty header. The real authorization was embedded in the cipher." "Whose cipher?" Ivan's mouth opened. Then the lights went out. Not slowly, not flickering. A clean, absolute black. The van's engine died. The interior darkness swallowed every surface until there was nothing but sound. Besa's breath. Dever's hand sliding to his weapon. The wet whisper of tires on asphalt as the van coasted to a stop. "Contact," Besa said. Low, tight. Ivan did not move. He did not breathe. He heard the driver curse, heard the radio crackle once and go dead, heard the sound of footsteps on pavement. Not running, walking. Besa's hand found his shoulder in the dark. "Do not move," she said. "Do not speak. Do not make a sound." The footsteps stopped beside the van. The handle on the side door tested once. Ivan's heart slammed against his ribs so hard he could not hear anything else. The handle twisted again. Then the window beside his head shattered inward. Chapter 32. The glass hadn't stopped falling when Besa moved. She grabbed Ivan by the collar and dragged him sideways across the bench, away from the shattered window. Her other hand came up with the weapon already leveled. "Contact front," she repeated. "Driver, lights, now." The van's headlights flared to life, cutting through the fog in 2 white columns. The beam caught a shape in the street. Dark coat, hood up. Already turning away from the van, retreating into the mist. Not a killer, a runner. "Stay on him," Besa said. "Dever, cover the blind side." Besa kicked the side door open and rolled out, weapons scanning the alley. The driver gunned the dead engine twice before it caught, coughing black smoke into the fog. Ivan lay on the floor of the van with his hands over his head, glass glittering in his hair like frost. Besa crouched over him, one knee on the bench, eyes fixed on the direction the runner had vanished. "He was not aiming for you," she said. "He was aiming for the satchel." Ivan's hands dropped from his head. He looked at the floor where the courier bag had been sitting between his feet. It was gone. The strap had been cut clean through. "Tell me what was in it," Besa said. "Now." "Documents." Ivan's voice cracked. "Copies of the authorization chains, the ones with the pack cipher overlay. I made duplicates before I went into hiding." "Where were you taking them?" "To your investigator, the Solt woman. I was going to hand everything over at the new location." Besa's jaw worked. She pulled out her phone and dialed. The van lurched forward as the driver found traction. Dever swung back inside, door slamming shut, weapon still drawn. "Runner's gone," he said. "Lost him in the fog 2 blocks east." Besa's call connected. "We have a problem," she said. "The transport was hit. They took documents. Ivan is alive, myself, but the satchel is gone." She listened for 3 seconds. "No, that is not the problem. The problem is they knew exactly what they came for. They did not try for Ivan. They cut the bag strap. They knew what was inside." She listened again. You can track Summers, I love you. You see, it is not arty for how too terrify we flove, but the Providaz, I'll tense the people through. They did away. You say something that they despise that inventurally lapse, and appearly a lami lured stalus dispast. Even no. I will bring him to the print shop myself. Have the Solt woman meet us there. She ended the call and looked at Even. How many people knew you had those duplicates? No one. You told no one? I told the driver I had evidence, that is all. I did not say what kind or where I stored the copies. Besa's eyes went cold. The driver is one of ours, she said. Has been for 6 years. If he was yours, the leak is yours. Besa did not answer that. Instead, she said, take out your phone. Even complied. Who else has messaged you in the last 3 days? He scrolled through his call log. Only the driver and your investigator. The Sud women called once to confirm the meet time. That is it? That is it. Besa took his phone, pried the back off, and removed the battery. She handed both pieces back to him. No more calls, no more messages. You speak only to me or to her until we reach the tribunal. Even nodded, face pale, glass still caught in his hair. The van turned hard onto a narrow side street. The driver killed the headlights and navigated by the thin glow of street lamps through the fog. No one spoke for the next 3 blocks. At the print shop, Besa pulled Even out through a rear alley entrance, up a set of wooden stairs that groaned under their weight, and into a single-room flat that smelled of ink and old paper. A cot stood against one wall, a kettle on a hot plate, a single window facing the brick wall of the building next door. Sit, Besa said. Even sat on the cot. Besa checked the window lock, the door bolt, the fire escape latch. She pulled the curtains closed, plunging the room into dim yellow light from a single bulb. You stay here. You do not leave. You do not open the door for anyone except me. Or the Solt woman? Or her? Besa paused at the door. I am going to find out who knew about that satchel. And when I do, I am going to make sure they cannot touch you again. She left, the door locked behind her. Even sat in the yellow light with his hands on his knees, listening to the building settle. The flat above the print shop had one window, one cot, one door, and nothing else. Zivka arrived 20 minutes later. Besa met her at the bottom of the stairs, voice low, face unreadable. He is secure. The room is clean. No one followed me. Who knew he had the duplicates? I am working on that. Besa's eyes flickered toward the street. The driver cut the engine before the ambush. He says the power died on its own. I have him in a separate room, waiting to be questioned. You think he is the leak? I think if Ivan told only the driver about the duplicates, and the attackers came for the duplicates, the driver is the only variable I cannot verify. Zivka considered that. Let me talk to Ivan first. She climbed the stairs and knocked twice in a pattern only Besa would recognize. The door opened. Ivan looked smaller than she remembered, thin and hollow-eyed, glass still sparkling in his dark hair. Did you see their faces? Zivka asked. No, it was dark. The window shattered and I hit the floor. Did you hear anything? Voices, breathing, footsteps. Just the footsteps. Walking, not running, like they knew they had time. Zivka stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Show me where the satchel was. Ivan pointed to the floor beside the cot. I kept it between my feet the whole drive. The strap was looped around my ankle. Did that not feel them cut it? The glass was still falling when I hit the floor. I did not feel anything until I looked down and saw the strap hanging loose. Zivka crouched beside the cot. The floorboards were clean. No dropped papers, no cut fragments, nothing left behind. They were precise, she said. Knew the window, knew the timing, knew exactly where the satchel would be. They also knew the cipher was in the formatting, not in the visible text. Zivka looked up. Who else knows about the cipher overlay? I told your partner, the one with the stone-gray eyes. Goran, yes, at the safe flat. I told him and the patrol captain at the same time. Zivka stood. That was before the move? Yes, before we left for the print shop. So at least 4 people knew the cipher existed before this ambush. Goran, Besa, yourself. and the driver, and whoever the driver told, or whoever overheard. Hoofer had been monitoring the safe flat from the moment Ivan opened his mouth. Zivka pulled out her phone and dialed Goran's number. It rang 5 times. 6, 7. No answer. She tried again. The same. Goran is not picking up. Besa appeared in the doorway behind her. Try Maris. Zivka dialed Maris. It rang twice before a flat, professional voice answered. Deputy Prosecutor's Office. Who is calling? It is Zivka. I need to speak to Maris. Prosecutor Koto is unavailable. She is in a closed-door session with the Tribunal Committee. May I take a message? Tell her the transport documents were taken. Tell her the cipher is compromised. Tell her we need to move the tribunal date. A pause. I will relay the message. No, I need to speak to her now, in person. Where is the session? Another pause, longer this time. The sealed hearing chamber in the treaty building, but I have been instructed not to interrupt. Interrupt. Zivka ended the call before the assistant could respond. She looked at Besa. They are sealing the evidence before we can present it. Maris is in a closed session. Goran is not answering, and the documents we need to prove the cipher exists are gone. Besa's hand went to weapon. What do you want me to do? Stay with Ivan. Keep him alive. I am going to the treaty building. She moved past Besa and down the wooden stairs, into the fog that had not lifted, into the cold that had not broken, into a city that was closing around her faster than she could track. Her phone buzzed once as she stepped onto the street. Anonymous text. He knows you are coming. He is already waiting. Chapter 33. The treaty building foyer was empty. Zivka's footsteps echoed off the marble floor as she crossed toward the security desk, her phone still warm in her palm from the anonymous text she could not stop reading. He knows you are coming. He is already waiting. The guard looked up as she approached, recognition flickering across his face. Investigator Solt, Prosecutor Koto left instructions. You are to wait in the annex until the session breaks. I need to enter the hearing chamber. I cannot override a sealed session without direct authorization. Then call Tasik. The guard's hand hovered over the desk phone. Cordon Order Tasik is inside the chamber. Then she can authorize my entry from her seat. The guard picked up the receiver, hesitated, and dialed. Zivka waited. The fog pressed against the tall windows, turning the streetlights into blurred amber smears. The building hummed with the low thrum of old heating pipes and distant voices behind closed doors. The guard hung up. Coordinator Tasik says no interruptions. The session will break in 40 minutes. 40 minutes is too long. Those are my orders. Zivka stepped past the desk and into the corridor. The guard did not follow. She walked fast, her boots clicking against the marble in a rhythm that felt too loud for the empty hallway. The sealed hearing chamber was on the 3rd floor, west wing, double doors with reinforced glass and a lock that required keycard and biometric. She did not have clearance to enter, but she could wait outside until someone came out. The corridor curved left, then right, and the double doors appeared ahead, frosted glass panels showing the blurred shapes of figures seated inside. Zivka stopped at the far wall, leaning her shoulder against the paneling. She pulled out her phone. The anonymous text was still there. She scrolled past it to the message thread from Goran, the unanswered calls, the growing gap between the last word she had sent and the silence that answered. She typed again. I am at the treaty building. Maris is in a sealed session. Call me when you get this. She hit send. Nothing. She put the phone away. Minutes passed. The corridor stayed quiet. Then a door opened somewhere behind her, not the hearing chamber, a different door, closer to the stairwell. Footsteps followed, measured and unhurried. Zivka turned. Osvan Merrik stood at the end of the corridor, one hand resting in his coat pocket, his posture loose and easy, as if he had been walking this hallway for hours and had finally found what he was looking for. Investigator Solt. Merrik. He smiled. It did not reach his eyes. I thought you would be with the driver tonight, the one from the rooming house. Tresen Mikula is no longer at the rooming house. I know, I moved him. The words landed flat, no hesitation, no deflections. Zivka's hand drifted toward her weapon. You want to tell me where he is? No, but you know I am going to ask. I know you were going to try. He stepped closer, and the corridor lights caught the thin scar under his jaw, the pale gray of his eyes, the controlled stillness of a man who had already calculated every move she might make. "You have been reading my pattern," he said. "The messages, the movement logs, the timing of my attention. You noticed that my tenderness toward you peaked just after danger. The coffee invitations after the archive fire, the concern after the ambush, the 5 years of study you discovered on the night the lights went out. That is not a coincidence." "No, it is not." He stopped 2 arms lengths away. "It is a design." Zivka's skin went cold. "Engineered the danger because I needed you to need me," Osvan said. "Not because I wanted you injured. Because I wanted you to learn that when the world closed around you, I would be the one who showed up, the one who bled, the one who stayed. While you were the one who created the danger in the first place. I created openings. The danger came from the system itself. That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters." He tilted his head, studying her with the same patient attention he had used for 5 years, the same quiet focus that had once felt like care, and now felt like a cage being measured for its final lock. "You asked me once why I never told you about the surveillance," he said. "I told you I did not know how. That was not true either. I did not tell you because once you knew, you could not unknow. And I needed you to trust me before you learned the full shape of what I had built around you. Built around me. Protected. Controlled. For the same reasons. I did not want to lose you to the bond before you had a chance to choose me freely. I wanted time. I built time." Zivka's hand tightened on the grip of her weapon. "That is not devotion. That is strategy." "No." His voice dropped, softer than she had ever heard it. "Devotion is the strategy. You are the goal. Every engineered danger, every carefully placed message, every wound I took for you, they were all meant to bring you to this moment, standing in front of me, knowing the truth, and still hesitating. I am not hesitating. You are not drawing your weapon." She wanted to, but her hand stayed on the grip, frozen by the weight of what he was saying, the terrible plausibility of a man who had spent 5 years studying her patterns and had learned exactly how to make her doubt the clarity of her own instincts. "Where is Drazen Mikkel?" "Safe. Alive? For now." "And the duplicate documents?" Osvan's smile returned. "They are somewhere. You will not find them before the tribunal. But they are not lost. They are waiting. Waiting for what? For you to decide what kind of victory you want." He stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the clean scent of his coat, the faint metallic edge of his wound still healing beneath the bandages. "I am not the killer, Zivka. I am the architect. The system is broken in ways that predate this investigation. I tried to fix it from inside, and the Pax turned on me. I tried to fix it from outside, and the treaty turned on me. So I built a third path. I used the leaks to expose the weakness, used the deaths to force a reckoning, used the tribunal to bring every hidden player into the light, used me, tried to keep you safe while I did it. You put me in danger. Every time, I was there to pull you out." Zunka's voice dropped to a whisper. "That is not love. That is not protection. That is a handler managing an asset." Osvan's expression flickered. Something cracked behind the pale gray of his eyes, something raw and unguarded. "I know." The admission landed like a blade. "I know what it looks like," he said. "I know what it sounds like. But I do not know how else to keep you alive when every system designed to protect witnesses is compromised. I do not know how else to hold your attention when the bond with him is pulling you toward a fate you did not choose. You do not get to decide what I choose. I am not deciding." He raised his hands, palms open, the posture of surrender. "I am asking." For the first time, without strategy, without design, his voice broke. "Stay. Let me show you what the truth looks like when it does not have to be hidden. Let me unravel the case in a way that does not destroy you with it. Let me prove that my devotion was never just the architecture." Zivka looked at his open hands, the same hands that had signed the key cylinder logs, the same hands that had moved Drazen Mikkel, the same hands that had held her after the ambush, steady and warm, while the world burned around them. "Where is Drazen Mikkel?" "East District, a room above a boat repair shop. Green door, rusted handle, no sign." "Who else knows he is there?" "No one." And you expect me to believe you are telling the truth now? Osvan lowered his hands. I expect you to verify it, and then decide. He turned and walked back toward the stairwell, his footsteps echoing against the marble. Before he disappeared through the door, he stopped. The hearing chamber doors open in 30 minutes. If you want the tribunal to hear the full shape of what I built, I will give it to them. If you want me to disappear, I will do that too. He met her eyes over his shoulder. Choose Zivka, but do not choose him because fate made you. Choose him because you looked at both of us with your eyes fully open and decided he was the one who never learned how to love as something more than a plan. The door closed behind him. Zivka stood alone in the corridor, her hand still on her weapon, her phone still silent, the anonymous text still burning in her memory. He knows you are coming. He is already waiting. But she had not known which he the message meant until now. The hearing chamber doors remained closed. 30 minutes. She had 30 minutes to decide what kind of investigator she was, what kind of woman she wanted to be, and whether Osvan Merrik's curated devotion was the most dangerous trap she had ever walked into, or the only truth someone had finally been brave enough to speak. Chapter 34. She did not go to the boat repair shop. The decision crystallized as she stood in the corridor, the echo of Osvan's footsteps still fading. 30 minutes. He had given her 30 minutes, assuming she would use them to verify his story or run to Drazenmuckle. But verification required proof, and proof required a chain she could not build alone. She turned away from the hearing chamber doors and walked toward the stairwell. The unit conference room smelled of stale coffee and burnt paper. Terran had spread the archive fragments across the table in overlapping rows, each piece annotated with timestamp and source code. Mara stood at the far end, her tribunal brief open beside a tablet displaying witness schedules. Besa leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching the door as if expecting someone to walk through it uninvited. Zivka stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Goran was already there. He stood at the head of the table, his gray eyes tracking her movement with an intensity that made the bond pulse beneath her ribs. No accusations, no questions about where she had been. He simply waited. I found Drazenmukle's location, Zivka said. Maris looked up. Where? A boat repair shop in the East District, above it. Green door, rusted handle, no sign. And you did not go? No? Terran's pen stopped moving. Why not? Zivka pulled out a chair and sat. The leather creaked beneath her weight. Because Osvan Merrik gave me the location, and if I went alone, I would be following his script. A beat of silence. Besa straightened. He confessed. Fully, Zivka said. 5 years of engineering danger, 5 years of surveillance, staged interventions, curated timing. He admits to building a third path using the leaks, the deaths, the tribunal, everything. Does he admit to murder? Maris's voice carried an edge Zivka had not heard before. He claims he is not the killer, only the architect. And you believe him? Zivka held Maris's gaze. I believe he is telling the truth about the architecture. I do not know if he is telling the truth about where the blood stops. Goran moved around the table, his hands flat on the surface. He studied the fragments spread before him, the burned edges and the ink that had survived the fire. Show me the chain, he said. From the beginning. Terran began pulling documents from a folder. The transport orders for Nemen carried a pack cipher hidden beneath the treaty header. Even confirmed it before the ambush. The cipher overlay was invisible to standard scanning, only legible when the file was pulled at a higher access level. Whose cipher? Maris asked. Even did not finish the sentence before the van lost power. Besa spoke without uncrossing her arms. The driver knew about the duplicates. Ivan told him, me, Goran, and himself. 4 people. The attackers cut the satchel strap clean through and made no effort to harm Ivan. They knew exactly where the documents were. Goran looked at Zivka. Osvan knew about the duplicates. He knew about everything. Zivka's voice was flat. Because he designed the system that generated them. Maris tapped her tablet. If Osvan controlled both the pack pathway and the treaty pathway, then the dual-channel system is not institutional dysfunction. It is a single architect using two different sets of credentials to mask a unified operation. Exactly. Zivka leaned forward. Every time we found evidence pointing to a treaty leak, the trail doubled back to pack authorization. Every time we traced a pack cipher, the margin code referenced treaty formatting. He built a mirror. Terran spread two sheets side by side. Look at the timestamps here. The Neiman transport filed at 3 a.m. from a terminal requiring Osvan's key cylinder. The cipher overlay was applied 33 minutes later from a different machine, one that only accepts pack-level credentials. Pack credentials belonging to whom? Besa asked. Terran hesitated. The machine log shows a generic council access code, no individual name. Which means no one can be held accountable. Maris set her tablet down. The cipher could belong to any pack official with council-level clearance, and the treaty terminal log shows Lyra Tassik's stamp, which we already know Osvan had access to through her dual authorization. Goran's voice cut through the room. So the system was never broken. It was designed to look broken. Zivka met his eyes. Osvan needed us to believe the leak was inside the treaty apparatus. He fed us enough evidence to chase that direction while he moved freely through both channels, using pack authority when treaty access would leave a trail, and treaty access when pack authority would raise suspicion. And every time we got close to the truth, Besa said, he redirected us. The night market rumor, the safe house archive, the anonymous messages. He sent those, Zivka said quietly. A pause. Goran's jaw tightened, but he did not speak. Goran sent the messages to protect the operation, Zivka continued. Osvan sent the danger. They both used misdirection, but only one of them designed the circumstances that put witnesses in the ground. Maris picked up a fragment of burned paper. The roster. 14 witnesses, 8 dead, 2 scheduled, 4 unaccounted for. Osvan circled the 2 scheduled names, Zivka said. He marked them for a reason. I think he wanted them to survive. Goran's voice carried a weight that made the room go still. If both scheduled witnesses testify, the tribunal validates the investigation. If the tribunal validates the investigation, the treaty holds. Osvan needed the treaty intact to claim he exposed corruption without breaking the system entirely. And the 4 unaccounted witnesses? Besa asked. Zivka looked at the roster. The names stared back at her, silent and unresolved. They are either dead or hidden so deep that even Osvan does not know where they are. Terran leaned back. Or they are the ones who can prove he is lying about not being the killer. The possibility hung in the air like smoke. Maris pulled out her tablet and began scrolling. The hearing chamber opens in 20 minutes. I need a formal statement if we are going to present Osvan's confession as evidence. Not his confession, Zivka stood. His architecture. We cannot rely on anything he says about where the responsibility ends. But we can prove the dual-channel system existed because the evidence of it is burned into the archive fragments, the transport logs, and the courier routes. Goran nodded. We reconstruct the chain without relying on his testimony. We use what survived. Terran sorted the fragments into 3 columns. Treaty terminal access, pack cipher overlay, courier manifest matching between both channels. Besa uncrossed her arms. I will pull the patrol reroute logs from the nights of the ambushes. If Osvan used both channels to redirect patrols before the attacks, the timing will show a coordinated window, not a coincidence. Do it. Zivka turned to Maris. I need you in the hearing chamber with the full chain ready to present. Do not let them derail the narrative before the evidence lands. And you? Zivka looked at the windows. The city lights flickered through the fog. I am going to verify Drazen Miko's location, but not alone. Goran stepped forward. I will go with you. The bond flared between them, a current of heat and recognition that cut through the exhaustion. Zivka held his gaze and felt something settle in her chest. Not certainty, but proximity to it. Then let us move. They reached the stairwell when Besa's voice stopped them. The hearing chamber doors open in 20 minutes. If you are not back before then, the tribunal starts without your testimony. Zivka did not turn around. Then start without me. She walked down the stairs with Goran at her side, the bond humming steady between them. and the green door in the East District waiting to tell her whether Osvan Merrik had given her a truth worth trusting, or a trap she had already stepped into. Chapter 35. The East District smelled of river rot and diesel. Zivka moved through the fog with Goran half a step behind, the bond humming between them like a current that could not decide whether to warm or burn. The boat repair shop appeared through the mist. Green door, rusted handle, no sign. Exactly what Osvan had described. Zivka stopped 20 feet away and scanned the windows. Dark glass, no movement. A single light burned in the upper floor, yellow and tired behind drawn curtains. "It is clean," Goran said quietly. "That is what makes me nervous." She tested the handle, unlocked. The door swung inward on oiled hinges, revealing a narrow staircase that climbed into shadow. Goran moved past her without a word, his body blocking the stairwell as he climbed. Zivka followed, her hand finding the grip of her sidearm, not drawing, but ready. The upper room held a cot, a wooden chair, and a man who looked like he had not slept in days. Drazen Michael sat on the cot with his hands flat on his knees, wrists visible, eyes tracking them both with the hollow alertness of someone who had already survived worse than two strangers in a boat repair loft. "You are the investigator," he said, voice flat, no question. Zivka lowered her hand from her weapon. "I am. Merrik said you would come." Drazen's jaw worked. "He said you would be the one who believed me or the one who put me in the ground. I am still deciding which he wanted." Goran stayed by the door, keeping the line of sight clear. "Tell me what you know," Zivka said. Drazen looked at his hands. "I drove 4 transport runs for the treaty office, standard witness relocation. Twice the route changed after I filed the manifest. Both times the passenger died before reaching the safe house." "Who ordered the changes?" "Merrik's authorization came through each time, but the orders did not come from him directly. They came through a terminal that required a key cylinder he had signed out." "So he was involved." "He was the door." Drazen looked up, but someone else turned the key. Zivka felt the weight of that statement settle in the room. The architecture Osvan had described, the dual channel system, the pack cipher beneath the treaty header, it all pointed at him. But Drazen was saying the same thing Osvan had said. He was not alone. "Who else?" she asked. "I do not know the name, but I know the cipher." Drazen reached into his collar and pulled out a thin chain. At the end of it hung a folded piece of paper, yellowed and creased. "I copied it off the manifest before I burned the original. The cipher was overlaid in the margin code, same as the ones I Van Sorka found." Zivka took the paper. The markings were tight, written in a hand that had tried to be precise under pressure. "Can you read it?" "Not fully, but the first symbol matches a pack sign I saw once, years ago, on a council directive. It belonged to someone in the senior circle." "Senior circle of which council?" Drazen met her eyes. "The Dunavar Pack Council, the same body that sent your director here." The bond snapped taut. Zivka felt Goran go still behind her, not from surprise but from the effort of not reacting. "You are certain?" Goran said, voice flat, controlled. "The symbol is not one the council uses publicly. It is a cipher marker, used internally for operations the full council does not vote on." Drazen's hands trembled slightly, but his voice stayed steady. "Whoever holds that cipher can authorize witness reroutes, safe house changes, transport cancellations. Without leaving a paper trail the full council can audit." Zivka folded the paper and tucked it into her coat. "That cipher connects to the murders. If we can prove who holds it, we can prove who ordered the killings." "The killings," Drazen repeated. "Merrik said he was the architect, not the killer. But the cipher tells a different story. The person who holds it does not design the system, they authorize the execution." Goran stepped forward. "And you are willing to testify to that?" "I am willing to testify to what I drove and what I saw." Drazen's voice cracked for the first time. "But I need protection. Real protection. Not a safe house that gets compromised. Not a route that gets changed." Zivka looked at Goran. The bond pulsed between them, a silent conversation that did not need words. "You will have it," she said. "But we need to move now. The tribunal starts in minutes, and Merrik is already inside." They left Drazen with a patrol unit. Besa scrambled from the East District station, then took the service tunnel back toward the treaty building. The fog had thickened, pressing against the grates above them as they walked through the damp concrete corridor. Goran stopped at a junction where the tunnel split. The far branch led to the tribunal annex. The near branch led to the hearing chamber. "Zivka," she turned. The bond hummed between them, louder now in the silence of the tunnel. "I told you once that I did not want you only because fate marked you." His voice was low, rough at the edges. "That is still true." She waited. "Whatever happens in that chamber, whatever Merrik does, I need you to know that I will stand with you. But I will not hold you." He met her eyes. "If you walk out of that hearing and decide that the cost of being known is too high, I will not follow. I will let you choose." The words hit her like a current. Not cold, not warm, just truth. "And if I choose you?" she asked. His jaw tightened. "Then I will spend the rest of my life earning it." The confession did not trap her. It settled into her chest like a key turning in a lock she had not known existed. She stepped closer, close enough to feel the heat of him through the damp air. "You already started earning it." The bond flared, and for a moment, the tunnel was the only thing that existed. Then her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. Maris's name on the screen. Zivka answered. "What is happening?" Maris's voice came through tight and clipped. "Osvan just requested direct access to the tribunal disclosures. He is claiming he has evidence that will prove his innocence and expose the real leak." "Deny the request." "I cannot. He filed it under treaty emergency protocol. The presiding counselor has to rule on it within the hour." The Vipra felt the ground shift beneath her feet. Osvan was not running. He was repositioning. "He wants to control the narrative from inside," she said. "Yes." Maris paused. "And if the counselor rules in his favor, he gets to see every piece of evidence we have before we present it." The tunnel hummed with distant traffic and the faint drip of water through concrete. Zivka looked at Goran. The bond burned between them, anchoring her to the moment. "Then we have less than an hour to prove he is lying." She ended the call and started walking toward the hearing chamber, with Goran beside her and the cipher paper pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Chapter 36. The corridor outside the hearing chamber smelled of wax and old paper. Zivka reached the annex doors with Goran a half step behind, the cipher paper still warm against her ribs, and found Maris already at the head of a table covered in stacked folders, seating charts, and a hand-drawn floor plan of the chamber. Maris looked up. Her mouth tightened. "You got the driver. He will testify." "Alive?" "Secure." Zivka set the cipher paper on the table. Trizin copied the marker before he burned the manifest. It matches a senior circle cipher inside the Pack Council. Maris picked it up, studied the symbol, and set it down without comment. Her silence said everything. The case had just climbed higher than any of them could reach without getting burned. "I need you in the chamber before the counselor rules on Merrik's request," Maris said. "If he gets access to our disclosure package before we present, he will find the gaps. He will exploit them." "Then we do not give him gaps." Zivka turned to Terran, who had spread archive fragments across the far end of the table like a puzzle waiting to be solved. "How close are you?" Terran did not look up. "The forensic chain on the transport reroutes is solid. The paper trail on the cipher overlay is solid. The problem is that every piece of evidence runs through a terminal that required Merrik's key cylinder, and that means the defense will argue it could be anyone using his credentials. Except Even." Terran stopped, looked up. "Even can place the cipher in the margin code, but he cannot name who turned the key. He does not have to. He has to show the system existed." Zivka moved to the table. "The cipher paper, the transport logs, the safe house records. We do not need to name the architect in the first hour. We need to prove the architecture." Maris nodded slowly. "Merrik expects us to chase his identity. If we focus on the system instead, we control the timeline." Besa came through the annex door with a folded route map and a grim set to her jaw. She dropped the map on the table and pointed at 3 marked intersections. "I have locked down every approach to the chamber. Patrol units at each checkpoint, wolf shifters on scent rotation, no single officer on any post longer than 30 minutes. She looked at Zivka. "The driver is in a holding room 2 floors down. Armed guard, no windows, only Dever and one other know the room number." "What about Even?" Besa's expression flickered. "He is in the East Witness Room. He asked for you." Zivka felt the words land in her chest. She left the table without answering and walked through the annex corridor, past a pair of uniformed officers who stepped aside when they saw her badge and pushed open the door to the East Witness Room. Even sat on a wooden chair with his back to the wall, knees together, hands wrapped around a cup of water he had not drunk. His face was the color of bone. His eyes tracked her the moment she entered. "You came. You asked." He set the cup down. The water trembled against the rim. "I have been sitting here for 40 minutes trying to decide if I am brave enough to walk into that chamber and speak." "What did you decide?" "That I am not." His voice cracked on the last word. "But I will do it anyway if you stand where I can see you." Zivka pulled the other chair from against the wall and sat across from him, close enough that their knees almost touched. "I will stand wherever you need me to stand." Even swallowed. "The hearing is not just about the evidence. It is about who believes me. If they look at me and see a clerk who was too scared to come forward until people died, they will gut my testimony before I finish the first sentence. Then give them a reason to believe. I do not have one." He met her eyes. "Except that you believed me first." The room went quiet. Zivka heard the hum of the building around them, footsteps in the corridor, the distant murmur of voices in the chamber as the counselor prepared to rule on Osvan's request. She leaned forward. "I will stand at the rail, directly behind the prosecutor's table. You will see me as soon as you step inside. And if they ask me why I waited, you tell them the truth. You were afraid, and you still chose to speak." Ivan's breath shuddered out of him. He nodded once, sharp and final, and picked up the water cup. This time he drank. Zivka stood and moved to the door. She had her hand on the handle when he spoke again. "Investigator." She turned. "Merrik said something to me once, before the murder started." Ivan's voice was quiet, almost lost in the space between them. He said the best lies are the ones that look like help. The words settled into her like a blade she had already felt. She walked back into the annex and found the others standing in a tight circle around the table, their faces turned toward the chamber doors which had just opened. A clerk stepped out, young, pale, holding a paper that trembled in his hand. "The presiding counselor has ruled on Treaty Officer Merrik's disclosure request." Maris straightened. "And?" The clerk looked at Zivka. "Granted. Officer Merrik will have access to the full evidence package 30 minutes before the hearing opens." The air in the room changed, became sharp, became dangerous. Osvan would see everything, every piece of evidence they had gathered, every name, every route, every connection they had built, and he would have 30 minutes to find the gaps. Zivka turned toward the chamber doors, the cipher paper pressed against her ribs, Ivan's words still ringing in her skull. The best lies are the ones that look like help. She had less than an hour, and the only truth Osvan had not seen was the one she had spent 14 years burying. The chamber doors stood open. The counselor waited, and Zivka realized with a clarity that felt like a held breath finally released that the testimony she had been preparing to give was not the one that would save the case. The one that would save the case was the one she had never planned to survive. Chapter 37. The tribunal chamber smelled of old wood, polished brass, and the particular cold that comes from rooms where too many verdicts have been delivered. Zivka stood at the rail behind the prosecutor's table, her hands flat on the polished surface, and watched the gallery fill. PAC representatives in dark coats, municipal observers in pressed suits. 3 reporters she recognized from the tribunal coverage channel, already tapping notes before a single word had been spoken. The presiding counselor sat elevated on a dais of dark stone, a woman in her 60s with silver hair pulled tight and eyes that had seen enough testimony to know which versions were rehearsed. Behind her, the treaty seal hung in bronze, wolf and human hand meeting at the center. Goran stood to Zivka's left, one step back from the rail, his body still as a wall. He had not spoken since the clerk's announcement. He did not need to. The bond hummed between them, steady and watchful, and Zivka let it anchor her. The side door opened. Osvan Merrik walked in. He wore the same dark coat she had seen him in 100 times, collarless shirt beneath, no tie. His hair was neat. His pale gray eyes swept the chamber once, cataloging every face, every position, every exit, before he took his seat at the respondent's table. He did not look at her. Maris rose first, her voice carrying the precision of a prosecutor who had prepared every syllable. Honored Counselor, we are here to establish a chain of evidence connecting the murders of 8 treaty witnesses to a coordinated operation inside the instruments of governance intended to protect them. She laid out the timeline. Davran Noman, first victim, founded the dock with his throat cut and a circular incision over his heart. Lutek Miran, second victim, same blade, same angle, different method, no ritual markings. 3 more witnesses killed in safehouse ambushes, 2 more in transport reroutes, 8 dead, 2 survivors scheduled to testify, 4 unaccounted for. Zivka watched Osvan as Maris spoke. His posture did not change. His hands remained still on the table. He looked like a man attending a lecture he had already studied. Each transport reroute, Maris continued, was filed using a key cylinder signed out under the authority of Treaty Oversight Liaison Osvan Merrik. Each safehouse coordinate was accessed using his personal terminal code. Each death occurred within hours of his authorization. She paused, letting the weight settle. Osvan tilted his head, just slightly, a man considering an interesting point of debate. The presiding counselor looked at him. Officer Merrik, do you wish to respond at this stage? He stood slowly, not defiant, almost courteous. Honored Counselor, I will not waste the chamber's time denying what my key cylinder did. His voice carried easily through the room. The access records are accurate. My credentials authorized every route, every coordinate, every sealed schedule the prosecutor has described. Murmurs rippled through the gallery. The reporters' pens moved faster. What the prosecutor has not described, Osvan said, is the full context of those authorizations. He turned, and for the first time, he looked at Zivka. His pale gray eyes held no malice. They held something worse, certainty. I did not act alone, he said. I could not have. The dual-channel system required 2 separate authorizations at each level. 1 treaty, 1 pack. My key cylinder opened the door, but someone else turned the lock. Maris stepped forward. You are claiming a senior pack council member authorized the reroutes. I am claiming, Osvan said, that this investigation was designed from the beginning to obscure who holds that authority. The evidence the prosecutor intends to present runs entirely through systems I controlled, which means it can be made to point at anyone. The presiding counselor's eyes narrowed. You are suggesting the evidence against you is fabricated. I am suggesting it is incomplete. Osvan reached into his coat and withdrew a folded paper. I have here a record of a pack council cipher used on transport orders 6 months before the first witness died, issued by a terminal that requires 2 physical keys to activate. My key cylinder does not match that cipher. The council floor should ask whose does. The chamber went still. Maris's jaw tightened. That record was not in the disclosure package. Of course it was not, Osvan said quietly. It was buried in the archive annex before I was arrested. And now that your disclosure is complete, the counselor has already ruled that I may present supplementary evidence if it undermines the chain. He set the paper on the table. Zivka felt the trap closing. He had known. He had known the counselor would grant his disclosure request, had built his entire strategy around that ruling. The 30-minute preview was not about preparing a defense. It was about bringing a counter-narrative he had already prepared. The presiding counselor picked up the paper. Read it. Her face did not change. Officer Merrik, you are alleging that a member of the Dunavar Pack Council's senior circle authorized the witness reroutes. I am alleging, Osvan said, that the person who turned the cipher on those orders is still in power, still untouchable, and still sitting in a room where no one has asked them a single question. The gallery erupted. The counselor's gavel hit the stone twice. Order! The noise did not stop immediately. Zivka watched Osvan sit back down, his hands folding on the table in front of him, as if the hard part was already finished. He had not defended himself. He had not named names. He had simply opened a wound wide enough to make everything else look like a cover-up. Maris turned, her expression tight enough to crack. We need to redirect. Now! Zivka stepped forward. The rail pressed against her ribs. The cipher paper was still there, folded against her skin, and in her mind, she heard Evan's voice. The best lies are the ones that look like help. She looked at Osvan, who was not looking at her, who was staring straight ahead at the counselor as if the entire room had become a stage he had already lit. "Maris," she said, "call even Sarka. We need more than a clerk's testimony now. He will shred it." "He will not." Zivka's voice came out steady. "Because I am going to stand at the rail where he can see me, and I am going to say the thing I never planned to say." Maris stared at her. Behind them, the chamber doors opened again. A clerk stepped inside, face pale, and approached the counselor's bench with a folded note. The presiding counselor read it. Her eyes lifted and found Zivka. "Investigator Solt, I am informed that a request has been filed with the tribunal, a sealed record from the archive annex, submitted under emergency protocol by the Pack Council's Internal Review Office." Zivka's stomach went cold. "They are requesting that you be recused from this testimony pending investigation into the unauthorized use of a treaty cipher stored on a personal device." The chamber went quiet. Osvan's head turned. His pale gray eyes met hers, and in them she saw what she had missed. He had not been trying to defend himself. He had been making sure that before she could speak, before she could reveal who she really was, someone else controlled when the truth came out. He had been making sure she would walk into that chamber with her story already compromised, and that the evidence he had planted would sound like the truth, while hers would sound like a desperate last attempt to save her career. The counselor looked at Zivka. "Investigator, do you have an explanation for this record?" Zivka's throat closed. She could feel every eye in the room on her. The reporters, the pack representatives, the officers at every door. She could feel Goran's presence behind her, steady and silent, waiting for her to choose. And she realized, with a clarity that felt like falling, that she had no explanation that would not destroy her. Because the treaty cipher on that sealed record was the one she had pulled from the burning archive, the one she had never logged, the one that should have been burned with the rest of the safe house. And Osvan had known she would carry it into the chamber. He had been waiting for her to bring the weapon she thought was proof. The counselor's voice came again, harder now. "Investigator Solt." Zivka did not answer, because the only truth left was the one she had spent 14 years burying, and she was not sure she would survive digging it up. Chapter 38. The silence stretched like a wound that would not close. Zivka stood at the rail, the bronze treaty seal glowing above the counselor's head, and felt 14 years of hiding press against her spine like a blade she had been carrying so long she forgot it was there. The counselor's voice came again. "Investigator Solt, the tribunal requires an answer." Behind her, the gallery held its breath. Reporters, pack observers, officers, the people who had trusted her with evidence, with witness lives, with the weight of a case that could decide whether Dunavar held or fractured. Osvan was watching her, not triumphant, watching like a man who had already calculated every branch and was waiting to see which one she chose. Goran stood at the back of the chamber. She could feel him through the bond, steady and present, not pushing, not holding, just there. She thought of Yula's hands, stained from 40 years of brewing, passing her that first dose when she was 19 and desperate. She thought of Besa's voice in the dark market. "You are Solt by birth. The question is whether you choose it." She thought of her father, whose name she had carried like a curse and a question and a promise she had never understood until now. Zivka lifted her chin. "Counselor," her voice came out clear, "the cipher on that record is mine." The chamber did not erupt. It went quieter, the kind of quiet that happens when people stop breathing. "I recovered it from a burning archive during the investigation," she said. "I did not log it because logging it would have revealed that I was present at a location I should not have been able to reach, a location secured with treaty-level access that a human investigator should not have been able to bypass." She paused. "But I am not human." The words fell into the silence like stones into deep water. "I am a wolf shifter of the Solt line. I have been serving in this unit under chemical suppression for 14 years. I concealed my nature to protect my career, my safety, and the woman who kept me alive. But I did not fabricate evidence. I did not compromise witnesses, and I did not betray this tribunal." She pulled the chain from beneath her collar. The folded cipher paper fell into her palm. "I carried this cipher out of that archive because it proves that someone inside the Dunavar Pack Council's senior circle authorized the transport reroutes that killed those witnesses. Not Osvan Merrik alone. Someone with a key that matches this mark." She held the paper up. "I am the source this recusal request is meant to discredit. But I am also the person who has spent 9 years earning the trust of this unit. I'm asking you to weigh that against a sealed record filed by the same office that appears at the top of this cipher chain." The counselor stared at her. The gallery erupted. Voices collided. A reporter was already speaking into a recorder. A pack representative stood, face dark, demanding the session be suspended. 2 officers moved toward the doors. Maris was frozen at the prosecution table, her face unreadable. And Osvan? Osvan was smiling. Not triumph, not cruelty, something closer to recognition, as if she had finally stepped into the role he had always known she would play. "I wanted her to say it herself," he said. The words cut through the noise. He stood slowly, his shackled hands resting on the table in front of him. "I wanted her to stand in front of this council and speak her true name, so that when the rest comes out, no one can claim she was forced." "Osvan." Maris's voice was sharp as a blade. "You will sit down. I have no objection to Investigator Solt's testimony," he said. "I welcome it, because the truth she is about to tell is not the one that saves this case. It is the one that buries it." He reached into his coat. The officers moved, but he did not draw a weapon. He pulled out a folded document, creased and worn, and laid it on the table. "This is a record from the same archive she burned. A record of Solt family suppressant treatments, authorized by the Pack Council's medical office, dated 19 years ago." Zivka's blood stopped moving. "The council did not force Zivka Solt into hiding," Osvan said. "They paid for it, because the Solt line was not disgraced by accident. It was disgraced because it refused to participate in a council operation that used suppressed shifters as covert assets in treaty enforcement." He looked at her. "Your father did not die in a purge, Zivka. He died because he was about to testify against the same people who are now sitting in this chamber." The silence that followed was absolute. Zivka could not breathe. Osvan turned to the counselor. "I have no interest in destroying this case, but I will not be the only one exposed when the truth comes out. If the tribunal wants the full record of who authorized those witness reroutes, I suggest they start asking the people who signed council ciphers, starting with the one who signed the order that sent Zivka Solt's father to his death." The counselor's gavel hit the stone, but the noise was already rising, louder than any gavel could stop. And Zivka stood at the rail, the cipher paper still in her hand, her true name still burning in the air, and realized that Osvan had never been trying to destroy her testimony. He had been trying to make sure she would have to keep digging long after the tribunal ended, because the truth she had uncovered was not the bottom. It was the door. Chapter 39. The counselor's gavel crashed against stone 4 times before the noise pulled back to a hum. Zivka stood at the rail with the cipher paper still in her hand. Her voice had spoken words she had never planned to survive saying, and the chamber had not swallowed her. Not yet. She looked at Maris. Maris's face had shifted from frozen into something else. Not betrayal, not collapse, the hard concentration of a prosecutor recalculating every angle at once. She gave Zivka a single nod so small it could have been a blink. Then Maris stood. "Presiding counselor?" Her voice carried across the chamber without strain. "The respondent has introduced evidence outside the prosecution's filed case. I request the chamber's indulgence to recall the sequence before we entertain digressions." The counselor's jaw tightened, but she gestured for Maris to continue. Maris turned to the gallery. "The prosecution's evidence chain is not dependent on Investigator Solt's identity. It is dependent on patterns of access, transport reroutes, safehouse coordinates, witness deaths bracketed by authorization logs that trace to one key cylinder." She looked at Osvan. "The respondent admits the cylinder is his. He claims a second authorizer exists, but he has produced no name, no cipher match, only a document from the same archive he accuses the investigator of burning." Osvan's smile did not waver. "The cipher match exists. It is not in my possession because it is still in use by the person who holds it. Name them. I cannot. You cannot, or you will not? Osvan spread his shackled hands. If I name them before this chamber, the evidence they control disappears before anyone can seize it. The same way the archive disappeared. The same way the transport logs were altered. I built redundancies because I expected the council to cannibalize this case after my fall. Those redundancies still exist. Goran moved. He did not speak. He simply stepped forward from the back of the chamber and placed a folder on the prosecution table. Maris opened it. Her eyes tracked across the first page, then the second. She looked up at Osvan. These are your terminal logs for the last 18 months. Every access, every query, every file opened, every authorization filed, every route confirmed. I know what my logs show. They do not show a second authorizer. Maris held up a page. They show your key cylinder was used for every reroute that ended in a death. No gap, no override, no dual signature window. Osvan's voice stayed calm, because I logged the requests. The second authorization happened at the cipher level, not the terminal level. The cipher is embedded in the transport orders themselves. Ivan Zaka can confirm that. The chamber turned. Ivan stood at the edge of the witness alcove, his thin frame visible between two officers. Zivka met his eyes. He was pale, shaking, but he had not run. Ivan, Maris's voice softened. Can you confirm what Mr. Merrik is describing? Ivan swallowed, nodded. The transport orders for Numan. They carried a pack cipher hidden beneath the treaty header. The cipher was embedded in the margin code. I found it after he was dead. And whose cipher was it? Ivan's voice cracked. I do not know. The cipher marker matched a senior circle sign, but the name was not on the document. It was never meant to be visible. Osvan leaned forward. Because the person who placed it there knew the treaty would protect their access. The cipher is tied to a terminal that requires 2 physical keys. Mine is one of them. The other belongs to someone in this chamber. The noise rose again. Besa moved before the gavel could fall. She crossed the floor with patrol captain authority and stopped at the rail. Presiding counselor, I have served in this city for 12 years. I know the cipher markers of every senior pack officer in Dunavar. She turned to Osvan. Show me the full marker, not the fragment, the full sequence. Osvan's composure flickered. The fragment is all that remains. Drezen Mikkel burned the original manifest. And you expect this chamber to convict a man based on a fragment of a cipher from a burned document? Osvan's voice carried no heat. Only the weight of someone who had followed evidence through too many dead ends to accept gaps. Osvan's jaw tightened. Terran stood from the back row. He held a tablet. I have the full cipher sequence. The chamber went still. He walked forward and placed the tablet on the prosecution table. The archive fragments we recovered from the fire. They have partial cipher data, but I cross-referenced the margin code from Ivan's description against the manifest copies the driver preserved. He looked at Osvan. The cipher marker is not incomplete. It is truncated. The full marker requires a key cylinder that was never logged into the treaty system because it was never meant to leave pack jurisdiction. Osvan's hands stilled on the table. The cipher belongs to the same senior circle that authorized the Solt family suppressant treatments, Terran said. The same circle that signed the order that sent Zivka Solt's father to his death. Zivka felt the words hit her chest like a second shift. The chamber erupted. The counselor's gavel struck stone. Officers moved toward the doors. A pack representative was already speaking into a communicator. And Osvan? Osvan sat very still. Then he spoke, and his voice carried through the noise. I did what was necessary. Maris turned. You orchestrated the deaths of 8 witnesses. I orchestrated the exposure of a system that was already killing them. Osvan's eyes found Zivka. The same system that killed her father. The same system that forced her into hiding for 14 years. I accelerated the timeline. I made the council choose between protecting its secrets and losing the treaty. And when the evidence is fully assembled, it will not point to me alone. He leaned back. The cipher Terran just identified belongs to a council member who is still sitting in this room. And when that name comes out, the trial you are running will become a purge. The counselor's hand stopped mid-air. Zivka looked at the tablet, at Terran, at the cipher sequence glowing on the screen. She looked at Osvan. His shackled hands rested on the table. His pale gray eyes held hers with something that was almost tenderness. "I never lied about wanting you," he said, quiet enough that only the front row could hear. "The system will bury me now, but I will not be the only one buried." The counselor's voice cut through. "This session is suspended for 1 hour. The prosecution will assemble the full cipher chain. The respondent will remain in custody." The gavel fell. Officers moved toward Osvan. He stood, still watching Zivka. "You wanted the truth," he said. "You are about to get all of it." The officers took his arms, and as they led him past the rail, he leaned close enough that his breath touched her ear. "Keep digging. You will find that the people who killed your father are the same ones who will now claim they are protecting you." The doors closed behind him. Zivka stood at the rail with Goran's hand on her shoulder, and the cipher paper still burning against her palm, and she knew, with a cold, hollow certainty, that the case she had just won was only the beginning of the war he meant her to fight. Chapter 40. The chamber had not stopped moving, but the noise had changed. Officers cleared the doors. Pack representatives spoke into communicators in tight clusters. Reporters pressed against the gallery rail, voices overlapping, demanding names and statements and reactions. Zivka stood at the prosecution table with the cipher paper still pressed between her fingers. Goran's hand had not left her shoulder. She wanted to feel relief. The case was standing. Osvan was in custody. The cipher sequence was on the record. Instead, she felt hollow, cold, like someone had carved out the part of her that trusted outcomes. "Zivka," Maris's voice came from her left, low, controlled. "Presiding counselor is calling a closed review, panel of 3. They want your statement before the session resumes." Zivka turned. Maris's face was unreadable, professional. The mask of a prosecutor who had just won a case and lost a colleague in the same breath. "How long?" 30 minutes, maybe less." Maris glanced at the counselor's bench. "They are moving fast, trying to contain the political damage before the press writes the narrative." "The narrative?" Zivka heard her own voice flat. "The narrative is that a senior Pack Council member authorized witness murders and the investigator who proved it was a shifter. Part of the narrative," Maris's jaw tightened. "The other part is that you suppressed evidence of your identity for 14 years while holding a badge that requires full disclosure of interspecies status. The defense will argue everything you touched is compromised." Zivka felt the words land. She had known. She had known the moment she spoke the truth that it would cost her. But knowing and feeling the weight were different things. "The review panel will decide whether your badge holds pending full inquiry." Maris's voice softened a fraction. "I will argue the evidence chain stands independent of your identity. Terran's work, the driver's testimony, the cipher overlay. It is solid. But it will not matter. It will matter. It just may not be enough to save your career." Zivka nodded. She had spent 14 years building that career. Every case, every night shift, every time she swallowed the suppressant and told herself it was worth it. And now it was over. Not because she had failed, because she had told the truth. "Zivka." Goran's voice, close, quiet. She turned. He stood a step behind her, his gray eyes holding something she had not seen before. Not cold, not watchful. Something raw at the edges. "The council chamber is sealing the record," he said. "They will call you in 30 minutes, but there is something else. Something else." "They just received a communication from the Pack Council's security office." He paused. "They are opening a formal inquiry into Yula Drevich's suppressant operation. They want her name and location by end of day." The hollow feeling turned to ice. Yula. She is named in the medical office's records, the ones Osvan produced. Goran's voice carried no inflection, but she heard the weight underneath. "If the council locates her before we do, they will detain her for questioning under Pack jurisdiction." Zivka's hand went to her pocket. Her phone was still there, Yula's number still in the recent calls. Where is she now? Last known location is Weaver's Lane, but she may have moved after the session went public. Goran stepped closer. "Zivka, I can send a team." "No," She shook her head. If the council sees a unit team moving toward her, they will read it as evidence tampering. I have to go myself. In the middle of a suspension? In the middle of a suspension. She met his eyes. I just lost my career. I am not losing, Yula. Goran held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will cover the review panel. Tell them you are securing a witness. Maris will not like it. Maris will understand. He did not smile, but something shifted in his expression. Go, now, before the seal locks. Zivka moved. She crossed the chamber floor with the cipher paper still in her hand, past the clusters of PAC representatives, past the reporters who tried to call her name, past the officers who parted to let her through. She pushed through the chamber doors into the corridor. The hallway was empty. Her footsteps echoed on the stone floor as she walked toward the east exit, toward the stairwell, toward the street. She pulled out her phone. Yula did not answer. She tried again. Nothing. She reached the east door and pushed it open, stepping into the cold afternoon air. The river fog had thickened. The streetlights were already burning. She started walking east. Weaver's Lane was 20 minutes on foot. She could be there in 15 if she ran. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. A text from an unknown number. She is not at Weaver's Lane. Check her secondary address. You know the one. Zivka stopped. She knew. Yula kept a secondary workspace, a rented room in the old market district where she stored old equipment and backup supplies. A place Zivka had visited exactly once, 3 years ago, when the suppressant formula needed an emergency recalibration. She had never told anyone about it. She typed a response. Proof. The reply came instantly. Check the vent behind the cot. She left a card. Zivka stared at the screen. The numbers had been written on cards. Yula's handwriting. Yula's system. She pocketed the phone and started running. The old market district was 25 minutes east. She pushed past pedestrians, cut through alleys, crossed the bridge at a sprint. Her lungs burned. Her wolf was close to the surface, scent threading through every breath, every sound sharp and precise. She reached the building in 18 minutes, a narrow door between a closed tailor shop and a bakery. No sign, no name. She turned the handle. It opened. The stairs creaked under her weight as she climbed to the second floor. The door at the top was closed. She pushed it open. The room was empty. Cot against the far wall. Table with a chemical burner. Shelves stripped clean. She crossed to the vent. The grate came loose in her hands. Behind it, a single card. Yula's handwriting. They found me. I do not know who sent them, but they knew where to look. Do not come looking. They want you to follow. Why? Zivka tread the words twice. Then she heard a footstep behind her. Sector 41. The footsteps stopped. Zivka did not turn. Her hand closed around the card. Yula's handwriting. The warning still burning behind her eyes. Do not come looking. They want you to follow. But someone had followed anyway. She held still, counting the space between breaths. 1, 2. The air carried a scent she did not recognize. Not Yula, not anyone she had worked with. The floor creaked again. She turned. The figure in the doorway wore a dark coat and a face she had never seen. Male, mid-40s, hands visible at his sides, no weapon drawn. He did not move forward. Zivka Solt. She said nothing. My name is Radek Ven. His voice was flat, unhurried. I work for the PAC Council's security office, the one that just opened an inquiry into Yula Drevich. The card was still in her hand. She did not hide it. You are too late. She is gone. I know. Ven did not step inside. I am not here to find her. Then what? I came to tell you that your badge was suspended 20 minutes ago. Your office is being sealed as evidence pending the review panel's decision. The words landed like cold water. She had known it was coming, had walked out of the chamber knowing it. But hearing it spoken by a stranger in Yula's stripped room made it final in a way she had not braced for. I came to warn you, Ven said. Zivka's eyes narrowed. Warn me. The review panel is not just questioning your identity suppression. They're questioning whether your shifter nature influenced every case you touched for 9 years, whether you used PAC senses to achieve convictions that should have been thrown out, whether you manufactured evidence by smelling what no human could. That is not how it worked. I know. Ven's expression did not shift. But that is how it will be argued, and someone inside the council wants that argument to win. She studied him. You work for the council. I work for its security office. There is a difference. He glanced toward the door behind him. The office that filed the recusal request against you is 3 doors down from mine. I do not know who wrote it, but I know it was prepared before the session started. Before Zivka had spoken, before she had revealed anything. Osvan's design. Where is Yula? She asked. I do not know, but she left that room before I arrived. Whoever found her did not take her by force. There was no struggle here. She walked out. Zivka looked around the stripped shelves, the cold chemical burner, the empty cot Yula had packed. That meant she had time. That meant she chose to leave. It should have been a relief. It was not. There is one more thing, Ven said. Your colleague Taran Illick sent me. He said to tell you the file request appeared in your name 40 minutes after the suspension order was signed. File request. For the original suppressed shifter treatment logs, the ones the council medical office said were destroyed in a reorganization 2 years ago. Zivka's pulse notched. Those records are supposed to be gone. They are, but someone tried to access them using your credentials after your badge was already suspended. Ven's voice dropped. That means someone inside the system has your passcodes, or someone inside the system is pretending to be you. She stood very still. The room smelled of dust and chemical residue and the faint metal of Yula's fear. But underneath that, she caught something else. The edge of a lie. You came here to tell me this in person, she said. Why? Ven met her eyes. Because the person who filed that request used a terminal in the Pack Council's senior circle wing. The same wing where the cipher owner sits. The same wing that authorized your father's death. The word hit like a blow to the sternum. She had known. Taran had shown her the evidence. Osvan had confirmed it. But hearing it named aloud by a council security officer in the middle of a stripped room made it real in a different way. You are telling me the person who killed my father is still active inside the council? I am telling you they have your credentials, and they are using them. Zivka pocketed the card. Can you get me into my office before the seal locks? Ven shook his head. Already locked, but Taran is waiting in the East Archive Annex. He has something that will not fit through security. He stepped back into the hallway. I was never here. He was gone before she could answer. The stairs groaned under his weight, then silence. Zivka stood in the empty room for 3 more breaths. Then she moved. She hit the stairwell at a run, took the steps 2 at a time, pushed through the narrow door into the market alley. The fog had thickened. The streetlights burned in halos of wet orange. She ran. The East Archive Annex was 15 minutes through the old district. She cut through the covered market, past locked stalls and cold cooking grills, over the bridge where the river sound swallowed her footsteps. She reached the annex door at a sprint. Taran was waiting inside. He stood beside a reading table covered in papers. His face was pale. His hands were steady. Tell me, she said. He slid a single sheet across the table. File request. Time-stamped 43 minutes after your suspension was logged. Filed under your badge number and your old password. The old password? The one you changed 6 months ago. Taran's voice was flat. The one that should not have worked. Zivka looked at the paper. The request was for the Pack Council Medical Office treatment logs. Series Solt. Dates 19 years ago to 14 years ago. The years of her suppression. Someone accessed this terminal remotely, Taran said. I traced the handshake to an internal relay inside the council building. The request came from inside the senior circle wing. She looked up. I know. Taran's eyes sharpened. Who told you? A council security officer who definitely did not exist. That is not funny. I am not laughing. She folded the paper and put it in her pocket beside Yula's guard. Can you protect my badge records from remote access? Already did. Cut the link 10 minutes ago. Good. Taran hesitated. Zivka, there is something else. She waited. He pulled the second sheet from the pile, a printout of a seal impression. Familiar. A mark she had seen on treaty documents her entire career. This came through the same relay. Different file. Someone looked up the original census record for the Solt line, the one that lists living relatives. Her blood went cold. Who? The printout did not say. The relay did not log names, only terminals. But the terminal designation was stamped at the bottom. Senior Circle Wing, Chamber 7, the same chamber where the cipher owner had been sitting during the tribunal. Someone is building a list, Taryn said quietly. They are collecting everyone connected to the Solt name, everyone still alive. Zivka looked at the paper, at the seal, at the terminal number, at the cold reality that someone inside the council was still moving under her identity, still reaching into her past, still hunting through the names of her bloodline. And Yula was already gone. Chapter 42. The East Archive Annex smelled of old paper and the sharp chemical tang of Taryn's preservative sprays. Zivka stood with the census printout still folded in her pocket, the paper pressing cold against her ribs beside Yula's vent card. Two pieces of evidence that should not exist. Two threads leading back to the same sealed wing. Taryn watched her read the terminal designation again. Chamber 7, he said. That is not a general access room. That is a private hearing chamber allocated to senior circle members. Who sits in Chamber 7? The schedule is restricted, but the cipher owner was present in the main chamber during the tribunal. Whoever it is, they have access to both spaces. Zivka's phone vibrated against her hip. She pulled it out. Maris. Where are you? Maris's voice was clipped, professional, but something underneath it ran thin. East Archive Annex, Taryn and I. Stay there. I'm coming to you. The line went dead before Zivka could answer. Taryn raised an eyebrow. Maris, on her way. Something has shifted. They waited in silence. The annex hummed with the low buzz of server fans and the distant drip of a pipe in the wall. Zivka counted her own breaths. 18, 22, 30. The door opened. Maris stepped inside with a tablet in one hand and a sealed folder in the other. She looked pale. Not shaken. Worse than shaken. She looked like someone who had just watched a structure she trusted begin to tilt. Osvan's arrest triggered an automatic review of everyone connected to his case files, she said without preamble. The review panel is moving faster than I expected. I know. My badge. That is not the immediate problem. Maris set the folder on the reading table. The panel flagged Yula Drevich's name within the first hour. They cross-referenced her medical license number against a sealed inquiry into a legal alchemical supply. Zivka's stomach went cold. What inquiry? One that was filed 3 years ago. Quietly, no public record. Maris opened the folder and turned a page. Someone reported a pattern of suppressant-grade alchemical purchases tied to a retired pack medic in the old district. The complaint was flagged for further review, but no action was taken. Now it has been pulled from the archive and attached to Osvan's case file. Who filed the complaint? Maris met her eyes. The name is redacted, but the filing terminal matches the same relay Taryn traced. Senior Circle Wing. The room seemed to contract. They have been holding this for 3 years, Zivka said, waiting for an excuse to use it. They are using it now. Maris's voice was quiet. The panel has summoned Yula Drovich for questioning. They want her name, her current location, and her treatment records by end of day. Zivka's hand moved to her pocket, to the card, to the coded meeting place Yula had not filled in. She is already gone. Then you need to find her before the panel does. Taryn stepped forward. The census record access, he said. The Solt line treatment logs, the sealed inquiry. Someone is building a legal case, not just a threat list. They want all of it in one place. Maris nodded. That is my read. The review panel is the visible arm. The person pulling the strings is sitting in Chamber 7. Zivka looked at the folder, at the redacted name, at the terminal designation stamped at the bottom of every sheet. She thought of Yula's stripped clean workspace, the card in the vent, the warning that Zivka should not follow because they wanted her to. They are pulling Yula in because of me, she said, because the suppressant records would destroy any case I ever touched. Yes, Maris said, and because she is the only living witness to 15 years of your chemical suppression. If they discredit her, They discredit everything you have ever testified to." The silence stretched. Zivka's wolf stirred beneath her skin. Not a threat, a readiness, a sense that the ground beneath her was shifting, and the only way forward was to move before it collapsed. "I need to get to Yula's workshop," she said. "Her primary address on Weaver's Lane. The secondary is already empty, but the primary might still hold something she did not have time to clear. The panel may already have eyes on it. Then I need to move, now." Maris did not argue. She closed the folder and held Zivka's gaze. "I will hold the panel as long as I can, but I cannot hold them forever." Zivka turned to Terran. "Can you keep tracing the old password access? Find out who is using my credentials inside the Senior Circle wing?" "I can try, but if they are routing through internal relays, the trail will dead end inside the council building. Then find the dead end. I want to know which room that terminal sits in." Terran nodded once. She left before either of them could speak again. The old district was quiet under the fog. Weaver's Lane looked the same as it always had. Narrow cobblestones, washing lines strung between windows, the smell of river damp and coal smoke. But the silence felt different. Heavy. Watching. Zivka approached Yula's building from the east side, keeping close to the wall. The front door was closed. The windows were dark. She tried the handle, unlocked. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The workshop smelled of dried herbs and chemical residue and something else. Something sharp. Displacement. The front room was intact. Bottles on shelves, mortar and pestle on the work table. Ledgers stacked by the window. But the back room door was open. Zivka crossed the floor in 3 strides. The back shelves were stripped clean. Every jar, every vial, every sealed container was gone. The wooden racks stood bare. The floor had been swept. A single piece of paper lay folded in the center of the empty shelf. She picked it up. The paper was blank on one side. She turned it over. In Yula's handwriting, cramped and hurried, "They came for the records. I took what I could. Do not look for me at the usual places. They are watching them all." Zivka stood in the stripped room, the paper in her hand. Behind her, the front door clicked shut. She did not turn. She knew the scent, knew the weight of the presence that filled the doorway. Goran's voice came low. "The panel just escalated. They're calling Yula Drevich a material witness to suppression crimes. They want her in custody within the hour." Zivka looked at the empty shelves. "They are too late." She turned. Goran stood in the doorway, gray eyes hard, coat dark against the dim light. He looked at the bare shelves, at the paper in her hand, at the set of her jaw. "Where is she?" "I do not know." "Then we find her." Zivka shook her head. "She left me a warning, told me not to follow, said they want me to track her." "Then we do not track her." Goran stepped forward. "We track whoever emptied these shelves." He lifted his chin toward the back corner. "There, on the floor near the drain." Zivka followed his gaze. A single footprint. Not Yula's. Larger. Booted. The tread pattern sharp and distinct in the thin layer of dust the sweep had missed. Her wolf stirred again. Chapter 43. They took Osvan to a holding cell on the basement level of the treaty building. Not the municipal lockup, not the unit cells. A treaty facility with soundproof walls, a single bolted chair, and no window. Zivka stood outside the door, Goran beside her, the boot print still sharp in her memory. "He will talk," she said, "or he will play." Same thing. The guard unlocked the door. She stepped inside alone. Ozan sat at the metal table, hands resting flat on the surface, pale gray eyes tracking her entry with something that looked almost like tenderness. "No escort today," he said. "No Goran at your shoulder. He is outside, watching, listening." Ozan tilted his head. "I know." She sat across from him, folded her hands the same way he had. Let the silence stretch. He let it stretch too. That was his tell. He never rushed to fill space. He knew silence was a weapon, and he wielded it as well as she did. "The workshop on Weaver's Lane," she said finally. "Someone stripped the back room before official sweepers arrived." "Who sent them?" Osvan's expression did not shift. "I did not. You built the system that runs the council's covert channels. You knew Yula was a target the moment I revealed myself. I knew she would become a target the moment the suppressant records came out. He spoke calmly, evenly, as if discussing a procedural point. I did not order her taken. But you expected it. I expected the council to move. The same way I expected them to file the recusal request before the session opened. The same way I expected them to seal your office within hours of the hearing. He paused. The same way I expect them to cannibalize this case now that I am in this room instead of the chamber. Zivka held his gaze. You built redundancies. I built everything with redundancies. That was never a secret. Then you know who stripped Yula's workshop. You know who is pulling the strings in Chamber 7. Osvan smiled, thin, almost sad. I know some of the strings. I do not know all of them. That is the nature of a network designed to be deniable. The architect sees the shape, but the hands move independently. Then give me the shape. He looked at her for a long moment. The tenderness in his eyes did not waver. If I give you everything, you will not believe it, because some of it will sound like manipulation, and some of it will sound like I am protecting myself, and some of it will sound like I am trying to make you trust me again. I stopped trusting you when you told me you engineered 5 years of danger. No. He shook his head slowly. You stopped trusting me when you realized the danger felt familiar, because I gave you attention that felt safe, and you wanted it to be real. She did not answer. I never lied about wanting you, he said. I told you that in the chamber. It was true. You wanted me as an asset. I wanted you as both. He said it without shame. People are not single notes, Zivka. I wanted your trust. I wanted your skill. I wanted your mind. And I wanted your body. Those things do not cancel each other out. The room felt smaller. Where is Yula? I do not know. Who stripped her workshop? I do not know the name of the person who walked through that door. But I know which office ordered it. He leaned back in the bolted chair. The same office that filed the sealed inquiry against her 3 years ago. The same office that sits in Chamber 7. Then tell me the name. He smiled again, wider this time. Why would I? Because you are in custody. Because you want something. I want you to understand the shape before you act on it. He tilted his head again. The person in Chamber 7 did not surface because of your tribunal testimony. They surfaced because of your investigation. Because you pulled the cipher from the burning archive. Because you followed the trail to Drazen. Because you stood in that chamber and named yourself. Then I already drew their attention. You drew more than attention. His voice dropped. You drew their interest. An interest from someone in Chamber 7 is not a compliment. It is a target. She let the words settle. The people who killed your father, Osvan said quietly, are the same people who are moving against Yula now. They have been in power for 20 years. They have buried 3 investigations, 6 witnesses, and 1 disgraced bloodline. They will not hesitate to bury you. Then give me the name. I will give you something better. He leaned forward. I will give you the shape. But you have to ask the right question. She stared at him. The silence stretched again, and then he said it. Before you ask who is in Chamber 7, ask yourself who knew you would be at Yula's secondary address tonight. Who knew you would run? Who knew you would find the card in the vent? The words landed like cold water. She thought of the text, the unknown number, the precise directions, the card Yula had left. Osvan's smile widened. You are wondering now, he said, wondering if the message came from an ally or a lure, wondering if Yula wrote that card under her own hand or under someone else's eye. I recognized her handwriting. Did you? He kept his voice soft. Or did you recognize what you expected to see? She said nothing. I am not asking you to trust me, Osvan said. I am asking you to think. Someone knew exactly where to send you tonight. Someone knew the workshop was stripped, but left the card where you would find it. Someone wanted you standing in that room when the footstep came. The footstep. The figure behind her. She had assumed it was Goran. The scent had been familiar. But she had not turned until he spoke. Osvan watched her face and nodded slowly. There it is, he murmured. The question you do not want to ask. She stood. You are a warning and a manipulation in the same package. You always were. I am what I am, he said. But I am not the one who sold your location tonight. She stopped at the door. Someone did, Zivka. His voice followed her. Someone in your circle moved before you did, and they are still moving. She walked out without looking back. Goran waited in the corridor, arms crossed, gray eyes tracking her face as she closed the door. What did he give you? A question. Which one? She met his gaze, measured the weight of his presence, the scent she had known before she turned in that empty room. Who knew I would be at Yula's secondary address tonight? Goran's expression did not change. You told me. Maris, Terran. 3 people. 3 people. He held her gaze. And Besa, if Maris looped her in. 4. And Osvan has been in this cell for 4 hours. She looked back at the closed door, at the bolted chair and the man who sat in it, smiling at the ceiling, waiting for her to ask the next question. Then, someone in that 4 told someone else. Goran said nothing. The corridor hummed with yellow light and silence. Zivka's wolf pressed against her ribs. Not a threat, a readiness. The ground was shifting beneath her feet, and she still did not know who had handed her the map. Chapter 44. Besa arrived 23 minutes after Zivka called. No siren, no lights. Just a dark patrol sedan that pulled alongside the curb where Zivka had been standing in the cold, watching the treaty building's basement entrance, watching her own breath turn to fog. She got in without speaking. Besa drove. Not toward the district stations or the safe flats or the Weaver's Lane workshop that the sweepers had already stripped. She took a hard turn east, past the old market's closed stalls, into a pocket of narrow streets where the streetlights flickered in sequence. Yula kept a secondary flat, Besa said. Not the address you found tonight. A different one. Older. Off the books. Why do you know about it? Because I found it 3 years ago, when the sealed inquiry was filed. I did not report it. Zivka turned to look at her. Besa's jaw stayed set. I did not know then what Yula was running. I knew the sold name carried old weight. I knew someone in the senior circle wanted her watched. I did not know it was suppressant work until tonight. And you never told anyone? I told no one. Besa's voice flattened. Which means whoever stripped the Weaver's Lane workshop did not find this address from my file. The car turned again. Narrower street, older buildings, brick facades with the mortar crumbling between the joints. Besa pulled to the curb outside a building with a dark green door and a single lit window on the 2nd floor. She keeps this one under a dead woman's name. Paid cash, no lease. Zivka got out. The cold hit harder here, the river wind cutting between the buildings with nothing to break it. The door was unlocked. The building had no lobby, just stairs that climbed straight up through the smell of old wood and plaster dust. Besa stayed half a step behind her, hand loose near her weapon, not drawn, but ready. The 2nd floor landing had 2 doors. Besa pointed to the left one. Zivka tried the handle. It turned. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The flat was small. 1 room with a narrow bed against the wall, a wooden table, a single chair, a hot plate, a sink, a window facing the alley. Nothing was broken, nothing was overturned, but the bed was stripped. The mattress tilted off its frame. The single drawer beneath the table hung open, empty. Whoever had been here had packed, or someone else had packed for them. Zivka crossed the room, ran her hand along the windowsill, traced the line where the dust had been wiped clean, recently by a sleeve or a palm. She left in a hurry, Besa said from the doorway. Or someone left in a hurry behind her. Zivka did not answer. She knelt. The baseboard beneath the window had a thin gap, not noticeable unless you were looking for it. Not noticeable unless you knew Yula, knew she did not trust walls, knew she left messages where only certain eyes would find them. Zivka slipped her fingers into the gap. The baseboard shifted. Behind it, a folded square of paper. She pulled it out, unfolded it. Yula's handwriting, small, tight, rushed. 3 bridges north, the one with the broken lamp. Midnight, come alone or do not come. Zivka looked at her watch, 11:47. She wrote this tonight, Zivka said. The ink is still wet at the edges. Besa stepped into the room. It could be a trap. It could be. Zivka folded the paper. but Yula left it where only someone who knew her hiding system would find it. The card in the vent at the other address was a warning. This is an invitation. Or a lure. I know. Zivka stood, her wolf pressed against her ribs, not with fear, with something closer to hunger. You cannot go alone, Besa said. Yula said come alone or do not come. Yula is not the one who decides whether you survive the night. Zivka met her eyes. Then come, but stay far enough back that whoever is watching does not see you. Besa held her gaze for a long moment, then she nodded. They left the flat the way they had come, down the stairs, through the dark green door, into the cold that bit through fabric and skin. Besa killed her headlights before she started the engine. They drove north in silence, through streets that grew darker and narrower, past warehouses with boarded windows and bridges that crossed canals Zivka had never learned the names of. The third bridge had a broken lamp. Its iron frame leaned crooked, the glass shattered, the bulb dead. Besa stopped the car 2 blocks before the crossing. I will wait here, she said. If you do not come back in 20 minutes, I move. Zivka got out. The wind was stronger near the canal. It carried the smell of oil and rust and cold water. She walked toward the bridge. The broken lamp cast no light. The moon was thin, barely a crescent, barely enough to see by. She reached the center of the span and stopped. No one stood on the bridge. No one waited beneath it. The canal below moved black and silent. Zivka turned, scanning the banks, the warehouses, the shadows under the arch. Nothing. She looked at her watch. 11:53, 7 minutes. She waited. The wind shifted, and she caught the scent. Familiar. Wrong. Closer than it should have been. She turned. Yula Drevich stood at the far end of the bridge, wrapped in a dark coat, her face half in shadow, her hands empty and visible at her sides. She did not move forward. She did not speak. She just stood there, watching Zivka with an expression that looked, in the thin moonlight, like something between relief and terror. Then she lifted one hand, a signal. Wait. Behind her, movement in the shadow of a warehouse. Low, fast, multiple bodies. Zivka's wolf surged. Yula was not alone. Chapter 45. The footstep behind Yula was not the only one. Zivka counted them without moving her head. 3, maybe 4. Low in the warehouse shadows, spread wide enough to box Yula in from both sides. Yula's hand stayed raised. Wait. The wind shifted again. The scent hit Zivka full in the face. Gun oil, cheap tobacco, unwashed leather. Men who had been sitting in that warehouse for hours, waiting for something, waiting for her. Yula lowered her hand slowly. She took one step forward, then another. Her movement was deliberate, careful, the gait of someone who knew exactly where every pair of eyes was fixed. I told them you would come alone. Yula's voice carried across the bridge, thin and steady. They thought I was lying. Who are they? Men who do not know my name. That was the arrangement. Yula stopped at the midpart of the bridge, 10 feet from Zivka. I did not have a choice about the meeting, but I chose the location. The chapel. Zivka saw it now. The broken lamp had not been the landmark. Behind Yula, past the warehouse, a stone spire rose against the bruised sky. Small, neglected. A river chapel that had been closed since before the treaty. You are not supposed to leave this bridge, Yula said. When they have what they want from you, I am supposed to walk away alone. What do they want? Yula's mouth tightened. Proof that I still have the records. Proof that I will trade them for your safety. She took a breath. I told them the records are hidden. I told them only I can retrieve them. They gave me until dawn. Zivka's wolf pressed against her ribs. Where are the records? Safe. Yula's eyes flicked past Zivka toward the warehouses. But the chapel has a back entrance. Through the crypt, if we move now, before they realize we are not following their script. A shout from the warehouses. Low, sharp, a question in a language Zivka did not recognize. Yula flinched. Now, she said. She grabbed Zivka's wrist and pulled. They ran. Not toward the chapel, away from it, along the canal bank where the grass grew high and the footing turned to mud. Yula knew the ground. She did not hesitate at the gaps, did not slow where the bank dropped. Behind them, footsteps, multiple, closing. "The crypt entrance," Yula said, breath sawing. "Behind the iron grate. I left it unlatched." Zivka's hand found the weapon at her belt. Standard issue, hollow point, not silver, not lethal to shifters but enough to stop a human. She did not want to fire. The chapel rose ahead of them, dark and blind. No lights in the windows, no signs of use. Yula veered left, toward the rear where the stone met the water, and Zivka saw it. An iron grate set into the foundation, just above the canal's edge, rusted and half hidden by willow branches. Yula reached it first. Her hands found the latch, twisted, pulled. The grate swung open. Inside. Quick! Zivka folded herself through the opening. The air changed. Cold stone, still water. The smell of earth that had not been disturbed in years. Yula followed, dragging the grate closed behind them. The footsteps stopped outside. Silence. Then a voice, low and flat. She went into the water. A pause. "Check the bank." The footsteps moved away. Zivka did not breathe until they faded. The crypt was small, maybe 10 feet across. A stone shelf on one side held the remains of candles, their wax pooled and ancient. Water dripped somewhere in the dark. Yula leaned against the wall, her breath coming in harsh bursts. "I am sorry," she said. "I did not know how else to reach you." Zivka holstered her weapon. "You reached me. I had to make them believe I was cooperating, that you were the prize." Yula's voice cracked. "The records, the ones from the old Salt file. I told you I burned everything. I lied." Zivka went still. "I copied a fragment, 1 page, from the senior counsel's original evaluation of your father's bloodline." Yula's hands trembled as she reached inside her coat. "They claimed the Salt line was genetically unstable, prone to violent shifts. That was the justification for the suppressants, for the exile, for everything." She pulled out a folded sheet of paper, yellowed, creased along old fold lines. "This page says something different." Zivka took it. Her fingers felt numb. The handwriting was formal, official, Pack Council letterhead, dated 20 years ago. Clinical assessment of Salt bloodline stability, within normal parameters. No physiological markers indicating elevated shift aggression or emotional volatility. Recommendation: standard integration protocols sufficient. Below it, a second note, smaller, added in a different hand. Flagged for political review per Senior Circle directive. Recommendation amended. Mandatory suppression protocol for all Salt line members currently serving in treaty-adjacent roles. Zivka read it twice. The first assessment cleared her bloodline. The second amendment overrode it. Not because of science, because of politics. "Your father never saw this," Yula said. "Neither did you." The council buried it. "But I worked in the medical archive when the assessment was filed. I copied it before they sealed the record." Zivka looked up. "You kept this for 20 years. "I kept it because I knew they would come for you next." Yula's voice dropped. "And I was right. They are already building the case. The review panel, the sealed inquiry. They are going to prove you were unstable from birth, Zivka. That every case you touched was compromised by your nature." "Except this page proves the opposite." "It proves the council knew the truth and suppressed it." Yula met her eyes. "But only if we live long enough to show it to someone who matters." Above them, a door slammed open. Footsteps, heavy, multiple, moving through the chapel nave. Zivka's hand went back to her weapon. Yula pressed something into her palm, small, metal, a key. "The back entrance to the old Weaver's Lane clinic," Yula whispered. "I hid the rest of the file there. If I do not make it out, you go. You do not stop. You do not look back. I am not leaving you." "You are, if I tell you to." The footsteps stopped directly above them. A voice, low, familiar. "Zivka." She knew that voice. Goran. She pressed her palm flat against the stone ceiling, found the outline of a trapdoor, pushed. It gave. She climbed out into the chapel nave, Yula behind her. Goran stood in the aisle, flanked by 2 men in dark tactical gear. His face was stone, but his eyes moved over her with something that looked almost like pain. "The men on the canal are contained," he said. "Besa called me when she saw the movement. I brought a team." "Contained or dead?" "Contained. They were hired. They do not know who hired them." He stepped closer. "Are you hurt?" "No." Goran's gaze shifted to Yula. "Yula Drevich." Yula did not flinch. "Director Vekk, I have a car waiting. We need to move before the council's custody order reaches this district." Zivka stepped between them. "She comes with us." Goran held her eyes for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Both of you. Now." He turned and walked toward the chapel door. Zivka followed, Yula's hand gripping her arm, the yellowed paper folded against her ribs. Behind them, in the crypt, water kept dripping into the dark. Chapter 46. The car smelled of river water, old stone, and the metallic tang of adrenaline drying on skin. Goran drove with one hand on the wheel, the other braced against the dash. His jaw was set. His eyes kept cutting to the rearview mirror. Yula sat in the back, her hands wrapped around the keys Zivka still held between them. Neither spoke. The streets narrowed, industrial windows, dark loading bays. Goran killed the headlights 2 blocks early and pulled into a warehouse courtyard behind a rusted roll-down door. "Out," he said. "Quick." They moved through a loading bay into a room with cinder-block walls, a table, 2 cots, and a single lamp. No windows, 1 door. Goran locked it behind them. Yula sank onto the cot without being asked. Her hands were still trembling. Zivka stood in the center of the room, the yellowed page pressed against her ribs, the key hot in her palm. "We need hours," she said. "Not days. Hours to get to the clinic, pull the rest of the file, and put it somewhere the council cannot bury it again." Goran turned from the door. "The custody order is already written. By dawn, every patrol in the district will have Yula's description. Then we move before dawn. To where? Your badge is suspended. My mandate is already being questioned because I pulled a team without authorization." He stepped closer. "The moment I walk into the council building, they will demand to know where she is." Zivka heard what he did not say. He was offering to stand between Yula and the council, but standing meant being seen, being questioned, being exposed. "I am not asking you to risk your position." "You are not asking." His voice dropped. "I am offering." The bond flared between them, warm, steady, a presence she did not have to reach for. But warmth did not change the math. If they question you about her, and you refuse to answer, they will suspend you too, or worse. Let them. Goran, Zivka. His gray eyes held hers. "I have spent months hiding what I am, what I know, what I feel. I am done letting the council dictate which truths I am allowed to keep." Yula cleared her throat. "You are both very noble, but I am the one they want, and I will not let either of you burn for a decision I made 20 years ago." Zivka turned. "I made that decision too. I took the suppressants. I asked you to keep brewing them." "You were 19. I was old enough to choose." Yula met her eyes. "And now I am old enough to choose my own consequences." Goran's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. His expression did not change, but something in his shoulders tightened. "The review panel is requesting an immediate meeting. They want to know if I have located you yet." He looked up. "If I do not respond within 10 minutes, they will assume I am harboring a material witness." Zivka's wolf stirred beneath her ribs. "Not threat, readiness. Tell them you found her." Goran went still. "Tell them you are bringing her in for questioning under your authority as unit director, not to the council holding cells, to a secure location you control." She held his gaze. "Protective custody. For how long?" "Long enough for me to reach the clinic." The silence stretched. Yula broke it first. "She is right. If you offer protective custody before they force you to hand me over, you control the terms. They can question me through you, but they cannot take me without triggering a jurisdictional dispute." Goran's eyes did not leave Zivka's. "You understand what this means." "Not a question. If you claim me as your operational asset, the council will put you on formal review." "I understand, and if I fail at the clinic, if the file is gone, or if I am caught, you will have no evidence to justify the custody arrangement. They will call it obstruction. They will strip your mandate." "I know." Zivka stepped closer. "Then why are you still standing here?" Goran reached out. His fingers brushed her wrist, light enough to be a question. Because I trust you. The words hit her lower than she expected. She had spent 14 years making sure no one could trust her enough to be disappointed. And here he was, offering exactly that. Tell them you found her, Zivka said again. I will be back before dawn. Goran held her eyes for one more breath. Then he pulled out his phone and began typing. Zivka turned to Yula. The key opens the back entrance of the Weaver's Lane Clinic. Metal door, blue paint. The file is behind the third cabinet from the left, under a loose floorboard. Yula nodded. I remember. Stay here. Do not let them move you. I will not. Zivka crossed to the door. Behind her, Goran's voice was flat. Professional. Yes, I have located the witness. I am bringing her to a secure location for protective custody pending the review panel's decision. A pause. No, not the council facility. My authority. Another pause. Then file the dispute. He ended the call. Zivka looked back. His face was stone, but his eyes said everything he could not. She opened the door and stepped into the dark. Chapter 47. The night air pressed cold against Zivka's skin as she moved through the narrow streets toward Weaver's Lane. The key Yula had given her burned against her palm, a promise of answers waiting in the dark. Behind her, Goran's voice still echoed in her mind. I trust you. She could not afford to let that warmth slow her down. The clinic's back entrance materialized from the shadows, a blue-painted metal door that looked ordinary enough to be forgotten. Zivka's fingers found the lock. The key turned with a soft click that seemed too loud in the silence. She pushed the door open. The hallway beyond was thick with dust and the metallic smell of old alchemy. Her boots left prints on the floor as she moved past empty shelves, rusted equipment, a desk stripped of everything but a single cracked mug. The air tasted stale and abandoned. She counted steps until she reached the third cabinet from the left. It stood against the far wall, its surface coated in years of grime that no official sweeper had bothered to disturb. Zivka knelt, her fingers tracing the edge of the floorboard Yula had described. The wood gave way with a soft groan, lifting to reveal a dark cavity beneath. She reached in. Her hand brushed leather. Cold, smooth, heavy. Zivka pulled the folder into the dim light. The binding was cracked, the edges soft with age. She laid it flat on the dusty floor and opened the cover. The first page made her breath catch. It was not what she expected. Instead of the suppressed Solt bloodline assessment, instead of Yula's clinical records or the senior circle's political override, the folder contained a set of tribunal after-action reports. Each one was stamped with dates that did not match any official cycle she knew. Someone had copied these before they were logged. Zivka turned the pages slowly, her wolf still beneath her skin. The reports covered hearings from 3 years ago, 4 years, 6. Witness testimonies she had never seen, rulings that had never been published, names of PAC members who had appeared before the council and whose cases had simply vanished from the record. She reached the middle of the folder and stopped. Beneath the reports lay a second set of witness lists. She recognized the format. The same columns, the same header. But where the official tribunal docket listed 12 scheduled witnesses for the current session, this list carried 31. 20 of those names were marked in red ink, a slash drawn through each one as though someone had crossed them out after the fact. Names that had never been brought to court. Zivka scanned the red-marked entries. Most she did not recognize. PAC surnames from the outer districts. Names that sounded old, rural, the kind of bloodlines the city council rarely acknowledged. But one name made her throat tighten. Mira Solt, her cousin. The cousin she had been told died in a border accident 8 years ago. Zivka's fingers touched the name. The ink was faded, the paper yellowed, but the date written beside it was clear. 6 months before the official death report. 6 months. She turned the page. More names, more red slashes, and at the bottom of the list, a notation in the same hand that had marked the Solt bloodline assessment 20 years ago. Cleared. No record required. The floorboard shifted beneath her knee. Zivka went still. The sound had not come from her. A footstep in the hallway. Soft, deliberate. A creak of old wood under weight that should not have been there. Her wolf rose inside her ribs, silent and ready. She closed the folder, rose to her feet without a sound. The key was still in her pocket. The door was still ajar behind her. The hallway stretched into darkness. She waited. 3 breaths. The footstep did not repeat, but the air had changed. The metallic smell of old alchemy was thinner now, displaced by something else. Something warm. Leather and wool and the faint salt of sweat worn fresh. Someone was standing in the shadows beyond the cabinet's reach. Zivka's fingers found the folder's edge. "Show yourself," she said. The silence stretched. Then a voice answered, low and unhurried, from the dark. "You should not have come alone." The shape stepped forward. Radek Ven. He wore the same dark coat he had worn at Yula's secondary address. His hands were visible at his sides, empty and open. "I told you the review was rigged," he said. "I did not tell you everything." Zivka's grip tightened on the folder. "What are you doing here?" "I followed you." He said it without apology. "From the warehouse, from the moment Goran made his call. You were watching the building. I was watching you." The words landed like a blade between ribs. Zivka forced her voice steady. "How long?" "Since you left the tribunal chamber." Then took another step closer. The light from the doorway caught his face. He looked tired, older than she remembered. "I know what you found in that folder, and I know what it will cost you to use it." "Then tell me." "Some names on that list are still alive. Some are not. The ones who survived have been hiding for years. If you bring that list into the light, every one of them becomes a target. And if I do nothing," he held her gaze, "then the same people who killed your father will keep killing, and the names that are already crossed out will be the only ones anyone remembers." Zivka's wolf surged beneath her skin. Not threat. Readiness. Who else knows this folder exists? Ven's mouth tightened. Until tonight? One person. The same person who copied those after-action reports before they were logged. Who? He looked at her for a long moment. "Your father." The word hit her chest like stone. "That is not possible." He was building a case, a full accounting of every witness the senior circle had silenced. He copied the reports and stored them where no one would think to look. Ven's voice dropped. He gave the location to one person before he died. Zivka stared at him. "You." "I was young, junior. No one noticed me." He stepped closer. "I have been waiting 20 years for someone to find this folder and have the courage to open it." The folder felt heavier in her hands. Her cousin, the crossed-out names, the after-action reports that proved the council had been burying testimony for years. Zivka looked up. "Why tell me now?" Ven's expression did not change. "Because you are the only Solt left who will fight." Chapter 48. The air in the clinic hallway held its breath. Zivka stared at Ven's face in the half-light, reading the lines of exhaustion, the weight of 20 years waiting for someone to open that folder. "How did you know I would come here?" Ven's mouth moved into something that was not quite a smile. "Because you are a Solt. And Solts have never let the truth stay buried when they can reach it." The folder pressed against her ribs. Her cousin's name, the crossed-out list, the after-action reports that proved the council had been silencing witnesses for years, not months. "I need to get back to Goran." Ven stepped aside. "Then go. I will not stop you." She moved past him, keeping the folder close. At the door she paused. "Why now? After 20 years?" Ven's voice came from the dark behind her. "Because you are not alone anymore. And alone was the only thing that kept your father from surviving." The words landed like a blade between her ribs. Zivka did not look back. The warehouse air hit her face cold and damp as she crossed the threshold. Goran stood by the metal table, his phone in his hand, his jaw set in a line she recognized. He looked up when she entered. His eyes moved to the folder. "You found it." "Not what I expected?" She crossed to the table and set the folder down. The metal surface caught the dim light as she flipped it open. "The bloodline assessment was a decoy. This is what Yula was really hiding. Goran stepped closer. Yula rose from the cot, her face pale. Zivka pulled out the after-action reports, the dates, the rulings that had never been published, the second witness list with 31 names instead of 12. Maris needs to see this, Zivka said. And Besa. Goran's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. Maris is already on her way. She called 10 minutes ago. Said the review panel moved faster than expected. How fast? They are calling a closed session tomorrow morning to determine whether your badge is restored or permanently revoked. Zivka's heart beat a hard rhythm against her ribs. Then we have until dawn. She spread the contents across the table. Maris arrived first, her coat still wet from the river fog. Besa came 3 minutes later, her patrol boots heavy on the concrete floor. They stood around the table in silence as Zivka laid out the suppressed records. Maris's face tightened as she scanned the after-action reports. These are real. I recognize the format. The Oversight Committee stopped using this template 4 years ago because someone buried the system that produced them, Zivka said. Besa pulled the witness list closer. Her finger traced the red slashes. 20 names crossed out. That is not a leak. That is a systematic purge. Look at the dates, Maris pointed. The earliest crossout is almost 7 years old, before the current witness murders, before Osvan's involvement. Zivka's blood went cold. Then this was running before him. Before him and independent of him. Maris looked up. Whoever ordered these names suppressed has been doing it for years. Osvan was not the architect. He was a tool, a convenient hand. Besa's finger stopped at a name near the bottom. Zivka. She stepped closer. Besa's finger rested on a single line. Mira Solt. The date beside it was 6 months before the official death report. Zivka's throat tightened. She was my cousin. They told us she died in a border accident, a patrol skirmish that went wrong. Maris's voice dropped. When did you last see her? 9 years ago. She was 22. She came to Dunavar to testify about something she had witnessed in the outer districts. I told her not to get involved. The words tasted like ash. Besa traced the red line through the name. She was on the list. They crossed her out 6 months before the accident. I've run. Zivka's wolf surged beneath her skin. They killed her. And then they staged the accident to make it look like a border dispute. Maris pulled out her phone. I can cross-reference the official death timeline with the tribunal calendar from that year. If there was a hearing scheduled around her testimony date, we have proof of suppression. Do it. Maris's fingers moved across the screen. Zivka turned back to the list. The red marks blurred at the edges of her vision. 20 names. 20 witnesses who had tried to speak and been silenced. Her cousin among them. Besa's voice cut through the silence. Zivka. She looked up. Besa held one of the after-action reports. Her face had gone very still. What? Look at the signature on this report. Zivka took the paper. The ink was faded, but the name was visible. Counselor Varc, Solt. Her father's name. She stared at it. This is his authorization for the suppression of testimony. Zivka's breath caught. He was not building a case against the council. He was part of it. Chapter 49. The warehouse air had gone cold around her. Zivka stood with the after-action report in her hands, her father's name staring up from the faded ink. Varc, Solt. The signature was unmistakable. The loop of the V, the sharp downstroke of the final T. She had seen it on birthday cards, on a letter he sent her first year at the academy, on the custody transfer that made Yula her legal guardian 3 days after his body was found in a treaty corridor with a blade wound through his ribs. Maris's voice came from somewhere distant. Zivka, do you hear me? She looked up. I hear you. You do not look like you hear me. Zivka set the paper down. Her hand was steady. That surprised her. I am fine. You are holding your father's authorization for witness suppression, Besa said quietly. You are allowed to not be fine. Zivka turned back to the table. The after-action report spread across the metal surface like scales on a dead fish. 20 crossed-out names. Mira's name, her father's signature. Goran moved to stand beside her. He did not touch her. He did not speak. He simply stood there, a solid presence at her shoulder. And that was worse than if he had tried to comfort her, because it meant he understood that comfort was not what she needed. She needed to know how deep the rot went. Maris, the cross-reference. What did you find? Maris looked up from her phone. The official death timeline for Mira Solt lists a Border Patrol incident on the 15th of Harvest Moon, 9 years ago. But the tribunal calendar from that month shows a closed hearing scheduled for the 12th. Her name is on the witness docket. Who presided? Maris's jaw tightened. The hearing was logged under Counselor Varc Solt's authority. Zivka's wolf went still. He scheduled her testimony, then he authorized her suppression. The signature does not prove he ordered her death, Besa said carefully. It proves he signed a suppression order. The death may have been someone else's decision. The same signature authorized both, Zivka said. The suppression and the cover-up. The distinction does not matter. She picked up the report again. Her father's name. 20 crossed-out names. Mira's name. She folded the paper and tucked it inside her coat. I need air. Goran stepped forward. I will come with you. No. She held up a hand. I need to think. Alone. He did not argue. He simply nodded, his gray eyes holding hers for a moment longer than necessary, and then he stepped back. Zivka walked to the warehouse door and pushed it open. The streets were still dark. Dawn had not yet broken, but the sky had begun to lighten at the edges, a pale gray seam between the river and the roof docks. The air smelled of cold stone and distant water. Zivka walked. She did not know where she was going. She simply needed to move, to let the rhythm of her boots on the pavement replace the rhythm of her thoughts. Her father had been part of the conspiracy. Her father had signed the order that suppressed Mira's testimony. Her father had... She stopped. A sound carried through the empty street. Voices. Distant but growing closer. She turned toward the noise. The unit building. She had walked without thinking toward the one place she should not go, the place where her badge was suspended and her office sealed and her future hung on a closed session that would begin in a few hours. The voices grew louder. She rounded the corner and stopped. A crowd had gathered outside the unit entrance. Not a large crowd, maybe 40 people. But they were not random. They were organized, standing in a loose arc facing the building's glass doors, their breath fogging in the cold air. Some held signs. Truth before treaty. Salt blood is poison. Human laws for human courts. Zivka's blood turned to ice. She had expected backlash. She had known that revealing herself as a shifter would ignite every fear and suspicion the human population carried about wolves in positions of authority. But seeing it written on signs, shouted by strangers, made it real in a way she had not prepared for. A man near the front caught sight of her, his face twisted. There she is. The crowd turned. 40 faces, 40 pairs of eyes, some angry, some curious, some hungry. Zivka did not run. She stood still, her hands at her sides, her coat hanging open over the suppressed report folded against her ribs. "The Solt bitch," someone shouted. "The wolf who lied to all of us." A woman stepped forward. She sat in judgment of pack killers. She reviewed evidence. She decided who lived and who died, and she was one of them the whole time. "I solved more cases in 9 years than the previous investigator solved in 20, Zivka said. "My nature did not change my work. Your work was a lie. My work was evidence. Everything I presented could be verified. My identity did not manufacture the witness murders or forge the transport orders." The woman's eyes narrowed. "Your bloodline did." Zivka's wolf stirred. The woman was not human. The scent was faint, buried under years of city living and cheap perfume, but it was there. Wolf, pack, old blood. Zivka looked at the crowd again. Not all of them were human. She caught it now, the subtle signs she had been trained to recognize, the stillness in one man's stance, the way a woman's eyes tracked her movement with predator precision, the slight tension in another man's shoulders, the readiness of a body used to shifting. Pack elders, they had come to watch, to claim, to control. The old salt slur rose from somewhere deep in the crowd, a voice rough with decades of contempt. Silver blood. Traitor line. The salts bring nothing but ash. Zivka's wolf surged. She held it down. She turned to face the direction of the voice. A tall man stood at the back of the crowd, his arms crossed, his face carved into hard lines. Gray threaded his dark hair. His eyes held the flat, assessing look of someone who had made judgments long before he arrived. He was not holding a sign. He was not shouting. He was watching her. And she knew, with a certainty that settled in her bones like frost, that he was here for her. The crowd's energy shifted. They felt it too. The tall man stepped forward, and the crowd parted around him like water around a stone. He stopped 3 feet from Zivka. Zivka Solt. His voice was deep, controlled, the voice of someone used to being obeyed. I am Counselor Drafik Sten, Senior Circle, Bloodline Oversight Committee. Zivka's wolf went still. Your bloodline has been summoned. Chapter 50. The crowd had gone silent. Counselor Drafik Sten stood 3 feet from Zivka, his hands clasped behind his back, his flat eyes holding hers with the patience of a man who had never needed to repeat himself. Your bloodline has been summoned, he said again. Zivka's wolf pressed against her ribs, not in aggression, in recognition. This man carried the weight of old authority, the kind that did not need to raise its voice because it had already decided the outcome. I was not aware the Bloodline Oversight Committee had jurisdiction over suspended investigators, Zivka said. Sten's mouth moved, not quite a smile. The committee has jurisdiction over every salt who walks pack ground, and you are standing on pack ground, whether you chose to acknowledge it or not. Zivka's eyes stayed on his face, but her attention flicked to the crowd behind him. The pack elders who had come to watch, the chickens holding signs, the sifting dynamics of a public spectacle that could turn violent if she made the wrong move. The summons can wait until after my badge review, she said. I have a closed session and the session will be postponed. The words landed like a door slamming shut. Zivka's blood went cold. You cannot postpone a closed session of the Interspecies Crimes Unit Review Panel. Sten's expression did not change. I can, and I have. The review panel answers to the Pack Council on matters of bloodline security. Your fitness for service is a bloodline matter. Last I checked, my badge was suspended by the Interspecies Council, not the Pack Council. The Interspecies Council and the Pack Council share jurisdictional oversight of treaty personnel. When a bloodline question arises, the Pack Council takes precedence. Zivka's hands wanted to curl into fists. She kept them still. What do you want, Counselor? Sten studied her for a long moment. The crowd had begun to murmur again, the tension shifting from confrontation to expectation. I want you to understand the position you are in, he said. You have exposed yourself as a shifter. You have implicated senior pack leadership in witness suppression. You have made the Solt name a public liability for the second time in 20 years. The Solt name was already a public liability. Your committee made sure of that. Sten's eyes flickered. Not anger, something closer to recognition. Your father said the same thing, once, before he understood the cost of being right. Zivka's wolf went still. Do not speak of my father. I will speak of him as I choose. Sten's voice did not rise, but something in it sharpened. I was there when he signed the suppression order. I was there when he realized what he had done, and I was there when he tried to undo it. Zivka's throat closed. You are lying. I am the only person in Dunavar who knows the full truth of what happened to Varc Solt, and I am offering you the chance to hear it. At what price? Sten's flat eyes held hers. Your cooperation. The crowd had begun to press closer. The pack elders at the edges, the humans with signs, all of them hungry for resolution, for spectacle, for the satisfaction of watching a disgraced name fall. Zivka measured the distance to the unit entrance. 10 feet, maybe 12. She could reach the doors before the crowd closed, but Sten was right about one thing. She was standing on pack ground, and pack ground had rules she had spent 14 years pretending did not apply to her. I will hear what you have to say, Zivka said, but not here, not with an audience. Sten inclined his head, then named the place. The Weaver's Lane Clinic, midnight. A public building in an old district, not secure. Secure enough, you bring no one. I bring no one. I could have you collected by force. You could, but that would confirm everything the human press suspects about PAC interference in the tribunal investigation. Sten's mouth moved again, almost a smile. The crowd stirred. A woman near the front shouted something about lies and bloodlines, but the words did not reach Zivka's ears because a new sound had cut through the cold air. A phone. Not hers. Sten's. He pulled a slim device from his coat pocket, glanced at the screen, and his face changed. Not much, but enough. I must respond to this, he said. We will continue the discussion at midnight. He turned and walked through the crowd, which parted for him with the same obedience as before. The crowd began to disperse. The pack elders faded into side streets. The sign holders lowered their signs and drifted away, their energy spent. Zivka stood alone in front of the unit building. The glass doors reflected her image back at her. Gray-green eyes, dark hair coming loose from its pins, coat hanging open over the suppressed report folded against her ribs. She looked like someone who had survived a battle she had not known she was fighting. The doors opened. Goran stepped out. He did not speak. He simply stood beside her, his presence a wall against the cold wind. "How much did you hear?" she asked. "Enough." He postponed the review session. "I know. He knows about my father. He was there." Goran's jaw tightened. "I know." Zivka turned to face him. "You did not tell me you knew about Sten." "I did not know he was the one who summoned you. I know the name. Every PAC operative knows the name. He is the senior circle's enforcer. He does not make threats. He makes outcomes." Zivka's wolf stirred again. Not at Sten's name, at Goran's voice. The bond had been quiet for hours, suspended in the exhaustion of the night, but it flickered now with something like warmth. "Why are you out here?" she asked. Goran held up his phone. "I just received a formal summons from the Dunavar PAC Council. They want me at the council compound within the hour. Consultation on the tribunal fallout, my mandate, and the jurisdictional dispute over Yula's protective custody." Zivka's stomach dropped. "And if you do not go?" "Then the council will assume I am in open defiance, which means they will treat my protection of Yula as an act of war." The weight of the night pressed down on her. Sten, the crowd, the postponed review, and now Goran being called north. She had spent 14 years building walls, and the walls were collapsing in every direction. "When do you leave?" "I have not decided whether I am going." "You have to go. If you refuse, they will use it against you, against Yula, against the case." Goran's gray eyes held hers. "And if I go, you are alone." "I have been alone before." "I know. That is what worries me." The words landed harder than they should have. Zivka looked away, toward the river where the fog had begun to thin. "Go," she said. "Answer the summons. I will handle Sten." "Zivka, I will handle Sten." Goran was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a sealed envelope. "My archive access codes, all of them. If you cannot reach me, if something goes wrong, you know where to find the evidence." Zivka took the envelope. The paper was warm from his body. "The council will try to hold me there," Goran said. "They will question me. They will test my loyalty. But I will come back." "You do not have to promise that." "I know." His voice dropped. "But I am promising anyway." The bond flared, warm, steady. Then Goran turned and walked toward the parking lot, where a black car was waiting. Zivka stood alone in front of the unit building, the sealed envelope in her hand, the suppressed report against her ribs, and the midnight meeting with Sten, an hour away. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. A text from Besa. "Rider intercepted. Order from Senior Circle. It names you. Material risk to PAC stability." The bottom of Zivka's world dropped out. Chapter 51. The warehouse smelled of concrete dust and the chemical tang of old sealant. Zivka's boots echoed against the floor as she crossed to the metal table where Besa stood, phone still in hand, face grim. "Show me." Besa turned the screen. The rider order was formatted in Senior Circle protocol. Cream header, bloodline reference code, a single paragraph of dense pack legalese that translated to something simple. Zivka Solt. Material risk. Authorization for detention or neutralization pending bloodline review. Neutralization, Zivka said. The word sat in her chest like a stone. Standard language. Besa's voice was clipped. They do not write kill order unless they mean it. When was it issued? 40 minutes before Sten summoned you. The timing is not a coincidence. Terran emerged from the far corner of the warehouse, carrying a portable light and a rolled sheet of paper. He laid the paper flat on the table beside Besa's phone. I pulled the original Solt censure from the municipal archive before they locked me out of the system, he said. The one that formalized the bloodline disgrace 20 years ago. Zivka looked at the document. The ink had faded to a rust brown, the official seal of the senior circle pressed into the lower corner. Besa leaned over it, her eyes moving rapidly. Read the preamble, Terran said. Besa read aloud. The Solt line is hereby designated as a material risk to pack stability. All members bearing the bloodline are subject to suppression protocols pending permanent review. She stopped. Keep reading, Terran said. Besa's voice dropped. Failure to comply with bloodline oversight shall constitute grounds for detention or neutralization in the interest of pack security. The same words, the same structure, the same logic. They copied the language, Zivka said. Not copied. Terran tapped the rider order on Besa's phone. They lifted entire clauses. The rider against you is a carbon of the censure against your branch. Same syntax, same escalation pattern. Whoever wrote this had the original in front of them. Zivka's wolf stirred, cold, attentive. Which means, Besa said slowly, the same faction that buried the Solt line is still operating inside the senior circle. They did not vanish after your father died. They just quieted down. Maris appeared at the warehouse entrance, coat collar turned up against the cold. She carried a slim folder and a tablet. I finished cross-referencing the death timeline against the official tribunal records from Mira's year. She set the folder on the table. The Border Patrol incident that killed her was logged at 23:47 on the 15th of Harvest Moon. The report says she was alone. Her vehicle went off the North Road, and she died on impact. But, Zivka said, but the vehicle registration number in the incident report belongs to a different model than the one Mira was issued. The serial number on the engine block matches a car that was decommissioned 3 months earlier. Besa straightened. Someone filed a false report. Someone filed a false report using a template that was phased out 2 years later. Maris opened the folder. Which brings me to the Oversight Committee seal. Terran leaned in. Maris pointed to a small impression in the corner of the incident report. This is the seal used by the Oversight Committee before the treaty restructuring. It was replaced with a new design 4 years ago when they merged the human and pack oversight functions. I know the old seal, Terran said. I have seen it on a dozen archived files. Look closer. Terran bent over the folder. His face changed. The seal on this report is a forgery. How can you tell? Besa asked. The ink density is too uniform. The original seal was hand-pressed, so the ink pooled differently depending on pressure. This was printed. Someone scanned the original seal and reproduced it digitally. Zivka's pulse quickened. When was Mira's death report filed? 3 days after the incident. Maris looked up. The seal forgery means whoever killed her had access to the original Oversight Committee template and the technical capability to replicate it. This was not a Border Patrol officer covering up a mistake. This was an organized operation. Terran pulled out his tablet and began scrolling. Give me a moment. The warehouse fell silent. Zivka could hear the hum of the portable heater, the distant groan of a cargo ship on the river, the sound of her own breathing. The seal impression on Mira's death report, Terran said slowly, uses a badge number that was registered to Chamber 7 during the treaty restructuring period. Chamber 7, the same chamber where the Solt census record had been accessed. The same chamber whose cipher had authorized the witness reroutes. The owner of that badge, Terran continued, was never identified publicly. The records from that period are incomplete, but the seal was entered into the system through a terminal that required two-factor authentication. Who held the second key? Zivka asked. Terran looked up. According to the access logs I recovered from the archive, the second key was registered to a counselor Varc Solt. The name landed like a blade. Zivka's father. Her father's key had authenticated the seal used to forge the death report of her cousin Mira. The room pressed in around her. That does not mean he authorized it, Maris said quietly. His key could have been copied, used without his knowledge. He was signing suppression orders, Zivka said. We found his signature on those reports. You found his signature on after-action reports. Besa corrected. Not on Mira's death certificate. Zivka's hands were steady on the table. She did not know how. The report says Mira died alone, she said. Vehicle went off the North Road. No witnesses, no investigation. The Border Patrol accepted the report at face value because it carried the Oversight Committee seal, Maris said. No one questioned it. Terran was still scrolling through his tablet. There is something else. He turned the screen toward them. It was a photograph of a physical document, folded, stained, dated 9 years ago. A memo from the Senior Circle's Internal Security Office to the Oversight Committee, Terran said, dated 3 days before Mira's death. It recommends expedited processing of the Salt Line review. He read the first line aloud. Given the continued instability of the Salt bloodline, the committee is advised to prepare for accelerated suppression protocols. Zivka's throat tightened. Who signed it? Terran enlarged the image. The signature block was partially obscured by a fold crease, but the name was legible. Counselor Varc Solt. Her father had written the memo recommending accelerated suppression of his own bloodline 3 days before his wife was killed. Maris was the first to speak. That signature could have been forged, the same way the death report seal was forged. Why would anyone forge his signature on a recommendation memo? Besa asked. If he was already signing suppression orders, why fabricate an additional document? To create a paper trail that contradicted itself, Zivka said. The answer came from somewhere cold and clear inside her. Someone needed him to look complicit in Mira's death. If he signed the suppression orders willingly, they could not kill him without making him a martyr. So they made him look like the architect. They filed the memo under his name. They used his key to authenticate the forged seal. They built a case that he was part of the operation. And then they killed him, Besa finished. The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. Terran's tablet pinged. He looked down and his face went pale. I just received a message from my contact in the municipal archive. He turned the screen toward them again. The message contained a single line of text. Old records box removed from secure storage 1 hour ago. Requisition order signed with Chamber 7 seal. Yula's records, the ones that had been stolen from her workshop, the ones that had been stripped from every location she had ever used. Chamber 7 is moving, Zivka said. They know we are getting close. Besa's hand moved toward her weapon. The question, Maris said slowly, is whether they are moving to hide the evidence or to destroy it. Zivka looked at the documents on the table. The rider order, the forged death report, the memo bearing her father's name. The truth was not a single document. It was a web woven over decades, held together by signatures and seals and the silence of everyone who had looked away. And Chamber 7 was still spinning the thread. There is one more thing, Terran said. His voice was quiet. The seal on Yula's stolen records box, the one that was requisitioned an hour ago. I compared it to the impression on the death report. He pulled up 2 images side by side. They were identical. Same badge number, same ink density, same forgery signature. It is not just the same faction, Terran said. It is the same person. But the seal on Mira's death report and the seal on Yula's stolen box were produced by the same hand. Zivka's wolf went still. Not a faction, a person. Someone who had been operating inside Chamber 7 for 9 years. Someone who had forged death reports, stolen evidence, and authored the legal instrument that now named Zivka a material risk. Someone who had been there from the beginning. When did Ivan say he copied the cipher schedules? She asked. 3 days before the first witness death, Terran said. Who was the first witness to die? Davren Nemen. And what did the killers take from his body? Besa's eyes widened. The skin disc. Zivka turned to face the table. Nemen's skin disc was removed with precision, not random, not ritual. They needed it for something. She picked up the rider order on Besa's phone. What if they needed it to replicate a seal impression? Chapter 52. The warehouse air had not warmed since the last document was set down. Zivka stood at the edge of the table with the rider order still glowing on Besa's phone. The forged seal image burned into her memory. The same hand, 9 years apart, still moving through Chamber 7 like a shadow with ink. Maris was already pulling fresh paper from her bag. If the forger is still active, we need to run every authenticated document from the last decade against the known templates. Terran, can you access the archive's digital impression registry from here? Not without a badge. Terran glanced at Zivka. Mine still works, but the registry requires senior circle clearance to compare against originals. I would have to file a request. Which would alert them, Besa said. Which would alert them, Terran agreed. Zivka turned the rider order over in her hands. The language was precise, administrative, the kind of document that could end a life without ever naming a weapon. Someone in Chamber 7 has been writing our family's history for 20 years, she said. For my father's signature, for Mira's death report, for Yula's records. They are not hiding evidence. They are building a consistent narrative. And we have been reading it, Mira said slowly, instead of writing our own. The observation landed like a stone in still water. Zivka looked up. What time is it? 4:30, Besa said. Dawn in about 2 hours. The midnight meeting with Sten was still hours away. The rider order was already active. Goran was gone, heading north into a council compound that might not let him leave. She had time. Not much, but enough. To men, she said. Pull every document signed by my father in the 6 months before his death. Not the originals, the copies in the municipal registry. I want to see if the signature changes. You think the forger started before Mira died. I think someone needed to practice. Terran's jaw tightened. He began packing his tablet. Besa's phone buzzed. She looked down and her expression shifted into something unreadable. There is a car outside, she said. Dark sedan, municipal plates, parked at the warehouse gate. Police? Maris asked. Not police. Besa's voice was flat. Packed plates, senior circle authorization. Zivka's wolf stirred beneath her ribs. The rider order was hours old. If the senior circle had already tracked her here, the window for action had just collapsed. Stay inside, Besa said. I will handle it. She was halfway to the door when Zivka caught her arm. If they have come for me, I want to know who sent them. Besa held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded once and stepped through the steel door into the pre-dawn dark. The warehouse went quiet. Zivka counted her own heartbeats. 12, 20, 36. The door opened again. Besa stood in the frame with her hand loose near her weapon, but her shoulders were not set for a fight. They are not here for the rider, she said. They asked for you by name, said they are family. Zivka's blood went cold. Who? Lenka and Harlan Solt. Besa's voice carried a warning she did not bother to hide. Collateral branch. They say they want to talk before the bloodline summons proceeds. Maris straightened. Collateral branch has no authority over a senior circle summons. They know that. Besa stepped aside, and the dim glow of the warehouse's single light fell on 2 figures standing at the gate. They came anyway. The woman was perhaps 60, lean and silver-haired, dressed in a dark coat cut for city business rather than pack ceremony. The man beside her was younger, broad-shouldered, with the same gray-green eyes that Zivka saw in her own mirror every morning. Salt eyes. Zivka walked toward them before she decided to move. Her boots echoed on the concrete. The woman, Lenka, extended both hands palm up in the old pack gesture of peaceful approach. Zivka Solt, she said. I am your father's cousin. We have never met, but I have watched your work from a distance for many years. Watched it? Zivka repeated. Or monitored it. Lenka's mouth curved into something that was nearly a smile, nearly a wince. Both, if I am honest. She dropped her hands. May we speak? Inside, where the street does not have ears? Zivka looked at Besa. Besa gave a single, barely perceptible shake of her head. Do not trust them. but the rider order was already active. The midnight meeting with Sten was already set. Zivka had nothing left to lose by listening. She stepped back and let them pass. The warehouse was not designed for hospitality. Metal chairs, concrete floor, a table covered in documents that would put everyone in the room at risk if the wrong person walked through the door. Zivka Solt took in the scene without comment. Harlan stood by the door, arms crossed, watchful. "You have been busy," Lenka said. "Your point came with the dawn," Zivka said. "Make it." Lenka's eyes flickered to Maris, to Terran, to Besa, then back to Zivka. "The Collateral branch has watched the so-called Solt disgrace for 2 decades. We could have intervened at any point. We chose not to." Zivka's jaw tightened. Comforting. Because intervention would have confirmed what the senior circle wanted confirmed. Lenka's voice was calm, unhurried. That the Solt line was politically dangerous. That every member of this family required oversight. We survived by staying quiet and staying useful. Congratulations. Lenka let the bitterness land without flinching. Now the situation has changed. You stood in a tribunal chamber and named yourself a wolf. The council cannot bury that. The public cannot unsee it. The Solt name is visible again. She stepped closer. We want to offer you restoration, full pack standing, bloodline recognition, a place in the family that has not existed since your father died. The words landed like a hand extended across a chasm. Zivka felt the pull of them, the weight of a belonging she had never allowed herself to want. What is the price? Lenka's expression did not shift. The narrative of your disclosure must be managed. You revealed yourself under duress, in a chaotic moment, without preparation. That version of events makes you look unstable, and the Solt name look compromised. And the managed version? Lenka paused, just long enough for the warmth in her voice to cool by half a degree. You were gathering evidence for a controlled disclosure. The tribunal interruption forced your hand before you were ready. It was strategic, not desperate. A calculated reveal, not a breakdown. And the people who helped me? Maris, Terran, Besa, Yula, Goran. Lenka's pause stretched into silence. The pack medic and the unit director present complications. Both have political liabilities that attach to anyone who stands beside them. If you distance yourself... No. The word came from somewhere deeper than her throat. No. Lenka's composure tightened by a fraction. Zivka, you do not understand what the senior circle will do to you. The rider order is only the beginning. Without family protection, you will be stripped of standing, stripped of your badge, stripped of every tool you have used to survive. Then I will survive without them. You will not survive at all. The silence that followed was absolute. Zivka looked at the woman who shared her blood, her eyes, her family name, saw the calculation behind the concern, the strategy dressed as care. You are not offering me a family, she said. You are offering me a leash, one where I cut off everyone who actually helped me so that a branch of Solts who did nothing for 20 years can claim credit for my survival. Lenka's face went still. The riders will find you before sundown, she said quietly. When they do, remember that a leash is better than a noose. She turned. Harlan opened the door. They walked out into the gray pre-dawn without looking back. Besa let the door close. Maris let out a breath she had been holding. Terran was already at his tablet. I can trace the Collateral branch's communication lines, he said. If they are in contact with Chamber 7, I want to know. Zivka did not answer. She was still standing where Zivka Solt had left her, feeling the shape of the offer she had refused. Belonging. Recognition. A name that did not sound like a curse. The cost was everyone she trusted. She had said no, but the silence where the offer had been still echoed inside her like a room with no furniture. Terran's tablet pinged. It is a message from the clinic, he said. The back channel Yula set up before she went into hiding. Zivka crossed to him, read the single line over his shoulder. They found the floorboard. They are watching the building. Zivka's blood went cold. The clinic, where she had retrieved the hidden folder, where Yula had told her to go, where the loose floorboard stood behind the third cabinet. Someone had gone back, and they had found it empty. Chapter 53. The air in the warehouse had changed. Not the temperature, not the light slanting through the high grime-streaked windows. but the quality of the silence between the people standing around the metal table. Maris had arrived 30 seconds ago. She was still holding her tablet like it had burned her palm. "The transcript," she said. "Portions of the tribunal session, released to 3 news channels 20 minutes ago." She set the tablet on the table, swiveled it toward the group. Zivka read the headline over Terran's shoulder. Solt investigator admits shifter status. Source claims cursored testimony, romantic bias. The text beneath it was worse. Not the whole transcript, edited fragments. Her voice, but stripped of context. Her admission, but framed as a breakdown rather than a choice. And buried in the middle of the 3rd paragraph, a single line that made Zivka's stomach drop. Sources inside the Interspecies Crimes Unit confirm Investigator Solt was involved in a romantic relationship with Director Goran Vekk prior to the tribunal session, raising questions about the integrity of her testimony. "Who wrote this?" Besa's voice was flat, controlled. "That is the problem." Maris pulled up a second screen. The article credits an anonymous oversight staffer, but the quoted fragments do not match the official transcript. Terran was already working. "Show me the source metadata." Maris handed him the tablet. His fingers moved across the screen, pulling up file properties, timestamps, relay chains. "The article references a third-party circulation service," he said. "The same one used by the tribunal coverage channel. The channel that had received the Corvinland crime scene images before the official investigation arrived." Zivka's mind locked onto the connection. "Someone is feeding them," she said. "Same pipeline, same timing. They want the narrative set before anyone can rebut it." Besa moved to the window, checked the street. Her hand stayed loose near her weapon. "The transcript was supposed to be sealed," Maris said. "Only the presiding counselor, the stenographer, and the parties have access to the raw recording. Even I do not have the unedited version." "Then someone with access copied it." Zivka's voice came out harder than she intended. "Or someone on the council leaked it." Terran made a sound, not quite a word. "Found something." They crossed to him. He had the metadata tree open on his tablet, layers of file transfer history peeled back to reveal the origin node. "The article's text file was uploaded from an internal treaty system terminal," he said, "relayed through a generic municipal press account. But the original file creation timestamp shows a user 499 that was scrubbed from the relay log." "Scrubbed how?" Maris leaned in. "Manually. Someone went into the log after the upload and deleted the originating user field, but the file structure still carries a compression signature unique to one terminal in the municipal annex." He pulled up a building schematic. The annex, 2 floors, records processing and public communications. "Which terminal?" Zivka asked. Terran rotated the tablet toward her. "The purple square on the 3rd floor. A deputy's office." Maris went still. "That office belongs to Neural Varc." The name landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Zivka knew it. Deputy Neural Varc, municipal oversight liaison assigned to treaty communications. A man with no direct connection to the tribunal, no reason to access sealed transcripts, and no visible motive for leaking edited fragments designed to destroy her credibility. "Why?" Besa asked. "Varc has nothing to gain from this. He is a career paper pusher. No pack ties, no council ambitions. Unless someone gave him a reason." Zivka's wolf was stirring beneath her ribs. Not the readiness she felt in a chase, something colder. The recognition of a pattern forming edge to edge. Maris was already pulling up Varc's file. 12 years in municipal service. Clean record. No Osvan-era connections that I can see. But I want Terran to trace his terminal access for the past week. On it. Terran's fingers moved again. The screen flickered through date stamps, login times, file access logs. Zivka watched the data scroll and felt the shape of what Zivka Solt had warned her about, pressing against the edges of her awareness. "The riders will find you before sundown. Not just riders. They would find her through the story they built while she stood still." Got something. Terran stopped scrolling. Varc's terminal was active at 3:47 this morning. 40-minute session. No files accessed through normal channels. Offline? Off-network. He logged into the terminal, loaded a file from a portable drive, and uploaded it through the generic municipal press relay. Then he scrubbed the originating user field. Maris's jaw tightened. That requires technical knowledge most municipal deputies do not possess. Which means someone taught him, Zivka said, or he is not the only one. Besa turned from the window. Where is Varc now? Maris checked her phone. His shift started at 6, that is 30 minutes ago. The room went still again. Zivka looked at the purple square on the schematic. The third-floor office in the municipal annex. The terminal where Neural Varc had uploaded a file designed to frame her as unstable, compromised, untrustworthy. She thought about the transcript fragments, the edited narrative, the line about her relationship with Goran. Someone wanted this out before the closed session, before she could testify, before she could speak in her own defense. The closed session, she said. When does it convene? Maris checked the time. 9 o'clock. 2 hours. They will use the article to argue I am unfit to have my badge restored, Zivka said. They will say the relationship with Goran compromised the investigation, the tribunal, everything, and they will use my own words from the transcript to prove it. Except the transcript is edited, Taryn said. Does not matter. The narrative will already be public. The review panel will have to address it, and the easiest way to address it is to suspend my badge permanently and distance the unit from the whole mess. Besa's hand tightened on her weapon. Then we stop the narrative. Find Varc, find out who gave him the file and the instructions, and we do it before 9. Zivka looked at the tablet, the edited transcript glowing on the screen, the headline that would shape how the city saw her. Solt investigator admits shifter status, source claims cursed testimony, romantic bias. She had spent 14 years controlling every variable, every scent, every shift, every syllable that left her mouth. And someone had taken her truth and twisted it into a weapon. Taryn, her voice was steady. I need Varc's home address, his regular morning route, and any known associates inside the annex. Already pulling. Maris, can you hold the closed session? Maris was quiet for a beat. I can argue that the article constitutes interference with an active review and request a delay, but I will need evidence that it was deliberately leaked, not just reported by a journalist who attended the open session. You will have it. Zivka turned to Besa. Can you get me inside the annex without a badge? Besa's mouth curved. Not a smile, something sharper. I can get you inside the annex before anyone realizes you are there. Good. Zivka moved toward the door. Then we move. She stopped with her hand on the frame, turned back. One more thing. The others waited. If Varc is not alone in this, if he was given the file by someone inside the council or the unit, then we are walking into a room that already knows we are coming. Bifka met her eyes. Then we make sure we arrive before they finish setting the table. Zivka stepped through the door. Behind her, the warehouse went silent. Chapter 54. The warehouse had gone quiet after the door closed behind her. Zivka stood in the narrow space between the metal filing cabinets and the cot where Yula had slept the night before. The air still carried traces of her suppressant formula, bitter and sharp, mixed with the industrial scent of old concrete and the faint sweetness of the river through the wall vents. She had sent the others ahead, Besa to scout the annex perimeter, Taryn to pull Varc's associates from the personnel database, Maris to prepare the delay motion that might not work. And now she stood alone in the silence, the edited transcript glowing on the tablet in her hand, and felt the shape of what she had not told them pressing against her throat. Someone taught Varc. That was what Besa had said. Someone with technical knowledge. Someone who understood how to scrub a user field. Someone who knew about the tribunal coverage channel pipeline, the Corvin Lane images, the exact fragments of transcript that would wound worst. She looked up at the sound of boots on concrete. Goran filled the doorway, his coat dark against the dim light, his face carrying the lines of a day that had not ended and a night that had not yet begun. He had changed out of the formal jacket he had worn to the council compound. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled to the elbow. Taryn sent me. Sent you. Asked if I could find something you might not think to look for. She set the tablet down, the screen still glowing. And what would that be? He crossed the room slowly, not the controlled stride of command, but something careful, measured, as if he was reading the space between them before he moved through it. Why Varc? She watched him stop at the edge of the cot, close enough that she could smell the road on him, the dust of the compound, the cold air of the ride back. 12 years in municipal service, he said. Clean record. No promotions, no demotions, no complaints. He processes treaty liaison forms and files access logs. He is not ambitious, not desperate, and not connected to anyone who would benefit from destroying your credibility. Which means he was chosen, Zivka said. Not recruited, chosen. Someone looked at his file and decided he was usable. Goran nodded. Same way someone looked at your father's signature and decided it was usable. The words landed in the space between them, heavy and precise. She felt the bond flicker, not the urgent pull of crisis, but something quieter, a low hum that had been running beneath her skin all night, unnoticed until he named it. You came back from the compound, she said. I did. They did not hold you. They asked questions. I answered some. A pause. I did not answer others. She studied his face. The hard lines softened at the edges now, in the dim light, away from the council chamber and the protest crowd, and the weight of what they had both carried through the day. How bad is it? He was quiet for a moment. The council wants Yula in custody by tomorrow evening. They want the Clerk sealed and the file you recovered surrendered to Chamber 7. They want my resignation by the end of the week, contingent on a full review of my mandate and my fitness to lead the unit. She felt the words land in her chest. And what do you want? He met her eyes. I want to know who in the senior circle has been reading my reports for the past 6 months and feeding the details to a network that has been preparing to bury you since before the tribunal started. The air changed. She felt it in her wolf first, a tension that was not threat, but recognition. The same sharpened attention that came when she caught a scent she had been tracking for days. Your reports. All unit directors submit weekly operational summaries to the council. Content, personnel, case direction. I have known for weeks that my summaries were being read by someone outside the review chain. I did not know who until tonight. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Chamber 7 requested my complete operational file 3 days before the tribunal. Not the summary, the file. She took the paper, unfolded it. The seal at the top was unmistakable. Bloodline Oversight Committee, Senior Circle Wing, Chamber 7. The same chamber that had produced the forged seal on Mira's death report. The same chamber that had moved Yula's records. The same chamber that had been Osvan's source of authorization. They requested your file the same day someone requested the Solt census record, she said. The same day the rider order was drafted. I know. She looked up from the paper. That means whoever is running Chamber 7 has been watching both of us. Not just the Solt bloodline, not just the investigation, both of us. Together. Goran's jaw tightened. I suspected my assignment to the unit was not random. The council chose me for this role. They chose a director with pack ties, an unregistered mandate, and a family history connected to the same purge that killed your father. He paused. I think they placed me here to watch you. And I think whoever is running Chamber 7 has been watching me watch you, waiting to see which way I would break. The bond hummed between them. Not the fever of the dock or the desperation of the safe house raid, but something steadier. A thread that had been fraying and knotting for weeks, and now, in this cold warehouse with the edited transcript still glowing on the tablet, felt like the only thing holding her upright. Goran, he stepped closer. I need to know something. Ask. She looked at him. The hard lines of his face, the gray eyes that had held hers through every lie, every near exposure, every moment she had tried to push him away. Are you going to answer the summons? He was quiet. The silence stretched longer than she expected. I gave you my archive codes, he said. I told you I would come back. I meant both. That is not what I asked. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached out and touched her wrist. Not the grip of protection or the urgency of desire, just his fingers resting against the faint burn mark from the old suppressant accident. The skin she had carried for 14 years as a reminder of what hiding cost. The council will use me to reach you, he said. If I stay, they will argue I am compromised. They will strip my authority, detain me, and use the jurisdictional dispute to demand your surrender in exchange for my release. And if you go, then I walk into a building that may not let me out. But I do it knowing you are here, with the archive codes, with Yula's file, with everyone who has chosen to stand beside you." His thumb moved across the scar. "Either way, I do not stop being yours." The words hit her in the center of her chest. She looked at his hand on her wrist, the way his fingers curled over the old wound, protecting it without being asked. She had spent 14 years trusting no one, 14 years equating exposure with death. And here he stood, offering to walk into a council compound that might swallow him whole, because staying would make her a target. "Go on." She stepped forward. The space between them collapsed. She felt his breath against her forehead, his chest rising beneath her palm where she had not realized she placed it. The bond flared warm and steady, not the consuming hunger of their first intimacy, but something older. Something that had been growing beneath the surface of every clipped conversation and every shared glance. "Tell me you will not do anything stupid," she said. "I cannot promise that." "Then tell me you will come back." He lifted his hand from her wrist and cupped her jaw. "I will come back." She believed him. She believed him, and that was the most terrifying thing she had felt all day. She tilted her face up, and his mouth found hers, slow, careful. The kind of kiss that said, "I am choosing this, not just the bond, not just the crisis, this." When she pulled back, his eyes were dark. "I have to leave in 3 hours," he said. The words landed like a blade between them. 3 hours. "If I wait until dawn, the council will send an escort. That becomes a public extraction. I need to arrive before they decide to collect me." She felt her wolf stir, not in threat, in something closer to grief. "Then we have 3 hours. He looked at her. "We do." She reached for his hand, threaded her fingers through his, and pulled him toward the cot. Not for urgency, not for escape, for the only thing that had ever felt real without the mask. The bond hummed between them as they sat down together, and for the first time in 14 years, Zivka did not check the door. Chapter 55. The warehouse cot still held Goran's warmth when Besa's voice cut through the tablet speaker. "Zivka, we have movement." She sat up, the bond pulling taut. The 3-hour window had shrunk to less than 2, and she had let herself believe those minutes belonged to her. "Where?" "Municipal Annex. Varc just requested a personal leave slip at the front desk. He is walking out the east exit with a duffel." Goran was already on his feet, coat half fastened. The stillness she had felt on the cot had vanished, replaced by something sharper. A predator waking. "Do not let him reach a vehicle," he said. "I am already 3 blocks east. Terran is pulling the annex exterior feeds now." Zivka grabbed her badge, useless as it was, and the spare comm unit Besa had left on the crate. Her fingers found the archive code still folded in her pocket, Goran's handwriting on the paper. "Tell me you are not coming alone," Goran said. "I'm not alone." Besa's voice crackled. "I pulled 2 from the night patrol who owed me. They are sealing the east perimeter." Zivka moved for the door. "We need him talking, not running. If he runs, we chase." The connection cut. The cold hit her first. The warehouse district air still carried the river's chill, and the bond hummed with tension as Goran fell in beside her. "He will not go far with a duffel," Goran said. "That is a man who planned to drive, not disappear on foot. Then he has a vehicle waiting." Or he was told the vehicle would be waiting. Zivka's jaw tightened. The same hand that had fed Vekk the file and taught him the technical steps would have arranged his extraction. If they lost him now, the chain back to Chamber 7 snapped. They rounded the corner of the annex block in time to see Besa's sedan screech to a halt across the east exit. A figure in a gray coat burst through the glass doors, duffel slung over one shoulder. Head down, moving with the desperate speed of a man who knew exactly how much trouble he was in. Besa was out of the car before the engine stopped. "Deputy Varc, stop!" He ran. Not toward the street, but toward the lower cargo yards that bordered the annex district, where rusted shipping containers and abandoned loading cranes created a maze of blind corners and dead ends. Besa went after him. Zivka followed. The Bond snarled a warning as Goran's hand caught her arm. "That is not your turf. Neither is it hers alone." He held her gaze for a fraction of a second, then he released her and matched her pace, boots hitting gravel as they plunged into the cargo yard. The first container row swallowed the streetlights. Shadows folded around them. The scent of diesel, oil, and wet concrete filled Zivka's nose as her wolf rose beneath her skin, not to shift, but to sharpen. Every sound became layered. Every footfall landed in the rhythm of pursuit. Ahead, Besa's voice barked orders. Varc's footsteps echoed off metal walls. He knew the yard. He dodged between a rusted crane base and a stack of wooden pallets, heading toward a gap in the chain-link fence where a dark sedan was idling, engine running, no plates visible. "Driver," Goran said. Zivka saw it. The silhouette behind the wheel, the exhaust curling in the cold air. They had not been chasing one man. They had been chasing a pickup. Besa saw it too. She drew her weapon and fired 2 shots into the sedan's front tire. The vehicle lurched, tire shredding, but the driver floored it anyway, dragging the damaged wheel across the gravel as Vekk sprinted for the passenger door. Zivka ran harder. Her lungs burned. The Bond screamed in her chest. She reached the fence 3 seconds after Varc, but those seconds were enough. His fingers were on the handle when she hit him, shoulder driving into his ribs, and the duffel spun loose as they both went down on the gravel. Varc scrambled. He was smaller than her, faster and terrified. "I did not write it!" His voice cracked as he tried to rise. "I only cleaned the file. I did not choose the target." The sedan's engine roared. The driver was not waiting. Zivka grabbed Varc's collar and hauled him backward as Besa's second officer arrived, weapon trained on the sedan until it tore through the damaged fence and disappeared into the dark. Silence settled over the yard. Varc was breathing in ragged gasps. His duffel lay open on the gravel, spilling folders, a portable drive, and a single sealed envelope. Besa kicked it clear before he could reach for it. "Talk?" she said. Varc looked up. His face was pale, his hand shaking. "I did not know what was in the transcript until after I uploaded it." His voice broke. "I clean files. That is what I do. Osvan's network had a pipeline, and I was the last set of hands before the news channels. I never read the content." "Who gave you the file?" "The same person who always gave me the files. An encrypted drop. No name, no face." Zivka crouched in front of him. "Osvan is in custody." "I know." Varc's voice dropped. "That is why I was running. When he fell, the network went quiet. No instructions, no next drop, just one message." He swallowed. "One final packet, sent an hour ago." Zivka felt the cold settle into her spine. "Where?" "To the council compound, encrypted, marked for the senior circle's internal review docket." Goran moved beside her. The Bond surged with recognition of the name. "Who signed the route?" Vokk's hands were shaking worse now. "I did not see the signature, but the encryption key belonged to Chamber 7. The words landed like a blade. Chamber 7, the same chamber that had forged the seals, that had requested Goran's operational file, that had watched him for months, waiting for him to break. And now a packet was already inside the compound, marked for the senior circle, delivered an hour before Goran planned to walk through their doors. Zivka turned to him. The Bond hummed with something between anger and fear. "Goran." His gray eyes met hers. "I know." The council compound had its evidence. The trap was already set, and Goran was walking into it in less than 2 hours. Chapter 56. In the cargo yard, the wind carried the smell of diesel and blood. Varc sat on the gravel with his back against a shipping container, hands cuffed, breathing shallow. Besa stood over him while a second officer gathered the scattered contents of his duffel. Folders, a portable drive, the sealed envelope. Zivka picked up the envelope before the officer could reach it. The paper was heavy. Official grade. The seal on the flap carried the senior circle crest pressed into crimson wax. She turned it over. No addressee. No routing number. Just the seal. "Did you read this?" Varc shook his head. I was told to transport it. I did not know what was inside. You sent the digital packet to the compound and kept a paper copy for yourself. Insurance. His voice cracked. Osvan taught me that. If you hold the same thing in two forms, no one can kill it. Goran stepped beside her. His presence pressed against the bond like a warning. Open it. She broke the seal. The first page was a witness statement, familiar from the tribunal docket, but altered. Words had been rearranged. Prosecution testimony reframed as equivocation. Key identification softened into uncertainty. Beneath it, a second statement, also edited, with margin notes in a hand she did not recognize. Subject exhibits memory gaps, reliability compromised. The third page was worse. Yula's handwriting. Fragments of notes Zivka had seen in the workshop, log entries for suppressant batches, dosage adjustments, dates that matched years of treatment. The notes had been cut from their original context and rearranged to suggest a deliberate program of chemical concealment designed to deceive pack authorities. Yula's name was printed at the top. Below it, a single line. Vekk confirms Solt's stability suppression protocol was maintained for 14 years at subject's request. Zivka's hand stilled. The fourth page was a draft recommendation. She read the first sentence. Pursuant to Bloodline Review Code 47, the following recommendation is submitted for approval. Permanent barring of Zivka Solt from any interspecies enforcement, investigative or advisory capacity, effective immediately upon senior circle ratification. Her name, the charge, the remedy. No trial, no testimony, just ink. She turned to the fifth page. It carried no header, no seal, just a single line of type, set apart from the rest of the file, as though it had been inserted after the main document was compiled. Operational note. Subject flagged under Hearth review criteria. Status pending council eligibility determination. Golan stopped breathing. She felt it through the bond, the sudden lock of his chest, the snap of control he barely held. His face did not change, but his scent shifted, a chemical note of recognition sharp as frost. "Hearth," she said. He did not answer. She looked at him. His gray eyes were fixed on the page, and for a fraction of a second she saw something she had never seen in him before. Not fear, a refusal to name what he knew. "Hearth," she repeated. "What is it?" Besa stepped closer. Maris had gone quiet. Terran stood at the edge of the light with the portable drive in his hand, waiting. Goran's jaw tightened. "Not here." "Goran," I said, "not here." The words cut like a blade. Not anger, containment. He was holding something back because he could not let the others hear it. Zivka held his gaze. The bond pulsed between them, a plea and a wall. She looked down at the page again. Hearth, review criteria, council eligibility determination. Still a sigh together, a stating flash body broachers. Zivka held his gaze. The bond pulsed between them, a plea and a wall. She looked down at the page again. Hearth review criteria, council eligibility determination. She had never seen the term before. But Goran had, and whatever it meant, it was buried inside a file designed to destroy her. Maris broke the silence. "Then we need a private room." Goran turned without answering. His boots struck the gravel as he walked toward the warehouse door, and the bond dragged at Zivka's ribs with every step he took away. Besa crouched beside Varc. "Who taught you to keep paper backups?" Varc did not meet her eyes. Someone who knew the council would kill the file if it was only digital. "Osvan?" "No." Varc swallowed. Osvan was the pipeline. The paper training came from someone else. Someone who wanted the backups to survive him. Zivka's wolf went still. The network was not dead. Osvan was in custody, but the person who built his pipeline was still moving, still teaching, still sending packets to the compound. She looked at the envelope in her hands. 4 pages of a frame. One line she did not understand, and a man who knew what it meant but would not speak in front of the people she trusted most. She followed Goran into the warehouse. The door closed behind her. He stood with his back to her at the far end of the cinder block room, both hands braced against a metal shelf, head down. She did not approach. Tell me. His voice came low. I cannot explain it here. Then tell me where. Tell me when. He turned. His face was drawn. The hard lines had not softened, but something behind them had cracked. Operation Hearth was not supposed to exist. His voice barely carried. It was a quiet review. Identification of bloodlines the senior circle considered politically threatening after the treaty consolidation. The Solts were on that list. But the list was longer. Longer how? He was silent. Goran. Longer than anyone admitted. He took a breath. The program was buried. The records were supposed to be destroyed. If a copy survived inside Chamber 7, it means someone has been holding it for 20 years, waiting for the right moment to use it. And the criteria is still active? He met her eyes. Active means the review never stopped. The senior circle has been silently evaluating Salt line members for 2 decades, including you. The words landed like a stone in her chest. They had never let her go. Not after her father's death. Not after the disgrace. Not after 14 years of proving herself. She had been on their list the whole time. How do you know about Hearth? His hesitation was a wound. Because my family was on it too. Chapter 57. The air in the warehouse had gone cold. Zivka stood with her back to the cinderblock wall, watching Goran brace himself against the metal shelf. His shoulders were locked. The bond sent jagged pulses through her chest. Recognition and refusal tangled so tightly she could not tell where his control ended and hers began. My family, she said. And yours. He did not turn. Hearth was assembled after the treaty consolidation. 18 months of quiet work. His voice was flat, deliberate. A joint team, human and pack. They reviewed bloodline assessments, clinical records, internal council correspondence. Anyone the senior circle had tagged as volatile or disloyal during the first treaty decade. Tagged how? False instability findings, manufactured scent profiles. Healers paid to write that certain bloodlines showed aggression markers, unreliable impulse control, threat to pack tendencies. He finally turned. His face was carved stone, but his eyes were raw. The Solts were the first full line flagged. My family was the second. Zivka's wolf went still. The Nemenjik name, she said slowly. Your grandmother was archive keeper. Your uncle died in the purge that killed my father. Your father was not killed in a purge. Goran's voice cracked at the edges. He was killed because he found the Hearth list, because he realized the program was not a review. It was a culling protocol sold as a risk assessment. The words landed like cold water. A culling protocol. Identification, documentation, quiet removal. He stepped away from the shelf. The treaty created a shared legal space between humans and packs. The senior circle needed guarantees that no bloodline would challenge the settlement. So they built a classification system that made certain families look dangerous. Then they removed them one at a time, always with a paper trail that justified the loss. Zivka's hand tightened on the envelope. Who ran it? The same people who are still running Chamber 7. He met her gaze. The program was supposed to be destroyed after the purge, but someone kept a copy. Someone inside Chamber 7 has been holding the full Hearth archive for 20 years, waiting for the right political moment to use it as leverage. Leverage for what? Control. His voice dropped. The list is a weapon. Anyone on it can be destroyed with a single document release. Any bloodline can be framed as unstable. The person holding the archive holds the power to decide which families survive and which fall. Zivka's pulse hammered. That is why the senior circle never let the Solt line stand again. Not because of what my father did, because of what he found. Yes. She looked down at the 5th page of the frame file. Operational note. Subject flagged under Hearth review criteria. Status pending council eligibility determination. Pending, she said. They have not ratified the barring yet. They are waiting. For what? For the right moment. She lifted her eyes. Or for me to give them a reason. Goran crossed the space between them. His hand came up, not quite touching her arm, close enough that she felt the heat of his palm without contact. The file in your hands is a warning. Someone inside Chamber 7 sent it through Vox pipeline knowing we would intercept it. They wanted you to know Hearth is still active. To scare me. To test you. His gray eyes held hers. To see what you do with the knowledge. The bond hummed between them, a current of heat and dread. Zivka forced herself to breathe past it. Then I will give them an answer. Before she could finish, Goran's pocket buzzed. He pulled out his secure line, led at the screen. His face changed. What? He listened. The color drained from his jaw. Under whose authority? A pause. When? Another pause. Longer. I understand. He ended the call. His hand stayed closed around the phone. Osvan Merrik has requested transfer to PAC custody. The words did not compete at first. He is in a treaty holding cell, Zivka said. Under municipal jurisdiction, he cannot request transfer without oversight approval. He did not request through oversight. Goran's voice was flat. He submitted a bloodline petition directly to the senior circle, claiming the treaty facility cannot guarantee his safety. The petition was approved within the hour. Approved by whom? Chamber 7. The name landed like a blade. Zivka's mind raced. Osvan in PAC custody meant he would be held under senior circle authority, the same authority that had been burying Solt evidence for 20 years, the same chamber that had forged seals, stolen records, and held the Hearth archive. If Osvan was transferred, he would disappear into their system. Everything he knew about the conspiracy would go with him. When? The transfer team arrives at the treaty facility in 40 minutes. Zivka moved past him before she finished thinking. Zivka, I am not letting them take him. You cannot stop a senior circle transfer order without a jurisdictional challenge. Then I will file one. With what authority? He caught her arm. Your badge is suspended. The closed session has not ruled. You have no standing to challenge a bloodline petition. She turned. Her wolf pressed against her ribs, hot and certain. Then I will go without standing. Goran's jaw tightened. The bond flared between them, not pulling, not pleading, a warning and a question in the same breath. 40 minutes, she said. I can reach the treaty building in 15 if Besa drives. And do what? Tell Osvan that if he walks into PAC custody, the only people who survive Hearth are the ones who held the list. Goran did not move. You do not trust him. I do not have to. She held his gaze. But he knows who built the pipeline. He knows who talked Varc paper backups. He knows the name inside Chamber 7 that has been holding the archive. And you think he will give that name to you before he walks into senior circle custody? No. She pulled the envelope from her coat. I think he will trade it. Goran's eyes dropped to the paper. The frame file. He wants to know who compiled it. I want to know who holds Hearth. That is a trade. Silence stretched between them. Then Goran reached for his phone. I will call Besa. The bond pulsed with something that was not relief. Trust, maybe, or the beginning of it. Zivka did not wait for him to finish the call. She was already moving toward the door, the envelope pressed against her ribs, the weight of 20 years of buried names burning through the paper. Chapter 58. Besa's sedan skidded to a stop at the treaty building's service entrance before Zivka finished buckling her belt. Goran was already out, scanning the roofline, the basement vents, the alley mouth where a delivery truck sat with its engine running. His hand moved near his weapon but did not draw. 27 minutes, he said. Zivka hit the ground running. The service door code was still in her memory from the tribunal preparation. She punched it in and the lock released with a click that sounded too loud in the narrow corridor. Inside, the basement hallway stretched ahead, bare concrete and industrial lighting. A single guard stood outside the holding cell door, mid-20s, treaty badge, hand resting on his belt. His eyes widened when he saw them. Director Vekk, Investigator Solt, I was told to expect the transfer team, not the transfer is being challenged, Goran said. Who authorized the bloodline petition? The guard's throat moved. I do not have that information, sir. I received the order through standard relay. Senior circle seal. I was told to hold the prisoner until the escort arrived. Open the door. Sir, the order specifies that no one enters without Chamber 7 approval. Goran stepped into the guard's space, not aggressively, just there, filling the corridor with his presence. Open the door, and I will take responsibility for the breach. The guard hesitated. His hand moved to the keypad, then stopped. Zivka's phone buzzed in her coat. She pulled it out. Maris. Put me on speaker, Maris said before Zivka could speak. Zivka thumbed the speaker on. I am at the annex. I just received a notice from the Senior Circle Clerk's office that Osvan Merrik's transfer has been expedited under Bloodline Security Protocol 19, which means no municipal review, no hearing, no appeal. Can you challenge it? Goran asked. I can file an emergency objection, but it will not reach a judge before the transfer window closes. A pause. Unless I physically present it at the holding site and argue for a stay before the escort arrives. That puts you in the middle of whatever happens when they get here. I am aware. Maris's voice was clipped, controlled. I am already in the car, 9 minutes out. The guard's face had gone pale. If the Senior Circle arrives and finds unauthorized personnel inside the holding cell, I will lose my badge. You will lose it faster if you let a prisoner be transferred under a protocol that was designed to suppress evidence, Zivka said. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The guard's hand moved to the keypad. He punched in the code. The lock clicked open. 5 minutes, he said. Then I'm locking it again whether you are inside or out. Zivka pushed through the door. The holding cell was unchanged since her last visit. Soundproof walls, bolted chair, single overhead light that cast everything in a flat, institutional yellow. Osvan sat in the same position, wrists resting on the table, pale gray eyes tracking her as she entered. Behind her, Goran stayed in the doorway. The guard retreated down the hall. 24 minutes, Osvan said. I was expecting you at 15. You submitted a bloodline petition. I submitted a survival petition. His voice was calm, almost warm. The treaty facility cannot hold me against the Chamber 7 extraction order. You know that. If I stay here, I will be taken by force, and whoever arrives will not be gentle about it. You think pack custody will be gentle? I think pack custody buys me time to decide who I give my information to. He leaned back in the bolted chair. You came to trade. I can see the envelope in your coat, and I know what is inside it. The question is, what you wanted to turn. The name. The name of the person holding the Hearth archive inside Chamber 7. Osvan's lips curved, not quite a smile. That is a valuable piece of information, Zivka. Worth more than a stack of altered witness statements I have already seen. The frame file is your only copy. If I burn it, you have no leverage when the Senior Circle interrogates you. And if I give you the name, you have no leverage when the Senior Circle comes for you. He tilted his head. We both lose something in this trade. The question is whether we trust each other enough to make the exchange work. We do not have to trust each other. We just have to want the same outcome. And what outcome is that? The Hearth archive exposed, the conspiracy broken. She held his gaze. You do not survive in pack custody if the archive stays hidden. The person holding it will use it to bargain for their own survival, and you become a loose thread they cut. Osvan was quiet for a long moment. You are better at this than I gave you credit for, he said finally. The name is, the lights dipped, not flickering, a steady dimming, like someone had turned a dial on the building's power. Zivka's hand went to her weapon. What was that? Goran's voice came from the doorway, low and sharp. Backup generator should have kicked in. A pause. It did not. The lights came back up, dimmer than before, with a faint orange cast. Then the fire alarm began to scream, high and sustained, a sound that drilled through the concrete and into the bone. The guard's voice came from the hallway, barely audible over the noise. Fire alarm, full building evacuation. I have to open all holding cells on this level. No, Zivka said. This is not fire. You do not know that. I know it started 30 seconds after the lights dipped. She turned to Osvan. They are coming for you now. This is the diversion. Osvan's face had lost its calm. For the first time since she had known him, he looked genuinely uncertain. If it is the Senior Circle extraction team, they will not bother with the door, he said. They will come through the walls. The alarm kept screaming. Somewhere above them, footsteps pounded across the ground floor, heading for the basement stairs. Chapter 59. The alarm kept screaming. Goran was already moving, hand closing around Zivka's arm as he pulled her toward the door. The extraction team will hit the holding cell first. We need to move him before they breach. He cannot be moved without a transport authorization, the guard shouted over the noise. The protocol requires a signed release from... I can sign a release. Zivka turned back to Osvan. He was already standing, wrists still cuffed, pale gray eyes tracking the ceiling like he was calculating where the breach would come. The walls, he said again. They will blow the wall between this cell and the service corridor. That gives them a blind approach and a 3-second window to control the room. Goran, we do not have 9 minutes for Maris to get here. I know. The footsteps above had reached the basement stairs, multiple sets, heavy, unhurried. The guard's hand shook. I cannot hold this position against an extraction team. I have one sidearm and a duty belt. You do not have to hold the position, Goran said. You have to open the cell and step aside. You cannot legally... I am invoking field override under Interspecies Crimes Unit Code 14. Confirmed threat to a material witness in protective custody. You will comply. The guard stared at him for 1 heartbeat. 2. Then his hand moved to the keypad again. The lock clicked open. Osvan did not wait for permission. He crossed the cell in 3 strides, moving past Zivka into the corridor. The alarm was still screaming. The lights had gone yellow. Goran turned toward the stairwell at the end of the hall, the one the extraction team would be coming down any second. Zivka, service corridor, now. She moved. Behind her, the guard flattened himself against the wall, weapon drawn but pointed at the floor. A man who had already decided he would not die for this. The service corridor was narrow, unpainted concrete, lit by a single emergency strip that buzzed with the building's struggling power. Pipes ran along the ceiling. The floor was wet in patches. Osvan's cuffed wrists made his gait uneven, but he kept pace, his rangy frame moving with the kind of economy that came from knowing precisely where the exits were. They will have a vehicle waiting at the loading dock, he said. Panel van, no markings, municipal plates that do not exist in any registry, 2 in the back, 1 driving. How do you know that? Because it is how I would do it. Goran stopped at a junction where the corridor split. Left led to the loading dock. Right led to a sub-basement maintenance tunnel that came up 3 blocks east. The tunnel, Zivka said before he could ask. Agreed, he took point. She fell in behind Osvan, close enough to grab him if he tried anything, close enough to hear the way his breathing had gone shallow. Not fear. Calculation. You are thinking about running, she said. I am thinking about how many people they brought. If it is a standard Chamber 7 extraction, 4 operatives minimum. If they expected resistance, 6. If they expected you, 8. They knew I was here. Of course they did. The guard made a phone call the moment you stepped in. The words landed hard. She had known. Some part of her had known, and she had walked in anyway because the trade was worth the risk. The tunnel entrance was a steel door, rusted at the seams with a manual lock that required a key cylinder. Goran pulled a compact tool from his inside pocket, worked the mechanism for 3 seconds, and the lock clicked open. The tunnel beyond was black. No lights, no emergency strips. We go blind, Goran said. They will have thermal optics. If we turn on a light, they see it. Then we go blind. He reached back. His hand found hers in the dark. The contact was brief, a 1/4 second of pressure that said, I am here, nothing more. Then he released her and moved into the black. She followed, Osvan between them. The tunnel smelled of damp concrete, old water, something metallic from the pipes overhead. Her wolf's vision adjusted faster than a human's would, picking out the faint outlines of Goran's shoulders in the near-total darkness. Behind them, the steel door burst open. Light flooded the tunnel. Not flashlights, floods, mounted on tactical vests, 4 of them, all pointing the same direction, straight at Zivka's back. Do not run, the voice behind them said. We have your scent. We have the tunnel exits. There is no version of this where you leave with the prisoner. Goran had stopped. His silhouette was a hard line against the faint light from the open door. Zivka, when I move, you drop. Drop where? Down. He turned. The first operative was already charging, a dark figure with a short-barreled weapon braced against his shoulder, sweeping the tunnel with controlled precision. Goran grabbed the barrel and twisted. The shot went into the ceiling, a concussive blast that sent dust and grit raining down and deafened the tunnel into a high-pitched ring. Goran's other hand drove into the operative's throat, a strike that would drop a man twice his size. The operative fell. But the second was already on him. Zivka saw the blade before she saw the hand that held it. A curved edge, black-coated, the same profile as the one that had nearly taken her throat in the warehouse ambush. She did not think. She moved. Her body caught the operative's arm before the blade reached Goran's ribs, redirecting the momentum into the concrete wall. Bone met stone with a wet crack. The operative screamed, high and animal. Behind her, Osvan had gone still. 3 left, he said. They will not try close quarters again. They will shoot through us. He was right. The remaining operatives had reformed at the tunnel entrance, weapons raised, thermal optics glowing red in the dark. Goran was back on his feet, blood running from a cut above his eye, his gray eyes fixed on the line of death waiting at the door. Miris, Zivka said. She was 9 minutes out. We have to hold the tunnel until... We do not have 9 minutes. The extraction team was moving, not rushing, methodical. A 3-person wedge that filled the tunnel width, leaving no angle of approach that did not end in a bullet. They had trained for this. The tunnel felt small, the walls pressed in, the air thickened with adrenaline and concrete dust and the heavy weight of a conflict she could not outfight. Osvan stepped past her. He stopped in the middle of the tunnel, hands still cuffed, pale eyes fixed on the extraction team. You will fire through a Namunjish, he said. Silence. The lead operative did not lower his weapon, but he hesitated. A fraction of a second, the gap between order and obedience. A curious thing about senior circle contingency plans, Osvan said, his voice carrying through the ringing silence. They never account for every variable. Your instructions did not mention I would be standing in front of the unit director's mate. Goran's voice, low behind her. What are you doing? Giving you a way out. Osvan did not look back. I cannot give you the name while I am in their custody, but I can give you this. He took another step. The lead operative's weapon tracked him. Shoot me, Osvan said, and you prove the council fears what Hearth would expose more than it fears a public execution on treaty ground. Every reporter in Dunavar will hear about the unidentified bodies found in a treaty facility tunnel. Every clerk will ask whose orders authorized the extraction. Every scrap of paper in the evidence locker will suddenly look like a conspiracy. Bloodline Security Protocol 19 authorizes this extraction, the operative said. We are within our mandate. You are within a mandate that was written to suppress evidence of a 20-year culling program. Osvan smiled. That is the story you are defending. Not a treaty, not pack security. A murder list. The operative's finger tightened on the trigger. Zivka saw it happen. The minute flex of muscle, the breath held, the decision made in the space between 2 heartbeats. Down! She grabbed Osvan's shoulder and yanked. The shot went past where his chest had been, a flat crack that ricocheted off the tunnel wall and buried itself in the concrete. Goran was already moving. He hit the lead operative at knee height, driving upward, using the downward fall of the operative's weapon as a pivot point. The second shot went into the ceiling. The third never came. The other 2 operatives broke formation, one going left, one going right, but the tunnel was too narrow for a proper split, and their angles crossed. Zivka saw the opening. She shoved Osvan against the wall, told him with her eyes what would happen if he ran, and then she was moving into the left operative's blind spot, low and fast, the way she had trained for 14 years. He turned too late. She hit him in the throat, then the groin, then the knee, a sequence that ended with him on the concrete floor, weapons skidding away into the dark. The 4th operative had already retreated. The tunnel entrance stood empty. The floodlights were still on, abandoned on the floor, casting wild shadows across the concrete. Goran straightened, breathing hard, blood still running from the cut above his eye. 3 down, he said. 1 reporting. They will send more. They will have to find us first. He turned to Osvan. The name. You were about to give it before the alarm. Osvan looked at him. No, I was ready to trade the name for the frame file. Plans change when someone tries to kill you. He held up his cuffed hands. The name stays with me until I am in a jurisdiction neither of them controls. That is a gamble. I am a gambling man. Zivka stepped between them. The emergency objection. Maris is almost here. If she files it, we get a stay. We get time. We have 2 minutes, maybe 3, before the extraction team regroups and hits the tunnel with the force they should have brought the first time. Then we do not stay in the tunnel. She turned to the left, where the tunnel dog-legged around a support pillar. There is another exit, half a kilometer east, comes up through a maintenance hatch in the old municipal works yard. Goran looked at her. You know this city better than the maps show. I have been running from people who want to kill me for 14 years. You learn the tunnels. She grabbed Osvan's arm and started moving. Behind them, the extraction team's radio chatter echoed through the tunnel, thin and close and getting closer. Osvan's voice, low and rough. The council does not fear me. They fear what Hearth would prove if it ever reached daylight. Then help me reach daylight. He did not answer, but he did not stop walking. The tunnel walls held the sound of their footsteps. 3 people running through the dark, the extraction team's tracking getting louder with every step. Chapter 60. The tunnel exit came up through a rusted grate in the municipal works yard. 3 minutes of blind running through the dark, Zivka's memory of the old maintenance routes holding true. The extraction team's radio chatter faded somewhere behind them, swallowed by concrete and distance, replaced by the thin sound of wind moving across packed gravel. Goran stopped at the edge of the yard and listened. No footsteps, no orders, just the quiet hum of the city waking. Maris, Zivka said. She was 9 minutes out. She has to be close. As if summoned, the headlights cut through the gray pre-dawn light, Maris's sedan rounding the corner at the far end of the yard. She pulled up hard, gravel spraying, and was out of the car before the engine died. The stay is filed, she said. Osvan stays in municipal custody pending a full hearing. I had to burn every favor I have with the treaty committee, but it is done. Osvan stood beside the grate, cuffed wrists held loose at his waist. He did not look relieved. He looked like a man who knew what a temporary reprieve cost and was already counting the interest. Chamber 7 will challenge it by morning, he said. They will claim the extraction protocol takes precedence over municipal stay authority. Let them try. Maris's jaw was set. I have paper. I have precedent. I have a cell waiting for you 2 blocks east that they do not know about. Zivka did not move. She was watching Goran. The cut about his eye had stopped bleeding, but the blood had dried in a dark line down the side of his face. His coat was torn at the shoulder where the curved blade had caught fabric instead of skin. He was breathing steady, but there was something in his posture, a readiness that was not just vigilance. He was preparing to leave. Compound, he said, before she could ask. I go now, or they send a second extraction team for me, and I do not want that fight happening near you. The words landed like a blade. Zivka felt them in her chest, cold and precise and unavoidable. You do not have to go alone. I cannot take you into that room, not yet. He reached into his coat and pulled out a slim leather folder, worn at the edges, held closed with a brass buckle. My archive. Everything I kept from the council. Everything I copied before they sealed the records. You will need it more than I will. She took the folder. It was heavier than it looked, dense with paper, dense with secrets she could feel pressing against the leather. There is a name in there, he said. The one who flabbed me as a liability. You will know it when you see it. He kissed her once, hard and brief and final, the way a man kissed someone he was not certain he would see again. Then he was walking toward the black sedan that had pulled up at the far end of the yard, headlights dark, engine silent. A figure in the driver's seat, face obscured, waiting. Goran did not look back. Zivka stood in the works yard and watched him go. Maris drove them east through streets that were still mostly empty, the sun not yet breaking the horizon. Osvan sat in the front passenger seat, cuffed hands resting on his knees, silent. Zivka sat in the back, the leather folder open across her lap. The first pages were operational reports, council directives, sealed testimonies. All things she had seen versions of before, all things that told her Goran had been tracking the conspiracy longer than he had admitted, longer than she had assumed. Then she found it. A report, 3 pages, stamped with the senior circle's crest, dated 18 months ago. Subject: Director Goran Vekk, Interspecies Crime Unit. The first paragraph was administrative, a summary of his appointment and mandate, a notation of his performance record. The second paragraph changed everything. Operational note: Subject Vekk has developed an unapproved mate-tie bond with badge holder Solt, Zivka. Bond detection confirmed via scent resonance analysis during routine proximity monitoring. Recommendation: Subject Vekk is a political liability. Severance of the bond is advised. If severance is not possible, reassignment to a non-treaty jurisdiction is mandated within 6 months of this report's filing. Zivka read the words once, then again. The car hummed beneath her. The city slid past, gray and indifferent. She read the line about the bond detection a third time. 18 months. The senior circle had known about the bond for 18 months, had tracked it, had documented it as a liability, had filed a recommendation for severance or reassignment 6 months before Goran ever set foot in the unit. And he had still come. He had still taken the position, still worked beside her, still hidden the truth behind every quiet moment, every careful word, every time he had pulled her out of danger without explaining how he had known she was in it. Mara said something. The words did not register. Osvan turned in his seat, pale eyes finding hers in the rearview mirror. "You found it," he said. "The report that makes him a target." Zivka's throat closed. She could not answer. Because if the senior circle had known about the bond for 18 months, then every move Goran made, every choice he offered her, every confession he gave had been made under the shadow of a mandate that could destroy him, and he had never told her. The folder sat in her lap, heavy with paper, heavy with the weight of a truth she had not asked for. Goran was walking into the compound alone, and she was holding the proof that he had been walking toward this moment for 1.5 years, knowing exactly what waited for him, choosing to go anyway. The sedan turned east, and the city swallowed the last trace of the works yard. Somewhere ahead, the extraction team was regrouping. Somewhere ahead, the senior circle was waiting. And somewhere in the leather folder on her lap, there was a name, the one who started all of this, the one who flagged Goran as a liability. Zivka turned the page and began to read. Chapter 61. The name on the page was not a stranger. Zivka read it once, twice. The letters did not rearrange themselves into something less damning. Counselor Mirak Naman. Her hand went still against the paper. The same name she had seen on the Treaty Revision Committee roster. The same name that had presided over 3 closed-session reviews of Salt bloodline assessments. The same name Osvan had mentioned once, in passing, as a man who kept his hands visible and his fingerprints nowhere. Maris glanced over from the driver's seat. "Who is it?" Zivka did not answer. She closed the folder and pressed her palm flat against the leather, as if she could seal the name back inside, as if she could unread what Goran had handed her. The sedan turned east through streets that were waking now, streetlights dimming, delivery vans beginning their routes, a city pulling itself upright, unaware that the ground beneath the investigation had just dropped away. The Yula building looked different, with her badge suspended. Zivka stood at the annex entrance, the leather folder tucked under her arm, and watched the morning shift change file past the security desk. Officers she had worked beside for years, clerks who had brought her coffee during overnight casework. None of them met her eyes. The guard at the desk, Bastian, usually friendly, kept his gaze on the sign-in screen. "I cannot let you onto the main floor, Solt. Suspension protocols." "I know." She did not argue, did not push. That would have been the old Zivka, the one who believed procedure was armor, that if she followed every rule precisely enough, no one could touch her. The folder under her arm was heavier than her badge had ever been. Terran met her in the east stairwell. He said nothing about the suspension, nothing about the leaked transcript, or the edited news segments, or the fact that half the city now believed she had coerced a bond with her director for professional advantage. He simply handed her a key. Lab 3, sub-basement. No one uses it anymore. What about the main lab? Sealed until the review panel clears it. He paused. They are calling it evidence contamination protocols. What they mean is they do not want anyone touching the Solt file until they decide what to do with it. Zivka took the key. Lab 3 was a narrow room in the sub-basement, fluorescent lights flickering over counters that had not been wiped clean in months, shelves of archived evidence boxes, a single desk, a terminal that still held a connection to the municipal records system because no one remembered to disconnect it. It smelled like dust and old paper and the faint chemical tang of preservatives. It was perfect. Zivka spread the contents of Goran's archive across the desk. Operational reports, council directives, sealed testimonies, the 3-page senior circle report with Counselor Neiman's name at the bottom, the handwriting precise, the seal still intact. Then she added her own materials. The suppressed witness list from the clinic floorboard. 31 names, 20 crossed out in red slashes. Her cousin Mira Solt among them, the date of her staged death 6 months after the red slash that marked her for silencing. The frame file pages Varc had been transporting, altered statements, rearranged notes, the Hearth flag that had made Goran's face go still. Yula's notes, the ones Besa had copied before the originals were seized. Formulas, dosing schedules, observations about Zivka's suppressant stability that read less like a medic's log and more like a survival record. She arranged them in columns, names, dates, bloodline review notations, cross-referencing against the treaty revision timeline. Taryn appeared in the doorway with fresh paper and a pot of coffee she had not asked for. Maris is filing the stay extension, he said. She expects a challenge by noon. Chamber 7, or the review panel, or both. He set the coffee down. What are you looking for? Zivka's fingers traced the red slashes on the suppressed witness list. A pattern. She found it 3 hours later. It was not obvious at first. The suppressed witnesses came from different districts, different occupations, different pack affiliations. 2 were human. 4 were from bloodlines that had no apparent connection to the sold name. But when she checked each red-marked name against the treaty revision files in Goran's archive, a thread emerged. Every single one of them had been flagged for a bloodline review in the years following the treaty consolidation. Not the same year, not the same reviewer, but flagged, evaluated, then cleared or buried, depending on who filed the assessment. Zivka pulled the Hearth reference from the frame file and laid it beside the suppressed witness list. Subject flagged under Hearth review criteria. She checked the names again. 15 of the 20 red-marked witnesses had direct notations linking them to bloodline reviews that were closed without explanation within 12 months of the treaty revisions. The other 5 shared a different link. They had family members who had been flagged. Zivka sat back in the chair, her coffee cold and untouched. The pattern was not about witnesses who knew something about the murders. The pattern was about witnesses who carried bloodlines the senior circle had already marked for review. They were not killed because of what they had seen. They were killed because of whose blood ran through their veins. Taryn leaned over her shoulder, reading the columns she had built. Hearth was never just a review, he said slowly. It was an index, a list of families they wanted gone, filed under clinical language so no one would call it what it was. A culling protocol. Zivka's voice came out flat. My father discovered it. He was killed for it. And someone inside Chamber 7 has been holding the full archive for 20 years, waiting for the right moment to use it. Taryn's jaw tightened. The witness murders were not about the tribunal. They were about finishing what Hearth started. Zivka stared at the columns of names. 20 red slashes. 20 people whose only crime was being born into a bloodline someone in the senior circle had decided was dangerous. And somewhere in the leather folder, buried between operational reports and sealed testimonies, there was a name. The one who had flagged Goran as a liability. The same name that might lead her to the person holding the Hearth archive. Counselor Mirak Niman. She reached for the terminal keyboard. Pull up everything you have on the Treaty Revision Committee, she said, starting with Counselor Niman's voting record. Taryn was already typing. The sub-basement lab had no windows, no natural light to mark the passage of hours. Zivka worked through the morning and into the afternoon, cross-referencing names, dates, bloodline notations, and signature patterns. The coffee Terran had brought went cold. He brought more. That went cold too. At some point, Maris called to say the stay extension had been granted. At some point, Besa sent a message confirming Yula was secure in a new location, one not linked to any address Zivka had ever used. Zivka absorbed the information without looking up from the columns, because the pattern was sharper now. Every reg-marked witness had been evaluated during a 6-year window that corresponded exactly to Counselor Niman's tenure as chair of the Bloodline Review Subcommittee. Every evaluation had been closed without a formal finding. Every death had occurred within 3 months of the evaluation being filed. She sat back. The chair creaked. Terran was watching her, his hands still on the keyboard. "He is the architect," Zivka said. Niman did not just flag Goran as a liability. He built the system that marked every person on this list for death. He has been holding the Hearth archive for 2 decades, waiting for the right political moment to activate it. Terran's face went pale. Then the moment is now. Zivka looked down at the columns, at the names, at the red slashes, at the pattern that had been hiding in plain sight since the first witness died on the freezing docks. She reached for her coat. "I need to see Osvan Merrik." Terran's hand shot out, catching her wrist. "You do not have a badge. You do not have jurisdiction. If you walk into that detention facility without authorization, they will hold you for violating your suspension." "I know. Zivka, he knows who Neman is working with." She pulled her wrist free, gently. "Osvan was building his own network inside the conspiracy. He has names I do not have, and I am running out of time to trade the frame file for what he knows." Terran stared at her. She stared back. "Then I am coming with you," he said. She shook her head. "If they detain me, someone needs to keep the evidence safe. Someone needs to keep working the pattern." "Who?" She looked at the columns on the desk, at the names, at the truth that was finally starting to take shape. "You." Chapter 62. Besa had given her the address on a scrap of paper with no name attached. A ground-floor flat in the old weaving district, 3 streets over from the clinic Yula had used for 15 years. Close enough to watch, far enough to survive. Zivka walked through the cooling evening, her badge gone from her collar, her coat pocket weighted with the leather folder Goran had given her. She knocked twice. The door opened on a chain, and Yula's eye appeared in the gap, sharp and exhausted. The chain slid free. Finally. Yula stepped back, letting her in. The flat was small, clean, stripped of anything personal. A single lamp burned on a folding table. 2 chairs, a kettle, a bed in the corner with the sheets pulled tight. "You look like you have not slept in 3 days," Yula said. "You look like you have not slept in 20 years. Yula's mouth twitched. It was not quite a smile. "I have something for you." She crossed to the narrow kitchen counter, pulled a bread box from the back of the cabinet, and lifted out a false bottom. Beneath it lay a casebook bound in cracked leather, its spine held together with linen thread and old glue. Zivka's breath caught. "That is not," she started. "It is the one I told you I burned." Yula set the book on the table, and her hands stayed on it a moment longer than necessary. "I lied. I could not destroy it, not when I knew what it would cost the families on these pages if the truth died with me." Zivka crossed the room and sat down heavily in the chair. The casebook was older than she had expected. The leather was dark with age and handling, the corners worn soft. She reached out and touched the cover without opening it. "Patients pressured into false instability findings," she said. "Every one." Yula lowered herself into the second chair, moving like a woman whose bones had learned to ache. "Starting 6 years after the treaty, I did not understand what I was documenting at first. I thought I was keeping clinical notes on patients whose symptoms did not match their evaluations. It took me 3 years to see the pattern." She opened the book. The pages were filled with Yula's handwriting, precise and small, each entry dated and signed. Names, bloodlines, symptoms that had been recorded in official files but contradicted Yula's own examinations. Follow-up visits where patients reported pressure from PAC evaluators to confirm findings of instability. "Who applied the pressure?" Zivka asked. Yula turned to a marked page and tapped a name. Zivka read it. Then she read it again. Dravik Sten. The same name from the protest crowd. The same senior circle counselor who had summoned her by bloodline and claimed he could tell her the truth about her father. He reviewed every file personally, Yula said. He did not write the false findings. He did not have to. He simply told the evaluators which families needed to be flagged and watched them comply. Zivka kept reading. The names followed a pattern she recognized now. Solts, Nemunjikis. 3 other bloodlines she did not know, but Yula had noted their fates in the margins. 2 were dead. 1 had been exiled. The last had disappeared into the Eastern Territories and never sent word back. Then she reached a later section. The handwriting changed. Fresher ink. A different pen. One Zivka recognized from Yula's kit. This part is recent. Yula nodded. After you told me what Hearth was, I started writing down everything I remembered. Zivka turned the page. A name stopped her cold. Goran Vekk. She looked up. Goran's officer, Yula said quietly. His first command. A young lieutenant from the Nemunjik Collateral line. He was flagged for instability review 6 months after Goran took the border post. The review concluded he was a risk to pack cohesion. What happened to him? He died in a training accident 3 weeks after the evaluation was filed. Yula's voice was flat. The official report said equipment failure. I examined his body before the senior circle sealed the file. The injury pattern did not match the accident narrative. Zivka's hand went still on the page. Goran had never mentioned an officer dying under his command. He had told her about his family being on the Hearth list. He had told her about his uncle being killed in the purge. But he had never said a word about a young lieutenant who died 3 weeks after being flagged. Why did you not show me this sooner? Because I was trying to protect you from the weight of it. Yula's voice cracked, and because I was afraid that if you saw the full scope, you would do exactly what you are about to do, which is walk into the trap with your eyes open. Zivka closed the casebook. The leather was warm under her palms. Heavy with truth she had been chasing since the first body was found on the freezing docks. I need to copy these pages, she said, before I visit Osvan. Yula was already reaching for a small camera in her coat pocket. I assumed you would. The first flash fired. A page of names, a page of dates, a page of deaths. The second flash, the third. Zivka turned each page methodically, letting Yula capture every entry before she moved to the next. The rhythm was steady, almost soothing. Names, evaluations, deaths. Names, evaluations, deaths. She did not hear the crack. She felt it. The window shattered inward, glass spraying across the kitchen counter, and Yula hit the floor with a cry. Zivka was already moving, shoving the casebook off the table, throwing herself flat, her hand finding Yula's shoulder in the dark. Stay down. The second shot punched through the wall above the sink, and the third took out the lamp, plunging the flat into darkness. Zivka's wolf surged beneath her skin. She let it. For the first time in 14 years, she did not push the shift down. She listened. The scent of burned powder and cold metal drifted through the broken window. A second scent underneath it, wrong and familiar. The same wrong she had caught on the wind after the crossbow attack at the annex. The same familiar wrong that had haunted her for weeks. She knew that scent. She had known it for years. The shooter shifted position somewhere across the street, the scrape of a boot on gravel barely audible beneath the ringing silence. Zivka's nails lengthened in the dark. The casebook lay on the floor between her and the window, its pages open to a name she had not yet read. Unzik. And someone who did not want that name to survive the night. Chapter 63. The casebook lay open on the floor between her and the shattered window. Zivka's wolf rose through her like a tide she had held back for 14 years. The shift came fast, bones reshaping, senses sharpening into something that no longer needed light to see. The familiar wrong scent poured through the broken glass, burned powder and cold metal wrapped around something she knew, someone she had worked beside, eaten with, trusted. She did not have time to place it. A fourth shot punched through the wall where she had been standing, and Zivka moved before the sound finished. She caught Yula under the arms and dragged her away from the window, through the kitchen doorway, into the narrow hallway where the angle would not let the shooter track them. Yula was breathing, shallow, wet, but breathing. Stay with me, The casebook, still on the kitchen floor, pages open to Osvan Vekk's name. Zivka pressed Yula against the hallway wall and listened. The shooter had not moved, still positioned across the street, elevated, probably a second-story window or roofline. The familiar wrong scent held steady, meaning the shooter was waiting, watching, ready to fire again if she went back for the book. She went anyway. Low and fast, she rolled through the kitchen doorway, snatched the casebook off the floor, and kept moving toward the far wall as another shot shattered the cabinet behind her. Glass rained across her back. She did not stop. The casebook was warm in her hands, still intact. The pages fluttered as she pressed it against her chest and crawled back to Yula. Got it. Yula's hand found her arm. The pages. The blood is... Zivka looked down. Her hands were wet, not just from the glass. Yula's blood had soaked through her sleeve where she had carried her, and some of it had transferred to the open pages, smearing the ink where Osvan Vekk's name had been written. No. She flipped through the casebook. Chaldolo, the section she needed. The ink was still wet in places, the blood spreading across the paper, blotting out entries she had not yet read. A siren cut through the night, then another. Besa's voice came from the street below, sharp and commanding, ordering someone to hold position. Boots hit pavement. A door slammed. Zivka pressed her forehead against the casebook and listened to Yula breathe. Besa found them in the hallway 15 minutes later, her weapon still drawn, her face hard in the dim light from the street. Shooter is gone. 2 blocks east, roofline, single position, professional. Left nothing behind. Nothing? Shell casings, standard municipal rounds, clean hands. Besa holstered and knelt beside Yula. Medics are 2 minutes out. How bad? Zivka looked at her hands. I do not know. The casebook was still open in her lap. She had tried to blot the blood away, but the damage was done. Several pages were unreadable now. The ink dissolved into dark smears where Yula's blood had soaked through. But some entries had survived. She turned to the section Yula had written recently, the one that mentioned Osvan Merrik. The entry was still legible, though the edges were blurred where her fingers had pressed wet paper. She kept turning. A nun caught her eye at the bottom of a page she had not reached before the attack. Counselor Goran Solt. Not on the list of evaluators, not on the list of targets. Listed as a beneficiary. Zivka read the entry twice. Request for Salt Line Asset Redistribution. Approved under Goran Solt's signature, 18 months after Varc's death. 2 properties, one holding account, and the rights to the Weaver's Lane Clinic lease transferred from the direct line to Collateral Branch Administration. She looked up at Besa. Goran Solt. Besa's face went still. Your father's brother? My uncle. The one who runs the compound now? Zivka stared at the page. The ink was steady, unhurried, the handwriting Yula's from years ago, not the recent additions. She had never met her uncle. He had been exiled from the family before she was born, or so she had been told. The Collateral Branch had taken over the compound after her father's death, and she had never questioned it because she had never been welcome there. But the compound was still standing. The Collateral Branch was still running it. And her uncle, the man who had inherited everything after her father died, was listed as a beneficiary of the asset redistribution that followed the censure campaign. Yula, she touched the older woman's shoulder. Yula, what is this? Yula's eyes opened, heavy, focused, but fading. Your uncle made a deal. What kind of deal? Your father's death. He knew about Hearth. He was going to expose it. Draven went to the senior circle instead. Yula's voice was barely a whisper. Told them Varc was unstable, volatile, that the Solt line needed to be contained. Zika's hands went cold. He offered them a solution. Which was? Your father's silence, in exchange for control of the compound, the remaining assets, the right to determine who carried the Solt name forward. Yula's fingers found Zivka's wrist. Your uncle did not kill your father, but he handed the knife to the people who did. The sirens were closer now, medics shouting, Besa's voice cutting through the noise, clearing a path. Zivka did not hear any of it. She was still staring at the page, at her uncle's name, at the date that matched exactly to the month her father had been killed. The Collateral branch that had offered her conditional pact standing, the family that now claimed to want her back. They had been holding the compound for 18 years, paid for with her father's blood. Yula coughed, and fresh blood spotted her lips. "I am sorry," she whispered. "I did not want you to know until—" "Until what?" "Until you were ready to face him." Zivka looked up at Besa, who was already reaching for her radio. The medics burst through the door. Hands reached for Yula. Someone was shouting about blood loss, about pressure, about getting her to a table. Zivka let them take her. She stayed where she was, the casebook open in her lap, her uncle's name staring up at her from the blood-stained page. Draven Solt was still alive, still running the compound, still waiting for her to walk through his doors and accept his welcome. And now she knew exactly what that welcome had cost. Chapter 64. The Solt compound gates stood open, not rusted, not barred, not marked with the old warning sigils that had kept Zivka out for 18 years. Open, like she had always been expected. Besa killed the engine and sat staring through the windshield. "This is wrong." "I know. They did not open for your father's funeral. They did not open when your mother died. They did not open when you made Investigator. Now you pull up without warning and the gates are waiting." Zivka opened the door. The gravel crunched under her boots, and she felt the weight of the casebook against her ribs where she had tucked it inside her coat. She had read Draven Solt's name 20 times on the drive over. She still did not believe it. The compound was older than she remembered. Stone walls covered in ivy that had gone brown and brittle, windows dark on the upper floors, a single light burning in the foyer. The door opened before she reached it. A woman stood in the frame. 60, maybe older, silver-streaked hair pulled back tight, eyes the same gray-green as Zivka's own. The family resemblance hit like a blade. "You are Verik's daughter." The woman's voice was flat, not warm, not cold, measuring. "I am Mira's cousin. You can call me Lenore. I am here to see Draven Solt. Draven is not here." "Then I will wait." Lenore's mouth thinned. She stepped aside and gestured toward the foyer. "I assumed you would come alone." "I assumed nothing." Zivka moved past her into the hall. Besa followed one step behind, hand loose near her weapon, eyes scanning the corners. The foyer smelled like old wood, dust, and something chemical hiding beneath polish. A staircase curved up into shadow. Doors on either side stood closed. "Tea," Lenore said. "Sit. I will send word to Draven." "I did not come for tea. You came for answers. Answers take time." Lenore moved toward the kitchen without waiting for a response, her heels clicking on the tile. Besa leaned close. "She is stalling." "I know." "Why?" Zivka listened to the house, the creak of old beams, the faint hum of a boiler. Something else, something higher, a whine she could not place. Then she smelled it. Smoke. Not from the kitchen, from above. She moved before her mind caught up, taking the stairs two at a time, her hand finding the banister worn smooth by generations of Solt hands before hers. "Zivka!" Besa's voice behind her. "Zivka, wait!" She did not wait. The second-floor hallway was dark, the only light spilling from a door at the far end, cracked open, smoke curling through the gap like fingers reaching for escape. She hit the door with her shoulder. It did not budge. She hit it again, and this time the frame splintered, and she was through. Into an office lined with filing cabinets, a desk, a lamp still burning on the blotter, and in the corner, a metal bin filled with paper, flames rising. A figure stood beside the bin, male, broad-shouldered, turning toward her with calm, unhurried motion, as if he had known she would come and had timed his work to meet her. Gray threaded through his dark hair, hard-lined face, eyes flat and assessing, the same eyes from the protest crowd. Counselor Goran Vekk. He held another folder in his hand, pages half fed to the fire. "Zivka Solt." His voice carried no surprise. "I wondered how long it would take you to find the compound." The fire snapped behind him. The folder in his hand began to curl at the edges. She stepped forward. He did not step back. Chapter 65. The fire snapped behind Counselor Vekk as he held the folder closer to the flames. Zivka crossed the room in 3 strides, but Sten, did not move. He watched her approach with the same flat assessment she remembered from the protest crowd, like she was a variable he had already calculated and filed. "You are burning Solt records," she said. "I am burning what should have been destroyed 20 years ago." Sten's voice carried no apology. "The compound has been holding material that should never have survived Varric's death. I am correcting an oversight. The oversight being that evidence of your conspiracy existed." Sten's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "You see conspiracies everywhere, Investigator. I see a necessary sanitation of records that would be weaponized against pack stability if they fell into the wrong hands." "Your hands?" "My hands are the right hands." He held the folder lower, letting the flames catch the edge. "I was there when the treaty was signed. I watched the compromise that kept this city from tearing itself apart. You were not even born." The paper curled, blackened, began to crumble. Zivka moved. She did not reach for Sten. She reached past him, into the metal bin, her bare hand closing around the corner of a bound ledger that had not yet caught. The heat seared her palm. She pulled anyway, wrenching it free, dropping it to the floor and stamping out the sparks that clung to the cover. Sten watched her with the same unhurried calm. "You just burned your hand for a book you have not read." She turned on him, the ledger in her grip, the smell of scorched leather rising between them. "You expected me to come here?" "I counted on it." "Why?" "Because you are Varric's daughter." Dan closed the folder he had been holding and placed it on the desk, no longer feeding it to the fire. "And Varric's daughter would never let a box of burning papers go unexamined." The words landed like a blade between her ribs. Behind her, Besa appeared in the doorway, weapon drawn, scanning the room before stopping on Sten. "Counselor, you're destroying evidence on Solt ground." "I am destroying private family records that have no bearing on any active investigation." "That is not your call to make." "It is exactly my call." Sten's voice hardened. "I sit on the Bloodline Oversight Committee. These files concern pack lineage, not municipal law. You have no jurisdiction here, Captain." Besa's jaw tightened. She did not lower her weapon. Zivka looked down at the ledger in her hands. The leather was cracked, the spine broken, the pages warped from heat and smoke. But the ink held, old script, tight and precise, in a hand she did not recognize. Dates, names, bloodline notations. She opened it to the first intact page. Post-Treaty Consolidation Review, Vol. 3. Classification Internal, Pack Council Authority only. The entries were not reports, they were orders. 7th of Ember, Year 22 Directive. District healers in the eastern wards will refile instability evaluations for the following bloodlines: Solt, Nemenji, Torin, Vasek, and Haldren. Standard classification thresholds lowered by 2 grades. Evaluators who refuse will be reassigned to non-clinical duties. She turned the page. 23rd of Frost, Year 22. Authorization granted for pressure protocols against healers refusing reclassification. Senior Circle Directive 19B invoked. No appeals permitted. The handwriting changed halfway through the ledger. A different hand, heavier, less careful. She recognized it. She had seen it on a birthday card once, years ago, when she was still young enough to believe her uncle remembered her. Draven Solt's hand. Zivka's throat closed. "You found it." Sten's voice came from somewhere distant. "The authorization ledger. The proof that Draven Solt ordered the reclassification campaign that flagged your father's line as volatile." She looked up. Sten stood beside the desk, arms crossed, face unreadable. "You knew," she said. "Everyone in the senior circle knew. We just did not know who held the original authorization." He nodded at the ledger. "That book disappeared from the council archives 18 years ago. We assumed it was destroyed in the fire that killed your father. Draven took it. Draven kept it. Leverage, insurance, a guarantee that if the senior circle ever moved against him, he could expose the entire post-treaty reclassification as a manufactured purge rather than a legitimate stability review." Zivka turned another page. The entries shifted. No longer orders, reports. East 24, Healer V. Drvich. Refused reclassification criteria 3 times. Senior circle pressure escalated to personal threats against her remaining patient roster. Compliance achieved within 2 weeks. Yula. Zivka's hand trembled. Sten watched her. You are beginning to understand. Yula was pressured. Yula Drevich was one of the few healers who held out for months. Most collapsed within the first week. She lasted 14. The only reason she survived the purge was because she agreed to stop treating Solt and Nemenjus patients and limit her practice to humans and neutrals. The ledger listed names. Dozens of healers, crossed out when they complied, marked with a black X when they were reassigned, disappeared, or died. She reached the last page of Draven's entries. Year 26, final review of bloodline classification outcomes. All target bloodlines successfully flagged as volatile. Remaining healers who resisted have been neutralized or reassigned beyond treaty jurisdiction. Recommend archive destruction within 5 years to prevent future discovery. Signed, D. Solt. Below it, a second signature. M.N.M. Approved. Zivka stared at the name. Counselor Mirok Nemen, the architect of the Hearth program, the man who had flagged Goran as a liability. The same name she had read in Goran's archive folder hours ago. You see the full picture now. Sten's voice had gone quiet, almost gentle. Nemen did not build the conspiracy alone. He inherited it. Raven Solt laid the foundation for the reclassification campaign, and Memen turned it into a culling protocol. Your uncle and Nemen are the same disease, just different generations. Besa stepped into the room. This is enough to bring them both down. It is enough to destroy the Solt line completely. Sten's eyes met Zivka's. If you release this ledger, you do not just implicate Draven. You implicate every living Solt who benefited from his decisions. Your collateral branch, Lenore, the compound standing, your own standing in the pack. The room went silent except for the crack of dying flames in the bin. Zivka looked down at the ledger, at Draven's signature, at Nemen's approval, at Yula's name written in the margin of a healer compliance record, a mark of survival that had cost her everything. She closed the book. Where is Draven Solt? Sten's expression did not change. I told you, he is not here. Where is he? Somewhere he cannot be reached. Try again. Sten held her gaze for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat, pulled out a folded piece of paper, and held it out. She took it. A departure log, Port Authority, dated 3 hours ago. Passenger, D. Solt. Destination, Barocco's territory vessel. Pack charted courier, no return scheduled. He had run. Zivka stared at the name, the date, the destination that meant nothing to her except distance. Draven Solt had burned what he could, left the rest to Sten, and fled the city before she could reach him. 18 years of silence. 18 years of holding the compound on her father's blood. And when the reckoning came, he had already gone. The ledger felt heavier in her hands. Sten moved past her toward the door. I have given you what you came for, Investigator. The ledger, Draven's flight, the shape of the conspiracy. He paused in the doorway. What you do with it is your choice, but understand this. Nemen already knows Draven is gone, and he already knows you have the ledger. How? Because I told him. Sten's voice carried no satisfaction. I told him because if I did not, he would have assumed I was the one who took it. And I am not ready to burn my own bridges. He walked out. Besa moved to follow. I can detain him. For what? Telling the truth? Zivka looked down at the scald mark forming across her palm. He is not our enemy, Besa. He is a witness who chose the right side at the last possible moment. The smoke in the room was thinning. She tucked the ledger into her coat beside the casebook, feeling the weight of 2 pieces of proof that could bring down a conspiracy spanning 3 decades. But standing in Draven Solt's emptied office, with the heat of burning records still warming her skin and the name of Osvan's mentor waiting in the ash-scarred pages, Zivka understood something the ledger could not tell her. The conspiracy Nemen inherited did not start with bloodline reclassification. It started with someone who taught Osvan that systems only move when blood and scandal force them to. And that someone was still alive. She turned the last page of the ledger, where a single entry in a different hand, lighter, quicker, almost careless, caught her eye. Year 28, consultation with Treaty Oversight Liaison H. Veor. Proposal: extend pressure framework to human jurisdiction via witness suppression infrastructure. Liaison agrees partnership benefits both systems. Next meeting scheduled for Frost. H. Veor. Counselor Hadrik Veor. The same name Osvan would offer her in a guarded interview room, claiming him as the man who taught him that truth was a luxury and systems only moved when blood forced them to. Zivka looked up. The door stood open. The hallway beyond was empty. Besa was watching her with something between concern and respect. "Who is HVR?" Besa asked. Zivka did not answer. She was already thinking about what she would say to Osvan when she visited his holding cell without a badge, without authorization, and without a single witness who could stop her. Chapter 66. The smoke clung to her coat long after they left the compound. Zivka sat in the passenger seat of Besa's sedan with the ledger open across her knees, the scald on her palm still raw where she had grabbed it from the fire. The names blurred and reformed with every street lamp they passed. Draven, Solt, Merrik Niemann, Hadrik Veor. 3 names that spanned 20 years of silence and blood. Besa drove with one hand on the wheel, the other loose near her weapon, watching the rear mirror in rhythm. "Where?" "The detention center." "You are not authorized." "I know. And if they turn you away?" Zivka closed the ledger. "Then I find another way in." Besa said nothing for 3 blocks. Then she pulled the sedan to the curb in the shadow of a warehouse loading bay and cut the engine. "There is something you need to see first." The cold in Besa's voice made Zivka look up. Besa reached into her coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Municipal dispatch stationery, stamped with the unit's service code, and a time marker Zivka did not recognize. The message was 6 words long. Director Vekk ordered into internal review. No contact authorized. Zivka read it twice. "When did this come through?" 20 minutes after you went into the compound. Dispatch routed it to my terminal because your badge is suspended." Besa's jaw tightened. "They did not send it to you. They sent it to the nearest active unit liaison, which is me." "Where is he?" "Council compound, 3rd floor, east wing. They converted an administrative suite into a holding room." Besa's voice dropped. "He is not under arrest. He is under assessment. No charges filed. No access to counsel. No timeline for release." Zivka's fingers tightened on the ledger edge. She had known this was coming. Goran had known it too, when he climbed into that black sedan and told her to keep moving forward without him. But knowing did not stop the cold that spread through her chest. "He sent a message." Besa's words pulled her back. "A separate one, not through dispatch." Besa pulled a second folded paper from her inner pocket, smaller, rougher, torn from a notebook margin. "This came through Yula's clinic dead drop an hour ago. Someone he trusts put it there before the review order was enforced." Zivka took it. The handwriting was Goran's, not his official script, the clean block letters he used for reports. This was faster, looser, written in the dark or under pressure. "Zivka, they are using Hearth to frame my compliance review. The same calling language applied to my command record. I am being evaluated by Noman's subcommittee. I will answer their questions. But I need you to decide what matters before the city decides for you. Make your choice, then finish this." No reassurance, no promise of return, no declaration of love or bond or anything that could be used against her if the message was intercepted. Just a man asking her to act before the machinery of the conspiracy swallowed them both. She folded the paper along its creases and pressed it flat against the ledger cover. "He is buying us time," she said. Besa nodded. "By being the thing they want to study instead of the thing they want to kill." Zivka looked out the window at the dark street. The detention center was 15 minutes east. The casebook was in her coat. The ledger was in her hands. Goran's message was pressed against the evidence that could destroy Naaman, Veor, and every remaining architect of the Hearth protocol. She had 3 pieces of leverage, and no badge, no backup plan, no guarantee that Osvan would give her anything useful before his transfer or silencing. and Goran was sitting in a council holding room while Nimon decided whether to bury him under the same culling language that had destroyed her father. "What do you need?" Besa asked. Zivka looked at the burn on her palm. The skin was already starting to tighten. "I need to get into that detention center without triggering a security alert that reaches Nimon's office before I do." Besa was silent for a moment. Then she reached across and pulled a slim card from the sedan's visor pouch. A single key card, gray, unmarked, with a municipal seal she did not recognize. "Service entrance, basement loading bay. The night rotation guard owes me for pulling his brother out of a pact dispute last winter." Besa handed it over. "He gets you to the holding level. After that, you are on your own." Zivka took the card. The plastic was warm from the visor. "How long until they realize I am inside?" "Depends on who is watching the basement monitors tonight." Besa's eyes met hers in the dark. "If Numan has already replaced the night shift with his people, you have maybe 10 minutes before someone flags the entry." Zivka tucked the card into her coat pocket beside the casebook. She looked down at Goran's message one more time. "Decide what matters before the city decides for you." She already knew. It was the same thing that had mattered since she knelt beside Dunavar and Noman's body on the freezing dock and felt the fated bond tear through her suppressant like glass through skin. The truth. Not the managed version, not the survivable version. The whole, burning, ruinous truth that had been buried under culling protocols and false instability findings and 20 years of silence paid for with her father's blood. She reached for the door handle. "Besa." "Yeah. If I do not come out of that detention center in 2 hours, go to Terran. Tell him to release everything. The ledger, the casebook, the suppressed witness list, to every news channel and pack outlet he can reach." Besa's hand tightened on the wheel. "That ends your career. Your family name. Any chance of pack standing?" "I know. And if Goran is still inside the compound when that material hits public channels, Neiman will use the chaos to bury him." Zivka opened the door. The cold air hit her face, sharp and clean. "Then I had better come out." She stepped onto the pavement and closed the door behind her. The sedan pulled away without honking, without lingering, just the mutter of its engine fading into the dark. Zivka stood alone in the cold with the ledger under one arm, the casebook in her coat, and Goran's folded message pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She started walking east. The detention center's service entrance was 3 blocks ahead, behind a row of shuttered market stalls. The keycard was warm in her pocket. The names in the ledger were burned into her memory. Draven Solt, Merrik Maman, Hadrik Veor. And somewhere in a holding cell below the treaty building, Osvan Merrik was waiting to tell her whether he would give her the last name she needed, or whether this whole night was another trap designed to bury her alongside everyone she loved. She rounded the corner toward the loading bay. The service door was unlit, gray metal, flush with the concrete wall. She swiped the card. The lock clicked open. Zivka pulled the door toward her and stepped into the dark. Chapter 67. The basement corridor smelled of bleach and old concrete. Zivka moved fast, keeping her footsteps light against the polished floor. The gray keycard had bought her through the service entrance and the first security door, but every junction she passed had cameras she could not see and locks she had not tested. She counted the doors. Loading bay, utility closet, boiler access. The holding level should be at the end of this corridor, past the maintenance stairwell. Her palm was still raw from the ledger burn. The casebook pressed against her ribs beneath her coat. Goran's message sat folded in her inner pocket, the paper edge worn soft from her fingers, reading it twice in the dark. The maintenance stairwell door was propped open with a rubber wedge. She stopped. A propped door on a night rotation that was supposed to be sealed. She listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no radio chatter, no rattle of keys. She pulled the wedge free and eased the door shut behind her, then took the stairs down. The holding level smelled worse. Metal, sweat, the ammonia tang of nervous shifters who had been in cells too long. The lights were dimmer here, flickering at the end of the corridor where the interview rooms sat. A guard station at the junction had a single officer behind the glass, middle-aged, gray at the temples, reading something on a tablet. He looked up when she approached. She held up the keycard. "Besa Runik's contact." He studied the card, then her face. Recognition flickered. "You are the investigator." The one who shifted in the tribunal chamber. I am. He slid a clipboard toward the slot in the glass. Sign in. Use your old badge number. I will not verify it. She signed. He pressed a button and the inner door clicked open. Third room on the left. He has been quiet all night. Read the file before you go in. She stopped. What file? The guard slid a slim folder through the slot. Delivered 40 minutes ago by a municipal courier. Official seal. Said you would need it before the interview. She picked it up. The seal was intact. Treaty Oversight Office. No name, no routing number. She opened it in the corridor light. Inside was a single page. Formal notification that the Ash Ledger's admission into the supplementary record had been challenged on procedural grounds. So, the challenge cited improper chain of custody, missing transfer documentation, and a request for forensic examination of the burn damage to determine if pages had been removed before recovery. The request bore the signature of a review panel she had never heard of, field 1 hour ago. She looked at the timestamp. The same hour someone had escorted Goran into internal review. The same hour Besa had driven her to the detention center. The same hour the promotion offer had been waiting for her at the front desk of the municipal building. She folded the page and put it in her pocket beside Goran's message. The guard watched her. Bad news? Coordinated, she said. She walked toward the third room on the left. The cell door had a narrow window at eye level. Through it, she could see Osvan Merrik sitting on the bunk, hands resting on his knees, watching the door as if he had been counting her footsteps. He looked thinner than she remembered. The wound in his shoulder had been bandaged under a clean shirt. His pale gray eyes tracked her as she stopped in front of the glass. She pulled the door open. Investigators usually knock, he said. I am not an investigator anymore. He tilted his head. Then what are you? She stepped inside and let the door close behind her. The lock engaged with a soft click. I am the woman who is going to ask you to give me a name you have already decided to trade. Osvan's mouth curved, not quite a smile. And if I decide the price has changed? She pulled the chair from the corner and sat across from him. The table between them was bolted to the floor. The light above it was harsh and white. The price has not changed. You want the frame file. I want the name of the person who buried the Hearth records and kept them quiet for 20 years. And you came alone. I came without a badge. He studied her. The silence stretched long enough that she heard the ventilation system hum through the walls. Mivak Nomen, he said. She did not blink. I already know that name. Then you know the wrong part. He leaned forward. Nomen did not bury the records alone. He inherited them. The man who gave him the archive is dead, killed in a training accident on the border, 6 weeks after he handed over the key. She felt the words land like a punch she had been expecting. And Sir Vekk, she said. Osvan's eyes sharpened. You found the casebook. I found enough. Then you know he did not die in an accident. I know what Yula's examination showed. Osvan sat back. The chain of his restraints clinked against the table edge. And Sir Vekk was the archive keeper for the Hearth program. When he realized what the records were being used for, he copied the key and delivered it to the only person he trusted to survive using it. Counselor Niman. No. Osvan's voice dropped. He delivered it to Goran. The word hung in the air between them. She did not move. Goran Vekk was Ensar's commanding officer, Osvan said. Ensar trusted him. He gave Goran the archive key and told him to hold it until the right moment. Then Ensar died, and Goran has been sitting on that key for 11 years, waiting for someone else to take the first step. The ventilation hum filled the silence. Zivka's hand went to her coat pocket, where Goran's message was folded beside the suppression notice. Finish this before the city decides for you. She looked at Osvan. Why are you telling me this? Because you came alone. Because you did not bring Goran to watch me lie. Osvan held her gaze. And because I want you to know exactly what you are choosing before you walk back out that door. She stood. The chair scraped against the concrete floor. Keep talking, she said. But her hand was already pressing against the phone in her pocket, and the only name she could think of was not Osvan's, not Numen's, not Veor's. It was Goran's. And the question she had never thought to ask him was suddenly the only one that mattered. Chapter 68. The phone in her pocket meant nothing now. Goran had held the archive key for 11 years. 11 years of knowing about the Hearth records, about Ansar's death, about the culling protocol that had destroyed her father and marked her bloodline for elimination. And he had never said a word. Osvan watched her from the bunk, his pale gray eyes tracking the silence the way a hunter reads a trail. "You did not know," he said. She did not answer. "Interesting." He leaned back against the wall. "He trusted you with everything except that. There is a difference between holding information and hiding a conspiracy." "Is there?" Osvan tilted his head. "Because from where I sit, Goran Vekk has been sitting on the same key I was killed for trying to access. The only difference is that I got caught." She pulled the chair out again and sat. "That key does not leave this cell. It already left, 11 years ago." Osvan's voice stayed level. "Insa gave it to Goran. Goran put it somewhere no one would find it. And every suppressed witness, every red-marked evaluation, every death that followed, happened while Goran let the key sit in whatever hole he buried it in." Zivka's jaw tightened. "You are trying to split me from him." "I am trying to make you see before you walk into a room that has already been wired." Osvan's restraints clinked as he shifted. "Goran is not the enemy, but he is not innocent either. He chose silence, and silence has a cost. Ask Yula what it cost her." The name stung. Yula, bleeding on the floor of her own flat. Yula, whose casebook had been damaged by her own blood. Yula, who had kept Raven's betrayal secret for 18 years because she was waiting for Zivka to be ready. Everyone she trusted had been holding something back. Everyone. The door at the end of the corridor opened. Footsteps. Sharp, purposeful, female. Maris Koto appeared in the cell doorway, her heels clicking on the concrete, her coat still buttoned from whatever sprint she had made to get here. She looked at Zivka first, then at Osvan. "Good," Maris said. "You are both still alive." Zivka stood. "How did you find me?" "Besa called me." Maris stepped inside and let the door close. "She said you were walking into a trap alone. I told her I knew exactly where you would go." Osvan smiled. "Deputy Prosecutor Koto, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Maris ignored him. She held up a folder, creased at the edges, stained with what looked like coffee at one corner. "I have been working on something since the tribunal collapsed," she said. "An emergency supplementary finding. It allows the mixed council to reopen the record if new evidence of systematic suppression is presented within 72 hours of the original hearing." Zivka's attention snapped to the folder. "How much time is left?" 41 hours. Maris set the folder on the table. "But the evidence has to be certified. It has to come from a witness with direct knowledge of the suppression network, not a document that can be challenged as burned, altered, or stolen." Both women looked at Osvan. He looked back. "You want me to testify," he said. "I want you to confirm your mentor's identity and describe the inherited network that operated under the Hearth protocol." Maris pulled the chair Zivka had just vacated and sat across from him. "You name Hadrik Veor. You detail how the pressure framework was extended into human jurisdiction through witness suppression infrastructure. You confirm that Counselor Mirak Nemen inherited the archive from Draven Solt and continued the culling protocol for 2 decades. And in exchange? Frame file, admissible, certified, signed by Goran Vekk." Osvan's eyes flickered. "Goran would never sign that." "Goran is an internal review under Hearth culling language," Maris said. "He does not get a choice. I already drafted the certification. His deputy will sign it under delegated authority if he is unavailable." Zivka stared at her. "You planned this before you came here." "I planned it before the tribunal opened." Maris did not look away from Osvan. "I have been waiting for the moment when the council could no longer bury the bloodline evidence without admitting they were part of the burial. That moment is now." The ventilation hummed. Osvan studied Maris with something close to respect. "You are willing to put your entire career on this." "My career is already damaged." Maris's voice stayed flat. "I was the prosecutor who brought a shifter into open session and then watched the case collapse. If I do not deliver something that holds, I will be reassigned to boundary disputes by spring. And if I refuse?" Then the frame file stays in Goran's archive. You stay in this cell, and Veer and Naaman walk free to finish the culling. Maris closed the folder. Your choice. Osvan looked at Zivka. You trust her? Zivka held his gaze. I trust that Maris has never lied to me about what she wants. That is not an answer. It is the only one you are going to get. Osvan was silent for a long moment. Then he leaned forward. I will confirm the network, he said. I will name Veer. I will describe how the suppression infrastructure was built, how the evaluations were falsified, how the deaths were staged as training accidents or natural causes. Maris opened the folder. But, Osvan's voice dropped. I will only speak to Zivka, alone. No witnesses, no recording. She writes the testimony herself, from my words, and she certifies that it matches what I gave her. Maris's pen stopped. That is not standard procedure. I am not a standard witness. Osvan's pale gray eyes stayed on Zivka. You want the truth? I will give it to you. But I will give it to her, and only to her. If you want it on the record, she puts it there, not you. Maris looked at Zivka. Zivka looked at Osvan. Why? She asked. Because you came alone. Osvan's voice was quiet. Because you did not bring Goran to watch me lie. And because I want one person in this city to hear what I say and know it is true, not filtered through a prosecutor's structure or a director's calculation. He waited. You, he said. Just you. Maris closed the folder. We have 41 hours. Zivka pulled the chair closer to the table. Leave us, she said. Maris did not move. Zivka. Leave us. The deputy prosecutor held her gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she stood, walked to the door, and pulled it open. The lock engaged behind her. The cell was quiet. Osvan Merrik folded his hands on the table. Ask your questions, he said. And Zivka reached into her coat for the blank notebook she always carried, the one Goran had given her, the one she had not opened since the morning of the tribunal. Chapter 69. The pen felt wrong in her hand, too light, too borrowed. Osvan watched her settle at the table, his pale gray eyes tracking every adjustment she made. The way she centered the notebook, the way she uncapped the pen and placed it parallel to the spine. You write everything, he said, or I stop talking. I know the terms. She set the pen down and waited. The ventilation hummed above them. The walls were bare concrete painted a color that tried to be gray and settled for sick. No window, no clock. Just a table, 2 chairs, and the space between them that had shifted a dozen times in as many days. Osvan leaned back against his restraints. The chain rattled. Hadjik Viera was already buried, he said, 3 years before I met him. That is what people do not understand about power in this city. It does not move through the visible seats. It moves through the men who have been formally removed from every committee and still receive sealed couriers at third address flats. Zivka wrote, Hadjik Veor, buried 3 years before. Sealed couriers, third address flat. How did you meet him? I was 24, new to treaty oversight, assigned to archive reconciliation, the kind of work where you sit in a basement for 8 months matching serial numbers. Osman's voice carried no self-pity. Veor was reviewing the same records from a different department. We shared a break room. He started asking questions about which files I was seeing twice. And you answered. I was ambitious. I thought he was testing me for a promotion. Osman's smile was thin. He was testing me for something else. The pen moved. Veor taught me that systems only shift when someone applies enough pressure to crack the seal. Blood. Scandal. A witness who dies in public instead of quiet. He did not invent the method. He inherited it from the people who built the Hearth protocol and watched it fail because they were too careful to finish the work. Zivka looked up. He told you about Hearth? Not directly. Not then. Osvan's chain shifted as he adjusted his weight. He showed me the remnants, a list of names that had been redacted from the official review records, a directive that had been written but never filed. He said the treaty was a beautiful cage, and the people who wrote it locked themselves inside with the wolves. And you believed him? I believed the evidence. Osvan's voice flattened. I saw the suppression files, I saw the instability evaluations that had been altered to flag bloodlines the council wanted removed. I saw Yula Drevich's name in a margin note, resisting the criteria for 14 weeks before she broke. Veor did not lie to me. He showed me what the system had already done and asked if I wanted to help redirect the flood or drown in it. Zivka kept writing. 14 weeks. She had known Yula held out. She had not known Osvan had seen the margin note. You tried to redirect it, she said. I tried to aim it. The words sat between them. Aim it where? At the people who deserved it. Osvan's voice did not rise. The original Hearth list was built to remove bloodlines the council found inconvenient. Solt, Nemunjik, Torin, Vasik, Haldrin. Vedar's network continued the work, but they spread the targeting wider, into human witnesses, into anyone who had seen too much. I thought I could tighten the focus, make the pressure serve an end I chose instead of the one they inherited. By killing witnesses, by letting them die when their deaths would expose the structure. Osvan met her eyes. I did not pull the trigger on Davarin Nemen. I did not cut his chest open or place a skin disc beside him. But I knew the order was coming, and I did not stop it because I needed the tribunal to see what was hunting their witnesses before they could bury the evidence again. Zivka's hand had stopped moving. You let people die to make a point. I let people die to force a reckoning. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. The point had been made for 20 years. No one acted. The reckoning was the only language the council understood. She stared at him. And you told yourself that made it right? I told myself it made it necessary. Osvan's gaze did not waver. There is a difference. I know you understand it. The ventilation hummed. Zivka set the pen down. You saved my life at the warehouse. I did. Was that necessary? Osvan was silent. Then he said, No. The word landed like a stone. That was the first thing I did in 5 years that was not calculated. I saw the blade and I moved before I decided. It terrified me. He paused. It still does. Zivka picked the pen back up. Tell me who preserved the Hearth records in Chamber 7. Osvan looked at the notebook. I will give you the name, but first, his voice dropped. I need to know something. What? Goran Vekk held the archive key for 11 years. He knew your father was murdered by the same system he was investigating. He knew the salt line was marked for extinction. He knew, and he did not tell you. Zivka said nothing. If he had told you when he received the key, Osvan said, would you still have chosen him? The question hit lower than she expected. You cannot answer that, he said. Neither can he. The bond makes the question impossible. He was always your fated mate. The system decided for both of you before you exchanged a word. Osvan leaned forward. The chain pulled tight. I am not asking what the bond would have done. I am asking what you would have done. The woman who spent 14 years surviving alone. The woman who trusted no one and needed nothing. Would she have chosen Goran Vekk if she knew he had the key to her father's death in his hands and waited 11 years to open it? The cell was silent. Zivka felt the answer move through her like a blade sliding between ribs. No. Before the tribunal, before the safe house, before the shift on the pier, before any of it, she would have looked at Goran Vekk with that knowledge between them, and she would have walked away. Not because she did not want him, because she had spent too long learning that wanting was a weapon people used to hold her still. Good, Osvan said softly. That is the first honest answer you have given me. He straightened. The name you want is Besa Runik's contact on the night rotation guard, the one who provided the gray keycard. Zivka's blood went cold. What? Besa gave you a keycard that was never meant to get you in. Osvan's voice was flat. It was meant to confirm you were desperate enough to use it. The guard who gave it to her reports to Councillor Nerman's deputy. He has been feeding Besa false access for 6 months. Zivka was already standing. The entire detention center knows you were here. The maintenance stairwell is locked from the outside. The only exit is the one you walked through. He met her eyes. And the person holding that door open is waiting for your name on a transfer order that will be signed within the hour. Chapter 70. The name came with the weight of a body surfacing from deep water. Hadric Veor. Osvan did not look away. He killed Operation Hearth, formerly 18 years ago. He preserved the censure files and the bloodline evaluations. He taught me that systems do not fall. They are redirected. Zivka's pen had not moved since he started speaking. Veor was never on any committee that voted publicly. He was a liaison, a corridor figure, the man who carried sealed envelopes between chambers and remembered who owed whom. When the treaty consolidated, he made himself indispensable to the people who wanted the salt line erased without a vote. The ventilation hummed. He is still alive. Osvan nodded. He is still in Dunavar. He has no official title. He does not appear on any roster or budget or access log, but he controls the review panels that are judging Goran Vekk right now. He controls the subcommittee that will decide whether your badge is reinstated or destroyed. He's been controlling them for 2 decades without ever sitting in the chair. Zivka's hand moved. She wrote the name. Veor. Veor. The man who extended the pressure framework into human jurisdiction. The man who built the suppression infrastructure Osvan inherited. The man who was already dead on paper 3 years before Osvan met him and still received sealed couriers at third address flats. Where is he? I do not know his current address. I never knew it. That was the arrangement. Osvan's voice carried no apology. He contacted me through drops and dead numbers. I left reports at locations he specified. We met 4 times in 5 years, always in spaces he controlled, always with no warning. You never followed him. I did not need to. He found me when he wanted information. He was always the one who set the terms. Zivka set the pen down. You do not know where the man who built the suppression network is sleeping tonight. I know he will not be in any official residence. He learned long ago that official residences are the first places people look. The cell light flickered. Zivka's phone pressed against her thigh. The transfer order, the trap, the hour. How do I find him? Osvan studied her. You do not find him. He finds you. That is how he has survived 18 years. He waits for the people who need him to come to the place he has already prepared. Then I need the place. You need something he wants. The words landed like a key turning. Zivka's mind moved through the shape of it. The frame file, the ledger, the casebook. Every piece of evidence she had collected was leverage, and every piece was also a target. He wants the Hearth records destroyed, she said. He has been waiting for someone to bring them into the open, so he can burn them with one clean move. Osvan did not confirm. He did not deny. He will not move against the records while they are hidden. He will only move when they surface. Osvan's voice dropped. You are the surface, Zivka. You have been the surface since the moment you walked into the tribunal chamber and named yourself a Solt. The fluorescent light buzzed. A door slammed somewhere above them. Zivka stood. I need the name of the person who preserved the Hearth records in Chamber 7. Osvan looked at her. You have it. I have Veor. You have the man who preserved them. You have the man who used them. You have the man who inherited the method and taught it to me. The cell went still. He did not act alone. No, Zivka waited. Osvan's jaw tightened. The chain scraped against the table. The original Hearth archive was held by Vekk. When Enser was killed, the archive passed to 2 people. One copy went to Counselor Neman. The other copy went to Goran Vekk. But the authority to activate the archive, to use it, to deploy the names, never belonged to the holder. He paused. It belonged to the person who wrote the list. The words hung. Draven Solt. Osvan nodded. Your uncle wrote the original Hearth list. He identified the bloodlines. He set the thresholds. He handed the method to Veor and Neman and everyone else who wanted to continue the work. He is the reason the salt line was marked for extinction, because he was the one who decided which families were dangerous enough to destroy. Zivka felt the answer settle. Not betrayal layered on betrayal, the same betrayal running deeper than she had traced. Draven wrote the list before he went to the senior circle. 6 months before. While my father was still alive. While your father was still trying to stop the consolidation review from becoming a purge. The cell was silent. Zivka's hand was steady when she picked up the pen. She wrote the name, Draven Solt. Under it, she wrote the date range Osvan gave her. 6 months before Varc Solt's death. 18 years of silence. 20 bloodlines flagged, 5 targeted for extinction. When she looked up, Osvan's eyes were on her. Now you know. Now I know. The door at the end of the corridor opened. Footsteps, fast, multiple. Zivka turned as a guard appeared in the cell doorway, breath short, hand on the radio at his shoulder. Transfer order just came through. Counselor Veor's office. They are moving him before sunrise. The guard's eyes met Zivka's. They are moving him in 20 minutes, and they have your name on the escort list. Chapter 71. The guard's radio crackled again, the transfer order confirmed in the dispatch log. Zivka's hand closed around the notebook. Draven Solt, Hadrik Veor, 2 names, 1 lineage of betrayal running through both like a thread pulled tight enough to snap. I need a phone. The guard looked at her. Ma'am, the transfer. I need a phone before I step onto that escort detail. She met his eyes and held them. You want me walking into a Counselor Veor operation without making 1 call first? The guard's jaw worked. He glanced at Osvan, then back at her, then reached for the radio at his shoulder. Secure line, corridor 3, 3 minutes. Zivka did not thank him. She turned to Osvan, whose pale eyes watched her with something she could not name and did not want to name. Stay in the cell. I am not going anywhere. His voice carried no mockery. This is where I finish what I started. She stepped into the corridor. The secure line was a handset mounted to the concrete wall, coiled cord scarred from years of use. She lifted it, pressed the sequence from memory, and waded through 2 rings that stretched longer than they should have. 3 rings. 4. She was about to hang up when the line clicked. Zivka, Goran's voice. Flat, controlled. The voice of a man speaking from a room where he could not afford to be heard wrong. I have a question. Ask it. She pressed her forehead against the concrete wall. The surface was cold. The paint smelled of bleach and old plaster. If you had never scented me on that dock, if you had walked past me in a corridor and felt nothing, no bond, no pull, no recognition. She closed her eyes. Would you have chosen me anyway? The silence stretched. She heard him breathe, once, twice. I would have noticed you. That is not an answer. It is the only one I can give you honestly. His voice dropped, the flat control cracking at the edge. I cannot separate what I felt from what I am. I do not know who I would be without the bond because I have never been that man. But I know what I saw on the dock before my wolf answered yours. What did you see? A woman who examined a body as if the dead could still be saved by precision, who did not flinch when the river fog rolled over her boots, who held herself like she was waiting for someone to tell her she could stop. Zivka's throat tightened. And when I learned what you were hiding, when I watched you carry that weight for months while I pretended not to see it, I made a choice. His voice flattened again, deliberate. I did not choose the bond. I chose the woman who kept walking toward truth after it cost her everything she had. The line crackled, static bled through. Goran, I am still here. You held the archive key for 11 years. She said it without accusation now, just the fact of it. I need to know why you did not use it. The static deepened. I was afraid. She pressed her palm flat against the concrete. I was afraid that if I opened it, I would find proof that my uncle was killed because of what he knew, and that someone I trusted was part of the cover-up. I was afraid that knowing would force me to act, and that acting would destroy the unit, the treaty, and every chance I had to keep you safe without exposing you. Instead, you let the killing continue. I let the killing continue. He did not defend himself. I told myself I was preserving the investigation, building the right case, waiting for the moment when the evidence would be clean enough to use without collateral damage. But the truth is that I was a coward, and 11 years of dead witnesses are the cost of that cowardice. The line hummed. Zivka pressed her eyes shut. I am walking into Veor's transfer in 15 minutes. I know. I do not know if I am walking out. I know that too. I needed to hear you say it before I went in. Say what? She opened her eyes. That you would choose me if the bond did not exist. Goran was silent for a long moment. Zivka Solt, if I had walked onto that dock and felt nothing but the cold, I would still have noticed the way you read the blood spatter before you touched the body. I would still have wondered who taught you to hold your breath when you were afraid. I would still have found a reason to stand beside you long enough to learn your name. The static surged. Choose you? His voice broke on the word. I would have invented destiny just to have an excuse to stay in your orbit. The line cut. Zivka stood with the handset pressed to her ear, listening to silence. She lowered it. The concrete wall held her weight for 3 breaths. Then she hung the handset on its hook and turned. The guard was watching from the end of the corridor. Transfer team is in the basement, ma'am. They want you on the escort roster. Zivka touched the notebook in her coat pocket. The names, the testimony, the promise she had just received. Tell them I am coming. She walked back toward Osman's cell, and the fluorescent lights hummed overhead like a wire pulled taut, waiting for the current to find its ground. Chapter 72. The council chamber smelled of old paper and stale air. Zivka stepped through the secondary door Maris had held open, and the weight of 37 faces turned toward her. PAC representatives in their formal collars, municipal observers with notepads balanced on crossed knees. The press section, 3 reporters who had watched her shift in this same room and now watched her walk back into it like a ghost, testing whether the living could still see her. Maris had called it an emergency supplementary session. The clerk had announced it as a procedural review of evidence admissibility. But everyone in the room knew what this really was. A second chance to speak before the door closed. Counselor, Maris's voice carried without effort. I am here to enter into open record 3 items withheld from the original tribunal proceedings due to ongoing security concerns. She set the ash ledger on the clerk's desk. The burned edges left black flecks on the wood. Item 1. The post-treaty consolidation review ledger, recovered from a controlled burn at the Solt compound by Investigator Zivka Solt. Item 2. The suppressed instability casebook maintained by medic Yula, documenting false evaluations filed against 5 targeted bloodlines over 18 years. Item 3. Maris paused. The room held its breath. A register of 23 living witnesses whose suppression was ordered under the Hearth review protocol and whose testimony has never been heard by this council. The murmur rose. Zivka kept her eyes on the clerk's hands as they sorted the evidence, trembling. The woman knew what she was handling. Everyone in this room knew what the Hearth protocol meant. They had just never said it aloud. These items were obtained, Maris continued, during an active investigation into the murder of Deverin Naman and subsequent killings of tribunal witnesses. I move that they be admitted as supplementary evidence, and that Investigator Solt be permitted to provide sworn testimony on their chain of custody and content. A voice from the council bench. Permission denied. Zivka looked up. He sat at the far end of the curved bench, half in shadow, hands folded on the polished wood in front of him. Older than she had expected. Silver hair trimmed close, a face that had learned to smile without moving its eyes. Hadrik Veor. The investigator in question, he said, has already testified under conditions of psychological duress and documented medical instability. Her prior testimony was compromised by her own admission of long-term suppressant use, which the defense could reasonably argue impaired her judgment and recollection across the entire investigation. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Further, the chain of custody for these items is certified by 3 witnesses, Maris cut in. Captain Besa of the Municipal Patrol Division, Senior Forensic Technician Taran Illick, and Counselor Darafik Sten, who personally transferred the ledger to Investigator Solt under direct observation. Sten is a known adversary of the Solt bloodline. Sten is a senior circle counselor who surrendered the ledger voluntarily. Marison's voice sharpened. If the council wishes to disqualify its own members' testimony, that is a procedural question for another session, but it does not invalidate the evidence. Veor tilted his head. Evidence collected by an investigator who was, at the time of collection, operating under the influence of an illegal alchemical suppressant that she had been taking for 14 years. An investigator whose own medical records show escalating instability correlated with proximity to her fated mate. An investigator who, Counselor Veor. Besa's voice came from the PAC observer's bench. She had risen, still in her patrol jacket, her badge catching the overhead light. Are you questioning the credibility of a witness who submitted to a public shift in this chamber rather than continue hiding what she was? The room went still. Because if you are, Besa said, then you are also questioning the credibility of every wolf in this room who has ever served alongside a Solt, every officer who ever trusted her judgment, every medic who ever treated her wounds. She stepped forward. And I have a question for you in return. Veor's smile did not waver. Captain Runic, I would be delighted to answer any question you have. Did you know that the Hearth list was written by Goran Solt 6 months before he reported his brother as unstable? The clerk's hand stopped moving. Did you know, Besa continued, that Goran Solt was the one who set the instability thresholds that flagged his own bloodline for extinction? That he handed the method to you and Counselor Naaman, and then disappeared to Barikos territory while you kept the machinery running? Zivka watched Veor's face. The smile held, but something behind his eyes shifted. Those are serious allegations, Captain. I would need to see evidence before— You have the evidence. Besa gestured at the clerk's desk. It is sitting in front of you. The question is whether you will look at it or file it away until the statute of limitations expires. The silence stretched. Veor's hands remained folded. His eyes moved from Besa to Zivka, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. Then he leaned back. Very well. The clerk blinked. Let the evidence be entered into open record. Veor's voice was almost pleasant. And let the investigator be sworn. Maris moved before anyone could object. She crossed to Zivka, took her elbow, guided her to the witness rail. The clerk raised a hand. Do you swear to testify truthfully before this mixed council, subject to the full penalties of pack and municipal law? Zivka's throat was dry. I do. The clerk lowered her hand. Zivka turned to face the chamber. The faces blurred into a wall of flesh and judgment. She could not find Goran in the crowd, could not find Besa, could not find anyone who had ever looked at her without seeing the Solt name first. Investigator Solt. Veor's voice again, gentle, almost kind. Would you like to begin by telling us why you felt the need to hide your nature for 14 years, or shall I? Zivka gripped the rail. I hid because I knew what would happen if I was found out. She forced the words out. I hid because Yula told me that the people who flagged my father as unstable were still in power, and that if I came forward I would disappear the same way he did. And yet you came forward. Because I found proof that you obtained while illegally suppressant altered by your own admission? Zivka's hands tightened on the rail. Yes. Veor nodded slowly. So the core question before this council is whether a woman who drugged herself to pass as human for 14 years can be trusted to identify the people who silenced her father and killed 23 witnesses. He paused. Or whether she is simply the instrument of a conspiracy she can no longer distinguish from her own trauma. The chamber held its breath. Zivka stared at him, and somewhere in the silence, she felt the weight of every choice she had made since the dock, every omission, every lie she had told herself about control and safety and the cost of being known. She opened her mouth. The words did not come. Veor waited. The fluorescent lights hummed, and Zivka realized, with a clarity that cut through her like a blade, that her answer would decide not just the case, but the story of who she was allowed to become after she stopped hiding. She looked down at her hands, at the scar on her inner wrist from Yula's brew, at the faint tremor in her fingers. When she spoke again, her voice was steady. I did not hide because I was weak, Counselor. She looked up. I hid because I was right. Chapter 73. The fluorescent hum filled the silence where Zivka's answer still hung. Veor studied her from the bench. His hands remained folded, his expression pleasant, but something in the stillness of his shoulders had changed. She had landed a hit, and he was recalibrating. You hid because you were right, he repeated, as if tasting the words for weakness. Right about what, Investigator? Zivka kept her grip on the rail. Right that the people who destroyed my father were still in power. Right that coming forward before I had proof would have made me disappear the same way he did. Right that the system that was supposed to protect witnesses was the same system killing them. And that system, Veor said gently, is represented by the council you are now asking to believe you. I am not asking them to believe me. Zivka met his eyes. I am asking them to believe the evidence. She turned to the clerk's desk, where the 3 items sat in their sealed sleeves. The ash ledger, Yula's casebook, the register of living witnesses. The ledger shows who ordered the reclassification. The casebook shows who filed the false evaluations. The register shows who survived. She paused. And my testimony shows why none of it came to light for 18 years. Veor leaned forward. Your testimony, he said, given by a woman who spent 14 years chemically suppressing her nature. A woman who admits she lied to every superior, every colleague, every witness she ever interviewed. He tilted his head. How do we know you are not lying now? Because I have nothing left to lose by telling the truth. Nothing? Zivka thought of Yula in protective custody, of Goran somewhere in the chamber, of the notebook in her coat pocket with Draben's name and Veer's name written in her own hand. Only the people who trusted me when I was not worth trusting. The chamber stirred. Veer's smile tightened at the edges. Then let us talk about those people. He gestured toward the clerk. Specifically, the medic who kept you functional for 14 years. Yula Vekk. Zivka's pulse kicked. She acted out of loyalty to a patient. She acted outside the law. Veer's voice sharpened. She supplied an illegal substance to a PAC officer for over a decade. She falsified medical records. She concealed a shifter's identity from the very council that now sits in judgment. He paused. If your testimony is the price of her immunity, then your testimony is worthless. My testimony is the truth. Your testimony is a transaction. Zivka's hands tightened on the rail until her knuckles went white. Then call her. The chamber went still. Veer's expression flickered, the first crack in his composure. Call Yula Vekk, Zivka repeated. Let her speak for herself. Let her tell this council why she did what she did. Veer was silent for 3 full seconds. Then he nodded. Very well. The clerk hesitated, then made a note. A guard at the rear door turned and disappeared into the corridor. The minutes stretched. Zivka stood at the rail, her palms damp, her pulse loud in her ears. She could feel the weight of every gaze in the chamber, the judgment she had spent 14 years avoiding now pressing against her from all sides. The rear door opened. Yula walked in. She was pale, her arms still bandaged from the shooting, her gray hair pinned back with the same precise clip she had worn in the clinic. She wore a simple dark coat over civilian clothes, no badge, no identification. She looked small. But when she reached the witness rail, her chin lifted. Counselor. Veer studied her with the same pleasant scrutiny he had given Zivka. Medic Vekk, you understand that anything you say here may be used against you in criminal proceedings under both PAC and municipal law? I understand. And you understand that you are under no obligation to incriminate yourself? Yula's mouth tightened. I understand. Then tell us. Veer leaned back. Did you supply Zivka Solt with an illegal alchemical suppressant for 14 years, knowing it was prohibited under PAC medical regulations and treaty oversight protocols? Yula did not look at Zivka. Yes. The word landed like a stone in still water. Why? Because the system failed her. Veer's eyebrows rose. Failed her how? Yula turned to face the bench. Her voice, when it came, was steady in a way that reminded Zivka of every night she had arrived at the clinic shaking, and Yula had simply handed her tea and told her to sit down. When Zivka was 19, her father was killed. Her uncle took the compound. Her mother was already dead. She had no PAC standing, no protector, and a bloodline name that had been publicly marked as unstable. Yula paused. The same people who flagged her father as a threat were the people deciding whether she could serve. If she had come forward as a shifter, she would have been institutionalized within 6 months. That is speculation. That is documentation. Yula's voice sharpened. I have the casebook entries. I have the evaluations. I have the names of the evaluators who flagged her for review before she had ever shifted in public. She reached into her coat and pulled out a folded paper. This is a copy of Zivka Solt's Bloodline Review, filed 8 months after her father's death, recommending indefinite monitoring and conditional barring from service under Code 47. The clerk took the paper. War's eyes tracked it, but did not move. The recommendation was never acted on, he said, because I made sure it was buried. Yula's voice rang clear. I told the evaluators the Zivka had passed her suppressant trial, and that the Solt instability pattern did not present in her line. I falsified her evaluation to keep her out of the system. The chamber erupted in whispers. Veor raised a hand. The noise subsided. So you admit to falsifying official records? I admit to choosing between a lie and a life. Yula met his gaze, and I would make the same choice again. Veor was silent for a long moment. Then he leaned forward, and his voice dropped to something almost gentle. Medic Drevich, you have just admitted to a crime that carries a minimum sentence of 12 years in a PAC facility. He paused. Why should this council believe anything else you say? Yula did not flinch. Because the truth I am telling now is the same truth I buried then. She looked at Zivka. I did not keep her hidden because she was weak. I kept her hidden because she was the only person in Dunavar still looking for the bodies her father's killers left behind. And if she had been found out, nobody else would have kept digging. The silence that followed was absolute. Zivka felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. She blinked them back. Veor watched Yula for a long count. Then he turned to the clerk. Let the medic's statement be entered into the record. The clerk's pen scratched, and somewhere at the back of the chamber, a door clicked open. Zivka turned. Goran stood in the doorway. He looked drawn, his coat rumpled, his eyes carrying the exhaustion of a man who had not slept in days. But when he met her gaze, something in his shoulders eased. He raised his hand. He was holding a sealed envelope. Maris moved before anyone could stop her. She crossed to Goran, took the envelope, and carried it to the bench. Counselor, her voice carried. This is a supplementary filing from the Interspecies Crimes Unit. Veer's eyes narrowed. He took the envelope. He broke the seal. He read. The color drained from his face. The chamber held its breath as Veer looked up, the envelope trembling slightly in his fingers. This, he said slowly, is a transfer authorization for Counselor Merrik Nomen. The murmurs erupted again. Veer raised his hand, but this time the noise did not stop. Zivka stared at Goran. He held her gaze, and in his gray eyes she saw something she had not seen in days. Purpose. Chapter 74. The murmurs did not stop when Veor raised his hand. They swelled. Zivka watched him stand behind the bench, the envelope still trembling in his fingers, and she understood in that instant that he had not expected this. The transfer authorization for Counselor Merrik Nomen was not a document he had prepared. It was not a trap he had laid. It was a countermove, and it had landed in the center of his chest. Order, his voice carried, but there was a crack in it. The noise subsided slowly. Veor set the envelope down. His fingers pressed flat against the bench as if he needed the surface to hold himself upright. This chamber will not be disrupted by procedural filings that have not been verified. Then verify it. Maris's voice cut clean through the air. The authorization bears your office's seal, Counselor. Veor's eyes snapped to her. I have not issued any transfer authorization for Counselor Nomen. Then someone in your office did? Maris stepped closer to the bench. And the question before this council is whether they acted under your authority or outside it. A beat of silence. Zivka watched the calculation move behind Veer's eyes. He was weighing options. Denial, delay, deflection. He chose deflection. This session is adjourned until the filing can be reviewed. No, the word came from the back of the chamber. Terran Illick stood in the same doorway Goran had entered through. His face was pale, his coat dusted with something that looked like plaster dust, and he was holding a portable drive. I have a chain of custody filing, he said. It connects your office to the altered transcript leak, and to every transfer order that moved a red-marked witness into unsecured transport for the past 3 years. Veer's composure flickered. This is not the time. It is exactly the time. Terran walked forward, and the crowd parted for him. I have been cross-referencing Annex terminal logs, seal impressions, and authorized user key cylinders since the first witness died. The pattern is consistent. The same key cylinder logged every transfer order that preceded a death. The same seal impression authenticated every transcript alteration. And both trace back to an office on the 4th floor of the treaty building that does not appear in the official directory. He reached the rail and held up the drive. Your office, Counselor. The silence that followed was absolute. Zivka watched Veor's face. His eyes moved from Terran to the drive to the transfer authorization still lying open on the bench. The pleasant expression she had seen during her cross-examination was gone. In its place was something harder, colder. I am a counselor of this city, he said slowly. I am entitled to the privilege under the treaty terms. This session is adjourned until my legal representative is present. He stepped back from the bench. The clerk moved to follow. But before the clerk could reach the side door, a sound cut through the chamber. The lock. It was a heavy mechanical thud, the kind that came from bolts sliding into place. Zivka turned. The chamber doors were sealed. A man in a municipal marshal's coat stood beside the locking mechanism. He held a piece of paper in his hand. Counsel Veor, he said, I have a counter-warrant issued under the Interspecies Crimes Unit's emergency jurisdiction. It authorizes the detention of any council member attempting to adjourn a session while evidence of systematic witness suppression is being presented. Veor's face went still. On whose authority? Mine. Maris's voice was quiet. I prepared it before the supplementary session was called. It is signed by the deputy director of the unit and countersigned by a municipal judge with no PAC affiliation. Veor stared at her. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Veor laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. It was dry and sharp and carried the edge of a man who had spent decades believing he could not be touched. You think this will hold? He said. You think a counter-warrant and the locked door will stop the people who have been running this city since before your parents were born? I think, Maris said, that it will stop you. Veor's eyes moved past her, past Terran, past the marshals. They found Zivka. You, he said, you are the instrument of this. Zivka did not look away. No, she said, I am the one who survived it. The chamber held its breath. Veor studied her for a long count. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a slim leather folder. I have something else for this record. He opened the folder. Zivka saw a seal, a date, a signature that made her stomach drop. Before this council became a theater for your testimony, Veor said, I took the precaution of filing a sealed affidavit with the senior circle. It names every person who has accessed the Hearth archive in the past 20 years. Every name, including yours, Investigator Solt. He closed the folder. If I am detained, that affidavit will be opened, and the people named in it will face consequences that make a PAC facility look like a sanctuary. Zivka felt the words land, a threat. He was holding something he could use. But before she could answer, the chamber door's lock clicked again. The marshal turned. Goran was standing beside the locking mechanism now, a key in his hand. The affidavit was filed, he said. I know. I was the one who delivered it. Veor's composure cracked. You. I delivered it to the senior circle this morning. Goran's voice was flat. Before this session, before you could use it as leverage. He held up the key. And I have a second transfer authorization. This one names the council member who approved the original Hearth list, knowing it would be used to suppress witnesses for 2 decades. Veor's face went gray. You have no authority to. I have the deputy director's signature, Goran said. I have a judicial countersign, and I have a witness who will confirm that you received written briefings on the Hearth Protocol's true purpose 17 years ago and chose not to act. He turned to the marshal. Detain him. The marshal moved, and the chamber erupted. Chapter 75. The marshal reached for Veor's arm. The chamber erupted. Not screams, not chaos. A sound like a door slamming underground. Heavy, mechanical, wrong. The lights flickered once, twice. Then the emergency lamps cut in, washing the room in amber. Zivka's hand went to her badge before she remembered she no longer carried it. "Secure the exits," she said, but the marshal was already moving, and Maris was already at the bench gathering the drive and the transfer authorization, and Terran was already backing toward the wall with the portable drive pressed against his chest. Veor did not resist. He stood very still beneath the amber light, his gray face smooth as poured concrete, watching the marshal approach with something that was not fear. "You should have let me walk," he said. The first gunshot came from the corridor, not inside the chamber, outside. A single sharp crack that punched through the locked doors and landed somewhere in the antechamber. The marshal froze. The clerk hit the floor. Then the second shot hit the lock mechanism, and the doors swung open. The man who stepped through was not wearing a uniform. Dark coat, no badge, eyes flat and scanning the room like he had already counted every body and knew exactly where each one needed to fall. Behind him, Zivka heard footsteps in the corridor, multiple sets, moving fast. "Transfer window," she breathed. Maris turned. "What?" "The pre-dawn window. Veor's loyalists. They came for him and Osvan at the same time." Veor smiled. It was a small, tired expression, the smile of a man who had always known this moment would arrive and had simply been waiting for the right cue. "You see," he said, "the Hearth protocol was never just about bloodlines. It was about knowing which doors to open when the alarm sounded." Our armed man stepped aside. 3 more figures moved into the chamber behind him. One carried a compact rifle. One held the blade low at her side. The third was empty-handed, but walking with the loose, coiled gait of someone who did not need a weapon to end a fight. "Counsel," the armed man said, "we have the prisoner transfer order for Merrik. The detention wing is compromised. We have 3 minutes before municipal response." Veor straightened his coat. "Then let us not waste time." He began walking toward the open doors. The marshal moved to block him. The woman with the blade stepped forward, and the marshal went down with his hand at his throat, blood pulsing between his fingers. Not dead, but silenced, neutralized, no longer a factor. Zivka moved. She did not think about the badge she no longer carried. She did not think about the 14 years of suppression, the council testimony, the shredded credibility. She thought about the notebook in her pocket with the names Draven Solt and Hadrik Veor written in Osvan's hand, and she thought about what happened to people who let men like Veor walk out of rooms. She stepped into his path. "No!" Veor stopped. The armed man raised the rifle. "Investigator," Veor said, his voice almost gentle. "You have no badge, no authority, no wolf that anyone in this room respects." Zivka felt the shift rising. It came through her chest first, a deep vibration that had nothing to do with the emergency lamps or the rifle or the blood spreading under the marshal's hand. It came through her scent, through the air between them, through the way her eyes changed as she let the wolf surface without resistance. "You are wrong," she said. Her voice was not entirely human. "I have a wolf, and I have never needed a badge to stop men like you." The woman with the blade turned. Zivka saw her shift her weight, saw the calculation in her eyes, saw the moment she decided Zivka was the primary threat. The rifle came up, and then the chamber doors slammed open again, not from the corridor, from the side entrance, the one Zivka had used to reach the witness rail, the one that led to the marshal's staging room. Goran stepped through. He was not alone. Behind him, Zivka saw shapes in the amber light. Pack figures, a dozen of them, maybe more. They moved with the kind of silence that came from years of operating in spaces where sound meant death. Goran's eyes found hers. "The pre-dawn transfer window was a decoy," he said. "They were not coming for Osvan." He turned to Veor. "They were coming for you." Veor's composure cracked. Not the face, the hands. Zivka saw them tighten at his sides, the only betrayal of a man who had spent decades believing he controlled every variable. "You do not have the authority to." "I have the Pack Council's mandate." Goran held up a sealed document. "Signed by the acting senior circle, effective as of 1 hour ago." He stepped forward. "Councillor Hadrik Veor, you are charged with conspiracy to commit witness suppression, obstruction of interspecies justice, and the systematic elimination of bloodlines under the Hearth protocol. The Dunavar Pack Council has authorized your immediate detention and transfer to a facility of its choosing. Veor's eyes moved from Goran to the armed man to the woman with the blade. "You work for me," he said. The armed man lowered the rifle. "No," he said. "We work for the Pack." Veor went gray, and the chamber, for the second time that night, erupted. Zivka did not wait for the chaos to settle. She moved past Goran, past the Pack figures, past the armed man who had shifted allegiance with the ease of a man who had always known which side would win. She moved toward the corridor, toward the detention wing, toward the door where Osvan Merrik sat waiting. Because if Veor's loyalists had come for him after all, the pre-dawn transfer window was still open, and Osvan was still inside. Chapter 76. The corridor swallowed her. Emergency lamps cast long shadows across concrete walls as Zivka moved past the side entrance, past the Pack figures securing the chamber behind her, past the sound of Veor's voice rising in protest and Goran's voice cutting through it with the flat authority of a man who had waited years to speak those words. The detention wing door stood ahead, closed. She pressed the release. Nothing. She pressed again, harder, feeling the mechanism refuse under her thumb. Locked down, likely from inside, someone who heard the shots and sealed the corridor before she could reach it. Zivka looked at the seal reader beside the frame. Red light, no badge, no authority. She had walked through the pre-dawn streets without a badge. She had stood in Veor's path without a badge. She had let her wolf surface without a badge. But the detention wing did not care about her wolf or her courage. It cared about credentials she no longer carried. She pressed her palm flat against the door. The metal was cold, silent. Behind her, footsteps. She turned. The armed man from Veor's extraction team stood at the end of the corridor, hands raised, rifle slung across his chest in neutral carry. He was alone. "I can open it," he said. "Why would you?" Because Veor's orders were to extract Merrik after the counselor was clear. His voice was flat, professional. "The transfer window closes in 4 minutes. If the prisoner is still inside when municipal response arrives, he goes into civilian custody and we lose everything he knows." Zivka studied him. The same man who had stepped aside when Veor's composure cracked. The same man who had said, "We work for the Pack." "You were embedded," she said, "for 18 months. Whose orders?" His jaw tightened. "The one you came here with." Goran. Of course. Goran had known about the extraction team, had known they would turn, had known the pre-dawn transfer was a decoy for Veor, not Osvan. He had let her walk into the detention center blind, and he had done it because the operation needed the bait to be real. She would deal with that later. Open the door. The man stepped forward, pressed his thumb to the seal reader, and the lock clicked open. Zivka pushed through. The detention wing stretched ahead, low ceiling, fluorescent strips flickering overhead, cells lining both sides of a narrow corridor. Most were empty. The third cell on the left held a single figure sitting on the edge of a cot, hands resting on his knees, pale gray eyes watching the door as if he had been waiting for her. Osvan was still in his detention clothes, still bandaged at the shoulder, still wearing the expression of a man who had watched the chaos unfold through the only lens he trusted. "You look like you ran through a war," he said, close to it. "Veor?" "Detained. His rescue team turned. He's in Pack custody." Osvan's eyes moved past her, scanning the corridor. "Then the transfer window is compromised. The door is open. I came to get you." He stood, slowly, testing his weight on his restrained wrists. "You came to get me without a badge, without backup, and without knowing if the corridor I am in is still safe." "Correct. That is either very brave or very stupid. I am not leaving you here for Newman's people to find." Osvan was quiet for a moment. Something shifted in his expression, not softening but settling into something she had not seen before. Recognition. Not of her strategy, but of her choice. "You could have let them take me," he said. "It would have been simpler. One less problem. One less complication for the bond. You saved my life at the warehouse. That was uncalculated. I told you that. I remember. And you are still standing in front of my cell." Zivka stepped closer. "You said you were trying to save the city from worse men. I need to know if that was the truth or if it was part of the performance." Osvan held her gaze. "It was the truth. I saw what Veor and Neman were building. I thought I could control it from inside. I thought I could aim the killing at the people who deserve to die and leave the rest standing. People do not get to decide who deserves to die. No, he said, they do not. But you, Zivka Solt, have never had to choose between letting a city burn slowly or burning a few streets to stop the fire. I have. I chose the streets. And the bodies are mine. His voice was steady. Every single one. I carry them. She believed him. That was the worst part. She believed him. She could see the weight in his shoulders, the hollow beneath his composure, the truth of a man who had done terrible things because he had convinced himself they were necessary. I am not asking for forgiveness, he said. I'm asking you to understand that when I say I want to help you stop the rest of them, I mean it. Not because it saves me, because you are the only person who can finish this, and I do not want you to become me in the process. He reached into his collar and pulled out a thin chain. At the end of it, a small key cylinder, brass and worn, older than the building above them. The last cipher key, he said. Veor's personal channel. Every order he signed on the Hearth protocol ran through this seal. He held it out. Zivka did not take it immediately. Why now? Because I have nothing left to bargain with, and because you came for me when you did not have to. She took the key. The metal was warm from his skin. The register of witnesses, she said. The living ones. Do you know where they are? Some, not all, Veor compartmentalized. But I can give you the names I have and the locations I know. And the ones who are still hidden? Hidden, Osvan said, can be found. She looked at the key in her palm, the last cipher key, Veor's channel, the Hearth protocol. She had come for Osvan Merrik because he was the only one who could name the rest of the network. She had come because she needed the truth he carried. But standing in front of his cell, the key warm against her skin, she understood something else. Osvan Merrik had given her the weapon he could have used to bargain for his freedom. He had surrendered it, not because he had to, because he had chosen to. She looked up at him. The transfer window is closing, she said, and if municipal response arrives before we clear the corridor, you go into civil and custody, and everything you know is buried in evidence hearings for months. I know. Then let us not waste time. She stepped aside, and Osvan moved past her into the corridor. Behind them, somewhere in the treaty building above, she heard the first sirens. The transfer window was closing, and the real fight had not yet begun. Chapter 77. The sirens grew louder as Zivka pulled Osvan through the maintenance corridor, her hand clamped around his wrist, the cipher key still warm against her palm. They hit the service stairwell at a run. 3 flights up, the door to the ground floor hung open, and through it she could hear voices, boots, the crackle of radios. Goran met her at the threshold. His eyes went from her face to Osvan behind her, then down to her hand where the key cylinder caught the emergency light. You got him out. I got him out. Goran nodded once. No argument, no question about the cost. Municipal response is sealing the building. Maris is holding the chamber with Terran and Besa. The senior circle called an emergency session to review Veor's mandate. And the review board? Still deliberating. His voice carried no comfort. But the cipher key changes the calculus. Veor's personal channel confirms the Hearth orders. The falsification claim against you collapses. Collapses, she repeated. Not disappears. Nothing disappears in this city, but it stops being actionable. Osvan shifted behind her. They will need the key authenticated. I can do that. Goran's gaze moved past her, hard and assessing. You will do it under guard, in the chamber, where everyone can see you. Agreed. The word came too easily. Zivka turned to look at him, but Osvan's face told her nothing. He was already playing the role again, cooperative, controlled, the man who knew which doors to open. She hated that she still believed him. The chamber had changed. Emergency lamps still lit the corners, but the benches had been rearranged, the marshal's position reinforced. Maris stood at the prosecution table with a sheaf of papers, Terran beside her with the portable drive pressed against his chest. Besa was near the side entrance, hand loose near her weapon. And in the center of it all, Veor's seat was empty. Zivka felt the absence like a wound. The man who had built the suppression network, who had taught Osvan the method, who had sat on the council bench and smiled while dismantling her credibility, was gone, detained, broken. But the room still smelled like him. Old paper, metal, something waiting. Maris looked up as Zivka entered. The review board just issued a statement. The room went quiet. They are rescinding the finding that you falsified the case. Zivka stopped breathing. Formal rescission, signed by the acting director and 2 senior circle observers. They are acknowledging that the chain of evidence presented in the supplementary session, Ash Ledger, Casebook, Register of Living Witnesses, was suppressed by Veor's network, and that your investigation was conducted in good faith. Good faith, Zivka said. The words tasted strange. The finding clears your professional conduct. It does not restore your badge. That remains under formal suspension pending broader reforms to the unit's oversight structure. Zivka nodded. She had expected that. She had known, standing on the witness rail, that revealing herself would cost her the badge, at least for now. But, Maris said, and her voice shifted, there is more. She held up a single sheet, official letterhead, fresh ink. The provisional ruling on Yula Drivich. Zivka's chest tightened. The panel reviewed her testimony and the evidence of pressured compliance under the Hearth protocol. They are offering a conditional immunity agreement in exchange for full testimony about the instability evaluation campaign. Conditional. It requires you to testify once more by sunset, in a closed session. The panel wants to hear from both of you together, establishing that her actions were taken under duress, and that the suppressant supply was a direct result of the Council's failure to protect a bloodline it had marked for destruction. Zivka looked at the paper, at Maris's steady hand, at the empty bench where Veor had sat. And if I do not testify by sunset? Maris did not avoid the question. Then Yula faces full prosecution, 12 years in a PAC facility. The room held still. Zivka thought of Yula in the warehouse, bleeding over the casebook pages. Yula on the chapel bridge, telling her the truth when it would have been safer to lie. Yula, standing at the witness rail, admitting to 14 years of crimes because Zivka had asked. Where is she now? Being escorted to a holding room, Maris said. They're giving her 2 hours before the hearing. Zivka turned toward the door. Zivka. Goran's voice stopped her. She looked back. The sunset deadline. It is specific. That means someone in the panel wants time to move. He paused. I do not know if it is a trap. She met his gray eyes, stone and storm. The man who had hidden the archive key for 11 years and still stood beside her. Neither do I. She walked out. The holding room was at the end of a narrow corridor, 2 guards at the door, 1 municipal and 1 PAC. They stepped aside when they saw her. Yula sat on a metal bench, wrists free, back straight. She looked older than she had in the warehouse, tired, but her eyes were clear. They told you, Yula said. Sunset, closed session, full testimony. Yula nodded slowly. They want the whole story. The resistance, the falsified reviews, the night I decided to break the seal on the evaluation criteria. Can you give it to them? I can give them everything. Yula stood. But they will not like all of it. Zivka moved closer. What does that mean? Yula held her gaze for a long moment. It means I kept records of every request the council made, every pressure point, every time a senior official asked me to file a finding that did not match the subject's evaluation. I have names, dates, signatures. And if you give them to the panel, then the hearing stops being about me. Yula's voice was quiet. It becomes about the people who ordered the findings in the first place, the council members who knew the Solt bloodline review was fabricated, the director who approved the monitoring recommendation, the officers who carried out the enforcement. Zivka felt the weight of it. Yula, that is the entire chain. Yes, Yula smiled, thin and tired. And that is what they are afraid of. That is why they want you there by sunset. Not because they need your testimony, because they need to control how the truth comes out. The clock on the wall read 3:47. Sunset in Dunavar came early in late autumn. She had just over 2 hours, and the trap, if there was one, was already closing. Zivka reached into her coat and felt the shape of the cipher key warm against her ribs. Then we give them the truth, she said. All of it, and we let the system decide what it can survive. Yula's hand found hers, rough, steady. The same hand that had pressed the first suppressant into her palm 14 years ago. For you, Yula said, I would do it all again. Zivka did not let go. And somewhere above them, in the treaty building's highest corridor, a door opened that should have stayed closed. Chapter 78. The chamber had changed. Not the walls, not the bronze treaty seal or the raised bench where Veor had sat, but the air, the weight, the way every council member looked at Zivka when she walked in with Yula at her side. 3 Solt elders sat in the gallery seats that had been empty during the earlier sessions. Old faces, old names. One of them, a woman with steel-gray hair and Zivka's own gray-green eyes, rose before the panel could speak. Zivka Solt, not Investigator, not the human title she had worn for 14 years. Her bloodline, spoken aloud in a chamber full of witnesses. Zivka stopped at the rail. I am here for Yula Drivich's testimony, not for bloodline audience. The elder smiled, thin, practiced. We are here for the same reason. We have come to offer terms. The panel's presiding officer, a human magistrate Zivka did not recognize, cleared his throat. The council acknowledges the presence of Salt Line representatives. The purpose of this session is the testimony of Yula Drivich regarding the instability evaluation campaign and the suppression of evidence targeting the Salt bloodline. Then let us make it simple. The elder's voice carried. The Salt Line accepts Yula Drivich's actions as necessary under the circumstances. We do not seek prosecution. We do not demand restitution. A pause. In exchange, Zivka Solt returns to PAC standing under Salt authority. Her badge belongs to us. Her testimony belongs to us. Her future belongs to us. The chamber went still. Zivka felt Yula's hand brush her wrist. A warning, a question. She looked at the elder, at the gray-green eyes that could have been her own reflection in 20 years. You want to trade her freedom for my silence? We want to give you a family again, child. I have a family. Zivka's voice did not shake. Her name is Yula Drivich. She broke laws for me. She buried evidence for me. She bled for me. She stepped forward. And she never once asked me to trade my name for her safety. The elder's smile thinned. You have been hiding for 14 years, running, suppressing what you are. We are offering you standing, belonging, the right to walk into any pack hall in Dunavar without the Solt name dragging at your heels. And what would it cost? Cooperation, discretion, the understanding that the Solt line speaks for you now. Zivka turned to the presiding magistrate. I reject the terms. The magistrate's eyes widened slightly. The Solt elder's face hardened. You do not understand what you are refusing, the elder said. I understand exactly. Zivka faced her. You want to own my reveal, control how the story gets told. Make the Solt line look like the hand that saved me, rather than the institution that let a 19-year-old girl choose between suppression and destruction. She let the silence hang. You did not come here to rescue Yula. You came here to rescue the Solt name. The elder's composure cracked. Just a fraction. Enough. Yula Drivich kept me alive. Zivka's voice carried to every corner of the chamber. She falsified evaluations because the council had already marked me for monitoring. She buried recommendations because she knew the system would not protect someone whose own uncle had sold her father's bloodline for a compound and a title. She looked at Yula, who stood straight-backed, eyes wet but unblinking. Yula's crime was caring for a girl the council had already decided to destroy. If that is a crime in this city, then the treaty is a lie, and you all know it. The magistrate leaned forward. Councillor Solt, do you have evidence to support this characterization of the evaluation process? I have Yula's records. Zivka pulled the folded papers from her coat. Every request the council made, every pressure point, every name, every date, every signature, the full chain of command that fabricated the Salt bloodline review and recommended indefinite monitoring for a 19-year-old girl whose only crime was being born to the wrong father. She placed the papers on the rail. The same system that marked me also killed Varc Solt. The same system that suppressed my evaluation also buried the truth about the Hearth protocol. The same system that wants to prosecute Yula Drevich today is the system that trained Hudrik Veor and let Draven Solt flee to Barikos. She stepped back. So if you want to put Yula in a pack facility, you will have to do it with the full record in open light, and you will have to explain to every reporter in Dunavar why the council prosecuted the woman who protected a child, while the men who built the machine that destroyed her father walk free. The chamber held its breath. The magistrate looked at the papers, at Zivka, at Yula, then at the Solt elders, who sat rigid and silent. "Session is adjourned for deliberation," the magistrate said. "No verdict will be rendered tonight." Zivka did not move. Yula Drevich will remain in protective custody until the panel reconvenes. Zivka Solt is free to remain in the building or leave as she chooses. This hearing is concluded. The magistrate stood and withdrew through the rear door. The Solt elder rose, slow and deliberate. She looked at Zivka with something that might have been anger, might have been grief. "You have chosen the hard road, child. I have chosen my own road." The elder turned and walked out, the other two following like shadows. Yula exhaled, a sound that was almost a sob and almost a laugh. 14 years, she said, and you still managed to surprise me. Zivka took her hand. "Come on, let us find somewhere that is not a holding room." They walked out into the corridor, past the guards, past the empty benches, past the walls that had held Veer's sealed affidavits and forged transfer orders and the weight of 2 decades of silence. At the end of the corridor, Goran stood waiting. Gray eyes, hard lines. The man who had hidden the archive key for 11 years and still stood beside her when everything else fell. Beyond him, past the tall windows where night had fully fallen, Zivka caught a flicker of movement. A figure at the far end of the hall, watching. Solt line. She recognized the set of the shoulders, the way the woman stood with her weight shifted back, flat and assessing. Not the elder who had spoken. Someone else. Someone who had not been in the gallery. The woman met Zivka's gaze for a single heartbeat. Then she turned and walked into the dark, and the corridor was empty again. Zivka's hand tightened on Yula's. The trap Goran had warned about had not closed, but it had taken shape. Chapter 79. The magistrate returned at the top of the hour. Zivka had not moved from the corridor bench. Yula sat beside her, spine straight, hands folded in her lap like a woman waiting for a verdict she had already accepted. Goran stood at the far wall. He had not spoken since the Solt woman vanished into the dark. The magistrate's clerk stepped out and cleared her throat. "The panel will receive Councillor Solt and Yula Drevich." Zivka rose. Yula rose beside her. They walked in together. The chamber had changed. The Solt elders' gallery seats sat empty. The human magistrate occupied the center chair with 2 pack assessors flanking her, their faces unreadable. The magistrate did not look at Yula first. She looked at the papers Zivka had placed on the rail. Yula's records, every name, every date, every signature. "The panel has reviewed the evidence presented by Councillor Solt," the magistrate said, "and we have consulted with the Pack Council's legal representative regarding the chain of command documented in those records." She paused. "The Pack Council acknowledges that Yula Drevich's actions occurred within a system that failed to protect a minor from targeted evaluation protocols. The Council further acknowledges that the suppression network created by Operation Hearth and maintained by Councillor Hudrik Veor created conditions under which an unregistered shifter could not safely come forward without risking institutional retaliation." Zivka's breath caught. An acknowledgement. Not an apology, not a conviction, but an acknowledgement. "The panel declines to prosecute Yula Drevich for the supply of unregistered suppressants, falsification of bloodline evaluations, or obstruction of council monitoring procedures." Yula's hand tightened on Zivka's. "Yula Drevich is placed on monitored probation for a term of 18 months. During this period, she will provide full cooperation to the Interspecies Crimes Unit regarding the Hearth Protocol investigation and any related proceedings. Failure to comply will result in immediate reevaluation of this agreement." The magistrate looked at Yula directly. "Do you understand the terms?" Yula's voice was steady. "I do." "Then this hearing is concluded. Yula Drevich is free to leave this building." The magistrate stood. The chamber doors opened, and for the first time in 14 years, Yula walked out of a council hearing without chains, without conditions, without a guard at her shoulder. Outside, the night had settled into something quiet. Zivka stood on the treaty building steps with Yula beside her, watching the streetlights reflect off the wet cobblestones. The river fog had thinned. The air smelled like rain and stone, and the distant salt of the docks. "I do not know what to do with my hands," Yula said. Zivka looked at her. "I have been holding papers or a needle or a suppressant bottle for so long," Yula said. "I do not remember what it feels like to just stand." Zivka took her hand. "Then stand." Yula's eyes went wet. 14 years, Zivka said. "That is what I owe you. That is what I cannot repay." "You already did." Yula squeezed her fingers. "You stood in front of those elders and called me family. That is worth more than any suppressant I ever brewed." A sound behind them. Goran. He stood at the top of the steps, silhouetted against the chamber light. "I will take her home," Zivka said. "You should." Goran's voice was low. "But after you do, we need to talk." Something in his tone made her pulse skip. "About what?" "About what comes next." Yula released Zivka's hand. "Go. I can wait." Zivka hesitated. "I will be here," Yula said. "For the first time in years, I am not running." Zivka walked up the steps. Goran waited until she reached him, then nodded toward the side of the building where the shadows pooled thickest. They walked in silence. When they reached the corner where no one could see them, Goran stopped. He did not touch her. "The senior circle offered me a seat on the Pack Council leadership track," he said. The words landed like stones. "I told them I needed time to answer." Zivka's chest tightened. "And the unit?" "They are restructuring command. New oversight, new mandate." He met her eyes. "Your name is on the short list for director." Her throat closed. "If I take the council seat, I go north. If you take the director position, you stay here. And if we both take what we are offered, we do not see each other." Goran's jaw tightened. "That is what they are counting on." The Hika stood very still. The river fog curled around her ankles. "You and I," she said slowly, "have spent the last weeks learning how to choose each other through lies, through betrayals, through a conspiracy that tried to bury both our bloodlines." She stepped closer. "Now they want to separate us with promotions." A muscle in his jaw twitched. "I will not decide for you," he said, "but I will decide for me." "Then decide." The gray of his eyes caught the streetlight. "I already have." Chapter 80. The riverfront fog curled around the pilings where the first body had lain. Zivka stopped at the edge of the dock, her boots finding the same spot where she had knelt 14 weeks ago, pretending the cold was the only thing making her shake. Goran stood 3 steps behind her, the same distance as that first morning. She turned. "You already decided." He did not move. "Yes." "And?" The gray of his eyes caught the last light filtering through the fog. "I turned it down." The words landed between them like something solid. Zivka's chest tightened. "The council seat." "I submitted my refusal this afternoon, before the hearing." His voice was steady, stripped of the iron command he usually carried. "I told them I am not their instrument. I never was." She stared at him. "Goran, I spent 11 years holding a key I was too afraid to use," he said. "I told myself I was protecting the investigation, protecting the network, protecting the people who would be hurt if I moved too fast. But what I was really protecting was myself." He stepped closer. The fog shifted around his boots. "I was afraid of what I would find in that archive, afraid of what it would mean about my uncle, about the people I trusted, about the cost of knowing." He stopped within arm's reach. "And I let that fear cost 11 years of dead witnesses." Zivka's throat worked. "You are not the only one who hid behind duty." The wind pulled at her coat. "I hid behind the mission," he said. "I hid behind the bond. I told myself I could not act because the timing was wrong, because the evidence was incomplete, Because I needed to protect the operation. His jaw tightened. But the truth is simpler. I was a coward who learned to call caution strategy. She held his gaze. And now? Now I have nothing left to hide behind. He did not look away. No rank, no mission, no excuse. Just the choice I make standing here. The river lapped against the pilings. You turned down a council seat, Zivka said slowly. For what? For you. His voice cracked at the edge. Not because the bond demands it, not because fate marked us, because I have spent 11 years watching you outwork every investigator in the unit, outthink every trap the conspiracy set, outlast every lie they threw at you. I have watched you choose truth when silence would have been safer. I have watched you stand in front of a council and call a woman family when the whole Solt line was waiting to bury you for it. His hand came up, stopped a breath from her face. I do not want a seat on any council. I want to stand beside the woman who taught me that hiding is not the same as protecting. Zivka's vision blurred. You could have told me that before you submitted the refusal. I could have. A ghost of something crossed his face. But then it would have looked like I was bargaining, like I was offering a sacrifice to earn your forgiveness. His hand dropped. I did not want you to choose me because I gave something up. I wanted you to choose me because I finally stopped lying about who I am. The fog thickened around them. Zivka stepped forward. The distance between them collapsed. She reached up and pressed her palm against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm beneath the layers of coat and shirt. The bond hummed under her skin, but she did not need it now. She had never needed it. I spent 14 years believing that if anyone knew who I really was, they would use it against me, she said. That the only safety was in being small, quiet, and indispensable. That instinct was a weakness and need was a weapon someone else would wield. She looked up at him. You were the first person who saw me and did not try to make me smaller. Goran's breath caught. I am not choosing you because the bond marked you, she said. I am choosing you because you stood in an evidence room and pretended not to see my claws. You covered for me when exposure would have ended me. You handed me a notebook and let me write the truth in it, even when the truth hurt you. Her fingers curled against his coat. I am choosing you because you turned down power and did not tell me until after, because you wanted me to decide without debt. His hand came up, covered hers. I love you, he said. The words hit her like a wave breaking. And I am terrified of what that means, because if I lose you now, I do not get to pretend it was fate's fault. It will be mine. Zivka pulled him down. She kissed him hard, open-mouthed, tasting river salt and the faint copper of adrenaline still in his skin. His arms closed around her, pulled her against him, and for a long moment neither of them existed anywhere except the press of mouths and the shudder of breath between them. When she broke back, her forehead rested against his. The director's shortlist, she said. I know. If I take it, and you are staying in Dunavar, then you take it. His voice was rough. I did not turn down a council seat so you could turn down a directorship. We find a way to make both work, or I find work that lets me follow yours. She pulled back. You would do that. I would do anything that does not require me to lie to you again. Zivka searched his face. The fog curled around them, and somewhere in the distance, a fairy horn sounded. The Solt elders will not stop, she said. The woman in the corridor tonight. Someone is watching. Someone the conspiracy left in place. Goran's jaw tightened. I know. And Yula is free, but only for 18 months. If the investigation stalls, if the panel changes, if the senior circle decides she is more useful in a cell, then we keep her out. His certainty steadied her. And if the pack calls you back? I already told them my answer. His hand found hers. I serve the unit. I serve the truth. I do not serve bloodlines and council seats. Zivka looked down at their joined hands. The bond was there, warm and constant beneath her ribs, but it did not pull. It waited. She raised her eyes. Then I choose you. Goran's breath stopped. Not because fate marked us, not because you turned down a council seat, because after every lie, every omission, every moment I thought I would lose you to the conspiracy or to my own fear, you were still the person I wanted to find to the end of it. She squeezed his fingers. I choose you, Goran Vekk. With my eyes open, with my history clear, with no more masks between us. He pulled her close again. This time the kiss was slower, deeper, a seal on something that had been building since the first moment she smelled him on a frozen dock. When they broke apart, the fog was lifting. A shape moved at the far end of the pier. Zivka's wolf stirred. She turned, scanning the darkness where the riverfront met the old packing district. A figure stood at the edge of the light, the same Solt line woman from the corridor, gray-green eyes catching the street lamp. Then she turned and vanished into the night without a word.